Chapter 73. Return to School. Throughout the entire Christmas holiday, Harry and Severus appeared much like any ordinary couple. Each day, they embraced and kissed in a rosy atmosphere, indulging in the intimate pleasures of love, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter that was never of any consequence. Blissful moments are always fleeting, vanishing in an instant. With merely half a day left of their holiday, Harry began to feel the transformative passage of time. He often stole glances at Severus, his expression tinged with an unmistakable sorrow, yet he managed to keep it hidden from his partner. Severus, having finally attained his long-desired wish, exhibited a slight brightness in his demeanor. However, the impending conclusion of the holiday brought forth an unexpected fondness for it, marking Severus's first experience of nostalgia for such a break. Though their reasons for this sentiment differed, they shared a common reluctance to part with the holiday. Harry mused that he would never forget this Christmas, nor the joy that Severus had brought him throughout the festive season. Yet, regardless of how many were reluctant to say goodbye to the holiday, the Hogwarts Express would never delay its punctual departure due to anyone's wistfulness. Thus, the students once again boarded the train for their return journey. Harry and Severus had settled in the Great Hall early, awaiting the arrival of the returning students. The professors exchanged glances at the atmosphere between the two, but remained silent, fully aware of Severus's true nature. Severus certainly noticed the gaze of his fellow professors, yet he was unfazed. He still harbored a lingering disappointment about the holiday's end. Although Harry provided some comfort, Severus felt it was far from sufficient. The mere thought of how Harry had resolutely denied his request to stay in his office for the night caused Severus's expression to darken abruptly, leaving some seated students too startled to even breathe. Harry discerned the students' unease, tracing their fearful gazes back to their source. He shot Severus a disapproving look, silently imploring him to behave normally, which prompted Severus to shift from a sullen demeanor to a more neutral one. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Dumbledore quietly remarked to Professor McGonagall, "Ah, to be young again." McGonagall noticed Dumbledore's amused expression but refrained from commenting, instead turning away with a smile. She was not particularly inclined to witness her colleague's display of affection. Soon, the Great Hall became lively with chatter as students joyfully recounted the various amusing experiences of their holiday. Watching them, Harry suddenly found himself missing Hermione and Ron. He wondered how they were faring now. Would they find it amusing that he had accomplished none of his intended tasks? Ron certainly would, but Hermione would undoubtedly assist him in resolving those matters. Lost in thought, Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he quietly observed the students playing and reminiscing, their heads tilted in contemplation, yet his own gaze was filled with nostalgia and sorrow. Severus, who had been attentively watching Harry, noticed his state. However, he hesitated to approach and inquire about what troubled him, suppressing his concern until the students had departed. Fortunately, dinner concluded swiftly, and, as the students exited the hall in succession, Severus seized a moment of privacy to grasp Harry's hand and lead him back to his office. Severus was reluctant to bring Harry into his office. While he himself appreciated it, he felt that Harry did not belong in such a cold and shadowy environment. A professor ought to thrive in the sunlight, living vibrantly and brilliantly. Harry was uncertain of the reasoning behind Severus's actions, yet he followed his lead, the familiar corridor affirming Severus's destination. "Severus, isn't your office in the opposite direction?" Harry queried, voicing his confusion halfway along their path. "Professor, what troubled expression was that just now? Has something occurred?" Severus remained oblivious to Harry's inquiry, solely preoccupied with his own concerns. Upon hearing Severus's question, Harry discerned the cause of Severus's unusual demeanor. However, he could not divulge the answer and could only deflect with other excuses. Severus detected the insincerity in Harry's words. Yet as Harry was unwilling to speak, Severus refrained from pressing further. Once they entered the office, he turned and embraced Harry. "Professor, regardless of the reason, you must remember that I am here for you." Severus wished to say no more. He simply needed to convey to Harry that any burden could be shared between them. Listening to the near-promissory words of Severus, Harry tightened his embrace, fully aware of Severus's intent, yet he understood that certain burdens were not meant for Severus to bear. "Yes, I understand. Now you should return to rest. Classes await tomorrow. You ought to retire early." Harry resolutely issued the dismissal, But given their current circumstances, Severus was not inclined to leave. The outcome was predictable. Severus triumphed once more. Harry gazed at the increasingly obstinate Severus, feeling no anger whatsoever. What could he do? This predicament was largely a result of his own indulgence, leaving him to face the consequences. Observing Harry's helpless expression, Severus leaned in to bestow a gentle kiss upon him, then guided Harry to freshen up, for an early rise awaited them the following day, necessitating an early night to replenish their energy. Severus completed his ablutions before Harry and retreated to the lounge. When Harry entered, he found Severus had pushed the two single beds together, to which Harry silently crawled beneath the covers. Witnessing Harry's acquiescence, Severus was taken aback. He had anticipated Harry would first voice his objections, leading to a tug-of-war before yielding. Yet, Harry deviated entirely from this expected course. Little did Severus know that Harry had already mentally traversed that very process. Thus he saw no point in further debate. After all, the eventual outcome remained unchanged. He chose not to waste additional energy or words. Severus wrapped Harry in his arms, letting out a contented sigh. As Harry listened to Severus's gentle breathing, he gradually succumbed to slumber. After kissing Harry, Severus too drifted off, whispering, "Good night, sweet dreams, my professor. May you dream of me."
Chapter 74, Arrangements. Life after returning to school remained tranquil, yet Harry sensed a gradual decline in his physical state, although nothing appeared amiss on the surface. Only Harry was aware that his soul had begun its slow disintegration. He understood that as Lily's pregnancy progressed, his soul would weaken further until his birth marked his departure from this world. Uncertain of his ultimate fate, he recognized that every situation must eventually yield a conclusion. As Harry resumed counting the days, he meticulously contemplated his plans, calculating the most opportune moment to ensure everyone's safety, particularly Severus, for whom he wished to prevent any harm arising from his actions. Thus, Harry engaged in envisioning various potential mishaps that might occur, striving to eliminate them before they could manifest, for he could not tolerate even the slightest error. Consequently, he did not dissuade Severus from lingering in his office, cherishing every moment as if it were the last he would spend with him. Severus, buoyed by Harry's indulgence, found himself in high spirits, and the number of students reduced to tears in his class began to dwindle. Severus expressed that even if they cried, they could not fault him. After all, it was their own fault for mismanaging such simple tasks. In response to Severus's complaints, Harry urged him to exercise a modicum of patience with the students, knowing that Severus genuinely cared for their well-being. His strictness stemmed from a sense of responsibility, as minor blunders in potions could escalate into significant disasters. However, the students, much like Harry in his own youth, focused solely on Severus's sharp tongue and perceived harshness, failing to grasp the deeper truth behind his demeanor. Observing Severus's disgruntled expression, Harry pulled him close and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, prompting Severus to fall silent. The following day, he exhibited a slight increase in patience during class, though none could discern the change. Harry calculated that the prophecy should soon come to light, and he was determined to prevent its disclosure. Lacking knowledge of the exact timing and with Severus absent, Harry felt uncertain about the potential twists that might arise. Previously, he had dispatched the saints to seek out Trelawney, yet their efforts had yielded no results. Her whereabouts remained elusive. All that was known was that she had been sighted in a village months prior, after which she seemed to vanish. With no alternative, Harry instructed the saints to maintain a vigilant watch near the Hogshead Inn, aware that Trelawney had once uttered the prophecy there while seeking employment from Dumbledore. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently for her return. Should Trelawney and Dumbledore appear nearby, the saints would promptly notify him, enabling them to eavesdrop on their conversation discreetly. Harry was uncertain whether this strategy would prevent Voldemort from discovering the prophecy again, but he felt compelled to do all he could to secure peace of mind, even if it ultimately bore no fruit. In addition, Harry retrieved the medium he had steeped in blood for a sufficient duration, applying the collected blood of both individuals. Soon, the blood vanished entirely. At that moment, Harry felt as though his soul had been branded by an unseen force. Though the sensation was light, the direct impact on his soul left him pale and in pain. Within moments, he felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Though this state lasted only about 10 seconds, Harry felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the bed in the lounge, his strength entirely sapped and his complexion resembling that of a blank sheet of paper. In the recesses of his mind, he sensed a successful outcome, an ineffable feeling he struggled to articulate. He was relieved that Severus was engaged in class, for had he been present, his condition would undoubtedly have raised suspicions. Harry located a vial of soul stabilizer in his cabinet and consumed its contents, having prepared for the spell's side effects long ago. Just before Severus returned to his office, Harry meticulously erased all traces of his actions and inspected his condition in the washroom to ensure that Severus would notice nothing amiss. Soon, Severus completed his class, having nearly transformed Harry's office into his own, redecorating it to suit his preferences, which Harry did not oppose. Observing Severus's furrowed brow upon entering the room, Harry surmised that a student had once again provoked his ire, likely committing a significant error. True to form, before Harry could guess the details, Severus launched into a tirade. I can scarcely believe the level of stupidity. If one does not understand, one should listen attentively. Yet they hurl ingredients into the cauldron without a second thought, their minds filled with nothing but nonsense. Watching Severus seethe, Harry felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, particularly given Severus's extraordinary talent in potions, which left Harry baffled as to how others could make such seemingly unnecessary mistakes. All right, Severus, do try not to be so upset. Did something happen in class? Of course not. How could I allow that fool to ruin my potions lesson? I had already disposed of the potion in his cauldron before matters could worsen. Harry found Severus's incredulous expression amusing. Since you handled it beforehand and no major issues arose, perhaps it's best not to dwell on it. I might just feel a twinge of sympathy for you. Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus's demeanor softened. Really? Seeing Harry's earnest expression, Severus's anger dissipated, and he moved closer to seek solace. Harry, adept in offering comfort, embraced Severus and then lifted his gaze to bestow a gentle kiss. Severus's features relaxed, and he reciprocated the kiss, both engaging in a playful exchange of affection. However, Harry soon pushed Severus away, reminding him that they needed to head to the Great Hall shortly. Otherwise, they would find themselves confined to the office for the rest of the evening, which was untenable. Severus, displeased by Harry's withdrawal, could not alter his decision, and thus they returned to their respective tasks while awaiting dinner's arrival. Chapter 75. A Conversation in the Headmaster's Office. Life at school was perpetually both regular and monotonous, with neither students nor professors relishing the prospect of remaining within its confines. Indeed, Severus had already begun planning the next holiday for himself and Harry, to which Harry merely remarked that Severus was being a touch premature. Severus, however, disagreed with this assessment, believing that once the school year commenced, each passing day brought them closer to their break, thus justifying his early preparations. Harry rolled his eyes in response to Severus's reasoning, reflecting on how hopelessly naive he had become. Why did it seem that Severus was growing increasingly juvenile? What had gone awry? Though the atmosphere between the two individuals was warm and sweet each day, Harry, acutely aware of his increasingly fragile condition, found himself engulfed in panic and sorrow. Despite having anticipated the outcome for some time, accepting the reality proved to be an arduous task. However, Harry had little time to indulge in grief. He needed to arrange every conceivable matter before his complete disappearance, even if some decisions would weigh heavily upon his heart. Thus, on this day, while Severus was away, Harry sought out Dumbledore, feeling the necessity to clarify certain matters in advance to avoid causing inconvenience to others. Upon seeing Harry, Dumbledore's gaze was peculiar, which did not go unnoticed by Harry. He inquired, "Why do you look at me in such a manner? Is there something amiss?" "Oh, no. I am merely taken aback by your visit at this hour, considering you haven't sought me out in quite some time," Dumbledore explained. Harry had often turned to him with questions when faced with difficulties, but his recent absence had caught Dumbledore off guard. "Professor Dumbledore, I have come to speak to you about a matter of significance," Harry articulated, struggling to find the right words. "Of course, feel free to speak plainly," Dumbledore replied. His eyes filled with encouragement as he observed Harry's hesitation. He was unaware of the turmoil within Harry, having found him. Dumbledore was determined to offer his assistance to the utmost of his abilities. "It is that I have encountered some health issues recently, and I intend to leave Hogwarts after the end of the term examinations in June," Harry confessed. Noticing Dumbledore's slightly astonished expression, he continued, "I wanted to inform you in advance so that you might begin searching for a new professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course during this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Harry caught a faint sound and looked quizzically at Dumbledore, who merely pointed toward Fawkes, indicating that the phoenix was currently molting and might produce some noise. Understanding this, Harry redirected his focus, for he had more pressing matters to discuss with Dumbledore and could not afford to waste time. "May I be so bold as to inquire about the nature of your ailment? Is there anything I might do to assist you? I am acquainted with several distinguished healers who may be able to rectify your condition," Dumbledore offered, still taken aback by Harry's sudden revelation. After all, it was surprising for someone who appeared to be in good health to present such dire news without any prior indication. Despite his astonishment, Dumbledore felt compelled to ascertain whether he could be of assistance, especially given Harry's youth. He ought not to relinquish his life so readily. "I apologize. but I cannot clarify the cause at this moment. It is possible that an issue arose during a prior research endeavor, which has now resulted in a backlash. I can feel my body deteriorating. It may not be long before I meet Merlin, Harry replied, feeling as though he had left something unsaid. He added, you must understand. My physical condition appears unblemished on the surface. If the cause remains elusive, even the most skilled healer would be powerless to help. Dumbledore regarded Harry with a sense of satisfaction, having built a rapport over the years that had diminished his initial wariness. To him, Harry embodied a rare asset for the Order of the Phoenix. Thus, upon hearing Harry's half-truths, Dumbledore felt a profound sense of regret. Voldemort's recent activities had grown increasingly audacious, and he had intended to invite Harry to join the Order, but now that seemed impossible. Nevertheless, Dumbledore remained skeptical of Harry's claims, as he perceived no evident signs of ailment. The nonchalant tone in which Harry spoke did not align with that of someone on the brink of death. However, Harry's subsequent words led Dumbledore to realize that perhaps all Harry had stated was indeed true. The calm facade Harry had maintained was merely a guise. Moreover, I must earnestly ask of you one last favor. If I should truly depart this world, I hope you will look after Severus at the school. This is my only remaining concern, Harry stated, taking a deep breath before voicing his final request. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, understood that the young man before him was genuinely facing a grave predicament. Have you disclosed this matter to Severus? Dumbledore's steady tone gradually restored a semblance of calm to Harry's tumultuous emotions. This is also part of what I wish to discuss, Harry indicated, signaling Dumbledore to allow him to elaborate. If necessary, I shall employ a memory charm on Severus, enabling him to completely forget me and thereby lessen the pain my departure would cause him. Dumbledore was taken aback by the resoluteness in Harry's voice. Although he could not discern the severity of Harry's condition, he felt a deep sorrow for his intentions. It is important to recognize that while death may not always be terrifying, the notion of forcing those we cherish to forget our shared past before facing our own demise is an excruciating prospect for all involved. Chapter 76, Persuasion. Upon hearing Harry's plan, Dumbledore immediately sought to dissuade him, for the cruelty of the memory charm lay in its irrevocability once cast. Is this truly what you wish to do? What if there remains a sliver of hope? Consider the sorrowful and dire situation you would both face, Dumbledore implored. Harry, with a bitter smile, shook his head, fully aware of Dumbledore's intentions. Yet, he recognized that from the outset, this had been a dead end. He believed this to be the best course of action available to him. I have contemplated every possible solution, yet none are viable. If there were indeed the hope you speak of, I would never wish to erase myself from his memory. However, time is no longer on my side. What else can I do if I do not proceed in this manner? Harry's tone grew strained, his sorrow evident. The decision weighed heavily upon him, and he envisioned Severus gazing at him as a stranger after casting the spell. But are you truly certain there is no remedy? Perhaps you could describe the events that transpired and your specific circumstances. After all, more perspectives might yield a solution, Dumbledore suggested, still believing Harry's decision to be excessively extreme. He was convinced that not all repercussions in the wizarding world are insurmountable, and timely intervention could yield results. Dumbledore felt compelled to assist, having encountered similar situations throughout his extensive experiences. However, not every individual ultimately returned to the embrace of Merlin. While Harry found Dumbledore's words compelling, he remained speechless, for to seek a resolution, he would first need to divulge his origins, a secret that could not be revealed. Professor Dumbledore, there will be no alterations. If it were within my power, I would wish to avoid this step more than anyone else. However, the reality is that I am compelled to undertake this course of action, for I cannot bear the thought of him suffering any further due to my presence. But have you consulted Severus about this matter? I believe it would be prudent for you both to engage in a thorough discussion, for your well-meaning intentions might inadvertently cause him harm. Given Severus's temperament, I doubt he would accept such a decision being made on his behalf without his consent. It is precisely because I understand Severus's character that I am driven to make this decision. I do not wish for him to endure a lifetime of anguish. If a choice must be made, I would rather he completely forget me. Dumbledore, having experienced more than Harry, perceives that while Harry's actions stem from a desire to shield Severus from pain, this does not mitigate the unfairness of such behavior towards him. With this thought, Dumbledore candidly expressed his perspective. Is this not excessively unfair to Severus? As Harry listened to Dumbledore's words, he felt a surreal disconnection, as though he were reliving a familiar conversation, only with their roles reversed. He found his own thoughts laughable. Having once fervently questioned why the man before him did not afford Severus a choice, yet now he was doing precisely that. Previously, Harry had wished to spare Severus from knowing the truth, believing that erasing all memories would prevent his suffering. Yet now he realized he had made a foolish error. He had unilaterally assumed this decision was in Severus's best interest, forgetting that as his partner, Severus deserved the right to be informed and to choose. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for enlightening me. Perhaps I ought to confide in Severus. He deserves at least that respect. I was so consumed with the notion of acting in Severus's favor that I overlooked his inherent right to make choices. He resolved to disclose the truth to Severus, but still requested Dumbledore's assistance in watching over him after his departure. Should he ultimately choose the original course of action, he hoped Dumbledore would help keep the truth from Severus. If Severus were to forget him, he would also need Dumbledore to inform the other professors, ensuring they did not reveal his existence to Severus. Thank you for your unwavering support over the years, and I apologize for the trouble I am leaving for you to handle. Upon finishing, Harry bowed deeply to Dumbledore, his gratitude mingling with guilt. Dumbledore, observing Harry's demeanor, shook his head in resignation. He had no objections to Harry's request, recognizing it as a testament to Harry's trust in him. Subsequently, Harry rambled on about Severus, and Dumbledore understood that Harry was merely reluctant to let go. Indeed, Harry was loath to leave behind everything he cherished, especially his beloved. The thought of departing from Severus filled him with profound anguish. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, separation was inevitable. His very presence here had been a mistake, and he was merely endeavoring to rectify it, the cost of which was his life. Had he been the Harry who first arrived at this juncture, he would have embraced his fate with open arms. However, now, having formed bonds and attachments, he found himself lacking the resolve he once possessed. Nonetheless, Harry exerted every effort within his means, having accepted the fate that awaited him, yet he would not allow the tragedies of the past to repeat themselves. He smiled sheepishly at Dumbledore, aware that he had spoken excessively. Yet, Dumbledore continued to regard him with warmth, understanding Harry's emotional state, thus displaying no impatience with his ramblings. Although Dumbledore was untroubled, Harry took his leave. After discussing Severus extensively, an urgent desire to see him surged within him. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, he hastily departed. As Dumbledore watched Harry leave, he returned to his chair, lost in thought, silently sitting with his eyelids drooping, resembling someone in slumber. Chapter 77, Indecision. Following his conversation with Dumbledore, Harry made some adjustments to his previous plans. He did not intend to conceal everything from Severus, but also did not abandon his original intentions. Even now, he remained uncertain about the conclusion awaiting him. However, in every scenario he envisioned, Severus would suffer varying degrees of harm, long-term and unavoidable. This was the very reason Harry clung to the hope that Severus could forget him. He could not allow Severus to carry the weight of his presence when he was fully aware that a future together was unattainable. Given Severus's character, he would likely spend the remainder of his days in solitude. Harry felt no justification for allowing Severus to sacrifice his life because of his departure. He did not wish for Severus to endure such loneliness. At that moment, Harry suddenly perceived that perhaps his arrival had been a mistake for Severus. Meeting the right person at the wrong time is a bitter irony, yet it rings so true, a reflection of reality, filled with the regrets of love unfulfilled. Yet, if he persisted with his initial plan, perhaps in many years to come, Severus would find a kindred spirit, living a happy life, which was precisely the existence Severus deserved. The thought of pushing his beloved into the arms of another shattered Harry's heart, but he could not conceive a better alternative. Time was no longer on his side to devise other solutions. In his heart, Harry repeatedly reassured himself that this decision merely returned everything to its original state. Only this way could he lessen Severus's future suffering. However, the tumultuous emotions within him mocked his self-deception. Had he never possessed such a treasure, he would not have such aspirations, but having obtained a unique jewel, how could he willingly relinquish it? The harshness of reality lay in the tragedy of helplessness. Knowing his own fate, he could do naught but allow time to push him toward the inevitable demise, with no other options available. Despite his earlier resolute declarations to Dumbledore, Harry's heart began to waver. He was uncertain whether he should confess to Severus about his condition. With that thought, he suddenly feared facing Severus at that moment. Confusion overwhelming him. Perhaps he ought to take a walk. He needed time to reflect on his choices ahead. Thus, Harry wandered aimlessly through the halls of Hogwarts until he encountered Severus, who had come searching for him. "Professor, I knew you would be here. You truly enjoy this place." Harry, startled by Severus's words, realized he had unconsciously returned to the tower, a habit cultivated over the years, coming here whenever faced with dilemmas, his body now responding instinctively. Harry gazed into Severus's focused eyes, and the suppressed feelings of longing and sorrow surged forth in an overwhelming tide. Suddenly, he rushed forward and embraced Severus tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline, unwilling to let go. On the surface, it appeared that Harry's presence had transformed much of Severus's misfortune. Yet only Harry understood the devastation that had long since taken root in his heart due to years of anguish. It was Severus who had kept a flicker of hope alive within his despairing soul. Noticing Harry's unusual emotions, Severus grew concerned. He was unaware of what had transpired, yet instinctively began to offer comfort, unable to bear the sight of Harry's distress. "Professor, what is it? What has happened? Please tell me, and I shall help you resolve it, if I can." Upon hearing Severus's inquiry, Harry once again forced himself to suppress the turmoil within, still uncertain of how to articulate his feelings or whether to voice them at all. Thus, he feigned a light-hearted demeanor and replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to see you, so I thought I'd give you a hug." Severus could discern that Harry was stifling his emotions and recognized that he did not wish to speak at that moment. Therefore, he refrained from pressing further, knowing that Harry would share when he was ready. However, Harry felt a deeper ache in his heart at Severus's reluctance to inquire further. He would have preferred if Severus were a bit more willful, rather than accommodating him in every way, as this only amplified his feelings of guilt and unease. Once they returned to Severus's office, Severus, perhaps seeking to divert Harry's attention, began discussing his recent advancements in potion research. He shared that inspiration had been abundant lately, and many of his ideas had been validated. Even the questions he had regarding the potion book seemed to have new insights, as if guided by a higher power. Initially, Severus had intended to simply update Harry on his progress, but as he spoke, he became increasingly immersed in the topic, brimming with pride as he recounted his breakthroughs. Harry was captivated by this side of Severus. He thought that Severus should always take pride in his achievements in potion making, rather than suffering for himself. Severus, engrossed in his potion work, began to speculate anew, prompting Harry to shake his head in resignation. He mused that nothing else could so thoroughly command Severus's attention as potions. This was a good thing. At the very least, after he departed, Severus would still have his beloved potions to keep him company. Perhaps he should prepare some rare potions akin to those Severus was currently studying, which he thought Severus would greatly appreciate. Harry understood that, given Severus's nature, he would never agree to Harry using a memory-erasing potion on him. Thus, Harry intended to inform Severus solely about his physical condition. He wanted this to serve as a formal farewell, selfishly wishing for Severus to accompany him through his final days before he faded from memory. Harry was acutely aware that such actions were despicable, but he knew that no one would expose his moral failings. He resolved to tell Severus tomorrow. During the last stretch of his life, Harry hoped to visit places he had never been, even if in the end, Severus would forget him. After all, aren't we all meant to live in the moment? Chapter 78, Revealing the Truth. The following day dawned clear and bright over Hogwarts. Harry sat behind his desk, gazing out at the beams of sunlight streaming through the window, momentarily lost in thought. Severus had gone to class, leaving him alone in the office. Although he had resolved to disclose his physical condition to Severus, Harry had spent the night wrestling with how to express it, finding himself ensnared in an odd cycle of trying to make those around him accept his departure. Harry understood the full context of his situation, yet he could not utter a single word to Severus. Instead, he could only rely on the explanations he had given to Dumbledore, which were somewhat coherent. He recalled how Severus had discovered that he had been using his own blood in his research. Perhaps that would serve as a credible reason for Severus to believe him, as he could not explain the consequences of his research otherwise. Today, he had asked Professor Flitwick to cover his classes, meaning he had not stepped outside since morning. Leaning back in his chair in a languid posture, he found that thoughts of what he needed to say to Severus drained him of all motivation to do anything else. Finally, Harry awaited Severus's return from classes. Upon entering the office, Severus observed Harry maintaining the same posture he had before leaving, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Ever since he had found Harry on the tower, he sensed something was amiss, but without Harry's willingness to speak, he could not press him. Yet seeing Harry in his current state filled Severus with worry. "Professor, are you all right? I'm quite concerned about you. Please tell me if something is troubling you. Even if it can't be resolved, voicing it might bring some relief." Seeing Severus's concern, Harry opened his mouth but found no words escaping. He still did not know how to articulate his thoughts. "Come here, let me hold you," Harry said to Severus. Upon hearing this, Severus immediately moved to Harry's side, where Harry leaned gently against him, eyes closed as if drawing strength from his presence. After a moment, Harry released Severus and beckoned him to join him on the sofa. Once Severus was seated, Harry began to speak slowly. "Severus, there is something very important I must tell you, and I hope that you can remain calm upon hearing it. And do not blame me." Harry's final words were spoken softly, and Severus barely caught them. However, Harry's expression conveyed to Severus that this was a matter of great gravity. Otherwise, Harry would not have adopted such a formal demeanor. "Professor, please speak. Whatever it is, I will be by your side." Hearing Severus's instinctive vow, a pang of bittersweetness coursed through Harry. What merit did he possess to deserve such pure affection from Severus? This only solidified his resolve. Do you remember that time when you discovered I was using my own blood in my research? Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus immediately recalled that day. He could never forget it. Following that incident, he had carried a specially formulated blood replenishing potion with him. Fearful of encountering such a scenario again. Of course I remember. Are you saying today's matter is related to that? Yes. But before I continue, I must apologize. I'm sorry for deceiving you. That research inflicted irreversible harm upon my body. Since that time, my health has been deteriorating, and I likely do not have long to live. After hearing Harry's words, Severus's eyes widened in disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend the weight of Harry's statement, struggling to make sense of it, but his mind refused to accept such a reality. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You're joking, right? This is some sort of prank. Harry had anticipated Severus's reaction. He would not so easily believe such news. If it were possible, Harry would have preferred it to be a jest, but there were no ifs. He understood that Severus would find it hard to accept the truth. Yet he felt it necessary for Severus to know the reality, even if it was a bitter truth wrapped in a sugary coating that would shatter his heart. Severus, I wish this were a jest, but as you know, I would never toy with such matters to deceive you. I truly regret revealing this to you so late. It was not my intention to withhold it, yet I believe you deserve the right to be informed. Upon hearing Harry's unwavering affirmation once more, Severus found himself momentarily disoriented, unable to accept this sudden and grim news. It felt as though he had plummeted to the depths of the ocean, the chills seeping into his very bones. Struggling to fight back, yet feeling utterly powerless. Professor, what affliction besets your body? I am certain I can assist you. You must trust me. I can brew potions for you. Yes, potions. Whatever you require, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. Harry gazed at the confusion and profound despair etched upon Severus's face, his eyes brimming with tears. He embraced Severus tightly, realizing with alarm that his body felt chillingly cold. Severus, please do not. But before Harry could finish his plea, Severus suddenly kissed him fervently, a desperate communion of lips that tasted faintly of salt and bitterness. It was then that Harry noticed Severus's face was already streaked with tears. Sunlight scattered across the two of them, the vibrant hues of the scene amplifying their despair. They had never imagined a day when sunlight could feel so devoid of warmth. Severus's kiss was laden with desperation. He could not fathom Harry's words, even though he knew them to be true. How could he accept such a reality? He had eagerly anticipated Harry's reciprocation, had already envisioned their next Christmas together. And now he was being told that there might not be another Christmas for them to share, that their future was extinguished. Once Severus had calmed, Harry gently wiped the tears from his face and then pressed a sincere kiss to Severus's eyes. Now we can speak candidly, Severus, observing the placid expression on Harry's face. Severus felt a pang of sorrow, wondering what torment Harry had endured to adopt such a tranquil demeanor while speaking to him. He grasped Harry's hand tightly, prepared to listen to what Harry had to say next. I initially hesitated to disclose this because I knew it would cause you pain. But Professor Dumbledore awakened me to the realization that remaining silent was unjust. I do not wish for you, my dearest, to be the last to learn of my condition. Severus felt immense gratitude towards Dumbledore upon hearing Harry's words. Without him, he might have remained oblivious until Harry departed. Chapter 79, Intentions. Harry turned to Severus, noting that he too was intently watching him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, offering Severus a smile that fell short of success. If you don't want to smile, then don't. It looks rather unappealing. As Severus spoke, he playfully pinched Harry's cheek, the frenzy and despair that had overtaken him upon learning the truth ebbing away. He could not allow Harry to bear any more emotional anguish stemming from him. Severus composed his expression, fully aware of Harry's profound sadness, and resolved not to add to Harry's psychological burden. As Harry began to articulate his future plans, Severus listened intently. Due to my deteriorating condition, I may grow increasingly weak. I had previously arranged with Professor Dumbledore to resign after the end-of-term exams. But now I feel as though time is of the essence. Severus was perplexed by Harry's notion of urgency, still unaware of the true state of Harry's health, and could only wait for Harry to elucidate. I wish to spend whatever time I have left with you. I do not know when my life will reach its conclusion, but I long to visit places we have yet to explore and witness sights we have yet to see together. Upon hearing Harry's intentions, Severus felt as though his heart were deflating. He discerned the implication in Harry's words. Was Harry's condition truly that grave? Professor, may I know the specifics of your condition? Please. So I can understand clearly, enlighten me about your reality. Upon hearing Severus's inquiry, Harry found himself at a loss for words. He knew he could not withhold the truth regarding his health from Severus. Silence enveloped him. Severus, sensing the unusual stillness, waited for Harry's answer. In times past, he had refrained from probing too deeply, believing such matters did not warrant relentless inquiry. However, this was different. Today, he would remain steadfast until he learned the truth of Harry's condition, even if it meant waiting until dusk. Harry, unsure how to articulate his situation, frantically searched for the right words in his mind. Finally, he devised a method to convey his physical state without verbalizing it. He raised his wand and cast a diagnostic charm upon himself, the tip of the wand glowing a stark red, revealing to Severus the dire state of Harry's health. In that moment, the despair within Severus surged uncontrollably. Previously, he could have deluded himself into thinking Harry had misinterpreted his condition, but now the truth lay bare before him, and Severus felt utterly drained. He stared intently at the wand, as though anticipating a change in its color any moment. Yet it remained glaringly red until Harry withdrew his magic. Severus's eyes brimmed with tears once more. He turned away, attempting to suppress his sorrow and frustration. But to no avail. The atmosphere grew unnervingly silent. Despite the sun shining high in the sky, Severus felt an unprecedented chill envelop him. It was a cold that emanated from the depths of his being, and he found himself trembling uncontrollably, questioning whether he was unworthy of happiness. For how else could he fail to protect his one true love? Is there truly no hope left, Professor? I can help you, can I? Severus's voice faltered. As though choked by an unseen hand, each word a struggle to articulate. Harry nearly missed the essence of Severus's plea. Severus, I share this with you not to compel you to find a way to prolong my life, but rather to seek your companionship in the time that remains. As for your proposed solutions, I have already exhausted every avenue. Even with the slightest glimmer of hope, I would not relent. Yet there is no remedy. The backlash I have suffered is inexplicable, and thus no solution exists. Therefore, do not squander your energy on this matter, Severus. Simply accompany me as I strive to cherish each remaining day. Harry's nails had already pierced his palm. He needed to maintain composure, lest Severus perceive his sorrow and be further distressed. Severus, however, could see through Harry's facade of calm, yet he could not bring himself to expose it. Thus, they continued in their mutual deception, each fooling the other and themselves. Severus contacted Professor Slughorn, the former head of Slytherin, requesting his assistance in teaching for a time, as he wished to accompany Harry on outings. Harry, in turn, approached Dumbledore to share his thoughts. Dumbledore, of course, offered no opposition, reassuring Harry that he need not concern himself with subsequent matters. When inquiring about Harry's current intentions, Harry simply replied, "When Severus returns, he may forget everything about me. I must ask you to ensure that no other professors inadvertently disclose anything." Sensing Harry's resolve, Dumbledore refrained from further comment. All words now felt impotent and hollow. He understood that this was Harry's ultimate choice after careful consideration, and he could only extend his blessings. Harry gazed into Dumbledore's compassionate eyes, a wave of emotion washing over him as he felt a pang of regret. It seemed he had continually troubled this elderly man, both in the past and present. Yet, perhaps this was to be their final farewell. Harry stepped forward and enveloped the old man in a heartfelt embrace. Sensing Harry's sorrow, Dumbledore could only gently pat Harry's back in solace, for it appeared there was little else he could do. Before long, Harry emerged from the headmaster's office, where Severus awaited him with an anxious expression. Harry smiled reassuringly at him, saying, "Do not worry. Professor Dumbledore is quite amiable. And now we can embark on our journey together." Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus remained silent, merely extending his hand toward Harry. In response, Harry slipped his hand into Severus's, and together they traversed the corridor back to Harry's office. Harry had little to pack. They would not require much for their outing. Merely enough galleons to ensure their comfort, a sentiment Harry expressed to Severus. Severus, however, remained noncommittal. While Harry's assertion held merit in many instances, there were always situations where galleons would prove insufficient, necessitating some emergency supplies. Harry informed Severus that he was now the patient, and thus, the onus of packing fell on Severus. Despite Harry's blatant impertinence, Severus dutifully complied with his instructions and soon had everything arranged. Chapter 80, The Prophecy Leaked. After the two had gathered their belongings and returned home, Harry eagerly pulled Severus into planning their journey. With a map in hand, Harry diligently began to jot down notes and sketches, appearing thoroughly absorbed in the task. On the eve of their intended departure, news arrived from the Order. There had been a lapse in the surveillance set outside the Hogshead Inn. After Dumbledore and Trelawney entered, the outside watchers failed to clear the area in a timely manner. When Harry learned of the development, he discovered that a Death Eater had overheard part of the prophecy and, just moments before the Order apprehended him, had made his escape using a portkey. Upon hearing this, Harry felt an unsettling sense of inevitability. He had discerned a pattern in the unfolding events. Some occurrences, regardless of meticulous planning, were fated to transpire. Just as Harry had sent several groups to deal with Peter, only to have him elude capture each time, he recognized that this method was futile. Moreover, since the Order had suffered numerous failures against Peter, they had become considerably more cautious, yet a vulnerability still existed. It was rumored that this Death Eater had fortuitously passed by that day and had inadvertently overheard the first half of the prophecy. Harry found it hard to believe that all these coincidences could align so neatly. The true explanation was that some events were destined to occur. Thus, regardless of how carefully Harry structured his plans, various issues would inevitably arise to facilitate their realization. Consequently, regarding the interception of the prophecy, Harry had already anticipated the outcome and had to adapt his plans to the evolving situation. Even Grindelwald was astonished by Harry's recent activity. Harry had previously informed Grindelwald of his health concerns, to which the latter inquired whether he had experienced the backlash of foresight. Harry did not deny it. Grindelwald expressed his regret, but acknowledged his limitations. As a seer, Grindelwald understood that not all futures could be easily discerned, and that gaining such insights often came at a cost. Thus, in light of Harry's predicament, Grindelwald could only endeavor to fulfill his final wishes. Harry had but one request for Grindelwald. If he were to depart and Voldemort posed a threat to Severus, he wanted the Order to intervene. But without anyone being aware of the details, Grindelwald agreed effortlessly. After all, Voldemort was hardly a concern for him. Harry anonymously penned a letter to Lily, informing her of the prophecy and urging her to seek concealment before Voldemort took notice, emphasizing that no one, regardless of who they were, should choose Peter as the secret keeper. Unbeknownst to Harry, his letter never reached Lily. To avoid revealing his identity, he had used a different owl, which tragically met its end at the hands of a hunter while en route to Lily's home. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Sirius swiftly sought out James and Lily, revealing that they had overheard Bellatrix and her cohorts discussing the matter, thereby gaining advanced knowledge. The immediate priority was to hide Lily before Voldemort became aware, requiring only an unbreakable vow and a Fidelius charm to conceal the location. Thus, events continued along their predetermined path, with Peter ultimately becoming the secret keeper. All unbeknownst to Harry. Once again, fate's overwhelming power triumphed over human machinations. When Harry did not receive a response from the owl, he sensed something amiss. However, by the time he rewrote the letter to Lily, it was already too late. Lily never saw that letter, fatigued from worry the previous day. She had gone to rest in her bedroom, while James and Sirius were out shopping. Consequently, it was Peter who encountered the letter, which was promptly consumed by flames. When Harry finally received an owl, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as Lily and the others recognized Peter's treachery, everything would be all right. Yet, reality often plays cruel tricks, and fate delights in complicating matters. Feeling that he had temporarily arranged everything, Harry sensed a profound weariness deep within his soul, an exhaustion that had recently begun to manifest. He understood that his time was limited, and thus, he wished to cherish every moment spent with Severus. Severus was still busy preparing the essentials for their outing, while Harry attentively observed his diligent figure. It was then that Harry realized that every gesture made by Severus captivated him. The black robe, which Harry had often criticized, now perfectly accentuated Severus's form. Enchanted, Harry gazed at Severus, whose awareness of Harry's admiration was palpable. In the next moment, their eyes met. Well, I never imagined I would witness such a look from the professor one day, Harry mused. Severus raised an eyebrow. His voice, already sonorous, taking on an even more beguiling timbre as he spoke slowly. Harry, clearly entranced, was willingly ensnared. Gradually, he approached Severus, eyes reflecting an unacknowledged emotion and reluctance. He leaned in, gently kissing Severus. Naturally, Severus did not rebuff Harry's advances. Before long, they stumbled toward the bedroom, kissing fervently, the warmth in the room rising dramatically. The next morning, after breakfast, the two commenced their prearranged journey. As Harry glanced back at the house filled with memories of their shared life, he felt a pang of nostalgia. He was uncertain if he would return to this place, but such thoughts seemed inconsequential now. Turning to Severus, he bestowed a radiant smile upon him, the sunlight illuminating Harry's eyes like sparkling gems. Severus, beholding such a sight, was filled with affection. Harry moved swiftly ahead, soon surpassing Severus by a considerable margin, then turned to him, playfully urging him to hasten, though his face betrayed no impatience. Severus promptly matched Harry's stride, naturally intertwining their hands. Under the radiant sunlight, their shadows melded into one, and Harry seemed to discover a newfound joy. He began to animate his shadow with various antics, encouraging Severus to partake in his whimsical performance. Severus, observing the childish delight in Harry, shook his head in exasperation but soon acquiesced, following Harry's lead in a series of comical poses. Harry's mirth bubbled forth, filling the tranquil lane with his laughter, leaving an indelible smile on Severus's heart. Chapter 81, A Blank Slate. Due to Harry's spontaneous whim, they inadvertently bypassed their intended destination, as he suddenly opted against following the map. Thus began their aimless journey. Before long, they arrived at an unnamed village, which appeared to be a Muggle settlement. Fortunately, Severus had prepared for this eventuality. The townsfolk, intrigued by the evidently out-of-place Harry and Severus, regarded them with curiosity. In such a remote locale, where few travelers ventured throughout the year, they quickly became the center of attention, with children frequently passing by, each face adorned with friendly smiles. Harry immediately took a liking to this place, though magic was forbidden. Its inhabitants led lives of remarkable tranquility. He marveled at many creations absent from the wizarding world. Lacking magic, they relied on ingenuity and imagination to achieve what Harry believed could only be accomplished through spells. Consequently, he and Severus temporarily resided in a quaint establishment that scarcely qualified as an inn. This place had long been uninhabited, as its remoteness deterred visitors, rendering Harry and Severus among the very few guests in years. Harry felt a sense of relaxation he had not experienced in ages. Although he often felt fatigued lately, he could not suppress the restless energy within him and began to tug Severus along on various excursions. During their time in the village, nearly every villager had crossed paths with Harry, while Severus felt as though he had expended decades' worth of energy in just a few days. Harry insisted he ought to exercise more to avoid falling ill. However, Severus was unappreciative of such sentiments and occasionally feigned laziness, only to be caught each time by Harry. The village children, discovering a new companion in Harry, led him to a secret base known only to them, regaling him with delightful gossip about their town, which Harry listened to with rapt attention. Severus, however, received no such treatment. The children largely ignored him, and he found himself exasperated by their antics. Under such circumstances, Harry could only cast an apologetic glance at Severus before abandoning him to join the children. When Harry finally returned, covered in dirt and dust, he was met with Severus's frosty demeanor. Nevertheless, Harry dismissed the matter, asserting that there was nothing a kiss could not remedy. If one was insufficient, he would simply offer more until Severus's disposition improved. Severus, despite his resolve, soon succumbed to Harry's charm, surrendering to laughter. However, his amusement was short-lived as he soon noticed Harry becoming increasingly lethargic, his vitality waning. This change did not escape the notice of the shopkeeper, who, upon learning of Harry's illness, expressed concern. The townsfolk had grown fond of them, and even though Severus often wore a stoic expression, the locals sensed the warmth beneath his seemingly cold exterior. Severus too had developed an affection for the place, but due to the pressing nature of time, they soon resumed their journey. The children were the most heartbroken by their departure, upon witnessing their tears. Severus's lips twitched in suppressed laughter as he hastily pulled Harry away. Those little rascals not only vied for Harry's attention, but also conspired against him behind Severus's back, believing their mischief was well hidden. Yet, Severus had followed them, cloaked in invisibility, and overheard their whispered remarks quite clearly. Finally free from their antics, he thought, Merlin above. He truly could not manage that rowdy bunch. Harry, catching a glimpse of Severus's exasperation, stifled a laugh. He had noticed the tension between Severus and the children, but found it amusing and chose to feign ignorance, relishing the sight of their witty exchanges. The pair soon arrived at another wizarding village, reminiscent of Hogsmeade but lacking its vibrancy, populated by a mix of wizards and muggles, resulting in a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. After a few days, Harry grew weary of this place, disliking the furtive and murky glances exchanged among the villagers. Severus, ever attuned to Harry's preferences, readily agreed to depart for their next destination. Thus, they wandered through numerous locales, encountering both kind souls and those with ulterior motives. Ultimately, it was Severus who dealt with the troublemakers, as Harry found himself unable to wield magic with the same ease as before. His magical abilities had become unstable with the disintegration of his soul, prompting Severus to prohibit Harry from using his powers, fearful that a careless spell could accelerate Harry's decline. Yet, Harry soon grew weary of such a lifestyle. He longed for the peacefulness of the first village they had visited, primarily wishing to spend quiet moments with Severus. After nearly 2 months of wandering, they returned home. Finding it was now late June, Harry's conscious moments were dwindling, and Severus's dark circles had deepened. Harry was aware that Severus had never ceased searching for ways to prolong his life, but how could fate be easily altered? Yet, Harry could not compel Severus to abandon his quest. Witnessing Severus's growing unease, Harry realized it was time to free him from this torment. He feared that if he departed prematurely, Severus would not endure. Thus, Harry retrieved the elixir of life he had prepared in advance and poured it into Severus's cup. As a master of potions, Severus surely recognized the substance. but he assumed Harry merely wished for him to rest. He took the cup and drank deeply. Soon, he lost consciousness. Harry, gazing at Severus with a heavy heart, understood the necessity of his actions. He drew his wand, trembling yet resolute, and aimed it at Severus, a blank slate. Harry's magic was instantly drained by the incantation, and an intense pain gripped his heart, causing him to curl inward. His intermittent sobs echoed throughout the room, casting an air of profound desolation. Chapter 82, Farewell. The previous day, Harry had penned a letter to Dumbledore, requesting his presence at his home the following afternoon. Dumbledore had anticipated this, and, upon arrival, found Severus unconscious on the sofa and Harry curled up beside him. He hurried forward and immediately heard Harry's cries. Dumbledore's gaze was profoundly complex. He discerned Harry's anguish, and what alarmed him even more was Harry's frailty. He had not anticipated that Harry's decline would transpire so swiftly. In the span of just a few months, Harry had transformed completely, and Severus, standing beside him, appeared equally disheveled. Dumbledore said nothing, merely reaching out to gently stroke Harry's head. "You have done that, have you not?" Harry understood what Dumbledore was inquiring about and nodded with great difficulty. It felt as though all strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him motionless, fixated on Severus's face, speechless. Dumbledore sighed, adjusting his glasses, before asking Harry what he could do next. Harry instructed Dumbledore to take Severus back to Hogwarts and to refrain from mentioning him once he awoke. Observing the hesitance in Dumbledore's demeanor, Harry forced a smile and urged him not to feel sorrow for him, asserting that he had been quite happy during this time and held no regrets regarding his decision today. He expressed that it was a privilege to have an elder like Dumbledore and that receiving love from Severus was a blessing from Merlin. Though his time was limited, he felt he had received so much in the past, and thus, there was no need for sadness. Dumbledore, having experienced many farewells himself, could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for Harry, lamenting his inability to assist. Yet Harry expressed his gratitude. Before Dumbledore departed with Severus, Harry approached Severus, offering a heartfelt farewell kiss. Tears fell from Harry's eyes, landing at the corners of Severus's, appearing as if they were Severus's own. Dumbledore inquired how Harry planned to live, to which Harry reassured him not to worry, as someone would come to fetch him shortly, allowing Dumbledore to leave with peace of mind. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, Harry was merely deceiving him for his comfort. Harry had already prepared Severus's belongings for Dumbledore and watched as he departed with Severus, ultimately succumbing to an abyss of darkness. When Harry awoke, the night had fallen, and the room was enveloped in darkness. He pondered why Severus had not turned on the lights today. But as he was about to voice his curiosity, he froze, realizing he had already sent Severus away. Slowly, he rose and leaned against the sofa. His throat constricted as if a stone were lodged within. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Tears swiftly filled his eyes, though he quickly stifled them. This was his decision and arrangement. He could not allow himself to succumb to despair. He turned on the light, sitting on the sofa, lost in thought as he gazed at the spot where Severus typically sat, uncertain whether Severus had awakened or what he might be doing. Meanwhile, Severus, whom Harry longed for, lay in the dungeon's lounge, the effects of Harry's potent deathly potion rendering him still without any signs of awakening. Dumbledore was convening a meeting regarding Harry, informing all the professors of Harry's current state and the spell he had cast on Severus. The professors fell into a heavy silence. Madame Pomfrey had begun to weep, while the other professors exhibited varying degrees of red-rimmed eyes, all grieving for Harry and Severus, especially Harry, who was still so young. Yet, such was the cruelty of fate. All they could do was assist Harry in keeping his condition hidden from Severus. Merlin, how utterly cruel. Poor Allison and Severus. What wrongs have they committed to deserve this? Madame Pomfrey voiced the unspoken sentiments of the other professors, who mourned the sudden tragedy. Observing the reactions of the assembly, Dumbledore wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and reiterated that from this moment forth, no one was to mention the name Allison Howard again. He would soon find a new defense against the dark arts teacher. The professors soon departed, leaving only Dumbledore standing in place. He was suddenly reminded of the first time he had met Harry, so bright and confident, in stark contrast to the early wilting of the current Harry. Reflecting on the capriciousness of fate, Dumbledore found his thoughts drifting to Grindelwald, grateful that he had visited Nurmengard and that he had yielded to his heart's reluctance once again. Unaware of the events unfolding at Hogwarts, Harry gazed at the dazzlingly blonde, uninvited guest before him, nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. "Have you come to gloat over my misfortune?" Harry retorted bluntly to Grindelwald, attempting to kill the man with a glare. "I merely heard from the saint that your condition has been rather poor lately. With Albus absent, I thought I would check if you were still among the living." Harry, having lost interest in Grindelwald's presence, suddenly had an inkling and attempted to speak of the Horcruxes, but as expected, no sound escaped his lips. He shifted topics. wanting to inform Grindelwald that Dumbledore would be cursed due to the resurrection stone, but again, he failed, leaving Grindelwald perplexed as he observed Harry's mouth moving in silence. Are you performing a silent act for my amusement? Harry ignored Grindelwald's jibe, yet he abandoned the idea of conveying anything to him, as it proved impossible to articulate. I shall not waste my time arguing with you. You soon to meet Merlin's acquaintance. Where is your beloved? Grindelwald taunted mercilessly, stabbing at Harry's heart. Observing the instant shift in Harry's expression, Grindelwald realized that Harry must have done something significant. Upon learning that Harry had cast a spell of oblivion on Severus, he regarded Harry in shock. I always suspected you were no ordinary individual, but have you really left no room for yourself? Grindelwald now believed that Harry was truly enamored with Severus. Otherwise, if circumstances shifted, only Harry would suffer the anguish. The more leeway you leave now, the more painful it will be when I depart. It is better to grant him release early. Watching him suffer would break my heart 100-fold. For I have received enough already. Chapter 83, Farewell. Grindelwald did not linger long. He initially intended to send a saint to care for Harry, but Harry declined, asserting that he was not yet incapacitated. After Grindelwald left, Harry stood at the door, gazing at the scenery outside, his mind filled with memories of Severus's presence. Suddenly, he found the sunlight today glaringly bright and chillingly cold. Moments later, he turned back into the room, realizing there was little to see. The person he longed to see had already been sent away by him. Now, all he could do was await the judgment of time. Days without Severus did not seem particularly arduous, as Harry mostly drifted in and out of sleep. Even when awake, he felt dazed. He was grateful for the decisiveness he had shown that day. Otherwise, his current disheveled state would only cause Severus greater pain, even if it would eventually be forgotten. The experience of suffering was one to be genuinely endured, and Harry could not bear that. Lying in bed, Harry struggled to open his eyes, trembling as he waved his wand in the air. It was already mid-July, and not long remained until Harry Potter's birthday. Well, I have tried both what should and should not be done. I may never witness the final outcome, yet at the very least, he has managed to alter some circumstances. I wonder how Severus is faring. Perhaps he is furrowing his brow in class, reprimanding students for their transgressions. The thought of Severus, indignant before his pupils, brings a long-lost smile to Harry's face. Originally adrift in a sea of aimless thoughts, Harry's discomfort in his stomach prompts him to rise and procure sustenance, lest he succumb to hunger before the appointed hour. With great sluggishness, he rises. The disintegration of his spirit has rendered him exceedingly weak, and merely the act of sitting up has drained him of all his strength. He leans against the headboard, patiently awaiting the restoration of his vigor. As time inexorably marches on, Harry's heart becomes devoid of any emotion, yet he still yearns to catch a final glimpse of Severus. However, he cannot, dare not, allow Severus to perceive his existence, nor can he permit himself to waver in resolve. Thus, July 31st arrives as expected. Harry Potter is born, while Alice and Harry Potter Howard fades into oblivion. Indeed, it is not death, but disappearance. Harry experiences an extraordinary sensation. He can no longer feel the presence of his corporeal form, yet his consciousness remains remarkably lucid, leaving him bewildered as to the nature of his state. Soon, he comprehends his whereabouts, feeling himself lightly traverse layers of white mist, until a familiar elderly man with a white beard materializes before him. Goodness, look at you now. I almost cannot help but feel pity, the old man observes, seemingly unperturbed by Harry's return, as if he had anticipated it all along. How did I come to be here? Harry wishes to inquire, yet no words escape his lips. The elder, however, appears to hear him, for he promptly provides the answer to Harry's unvoiced question. You were meant to vanish entirely, but a spell you cast previously has tethered your soul to this world. My dear boy, you truly dare to try anything. Noticing a hint of ominous red intertwined with Harry's essence, the elder furrows his brow. Having never encountered someone quite like Harry, one who would willingly curse himself, truly, fearless of death, do you not realize the fate that awaits you should this curse succeed? Regardless, I am on the brink of disappearing. Any consequences are no longer of my concern. Harry, with an air of indifference, elicits a pained intake of breath from the elder. You, my dear boy, are indeed something. Given that you can still come here, I shall assist you once more, but afterwards, let us hope we do not meet again. The elder, exasperated by Harry's predicament, had only intended to lend a fleeting hand for amusement, but now finds himself tasked with resolving the chaos left in its wake. Truly, a case of reaping what one sows. Harry, perplexed by the elder's words, wonders if this assistance implies a return to his former life, which would mean he could once again reunite with those he longs to see. His mind swirls with countless questions. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, the elder straightforwardly divulges the answer. Due to the curse, I can temporarily retain your soul here. However, Should the curse be triggered, I cannot guarantee what awaits you. Upon hearing this, Harry comprehends the implication. If Lily and James remain unscathed throughout their lives, he will be bound to linger here eternally. Conversely, should the situation reverse, the curse will take effect, leading to an uncertain fate. If I do not depart now, shall I still have the chance to see them? Harry asks, filled with hope. Absolutely not. The elder swiftly shatters Harry's illusions. Upon hearing this, Harry descends into despondency, realizing that he is stuck in limbo, unable to die, forced to await an unknown destiny. The elder, witnessing Harry's despair, feels a twinge of compassion, yet there is no alternative. He takes Harry to another realm to alleviate his ennui. Harry follows the elder's lead into an unfamiliar place, where towering shelves brimming with books stretch as far as the eye can see, leaving him utterly astounded by their sheer number. After guiding Harry to this locale, the elder vanishes without a word, leaving Harry to occupy himself by perusing the tomes. Soon, a new notion sparks within him. Upon discovering the vast array of subjects contained within the volumes, Harry wonders if he might find a book regarding his curse. With that thought igniting his determination, he embarks on a purposeful quest for knowledge. Time slips away as he diligently searches, and at last, Harry uncovers a book chronicling the very curse he has invoked, detailing the method he previously employed. Yet, he quickly finds himself confounded, as his circumstances seem to diverge from those described. Although he is indeed the offspring of James and Lily, within this world, he is yet to be born. Thus, Harry is ensnared in a quandary, uncertain of where his situation fits within the parameters outlined, and what the eventual outcome may entail. With no other choice, he begins to read line by line. Finally, he stumbles upon a scenario that bears resemblance to his own, and as he meticulously studies the curse's content, his eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 84, Waiting. Ignoring the entries that do not align with his circumstances, he fixates on the one that echoes his plight. The soul of a voluntary sacrifice shall accelerate its aging upon the curse's activation, leading to death. Yet, Harry struggles to categorize his current state. Regardless, he resolves that as long as he ensures the safety of his parents, he will accept the worst outcome, his own disappearance. Presently, Severus shall not become a Death Eater. Thus, even if Voldemort were to return, he would not find himself ensnared in previous peril. Furthermore, with Grindelwald's presence, Harry is confident he will safeguard Severus. James and Lily will not lose their lives. They will cherish the joy of raising their child. Contemplating this, Harry feels a genuine sense of elation at the prospect of altering their fates, musing inwardly, how wonderful. However, soon all emotions within Harry are supplanted by longing. He ponders Severus's current state, whether he is neglecting meals and rest in pursuit of potion making, and whether he has received the rare potion ingredients Harry requested Grindelwald to gather. And if he appreciates them, Harry forces himself to dismiss these thoughts, for he is confined to this place, with nothing to do but wait. The more he yearns, the greater the anguish. Thus, he reaches for a book once more to empty his mind. In this realm devoid of day and night, Harry finds no need for rest, rendering time particularly interminable. He has lost track of how long he has waited, yet he feels himself becoming increasingly knowledgeable. Observing the books he has perused, he cannot help but sigh, yearning for a swift conclusion to his plight. This interminable waiting is becoming unbearable, and he fears he may soon reach his breaking point. Now he understands what it means for time to stretch like an eternity, especially in this solitary place, where he is utterly alone, surrounded only by books. Time seems to have forgotten him, leaving Harry in a state of utter despair. Just as Harry was on the brink of madness, the old man finally arrived. Although Harry was uncertain of the reason for his presence, a sense of joy enveloped him. "Are you here to take me away?" he inquired, his eagerness evident. The old man, with a perpetual smile, replied, "I fear it is not yet time. Do not rush. Some events will unfold naturally when the moment is right. Patience is key. I discovered a book about the curse," Harry continued, "which states that once triggered, my soul will age rapidly until death. Given my current condition, will I simply vanish?" The old man appeared taken aback by Harry's discovery, but soon reassured him that the curse had not been activated for a long time. Even he was uncertain of the precise outcome. Harry, upon hearing this, did not exhibit disappointment. After all, he would eventually learn the truth. What piqued his curiosity now was the identity of the old man. "Are you Merlin?" The old man shook his head, then nodded, yet refrained from providing a clear answer. Harry, perplexed, chose not to press further, recognizing that the old man would remain enigmatic. With no clarity on the purpose of the old man's visit, Harry waited silently. After such an extended period, patience was something he possessed in abundance, albeit begrudgingly acquired. "I came primarily to see you," the old man confessed. "I rarely have visitors, and I apologize for forgetting you were still here." Harry, taken aback by the admission, found himself at a loss for words. merely gazing blankly at the old man. The old man chuckled at Harry's expression, acknowledging his oversight. As compensation, I shall make an exception today and allow you a glimpse of the outside world, lest you curse me silently. Instantly invigorated by the old man's words, Harry wondered if his imagination was to be confirmed. The old man waved his hand gently, and a vast void materialized in the air. Soon, the figures of Lily and James appeared before him. They seemed to have just finished a meal, with James attempting to wash dishes under Lily's direction. However, the outcome was far from ideal, as 2 of the 3 plates lay shattered on the floor. Lily approached James, twisting his arm playfully. He looked up at her with an endearing expression, which quickly elicited laughter from her. Nearby, in a crib, lay the newborn Harry, and the scene radiated warmth, causing Harry to smile. In a swift transition, Severus's figure emerged before Harry, transforming his smile into a sorrowful curve. Severus was in the dungeon's common room, brewing potions, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at his results. He carefully stored the potion in vials just as a knock echoed through the room. A student entered, appearing to have been serving detention. At that moment, Harry felt an equal measure of jealousy towards everyone around Severus, who could see him at any time, while he could only rely on memories to conjure his presence. A profound longing for Severus surged within Harry as he observed the familiar figure, and he instinctively reached out to touch him. Alas, his hand passed through the image, leaving him staring at his own hand in disbelief. A tempest of emotions swirled within Harry. He yearned desperately to feel Severus's touch, even if only for a fleeting second. But it remained a distant fantasy. Observing Harry's expression, the old man sighed and withdrew the image. No, Harry cried out, but it was too late. In an instant, Severus's figure vanished from view. Though he wished to cry, tears eluded him. Perhaps I was mistaken. I should not have allowed you to see him. No, I am truly grateful to you. At least I now know that they are thriving even in my absence. Soon, the old man departed, leaving Harry with a parting statement. While fate is not immutable, altering the known comes with a cost. Your situation is far too intricate, and thus, I cannot predict your ultimate fate. For now, you must wait. As Harry watched the old man's retreating figure, an unexpected calm washed over him. All he desired was for them to be well, rendering his own fate inconsequential. Chapter 85. The curse is triggered. Time passed in anticipation, and Harry found himself no longer anxious. In fact, he had meticulously organized the books around him, each one echoing his thoughts of Severus. He felt as though every corner of this vast emptiness bore the imprint of Severus's essence. Yet, whenever he reached out to touch, the specters would vanish without a trace. Harry had grown accustomed to this occurrence, as well as to murmuring to himself, "Today, Hogwarts must be basking in sunshine. I hope your spirits are lifted as well. I read a book that claimed all things must come to an end. I knew it was erroneous, for my longing for you knows no bounds. Did you forget to eat again? I've told you countless times, yet you never listen. I began to attempt forgetting you, yet your visage grows clearer in my mind. At times, I am astonished at how my memory has sharpened. Severus, I miss you dearly." As Harry reclined amidst the sea of books, he realized that in moments of longing, everything reminded him of Severus. Lately, he sensed that he could hear Severus calling for him. Such illusions were becoming frequent. Memories of the past began to flash before him like a moving picture, each detail vividly clear, while Harry remained isolated, relying on these recollections for companionship. Time at times truly becomes a trivial commodity. Harry felt as if he had been forgotten by it. Was this the price he had to pay? The thought was chilling, prompting him to banish it from his mind. How much longer must he wait? Harry could not say, but he had shed his anxiety and restlessness. Reflecting on this, he mused that had he possessed such patience and composure from the outset, he could have vanquished 10 Voldemorts without hesitation. Amused by his own thoughts, Harry squinted, allowing his mind to wander into fanciful realms. He felt as though he might be unwell, yet there was no potions master nearby to offer relief. While lost in such musings, he suddenly felt a pull, and as his sluggish mind began to process this sensation, a terrifying thought struck him. Could something have happened to Lily and James? In the next instant, Harry vanished from his location, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in Godric's Hollow. Panic surged within him, for his presence signified that Lily and James's lives were in jeopardy. Now frantic, Harry could do nothing but stand still in his anxiety, until he discovered that he could move. Without hesitation, he dashed towards Lily's home. Upon arrival, he immediately recognized the scene, albeit different from his memories. Voldemort and his Death Eaters were assaulting Lily's house. However, thanks to the protective enchantments Harry had cast long ago, they were temporarily thwarted from entering. Lily and James, initially unaware of Voldemort's approach, were soon startled by the commotion outside. Although they did not understand why the Death Eaters were being blocked, they quickly entered a state of readiness, with James urging Lily to go upstairs to safeguard Harry. Harry had long since crossed the threshold into the chamber occupied by the Death Eaters, uncertain of what he could do, merely observing anxiously. The magical barrier, however, could not withstand the onslaught of so many attackers and soon shattered. Voldemort was the first to stride in, having searched for them for an extended period. Had it not been for the betrayal among them, he would not have located them so swiftly, yet he was unprepared for the initial resistance he encountered. Nevertheless, nothing could impede his advance. A cruel smile broke across Voldemort's face as he beheld James in the room. Today, they would all perish here. Reflecting on the prophecy, his anger intensified. He raised his wand and unleashed the killing curse towards James, who narrowly dodged it. But soon the Death Eaters joined the fray, leaving James increasingly overwhelmed. Ultimately, amidst the barrage of attacks, James inadvertently fell victim to Voldemort's curse. Unbeknownst to everyone, just before the curse struck James, it appeared to be momentarily deflected by some unseen force, significantly diminishing its lethal potency upon impact. Harry, who had been vigilantly watching Voldemort, immediately noticed the curse aimed at James. Before James could react, Harry positioned himself in front of him, feeling as though a fragment of his very soul had been violently wrenched away, plunging him into excruciating agony. In that moment, Harry realized that the soul could indeed feel pain, a torment far more profound than any physical suffering. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his own pain, for Voldemort was already ascending the staircase. Harry was uncertain if he had successfully intercepted the curse meant for James. But time did not permit him to linger on the fallen figure of James. He swiftly passed through Voldemort's corporeal form and reached Lily's side ahead of time. Upstairs, Lily heard James's voice, but, for the sake of their child, she could not descend. The raucous sounds had already awakened baby Harry from his slumber, and he was now crying. With a heavy heart, Lily pressed a kiss to Harry's forehead. Observing her tender gesture, Harry felt a deep sorrow. Had Lily once said goodbye to him in this very manner? He resolutely vowed that such a tragedy would not repeat itself. Voldemort, surveying the room with satisfaction at the sight of the mother and child, was reminded of his purpose. He had come for the child foretold in the prophecy. Once he eliminated them, he would face no further concerns. Without hesitation, he cast the killing curse at young Harry. In a desperate bid, Lily rushed to shield Harry, unaware that Harry had already placed himself before them, absorbing the deadly blow meant for her and himself. Now, Harry could only place his hopes in the curse. As it struck him, he felt a pain more intense than being shattered to pieces, as if his very soul were being torn apart, rendering him momentarily unable to endure. In the haze of his suffering, he thought he heard Voldemort's anguished scream, but the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all awareness of what transpired thereafter. When Harry regained consciousness, he found himself back in the ocean of books, as if none of the previous events had ever occurred. Yet the pain in his soul served as a stark reminder that everything had indeed transpired. At that moment, the old man reappeared, shaking his head at Harry's pitiful state. However, he felt powerless. This was the price of forcibly altering fate. Chapter 86. The Dissolution of the Soul. Harry gazed calmly at the old man, enduring immense pain, yet knowing that his success was evident in the old man's arrival. James and Lily must be safe now. Inquiring about their well-being, the old man shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The development of fate had been forcibly disrupted by Harry's intervention, and he could not predict the future trajectory. He explained to Harry that he was not omniscient as Harry had imagined. He could only assess the direction of events based on the threads of fate. However, anyone whom Harry had influenced would have their paths altered. And as for what lay ahead, only time would reveal it. Hearing this, Harry exhaled in relief, for according to the old man's words, even if Lily and James faced dire circumstances, their lives were preserved. This realization imbued his actions with significance. When he asked the old man if he could see them again, the old man replied in the negative, stating that what had occurred before was an exception, and he could not afford to focus on it again, as such matters were perilous. Disappointed, Harry nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired about his own fate. The old man informed him that in the days to come, his soul would age and weaken at an alarming rate, akin to his previous experience. However, this time, unlike before when only his body dissipated, his soul would truly unravel and eventually vanish from existence. Harry accepted this fate with relative ease. The old man was surprised and asked, "Do you not care whether you can return after your disappearance?" Harry replied, "If I could return, you would not be discussing the dissolution of my soul." The old man pressed his lips together, realizing Harry could not go back. After all, reversing time was fundamentally against the rules. Not to mention, Harry had inadvertently entered a time not his own, and his actions would not end favorably. By forcibly altering the fates of those destined to die, he had incurred a price, and now he bore a curse. Even he was uncertain if he could escape this calamity. Compounding the matter was the fact that Harry had shielded Lily and James from the killing curse twice. and it was essential to note that the curse directly impacted the soul. Thus, his soul was already fragmented and combined with the curse. There was no way for Harry to evade the finality of death. In truth, for Harry, perhaps direct death would be a form of mercy, for his soul was already marred, and the backlash of the curse would undoubtedly be more severe. Before his complete disappearance, his soul would endure unrelenting torment. After imparting this knowledge to Harry, the old man seemed unconcerned. He had done all that he could. Regardless of the outcome, he would accept it, as long as those he cared for could thrive. Observing Harry's demeanor, the old man felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not, out of curiosity, sent Harry back in the first place, perhaps these events would never have unfolded. Listening to the old man's self-reproachful words, Harry quickly expressed his gratitude. For it was precisely because of this that he could accomplish what others could not and alter the fates of those he cherished. He felt joy. For this time Harry Potter finally possessed everything he had once dreamed of. He would relish a childhood filled with happiness he had never known, and for that, he felt elated. Just as Harry was expressing his gratitude to the old man, the backlash of the curse began to take effect. Harry felt as though he had plunged into a box filled with razor-sharp blades, his body aching in every conceivable way. The agony he experienced surpassed the sum of all his previous sufferings. Harry had not anticipated such torment, but recalling the changes he had made, he believed he could endure this pain. Observing Harry's plight, the old man gazed into the void, seemingly scrutinizing something, yet nothing transpired. Ultimately, he felt compelled by compassion. Muttering to himself, he gestured toward Harry. This was indeed my oversight, so let the punishment be moderated. He was already destined for death, and it is unnecessary for him to suffer so painfully in his departure. As the elder's voice faded, Harry felt a portion of his agony dissipate, unsure whether it was due to numbness or a newfound clarity that allowed him to remain conscious. I can assist you only to this extent. I can only alleviate a fraction of your suffering. Mistakes must bear consequences, yet my involvement affords me a slight reprieve. The previous torment had clouded Harry's mind, but now, as he regained some lucidity, he expressed his gratitude once more to the elder. This punishment was indeed his to endure, yet he remained thankful for the alleviation of his pain. However, the memories of his prior suffering still haunted him. He had never imagined such anguish existed in the world. He feared that if such pain persisted, he might face a fate worse than death. The elder then reassured Harry that his remaining time would likely not be excessively painful, though he admitted uncertainty regarding Harry's ultimate fate, leaving it to time to unveil the truth. With that, the elder vanished from sight. Harry surveyed the familiar surroundings and began to control his slow movements. It seemed he was truly destined to disappear. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret for not having gazed at Severus more often in the past. Now, he no longer worried for Lily and James, but his concern for Severus lingered. Yet, recalling the obliviate spell he had cast, he allowed his worry to dissipate. As long as Severus no longer remembered him, his life would be free from such pain. He would become the youngest and most distinguished potions master, with a bright future ahead, perhaps even reclaiming a family of his own in the not-so-distant future. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the specter of his earlier agony threatened to close in once more. Yet, he hoped for a savior, someone akin to those who had come before, regardless of gender, as long as they could bring happiness to Severus. In the time that followed, Harry sensed a transformation occurring within his soul, though being alone. He had no one to inform him of the extent of his deterioration. As he lost all consciousness, Severus remained firmly entrenched in his thoughts, and Harry was astonished to realize just how deeply he loved him. Chapter 87. A curious sensation, Severus's perspective. Severus had been feeling rather peculiar lately. Ever since awakening in the common room of the dungeon, an unsettling dissonance pervaded everything and everyone around him. As he gazed at the unfamiliar environment, a sense of not belonging washed over him, though he could not fathom why he felt this way. Thus, Severus resolved to inquire with Dumbledore for clarification. Upon arriving, he found Dumbledore seemingly expecting him, who gestured for him to sit and asked what was troubling him. Severus voiced his concerns, and Dumbledore responded in a casual tone, stating that he had been subjected to an unknown attack, resulting in a temporary lapse of memory that would resolve itself in time. However, Severus's instincts told him that Dumbledore was not being entirely truthful, as he could not recall any such attack. He strained to remember, but ultimately came up empty. Consequently, he resumed his usual life, albeit with occasional, inexplicable urges to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, feeling bewildered by his own actions. After exchanging a distant nod with the unfamiliar professor, Severus retreated to the tower, where a voice in his mind suggested that he could seek solace there whenever faced with insurmountable issues. Observing the familiar landscape from the tower, some of his agitation began to dissipate. Perhaps Dumbledore was correct, and this was merely a temporary aftereffect of the attack, which would pass in due time. After standing in contemplation for a considerable while, Severus decided to return to his potions lab to concoct something to restore his composure. For nothing was more intoxicating than the aroma of potions. Upon his return to the office, he surveyed his brewing area, sensing that something was amiss. Yet he ultimately dismissed the notion, attributing the disquiet to his ongoing recovery. Severus's life at Hogwarts continued as usual, marked by an occasional feeling of something lacking, yet otherwise unchanged. The students in his class remained as infuriating as ever. "Foolish imbecile, I wish I could dissect your rock-solid brain to see what lies within. Why do you insist on adding your own flair to the steps I have painstakingly outlined? Are you attempting to endanger everyone in the classroom?" The students sat in fearful silence, feeling as though the heavens were about to collapse upon them. Since Professor Snape's return from leave, he had become even more fearsome, especially with Professor Howard's absence. Their minds raced with speculation, recalling the other professors' admonitions not to mention Professor Howard in Professor Snape's presence. They surmised that Howard had likely fled from Snape's wrath. The arrival of a new defense against the dark arts professor further indicated that Howard would not be returning. With the recent gloom cast over Professor Snape's demeanor, the students collectively concluded they had uncovered the truth. Thus, a rather bizarre scene unfolded in the potions classroom. No matter how acerbic Severus's words became, the students not only feared him but also gazed at him with an underlying sympathy. At first, Severus did not notice this peculiarity. But as it persisted, he began to recognize the students' odd behavior. Had they ingested something harmful? Severus chose not to delve too deeply into the matter. As long as they did not blow up any cauldrons during his class, he would be grateful to Merlin. Other concerns were of no consequence to him. This was his mindset, yet he ultimately found himself inquiring about their unusual reactions. Observing the students' hesitant, inarticulate responses, Severus felt a surge of impatience, and the matter fizzled out. For he had little time to ponder their strange mentalities. The student who believed he had escaped a catastrophe patted his chest, not out of reluctance to speak, but out of fear that doing so would make future potions classes a torturous ordeal. Moreover, Professor Snape was truly perplexing, even after being abandoned by Professor Howard. He still soldiered on, venting his frustrations upon them and questioning why they felt this way. Should he confess that it was Howard who had forsaken him, rendering it irrelevant to him? Imagining the storm that would ensue from such a declaration, he deemed it better to endure a long pain than to face a short one, thus feigning ignorance. Fortunately, he managed to evade detection, thanking Merlin for his good fortune. Severus, of course, remained blissfully unaware of the rich tapestry of thoughts swirling within the minds of the students who could scarcely utter a word before him. He merely growled at them to refrain from gazing at him with such peculiar expressions. Should he catch them again, they would bear the consequences. He emphasized the latter part of his admonition, satisfied to see them take heed. With that, he turned away, realizing he had yet to cover the lesson's key points, all while reminding himself to exercise patience with them. Patience. By Merlin's beard, Severus marveled, astonished at his own thoughts straying to unrelated matters. When had he become so considerate? To whom had he allocated his patience? What was happening to him? Had the recent attack compromised his mind? Severus found himself perplexed, and with no clear cause for his peculiar behavior, he felt utterly at a loss on how to rectify it. He had even penned a letter to Lucius, who inquired if he had quarreled with his beloved professor. His professor? That was rather intriguing. Severus pondered silently, realizing it was time to meet Lucius in person. However, Lucius was presently inundated with affairs concerning the Dark Lord, leaving him with no time to spare. Even his replies were stripped of their usual verbosity. Thus, Severus decided to postpone their meeting until a more opportune moment. Unbeknownst to Severus, that wait would stretch on for quite some time. Days later, news broke that the Dark Lord had been vanquished by a child. Although it sounded absurd, the reality was undeniable. Upon hearing the child's name, Severus recognized it as the offspring of the Potters, realizing that this little brat was far more capable than his father. A look of disdain for James crept across Severus's face. Meanwhile, Lucius's past affiliations with the Death Eaters had rendered his days particularly arduous, further delaying any chance of a meeting with Severus. Chapter 88. Awakening anew since losing consciousness, Harry had been submerged in darkness, seemingly bereft of all his soul and thoughts. He was adrift, unaware of his surroundings. Upon finally opening his eyes, disbelief washed over him. He blinked, then blinked again, feeling the essence of his existence return. What was happening? He raised his hand before his eyes and waved it. This was no dream. Overwhelmed with joy, Harry felt his mind whirl. Had he returned? He quickly sensed his magical core. Indeed, it was revitalized. With a swift motion, he waved his hand through the air, and suddenly, the date materialized before him, July 31st, 1991, at 9 a.m. Staring at the time, Harry was momentarily dumbfounded, but soon elation surged through him. Once he regained his composure, he began to assess his surroundings. Frowning, he surveyed the disorderly storage room, an all too familiar sight. Had he truly returned to the day of his 11th birthday? Was nothing altered? Were Lily and James still? Harry felt on the verge of madness, as if Merlin had played a cruel jest on him, leading him in circles only to reveal that this was merely a figment of his imagination. How ironic. Desperately, Harry rifled through his memories, discovering them to be nearly identical to his previous experiences. He felt as though his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him to sit silently on the bed. Lost in thought, he remained in this state until he was jolted awake by the shrill scream of Uncle Vernon. Confused, he staggered out of the storage room, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. He removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and then put them back on. Harry's heart raced. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Standing at the entrance was none other than Severus. His gaze was fixed intently on Severus, unable to blink for fear that this apparition might vanish at any moment. I feel compelled to remind you, Mr. Potter, if your brain is still capable of processing instructions, you must immediately prepare yourself and follow me to procure your school supplies. Severus's voice resonated. Before Harry could respond, Petunia interjected vehemently, yanking Harry towards her with such force that he nearly stumbled. Ah, it's you, Snape, you insufferable wretch. No one here welcomes you. Leave my home at once. She screeched. Before Petunia could finish, Severus interrupted impatiently. I am not seeking your permission. Rather, I am informing you that my task today is to escort Mr. Potter to acquire the necessary items for his schooling. What makes you think you can impede me? The familiar timbre of Severus's voice brought tears to Harry's eyes. Severus had re-entered his life, yet Harry was puzzled. He had expected Hagrid to come for him, and that it should not be so early. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had not yet taken him away, so how had Severus arrived? Sensing Harry's confusion, Severus turned to him once more. So, Mr. Potter, should I repeat my earlier request? Having not heard Severus speak in this manner for so long, Harry found himself momentarily disoriented, but he quickly replied, Yes, Professor. I will prepare at once. With that, he dashed back into the storage room. Upon hearing the title Harry used, Severus narrowed his eyes slightly. Professor? He had yet to reveal his identity. Fascinating. Observing Harry's retreat, Severus's expression shifted, though he uttered no words. He then noticed Vernon's furtive movements and warned Petunia and him sharply. I have made my intentions clear to you. I hope for your cooperation. Otherwise, I cannot predict what methods I may resort to in order to ensure your compliance. Understand? Upon hearing Severus's words, Vernon, who had intended to retrieve a weapon, halted immediately. He glanced at Petunia, who shook her head, and thus he remained still. Harry had little to pack. He simply donned Dudley's old jacket. Suddenly recalling his own journey to retrieve Severus, he chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Perhaps his Severus could only exist eternally in his memories. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Harry stepped out of the storage room, astonished to find Aunt Petunia permitting him to leave. He could only think, truly, Severus is remarkable. Severus regarded Harry's face with a complex mix of emotions. He had not anticipated the deplorable living conditions of Lily's child. Was Dumbledore neglecting his little savior? Yet, all of this seemed irrelevant to him. Keep up, he coldly commanded, striding ahead, while Harry's suppressed emotions surged forth the moment Severus turned away. He was uncertain how to face Severus, yearning to inquire whether he remembered Alice and Howard, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Regardless of whether this Severus was the same as the one in his memories, neither would recall that individual. Harry Potter, relinquish such hopes. Your Severus has been irrevocably lost to you. With that thought, sorrow enveloped Harry, and even Severus noticed his disquiet, yet he chose to disregard it, fixating instead on the scar upon Harry's forehead, which intrigued him. Severus felt as though he had seen that scar before, but certainly not on this person. After a fruitless contemplation, he abandoned the thought. He had become accustomed to such states over the years. As they walked, Harry reflected on the old man's words about altering the fates of those individuals. Thus, he was confident he was not mistaken. The fact that it was Severus and not Hagrid who had come today was already quite peculiar. As Harry's thoughts wandered aimlessly, Severus suddenly halted in his tracks. Unbeknownst to him, Harry collided into Severus, prompting him to quickly apologize. I beg your pardon, Professor Snape. I wasn't paying attention. Severus, with an air of curiosity, responded. I am intrigued, Mr. Potter. It appears I have not introduced myself or disclosed my name. So how did you come by this knowledge? Harry felt a surge of unease. Chapter 89, The Purchase of a Wand. For a moment, Harry was at a loss, but he soon regained his composure, grateful for Aunt Petunia's reference to Snape, without which he would have struggled to fabricate a response. You see, I overheard you mention taking me to purchase supplies for school, so I inferred you must be a professor. As for your name, I heard Aunt Petunia mention it. Severus offered no reaction to Harry's explanation, yet his demeanor, honed over years of familiarity, indicated to Harry that he had narrowly escaped scrutiny. Observing Severus's habitual expressions, Harry speculated that the man before him might indeed be his Severus. Yet he required further evidence. Mere habitual gestures were insufficient for certainty. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at Diagon Alley, where Severus first led Harry to Gringotts, bestowing upon him the key to the Potter family vault, declaring it his henceforth. After retrieving a modest sum of galleons from the vault, Severus excused himself, instructing Harry to wait, and departed with another goblin. Harry surmised that Severus was likely off to procure the Philosopher's Stone, yet a lingering question haunted him. Where was Hagrid? Shouldn't this task belong to him? No answer materialized to quell his curiosity. Soon, Severus reappeared, clutching an object that he clearly had no intention of revealing to Harry. Upon spotting Harry, he merely inclined his chin slightly, signaling him to follow, and then strode ahead. Harry couldn't help but marvel at Severus's flowing black robes. Reflecting on how his previous jests had failed to dissuade Severus from his penchant for dark attire, he hurried to match Severus's pace, glancing around and recognizing they were headed toward the wand shop, suggesting that his old friend would soon return to his grasp. Before long, they arrived at the wand shop, a dilapidated establishment that evoked a sense of nostalgia in Harry. Severus regarded him with a look of skepticism, sensing an inexplicable dissonance about Harry. Oblivious to Severus's suspicions, Harry was instead drawn to memories of bringing Lily and Severus to purchase wands, and the thought of Lily only deepened his melancholy. Upon hearing the commotion, Ollivander emerged, his surprise evident upon seeing the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry anticipated the ensuing words, and indeed, the elder spoke. "Ah, let me see who it is, Harry Potter. You have finally arrived. Your eyes, they resemble your mother's." At this statement, Harry instinctively glanced at Severus and detected a shift in his expression, causing his heart to plummet. It was clear that Severus still harbored affection for Lily, revealing he was not truly his Severus. "It seems just yesterday that your parents purchased their first wands for me." Harry braced himself for Ollivander to reminisce about his parents' wands, as he had in his memories. However, the old man suddenly turned his attention to Snape, and his next words solidified Harry's suspicions regarding Severus's identity. "Ah, and you, Mr. Snape. I recall you accompanied Mr. Potter's mother. There was also a professor. And I lament that his wand was not acquired from my shop, given his graduation from Durmstrang." Harry tuned out the remainder of Ollivander's discourse, fixating entirely on Severus, noting that his complexion had altered in response to the old man's words, though Harry could not ascertain whether it was due to Lily or the professor. Most likely it was Lily, for Harry doubted that Severus still remembered Professor Howard, and even if he did, he likely did not perceive himself as that professor. Given the absurdity of the notion, Severus noticed Harry's gaze upon him, and while a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes, Harry quickly resumed his previous expression, leading Severus to dismiss it as a trick of the light. Ollivander continued his rambling, and soon they progressed to the wand selection process. Although Harry was already aware of which wand belonged to him, he was still subjected to a series of trials, and Ollivander seemed to relish the experience immensely. "What a discerning little customer you are. But fear not, I shall find the perfect wand for you. Let me think. Ah, yes, how could I forget?" At last, Ollivander produced a wand that Harry recognized all too well. "Oh, behold this extraordinary combination. Holly, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches long." Harry took the wand and waved it with practiced ease. It seemed to resonate with his joy, and the wand's tip erupted in a dazzling display akin to fireworks, instantly restoring the chaos Harry had previously wrought. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous, Mr. Potter. Every wand I sell is etched in my memory." The familiar dialogue ensued, as Ollivander recounted the other wand sharing Harry's core, yet Harry maintained a stoic demeanor. Beyond that, Ollivander's words remained familiar, and Harry couldn't help but suspect that he told every customer, "You will undoubtedly become an extraordinary wizard." While the phrasing varied, the sentiment remained unchanged. Regardless, he now possessed a wand, which would greatly facilitate his endeavors. Harry initially believed that acquiring his wand would signal his departure, but unexpectedly, Severus called out to him, "Mr. Potter, may I examine your wand?" Bewildered, Harry instinctively extended his wand, only to retract his hand abruptly. He could not allow Severus to see his wand. Yet how could he refuse? Noticing the hesitation in Harry's eyes, Severus nonchalantly remarked, "I am merely curious to see what a wand shared with the Dark Lord is like. If you are unwilling, then—" Severus's words trailed off as Harry hastily pressed the wand into his hand, primarily to avoid disappointing Severus, only to realize the gravity of his action afterward. Cursed be his habitual tendencies. Chapter 90, Aging Potion. Harry scrutinized Severus, intent on capturing every nuance of his expression. Yet he discerned no abnormalities. Severus appeared genuinely curious about the wand that shared a core with Voldemort's. Harry silently reassured himself that everything unfolding was his own choice, making forgetfulness the preferable outcome, though a flicker of hope lingered within him. The ensuing hours were a whirlwind, for unlike Hagrid, Severus had little to say to Harry and offered no superfluous expressions of kindness. He simply followed the protocol to procure the necessary items for Harry. As the journey drew to a close and he was about to depart, Severus suddenly called out to Harry, "Mr. Potter, since today marks your birthday, I have been instructed by Dumbledore to convey a message. Happy birthday." Harry expressed his gratitude to Severus, and just as they approached the Dursleys' residence, Severus tossed a small box to Harry, accompanied by the words of birthday gift, before turning his attention away from him, surprised by the unexpected present. Harry recognized the distinctive wrapping style that could only belong to Severus. When Petunia appeared at the door with a hostile expression, Severus did not even cast a glance in her direction. He merely handed Harry an envelope. "I hope Mr. Potter can comprehend the contents within, and I urge you to remember the time and place indicated. I do not wish for you to become a testament to my professional oversight." With that, Severus vanished before their eyes, prompting yet another round of shrieks from Petunia and Vernon, while Harry felt a profound sense of indifference toward their outburst. In the past, Harry might have resented Aunt Petunia for her harshness, but now he found himself devoid of any emotion. After all, just as Aunt Petunia had once told him, on that fateful night in Godric's Hollow, she too had lost a sister. Harry understood the intricacies of human nature, recognizing that while she despised him and the world he represented, that faint flicker of sentiment was enough to prevent him from starving in a neglected corner. He retreated to his storage room, disregarding Aunt Petunia's vitriolic tirades, for he needed clarity to assess his current situation before contemplating his next steps. Seated on his bed, he surveyed the chaotic storage room and with a flick of his wand, transformed it into a tidy space. Earlier, he had dealt with the traces on his wand, allowing him to use magic without fear of detection. To his astonishment, Harry discovered that his magical abilities had not waned with age, indicating that there were matters he could now begin to address, a realization that filled him with satisfaction. Contemplating the day's events, he pondered why it was not an owl that delivered the letter, but rather Severus himself who had come to retrieve him. Yet, he acknowledged that change was a constant, and thus a sliver of hope lingered within him. Ollivander's words had at least confirmed that he now resided in a world that had been altered. However, he questioned why he still found himself at his aunt's house. Despite having successfully borne the curse, failure seemed unfathomable. There must be some underlying reason, he thought. Perhaps he could inquire with Dumbledore once he reached school, for no one would deny a pitiful request from a child yearning for news of his parents. Harry's mind remained somewhat muddled, still reeling from the shock of his recent awakening when Severus arrived, leaving him in a state of mental tension that had only just begun to ease. He realized he required proper rest. Intending to utilize the interval before school commenced to gather information, he needed to clarify his circumstances before making any decisions. However, his hopes for rest were dashed, as Aunt Petunia's voice rang out, calling for him. Reluctantly, he stepped outside to appease her, mindful of the necessity to conceal any signs of change. The fewer people who were aware of his transformation, the better. Nevertheless, Harry did not intend to exert himself unduly with the chores. When Petunia was momentarily distracted, he discreetly employed magic to complete his tasks and, casting a concealment charm around him, sat down to gather his thoughts. Once he felt sufficiently alert, he dispelled the charm and proceeded to prepare a meal, for he was in need of sustenance. Petunia was taken aback by the flavors of the food Harry had prepared, but did not dwell on it, merely noting his improvement in culinary skills. After they had all retreated to their rooms, Harry seized the opportunity to slip out unnoticed. He was unafraid of being discovered, having transformed a pillow into his likeness. Should they happen to glance in, they would merely perceive him as sleeping. With an invisibility charm enveloping him, he ventured forth. He concealed his scar and made his way to the apothecary, purchasing a sufficient quantity of age potions, which he anticipated he would frequently require. Afterward, he visited a robe shop to procure a ready-made cloak, as he could not very well wander about in the nude, lest he frighten others. By the time he completed these errands, it was already late. Reflecting on his actions, he decided to return home, recognizing that there was no urgency. Matters must be addressed one at a time, and patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. Lying in bed, sleep eluded Harry as he contemplated Severus's demeanor throughout the day, replaying each moment in his mind, striving not to overlook any detail, yet ultimately discovering nothing of significance. He let out a slow breath. At times, loving someone so exceptional could be a burden, as was the case now. For Harry could not derive any insight into Severus's true intentions based on his behavior. Thus, his thoughts were consumed by Severus until he drifted into a hazy slumber, where Severus continued to occupy his dreams, a smile lingering on his lips. The following morning, Harry awoke early to prepare breakfast. The Dursleys planned an outing that day, and Vernon sternly warned Harry against causing any disturbances, as yesterday's events still haunted them. After Harry nodded dutifully, the family departed, leaving him to silently observe their retreating figures before turning back inside. With the opportunity presenting itself, he could not afford to waste it. Harry consumed the age potion and carried another vial with him. After changing into appropriate attire and gazing into the mirror at his familiar reflection, he felt a moment of disorientation. Perhaps he should make further alterations. After all, he could not guarantee that everyone in Diagon Alley would not recognize Professor Howard, as he had once been quite popular. Employing a spell to alter his hair color and adding a goatee, Harry admired his transformation with satisfaction. Now, he should be unrecognizable. And caution was always prudent. Once he confirmed there were no oversights, he promptly disapparated to Diagon Alley. Amidst the bustling street, he ventured into the throng, intent on confirming a crucial piece of information. He arrived at the previous location of his contact with the Saints, only to find it now under new management. The current proprietor was unfamiliar to him and did not appear to be affiliated with Grindelwald. Shaking his head, Harry realized that in pivotal moments, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Following the flow of the crowd, he entered Nocturne Alley, where he immediately sensed the predatory gazes fixated upon him from all directions. Without pausing, he continued deeper into the alley. Perhaps his appearance bore an air of ambiguity, as the atmosphere remained deceptively calm. However, it was not long before a pair of hands could no longer restrain themselves and lunged toward him with remarkable speed. Harry did not even blink. With a mere flick of his hand, the assailant collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing Harry's swift retaliation, the would-be attackers hastily retreated into the shadows, fully aware that he was not to be trifled with. Soon, Harry located a peculiar shop, one devoid of a sign, containing nothing within, and only a single door that conveyed an air of exclusivity. This was a place he had learned about from the Saints, and he hoped to glean the information he sought from within, though he had never set foot inside before and entered with heightened vigilance. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The moment Harry stepped through the door, he was greeted by a peculiar voice, reminiscent of a long-neglected machine. Intrigued, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the voice emanated from a figure resembling an adult-sized puppet. Harry raised an eyebrow. Was this a manifestation of alchemy? The ability to create a puppet suggested that the proprietor of this establishment was quite formidable. Without hesitation, Harry voiced his request. He sought information regarding the whereabouts of Lily Potter, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, as well as significant events that had transpired in the wizarding community of Britain since July 1980. Though he initially intended to inquire about Lily and James's fates upon his arrival at Hogwarts, he harbored a suspicion that Dumbledore would not divulge such information directly. Thus, he decided to probe for information beforehand. If nothing materialized, he could always approach Dumbledore later. Furthermore, the intelligence gleaned from this source would ensure its authenticity. With the added assurance of confidentiality, no one would be privy to the details of the transaction. This discretion was a key factor in Harry's choice of this venue. Although Voldemort had temporarily vanished, his Death Eaters remained a lingering threat. Harry was determined to keep his own identity concealed, as attracting the attention of either the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix would be detrimental to him. Upon hearing Harry's request, the puppet slightly turned its head, its eyes whirring rapidly before it spoke once more. Due to the antiquity of the information sought, additional time is required. If you agree, please make your payment. Harry regarded the puppet with intrigue. It was evident that the puppet had been communicating with the shopkeeper behind it. However, his primary objective was to procure the information. He promptly settled the payment, and the puppet seemed to pause momentarily upon seeing Harry produce such a substantial amount of gold galleons. Though Harry could discern no change in its expression. How long will it take? Harry inquired, uninterested in probing further. Having already made the payment, he was solely focused on when he could expect to receive the information. 3 days hence, at your convenience, replied the puppet, falling silent thereafter. Harry departed without delay. Glancing at the time, he estimated that Aunt Petunia and her family had only just arrived at their destination, leaving him ample time to peruse Diagon Alley. Although Harry felt as though he had merely awakened from a lengthy slumber, in reality, 11 years had passed in the world outside. A sudden sense of aging washed over him, as only those of advanced years often find themselves ensnared in reminiscence. He shook his head, resolving not to dwell on the past. Such thoughts served no purpose other than to plunge him into self-doubt. Thus, he chose to forge ahead. Just as Harry was about to exit Nocturne Alley, a glimmer of platinum blonde hair caught his eye. The distinctive hue piqued his curiosity, leading him to wonder what Lucius Malfoy was doing in such a place. His thoughts drifted to the elusive Black Diary. He pondered whether Voldemort had entrusted its custody to Lucius, deeming it prudent to verify this. Harry considered it an unexpected stroke of fortune, concealing his presence. He trailed behind Lucius, though he was not entirely undetectable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to engage Lucius in conversation. After a brief pursuit, Lucius came to a halt. "May I inquire as to the reason for your following me?" he asked. Harry seized the opportunity to step before Lucius, casting several silencing charms around them before responding. "It has been a while, Lucius. How have you been faring lately?" Lucius frowned at Harry's words, his memory insisting that he did not recognize the individual before him. Moreover, Harry's previous use of a wandless charm indicated that he was not to be underestimated. "May I ask who you are?" Lucius inquired. "Allison Howard," Harry replied, knowing that to extract information from Lucius, he would have to adopt the identity of Howard. He was aware of the risks involved, but as long as Lucius kept this secret, no one would be the wiser. Additionally, he could leverage Lucius to ascertain how much Severus still remembered about Howard. "Oh, Professor Howard? A figure who has been absent for many years. What grounds do you have for me to believe in your identity?" Lucius's suspicion was not without merit, as Harry's sudden appearance was indeed peculiar. Lucius vaguely recalled having received word that Professor Howard had passed away due to illness long ago. Thus, the emergence of a person claiming to be a long-deceased individual in a place like Nocturne Alley made Lucius wary. To trust this stranger outright would jeopardize his position as head of the Malfoy family. Understanding that Lucius would not be easily convinced, Harry offered a few secrets known only to the two of them, which eventually led Lucius to begrudgingly accept his claims. Chapter 92, Disappearance. Harry recognized that Lucius would not fully trust him in the immediate future, but he was unconcerned. He arranged to meet Lucius again in 3 days, with the location to be communicated later. As he departed, Harry urged Lucius not to disclose his existence to anyone, including Severus. Lucius readily acquiesced, intrigued by Harry's cautious demeanor. Once Lucius agreed, Harry took his leave. The effects of his aging potion were about to expire, and lingering any longer would risk exposure. He promptly disapparated from Lucius's sight. After Harry vanished, Lucius turned and leisurely made his way toward his destination, entirely unaware that his impromptu outing would yield such unexpected gains. Reflecting on Harry's insistence regarding secrecy, Lucius found the situation increasingly fascinating, especially considering the unique bond Harry shared with Severus, one he recalled Severus had once boasted about in letters to him. Nevertheless, as a Malfoy, Lucius valued his integrity. As long as his interests were not compromised, he would not meddle in their affairs. Curiosity came at a price, and he had never been one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Lucius contemplated the potential advantages that this Professor Howard might bring him, silently calculating in his mind. Ever since Voldemort's demise, he had made considerable sacrifices to evade judgment, resulting in significant shrinkage of the Malfoy family's holdings. While not catastrophic, it was a bitter pill for Lucius to swallow. He would not permit the Malfoy lineage to falter under his stewardship, and Harry's emergence presented an opportunity. After all, the items Harry had previously provided continued to generate profit for the Malfoy family. Thus, the forthcoming meeting in 3 days was of utmost importance. Lucius resolved to return home and contemplate what he could offer Harry to ensure their continued collaboration. Since Harry had sought him out, it was evident that he possessed something of value to Harry. With this thought, Lucius silently vowed that he would secure a partnership with Professor Howard at all costs. Eager to restore the Malfoy family to its former glory, especially given the current precarious situation of the family. Once his thoughts had settled, Lucius resumed his proud, imperious demeanor. For as a Malfoy, one must always maintain an air of nobility in public. Harry returned directly to his aunt's home, but it was evident that it was still early, and Petunia and her family had yet to arrive. At this juncture, the effects of Harry's potion were also wearing off, prompting him to prepare himself and conceal his belongings. Although they would not enter the storage room they occupied, Harry took the precaution of concealing it in a hidden spot to ensure absolute safety. Shortly after he had secured it, the Dursleys returned home. Upon seeing Harry obediently waiting, they refrained from further comments. The 3 days passed swiftly, yet on this particular day, the Dursleys were all present. Just as Harry pondered how to escape, Dudley had already devised a plan. Dudley's friends had invited him out to play, but Petunia, feeling uneasy, ultimately allowed Dudley to take Harry along, instructing him to look after his cousin. Once outside, Harry feigned a stomach ache, and since Dudley was reluctant to accompany him, he ventured off alone, leaving Harry without the need for further excuses. Harry discreetly infused a hint of magic into Dudley, ensuring he would be aware of Dudley's return. He hastily consumed a bottle of aging potion, disguised himself, and promptly made his way to Nocturne Alley. This time, no ill-fated individuals sought to cause him trouble. Upon entering the shop, he found only the puppet, which this time offered him no response. On the table, he discovered a stack of parchment, which contained precisely the information he sought. However, It was evident that only Sirius and Remus had specific locations indicated. The others were marked as missing. Harry glanced at the puppet. Though it remained motionless, he sensed a hint of trepidation in its expression. Merlin, he thought. Surely this is a mere illusion. As he read the concluding line on the parchment, it stated, "The transaction is complete. No refunds." It appeared the owner feared he might demand a refund if dissatisfied. Harry couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing the shopkeeper was quite the miser. He took the parchment and made his way outside, aware that lingering any longer might incite the shopkeeper's concern. Although Harry had not uncovered the most desired answers regarding Lily and James, the fact that they were merely missing provided him with a slight sense of relief. As long as they were alive, he believed he would find a way to reunite with them. Upon discovering Sirius was still imprisoned in Azkaban, Harry understood that his previous letter had ultimately not reached Lily and the others, and Peter remained the secret keeper. Yet, at this juncture, Harry knew he must proceed step by step. Regarding Peter, Harry narrowed his eyes, feeling no urgency. He would eventually present himself. At that time, Sirius would be freed. As for Remus, Harry contemplated that perhaps after conversing with Lucius, Remus might secure a satisfactory job offer. Checking the time, Harry noted it was nearly the hour of his appointment with Lucius. He had previously informed Lucius of the shop he used for communication with the Order. Although the ownership had changed, its confidentiality remained intact. Lucius soon appeared in Harry's line of sight. Once Lucius entered, Harry immediately cast several enchantments around them, some of which Lucius had never encountered before, sparking new ideas in his mind. Although Harry had previously assured the owner that no one would disturb them, he remained uneasy. The matters he intended to discuss could not be overheard, and he was determined not to jeopardize the situation. Thus, taking extra precautions seemed prudent. Professor Howard's meticulousness in his work was evident. Lucius's aria resonated in Harry's ears, a precautionary measure, and the fewer individuals privy to certain matters, the better. Understanding the underlying message, Lucius inclined his head slightly, signaling his discretion as he sought to gain more from Harry. Harry was pleased with Lucius's awareness of the situation. As long as he remained a Malfoy, Harry was confident that when the stakes were sufficiently enticing, Lucius would willingly present him with what he desired. Chapter 93, A New Collaboration. Once Harry confirmed their safety, he removed his disguise. Lucius, upon seeing this, was astounded. The Professor Howard truly possessed mastery over human transfiguration, suggesting his abilities had indeed flourished over the years. As Harry fully resumed the appearance of Alison Howard, Lucius remarked with admiration, "So many years have passed, and Professor Howard appears as youthful as ever. Is there a secret to this?" In response to Lucius's probing, Harry replied candidly, "Lucius, there is no need for testing. I am indeed Alison Howard. The appearance is merely a product of research challenges, but that is not the focal point of our discussion today." Professor Howard's straightforward demeanor remained intact. Harry disregarded Lucius's trivialities. His time was limited. "I believe these documents will dispel any doubts you may harbor." With that, he tossed a stack of parchment to Lucius. Upon catching it and glancing at the contents, Lucius's eyes widened in excitement, yet he maintained a calm exterior. "Merlin, if I were to obtain these, the Malfoy family would ascend to even greater heights than before," he mused internally. But he was skeptical that Harry would part with such valuable items unconditionally. He pondered what price he might have to pay. "So, Professor Howard, what is it that you seek from me?" Harry preferred engaging with intelligent individuals, requiring no excessive elaboration. "I have heard that the Dark Lord entrusted you with an item for safekeeping. Is that correct?" Lucius did not respond immediately. The sensitivity of the matter weighed heavily upon him. He distinctly recalled that no third party had been present during that exchange, raising questions about how Harry had acquired this knowledge. Observing Lucius's indecision, Harry knew it was time to escalate the conversation. "There is no need to speculate on how I learned of this. Simply tell me whether you possess it or not. If your answer is truthful, everything you hold will remain yours, and I will ask for nothing in return." At Harry's words, Lucius swiftly reached a decision. Since Harry was inquiring, it signified that he was already aware of the situation. Lucius perceived this as a test of his loyalty. Trading knowledge they both understood for the items in his possession, any fool would understand the necessity of such an exchange. Since Professor Howard is already aware, I see no reason to lie. "Yes, the Dark Lord did indeed provide me with an item. Is this what you desire?" Lucius ventured a bold guess regarding Harry's intentions. Since he brought up the subject, it was clear he sought something. The thought of the diary hidden within the manor's secret chamber crossed Lucius's mind, yet he hesitated. Despite the widespread belief that the Dark Lord was deceased, the dark mark on his arm insisted otherwise. If he were to hand over the diary to Harry, what would he do if the Dark Lord returned? Harry recognized Lucius's concerns. He was merely apprehensive about Voldemort demanding the diary should he resurface. However, Harry was resolute that he would not permit Voldemort any opportunity for a resurgence. If your worry lies with the Dark Lord, there is no need. He will not return. Lucius was taken aback by Harry's boldness and candor. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to what you know? Lucius acknowledged that Harry must possess unique channels through which he gleaned information beyond the grasp of others. The notion that Voldemort had not perished was something Lucius had confirmed long ago via the Dark Mark, yet Harry was not a Death Eater. Moreover, Harry's tone suggested he was acutely aware of Voldemort's current predicament and quite assured of his stance. With this realization, Lucius steeled himself. One does not forego a tempting morsel within reach. As for the future, he believed solutions would inevitably present themselves. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply make a decision. Will you exchange that item for greater gain, or will you retain it, thereby bringing our collaboration to an end? Lucius hesitated no longer. Very well. I agree to your terms, but this matter it must remain between us. No third party shall be privy to it. I have an even greater aversion to discovery than you do, so fret not. I merely require your decision. Upon hearing Harry's unequivocal assurance, Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he regarded Harry as a man of his word, and the repercussions of this affair being made public would be detrimental to both of them. Then it is settled, Professor Howard. I shall inform you of the specific time and place. You need only bring the item, and I assure you, the remuneration will be to your satisfaction. Lucius had awaited this affirmation from Harry. Everything was for the glorious future and grand interests of the Malfoy name. He raised his glass in a gesture of camaraderie, marking the affair as a perfect conclusion. I believe your purpose for visiting today has been fulfilled. May I inquire about one matter, Professor Howard? To Lucius's inquiry, Harry merely inclined his chin slightly, signaling him to continue. Might you share your whereabouts over the years? The information I received indicated that you had succumbed to illness many years ago. At Lucius's words, Harry smiled faintly. Ah, to meet Merlin, was it? Regrettably, the situation was quite dire at the time. However, thanks to Merlin's grace, I ultimately prevailed. As for my whereabouts, they are of little consequence. You need only know that our collaboration shall resume forthwith. Lucius chose not to press further, if Harry was reluctant to divulge. Then as long as it did not hinder their partnership, the rest was inconsequential. He understood that Harry harbored secrets, but who does not? Being overly inquisitive is not a trait of a shrewd businessman. Then let us toast to a fruitful partnership. Harry mused, observing Lucius. Truly, he was a Malfoy. One must acknowledge that curiosity is not easily quelled. Now that our collaboration is established, there is one more favor I must ask of you. Upon hearing Harry's request, Lucius promptly replied, You need not be so formal. As long as it is within my capability, I am at your service. Rest assured, it is not a daunting task. I require your assistance in arranging employment for a certain individual whose identity is somewhat unique. When he inquires, I hope you will refrain from disclosing my involvement. Lucius felt a flicker of apprehension at the thought of Harry potentially imposing an awkward condition, yet for the sake of their collaboration, he acquiesced. Upon learning that it merely involved arranging work for someone, Lucius readily consented. With so many establishments under his name, surely he could accommodate one more individual. Chapter 94. Return to the old residence. Upon Lucius's agreement, Harry promptly relayed information regarding Lupin. When Lucius discovered that the individual in question was a werewolf, he was momentarily taken aback. Although Severus had long since improved the Wolf's Bane potion, the complexity of its production rendered it a considerable expense, albeit less than the previous version. Nevertheless, this expenditure was inconsequential in Lucius's eyes. A modest investment could strengthen their collaborative bond, and he saw no reason to refuse. Just as Harry contemplated probing Lucius for further details about Severus, he sensed that Dudley was nearing home, compelling him to bid farewell to Lucius. Watching Harry's departing figure, Lucius pondered the connection between the werewolf and Professor Howard. The notion that Harry wished to keep his existence concealed left Lucius feeling somewhat regretful. After all, this was a potential avenue for gathering information. He found himself questioning whether Harry's request stemmed from a desire to keep Lupin unaware of his survival, or if it was a precaution against Lucius extracting information from him. It is often said that overthinking can lead to unnecessary suspicion, and perhaps this is a common flaw among individuals like Lucius. Upon returning to his aunt's home, Harry remained blissfully unaware of Lucius's inner turmoil. Even if he had known, he would not have felt compelled to clarify. After all, ambiguous conjectures can often breed greater unease. Harry returned just in time, meeting Dudley not far from his aunt's house. Upon learning that Dudley had been waiting for him, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he would have faced his mother's reprimand. Upon their return, Petunia had prepared dinner. After a hasty meal, the chore of washing dishes naturally fell to Harry. He completed the task with remarkable speed before retreating to the cupboard. Sitting on his bed, he examined the parchment he had retrieved, which contained information largely consistent with his memories. Aside from Severus, he had not become a Death Eater, and thus his name was absent from the list of the condemned. Severus remained the brilliant potions master he had always been, and Harry felt a surge of happiness at the thought. Moreover, over the years, Severus's potion-making skills had only improved, garnering him accolades even from the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association. Harry thought, this is sufficient. Severus deserves to live freely under the sun, basking in the admiration of others. Suddenly, Harry felt an urge to revisit the house they had once called home. Even if it awaited him in a state of ruin, he yearned for one last glimpse. Harboring unspoken thoughts in his heart, days passed before Harry finally seized the opportunity. This time, he did not consume the aging potion, even if seen. He could easily pass for an inquisitive child. As he approached the doorstep, he found himself momentarily stunned. The courtyard appeared well kept, suggesting it was inhabited. Contrary to the dilapidation he had envisioned, a flicker of hope surged within him, perhaps yet before his anticipation could fully blossom. It was extinguished by the emergence of a man from within, followed closely by a woman carrying a bag. They appeared to have just returned from shopping. Upon noticing Harry, they exchanged smiles and nods before departing together, embodying a picture of affectionate companionship. As Harry watched their retreating figures, he muttered to himself in a voice barely audible, "What foolish daydreaming. You were the one who departed. He has long since forgotten you. How could he possibly remember this place? Always remember, Howard is dead." With a heavy heart, Harry left the scene. Had he encountered a dilapidated courtyard, he would have resigned himself to the reality. But why must others inhabit it, and not the person he had envisioned? Wandering aimlessly along the street, a bittersweet smile graced Harry's face, one that seemed more painful than tears. Passers-by cast curious glances in his direction. Upon returning to his aunt's home, Harry had prepared himself for the visit, yet he had underestimated the emotional toll it would take. Covering his face with his hands, tears soon began to flow through his fingers. Nevertheless, Harry refused to succumb to prolonged sorrow. What had occurred was irrevocable, and mourning would change nothing. Now that he understood the situation, he realized that having gained the upper hand, he could not allow personal emotions to impede other matters. That said, truly setting aside one's feelings is no simple feat. Harry resolved to indulge in a moment of recklessness today, vowing that from tomorrow onwards, he would not allow memories to sway him. Taking advantage of Petunia's absence, he made another trip to Spinner's End, lingering at the entrance, convinced that any moment now, the person he had longed for would emerge from within. However, much to Harry's disappointment, he waited for an extended period, yet the door remained utterly still, as though it were devoid of any inhabitants. He surmised that Severus was likely engrossed in potion-making once more. Resolutely, Harry turned away, recognizing that time was of the essence. Should he linger any longer, Aunt Petunia might discover his clandestine outing, making future escapades considerably more challenging. As he returned home, Harry spotted Vernon's car approaching from the distance. That was a close call, he mused, contemplating the necessity of devising a better plan for the future, as he could not rely on such fortuitous timing repeatedly. Upon arriving home, Petunia immediately began to berate Harry for not preparing dinner, prompting him to spring into action. He had become quite immune to her scolding. Regardless of how vehemently she chastised him, Harry remained emotionally unperturbed. He longed for the school year to commence, cherishing the thought of spending every possible moment at Hogwarts. His mind began to wander with anticipation, pondering when he might next encounter Ron and Hermione. The mere thought of his two dear friends brought a faint smile to his lips, and he recalled Ron's previous admonitions, which only heightened his joy. Petunia, observing Harry's unusual merriment, regarded him with suspicion, entirely oblivious to his newfound passion for cooking. For what other reason could he be so cheerful? As the start of term drew nearer, the atmosphere in the Dursley household grew increasingly tense. Petunia was decidedly opposed to Harry attending the so-called School of Magic. Yet the chilling memory of Severus's presence compelled her to keep her misgivings to herself for the sake of her family's safety. Harry, of course, noted Petunia's peculiar behavior, but it held little relevance to him. Their relationship was scarcely more than that of strangers, perhaps even less so, and thus he had no desire to delve into her thoughts. Time flew by amidst Harry's eager anticipation, and September 1st arrived as expected. Before the school year commenced, Harry penned a letter to Lucius, primarily inquiring about Lupin, and secondly informing him that he would provide the specifics of his belongings' location in due course. Relieved to learn that Lupin had secured new arrangements, Harry felt a sense of ease wash over him. As the school year approached, Petunia and Vernon maintained their usual indifference towards Harry. This time, Hagrid did not arrive, and Dudley had not sprouted a tail. Eliminating the need for a trip to the London hospital, Harry refrained from asking Uncle Vernon for a ride to King's Cross, for he had grown self-sufficient. So on the day of September 1st, he rose early, prepared his belongings, and set out. This time, Harry donned his wizarding robes. enabling him to disapparate directly to Platform 9. He no longer had to concern himself with the gazes of passers-by. However, when Aunt Petunia witnessed him emerge from the storage room clad in his robes, a flicker of fear briefly crossed her features. Harry merely greeted her before informing her that he would be heading straight outside after school commenced. Petunia seemed poised to say something, yet her mouth opened and closed without uttering a sound. Standing at the threshold, Harry gazed at Petunia. "Aunt, I likely won't be returning to disturb you for quite some time. Farewell, and thank you." Upon hearing this, Petunia's emotions were a tangled web, but she remained silent, staring blankly at the door long after Harry had departed. Once beyond Petunia's sight, Harry disapparated directly to King's Cross. Initially intending to enter, he suddenly paused, silently awaiting the arrival of his companions. Perched on Harry's shoulder was Hedwig, the snowy owl he had acquired during his second visit to Diagon Alley. He had named her Hedwig, embracing the notion that she had returned to him. After a brief wait, the familiar sounds reached his ears, and a radiant smile blossomed on Harry's face. "Ron, we meet again at last." Turning around, he was greeted by Mrs. Weasley and her children. Ginny was eagerly pestering her mother about whether she could accompany them, and Harry quickly spotted Ron trailing behind his brothers. This time, Harry took the initiative and approached. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please direct me to Platform 9? I'm having trouble locating it." Mrs. Weasley, noticing Harry's slight frame, immediately flooded with maternal affection. "Oh dear. Are you also a new student at Hogwarts? No need to worry, Ron is too. Just head straight toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, like this." She then asked Fred and George to demonstrate, watching Harry with an encouraging gaze. Harry feigned concern and successfully passed through, followed closely by Ron. As he beheld the unchanged crimson train before him, Harry silently mused, "Hogwarts, I am home once more." He looked around at the bustling crowd, marveling at the lively atmosphere. Once aboard, Harry did not immediately seek out a seat. Instead, he stood quietly, waiting for the person he wished to see. He spotted Ron struggling with his luggage, accompanied by Fred and George, who were engaged in playful banter. Harry approached Ron. "Need a hand?" to avoid drawing too much attention. Harry had packed a suitcase but had not overburdened himself, stowing the remainder in a magical space bag, ensuring he would not appear as disheveled as he had on his first journey. Ron, grateful for the offer, cast a doubtful glance at Harry's slight build. "Oh, thanks. But can you manage?" Seeing Ron's uncertainty brought a chuckle to Harry's lips. "Of course I can." Discreetly casting a levitation charm on Ron's suitcase, Harry took hold of it, appearing unfazed as he effortlessly moved ahead. "Brother, I must say, you possess remarkable strength," Ron remarked, swallowing hard. To prolong Ron's admiration, Harry withheld the truth. Since he had not revealed his scar, the twins had not recognized his identity in advance. After Mrs. Weasley bid farewell to each of her children, Ron and Harry found an empty compartment, shortly followed by Fred and George, who pushed the door open. They then mischievously recounted how Lee Jordan had acquired a rather large spider, observing Ron's fearful yet determined facade. Harry couldn't help but smirk at Ron's predicament. The twins had already noticed Harry, and they introduced themselves. When Harry mentioned his name, they gasped in unison, a reaction he had grown accustomed to. "Wow, you are Harry Potter," they exclaimed together, their excitement palpable. Harry even lifted his fringe to allow them a closer look at his scar, satisfying their curiosity before they departed the compartment. Ron eagerly leaned in closer, and under Harry's subtle encouragement, he quickly found himself enthralled by his new friend. He discovered that no matter what he said, Harry listened intently, an experience unlike any he had ever had before. With enthusiasm, Ron began sharing stories about his family, and when he mentioned how his father had bought Percy an owl and left him with a mouse, Harry's eyes gleamed with curiosity regarding the rodent. Ron, without a hint of suspicion, promptly extracted the still sleeping rat from his pocket. Harry stifled the impulse to dispatch it on the spot and took the rodent, placing a tracking charm upon it before returning it to Ron, who remained blissfully unaware, not even opening its eyelids. When the train's vendor wheeled his cart down the aisle, Harry indulged in a plethora of Ron's favorite snacks, causing Ron's eyes to widen in delight. After Ron produced his own sandwich, Harry proposed a culinary exchange. Though initially bashful, Ron succumbed to the allure of the delectable treats, joyfully joining Harry in their feast. Outside the window, fields, forests, and rivers sped past, while inside, the lively chatter of students filled the air. Harry, with a smile illuminating his face, watched as Ron engaged in battle with a chocolate frog, proudly declaring that he had amassed nearly 500 cards, just missing Agrippa and Ptolemy. As Harry unwrapped one, Ron leaned over only to lose interest upon seeing Dumbledore, having already collected numerous duplicates of that particular card. Just as Ron and Harry were engrossed in conversation, Neville knocked on their compartment door, searching for his toad. After Ron admitted he hadn't seen it, Neville exited, prompting Ron to demonstrate spells with his battered wand. Shortly thereafter, Hermione arrived with Neville. Upon noticing the girl entering, Harry instinctively rose but quickly sat back down, recognizing his earlier action as overly abrupt. Long time no see, my friends. In the days to come, I trust we shall remain good friends, correct? Have any of you seen a toad? Neville has lost one, Hermione remarked, spotting Ron with his wand. She inquired if he was practicing spells and urged him to show her. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione was indeed quintessentially herself. Harry then noticed Neville still standing at the door. He approached the visibly anxious boy and used his wand to summon the toad back to him. Just as Neville was about to exclaim in surprise, Harry shushed him. He glanced at Hermione, who was still focused on Ron's spellcasting, and whispered to Neville, "Shh. Keep this a secret, and come sit with me." Obediently, Neville trailed behind Harry, casting furtive glances at him. At that moment, Ron's spell failed to affect the rat on his leg, prompting Hermione to question whether he was even reciting the incantation. She further expressed her astonishment that no one in her family understood magic, despite her extensive study of Hogwarts textbooks, which she had memorized in full. "My name is Hermione Granger. By the way, what are your names?" Ron was taken aback by someone having memorized all the textbooks prior to enrollment, while Harry, already privy to this fact, leaned in and whispered "Boo" into Ron's ear, successfully startling him and eliciting a satisfied grin from Harry. They introduced themselves, and Hermione's interest peaked at the mention of Harry's name. "Harry Potter, is it truly you? I know all about you, and I even bought extra reference books." Harry was aware of the books she referred to, yet he didn't mind hearing about them again, as he had long missed their company. Even if they felt somewhat unfamiliar now, he listened to Hermione chatter about the volumes she had read and their contents, and he could almost envision two sorrowful faces bidding him farewell, vowing not to depart prematurely this time. As Hermione continued to inquire about their experiences, her knowledge of the magical world, gleaned solely from books, fueled her curiosity. "Do you know which house you will be sorted into? I've been asking around, and I hope to be placed in Gryffindor. It's the best, after all, and Dumbledore is a Gryffindor alumnus. Though Ravenclaw does sound appealing as well." Harry watched Hermione speak animatedly, while Ron, lacking Harry's composure, had already rolled his eyes multiple times. Harry secretly chuckled at Ron's antics, hoping that he would maintain such an attitude when pursuing someone in the future. As Hermione recalled her purpose for coming, her gaze fell upon Neville's toad. "Oh my. When did your toad return, Neville?" It's common for magical pets to find their way back to their owners, so even if it goes missing for a bit, there's no need for concern. "See, Neville's toad has returned," Harry gently explained to Hermione, who evidently lacked such knowledge from her readings. "Is that so? You certainly know a lot," Hermione replied, feeling slightly bashful from Harry's compliment. Meanwhile, Ron wore a disgruntled expression as he watched the two converse. His impression of Hermione was less than favorable, and he hoped she wouldn't be sorted into Gryffindor alongside him. Harry, well aware of Ron's thoughts, quickly redirected the conversation to Ron, informing Hermione that he had grown up in the wizarding world, and thus possessed knowledge that surpassed Harry's own. Instantly, Ron appeared flustered, prompting Harry to think, "I've got you now. You spend all day overthinking." Ron then recounted that his entire family, including his parents, belonged to Gryffindor, mentioning that he had two older brothers, Charlie, who studied dragons in Romania, and Bill, who worked for Gringotts in Africa. Hermione exhibited keen interest in Ron's revelations, which further emboldened him to elaborate. "Have you heard about the incident at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet was all over it." Harry recognized the story Ron referenced, but Hermione was unaware, prompting her to ask what it was about. Ron, seeing Hermione's curiosity, perked up. Someone attempted to rob the underground vaults of Gringotts. This revelation captivated Hermione, while Harry quietly observed them, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Just as Ron continued his animated storytelling, the door swung open once more. The occupants of the train buzzed with chatter, speculating about Harry Potter's presence in their compartment. Due to Severus's swift shopping excursion with Harry, Draco had not encountered him at the robe shop beforehand, and thus did not recognize him yet. Upon hearing Draco's words, Harry deduced that the twins must have been spreading his name, as otherwise, Draco wouldn't have known he was there so quickly, considering he had not revealed his identity before entering the compartment. "That's me. Did you need something?" Harry remarked, observing the arrogant posture of the young Malfoy, inwardly critiquing how the son of Lucius had transformed into such a brat, unlike his father. "Oh, you are Harry Potter. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. These are Crabbe and Goyle," Draco introduced, gesturing to the two hulking figures flanking him. Ron cleared his throat, prompting Draco to shift his focus onto him. But Harry interjected before Draco could launch an attack. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Draco. In light of Lucius's standing, I suppose I shall afford you a modicum of courtesy, as I may need to rely on him for information regarding Severus." Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco's countenance improved considerably, yet he still cast a fierce glare at Ron. "I permit you to address me by my title, and I hope you can open your eyes." Before Draco could utter any further insults towards Ron, Harry interjected, "Draco, that's how it's called, right? You may call me Harry. I believe the time is drawing near, and we should prepare to disembark." He wished to avoid another miniature war. Even minor skirmishes were conflicts he preferred to circumvent. Too many past experiences warned Harry that certain matters must be quelled in their infancy. As if to validate Harry's words, before Draco could respond, a voice echoed through the train. "The train is approaching Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board, and we shall transport it to the school." Upon hearing this, students began to emerge from their compartments, the aisle quickly becoming congested. The previously tense atmosphere in Harry's compartment dissipated as he urged them to check if there was anything else they needed to prepare before alighting. Though Draco felt a pang of reluctance, time did not afford him the luxury to act further. Harry, observing Draco's disgruntled expression, felt somewhat bemused. He had never realized how entertaining young Malfoy could be. Seizing an opportunity when Ron was distracted, Harry handed Draco a piece of candy, treating it as if he were pacifying a child. Draco, taken aback by the gesture, shot a provocative glance at Ron before departing with Crabbe and Goyle. Meanwhile, Ron, prompted by Harry, was frantically stuffing the remaining snacks and sweets into his pockets, oblivious to Draco's gaze. Harry, however, noticed it, but what could he say? The train's speed began to diminish, and once it came to a complete halt, students surged towards the doors. Harry, observing the throng, quickly grasped Ron's arm to prevent him from rushing into the crowd, though he could not stop Hermione. Once the crowd had thinned somewhat, Harry pulled Ron outside, only to find that Hermione had already disappeared with Neville. Stepping off the train, a brisk wind assaulted them, prompting Harry to cast a warming charm for both himself and Ron. As Harry did not use his wand, Ron remained unaware of his friend's enchantment, insisting in Harry's ear that it was not cold, while the others seemed to shiver. Harry advised Ron to watch his step, casually suggesting that perhaps they were simply dressed warmly, a notion Ron accepted, especially since Molly had insisted he wear that unflattering sweater just before leaving. In the murky darkness, visibility was poor until a lantern flickered to life above. Hagrid's booming voice soon followed. First years, over here." The new students, upon hearing Hagrid's call, began to shuffle towards him, and he reminded them to be cautious of their footing as he turned to lead them forward. The freshmen stumbled after Hagrid, finding the path treacherously slippery. After traversing a narrow trail, a dark lake emerged before them, and on the opposite shore, a grand, ancient castle loomed atop a hillside. Even Harry, who had seen it before, could not suppress his awe. It truly was magnificent. Through the crowd, Harry spotted Hermione and hastened towards her with Ron in tow. Under Hagrid's direction, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville boarded the same boat, with Neville clutching his pet toad, Trevor. After a brief journey, they reached the shore, and students disembarked, grateful for the solid ground beneath their feet. Harry guided Ron and the others onto the grass, and after climbing a stone staircase, they finally arrived at a grand entrance. Upon Hagrid knocking on the door, Professor McGonagall appeared before the students, leading the first years further inside. Harry's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the staff table, though regrettably, his view was obstructed by the crowd. Professor McGonagall began to outline important points for the new students, introducing the four houses. Harry, however, was not listening. His thoughts were consumed by Severus at the staff table. He seemed to have lost weight. Was he not eating properly? It was quite disobedient of him, and Harry wondered what was on his mind, noting his serious but oddly endearing expression. Harry, why are you so quiet? What are you thinking about?" Ron's voice broke Harry's reverie, and upon regaining his focus, he realized McGonagall had vanished from sight. Hermione appeared quite anxious, while Neville seemed on the verge of fainting, and Ron was tugging insistently at Harry's sleeve. "Oh, nothing much, just contemplating which house I might be sorted into." At this, Ron grew anxious. "I heard from Fred that there's some sort of test, and it's supposed to hurt. But I can't help but think they were joking." Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione began muttering incantations under her breath. Harry watched them with keen interest. They would find out soon enough, and he was content to let them be surprised, as such a flustered Hermione was a rare sight. Before Harry's mischievous anticipation could be satisfied, a host of ghosts suddenly materialized behind them, startling the first years into silence, including Ron and Hermione. Harry could only reassure them. "Don't worry, they won't harm us." Despite his assurances, they remained unconvinced, and Harry attempted to shield them from the ghosts, though he had forgotten that his slight frame could hardly offer any protection. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged with the sorting hat, signaling the commencement of the sorting ceremony. After the song concluded, Ron, now considerably less frightened, remarked, "So we just have to wear the hat?" Harry nodded with a smile, prompting Ron to exclaim in frustration, "I'm going to kill Fred. He made it sound like we were in for something dangerous, and I've been worried sick." Professor McGonagall had already begun calling the roll from her parchment, starting with Hannah Abbott. The girl with 2 golden braids stumbled forward and donned the hat. Hufflepuff. The table to the right erupted in applause. Harry glanced at the sorting, his attention drifting elsewhere. It was all much as he remembered. He stole a sidelong glance at Quirrell at the staff table, contemplating the opportune moment to deal with him. As he was deep in thought, he failed to notice when Professor McGonagall called his name. Harry, it's your turn. What is wrong with you now? Ron jostled Harry's arm to bring him back to reality, and Harry hurried towards the sorting hat. As soon as Professor McGonagall announced Harry Potter, the hall fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on the sorting hat, eager to see the boy who had vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry paid little heed to the whispers surrounding him, calmly placing the hat upon his head. He felt no fear that his secret would be uncovered, and indeed, the hat did not detect anything amiss. It deliberated whether to place him in Slytherin or Gryffindor. Harry had briefly mused about the intriguing possibilities of being sorted into Slytherin, but to avoid revealing his true self, he relinquished that thought. In his mind, he urged the hat to sort him into Gryffindor. Although the hat hesitated, believing Slytherin would suit him better, it ultimately declared Gryffindor. A resounding applause erupted from the Gryffindor long table, with the twins exuberantly exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Once seated, Harry's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Severus, whereupon he noticed a slight curl of the lips. Harry mused that Severus was likely mentally critiquing him at that very moment. He scratched his head, waiting for Ron's arrival, blissfully unaware that his seemingly mundane action had piqued the curiosity of those around him. Before long, Ron was sorted into Gryffindor as well, approaching Harry with a smile, only to express his anxiety. "I was terrified that the sorting hat would place me in Slytherin." Upon hearing Ron's concerns, Harry felt words of comfort rise to his lips, yet he swallowed them back, opting instead to pat Ron's shoulder, saying, "You're overthinking it." Ron seemed poised to say more, but as Dumbledore's voice resonated, the plates before them suddenly overflowed with food. Ron eagerly dove into his meal, abandoning any further complaints. Though Harry had little appetite, he nonetheless served himself some pies. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Severus taking only a few bites before setting down his cutlery. A wave of worry washed over Harry. He couldn't help but wonder how Severus was faring, and whether such a meager portion would suffice to stave off hunger later. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table was lively, with students exchanging amusing anecdotes. Yet Harry remained an outsider, his mind tangled in complex thoughts. He feared that a careless slip of the tongue could lead to awkwardness. Raising his gaze to the staff table, he locked eyes with Severus, momentarily frozen. It was the person he yearned for, impossible to easily dismiss. In that fleeting instant, old wounds that had long since ceased to ache began to throb anew. Harry furrowed his brow, although this level of pain no longer significantly affected him. It served as a reminder that remnants of Voldemort's soul still resided within him. He resolved to address the fragment on his forehead in due course. Grateful to the elderly man who had introduced him to the vast sea of books, from which he had gleaned invaluable knowledge, bolstering his confidence in confronting Voldemort. Reflecting on the tomes he had perused regarding Horcruxes, Harry couldn't help but admire Voldemort's audacity. The consequences of soul fragmentation are not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Yet Voldemort had dared to split his soul multiple times, truly a testament to the ignorance that breeds fearlessness. Ultimately, as the final pudding vanished from the table, Dumbledore declared the end of dinner, emphasizing the area's off-limits to students, particularly warning about the dangers of the corridor on the 4th floor. As Harry absorbed Dumbledore's warning, he found it perplexing. Children often become more intrigued by what they are forbidden to do. Thus, Harry realized that perhaps those words were deliberately directed at him. Soon after, Ron inquired of Percy about what lay in the 4th floor corridor. Percy frowned, stating, "Generally, if there's a place we are forbidden to enter, he usually explains why. I believe he ought to clarify this at least to us prefects." However, Dumbledore did not specify the nature of the 4th floor corridor's dangers. He merely waved his wand, causing a golden ribbon inscribed with the lyrics of the school song to twist and swirl above the table. "Before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together." Harry, as usual, opted to cover his ears. After all, each time, the inventive students attempted various odd tones, and the cacophony was nothing short of overwhelming. Watching Ron's pained expression, he chuckled as he recited the lyrics. Soon after, the prefects led their respective first-year students out of the hall. The new students were wide-eyed, marveling at their surroundings, including the portraits in the corridors. With Ron chattering incessantly beside Harry, Harry listened quietly, occasionally offering his thoughts, but as they neared the common room, the group abruptly halted. Suspended in the air before them was a bundle of wands. Harry immediately recognized Peeves' mischief. Percy, too, identified the troublemaker and shouted for Peeves to reveal himself, threatening to bring up the Bloody Baron. Harry discreetly cast a brief spell towards Peeves' hiding spot, causing the poltergeist to materialize and flee. Percy assumed his mention of the Baron had frightened Peeves and continued leading the group onward. The Bloody Baron is the only one who can keep Peeves in check. Even the prefects cannot handle him, so you must always be wary of his pranks. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a plump woman clad in pink. She inquired for the password, and Percy replied, Dragonhead, causing the portrait to swing aside, revealing a circular hole in the wall. The first years followed Percy through the entrance into the common room, which was furnished with plush armchairs that appeared invitingly comfortable. The boys and girls then dispersed to their respective dormitories. Harry led Ron effortlessly to their room, which contained 5 beds adorned with deep red hangings. Exhausted from a long day, the first years quickly changed into their pajamas and climbed into bed. From behind his bed curtains, Ron whispered, the food today was quite lavish. After responding to Ron, Harry settled down to rest. As he drifted into slumber, he dreamt of Severus questioning him about why he hadn't confided in him, accusing Harry of using Obliviate on him, which jolted him awake. Sitting up, Harry found sleep elusive. Knowing that classes awaited him the following day, he forced himself to try to sleep, not wishing to be called upon in class due to fatigue. Chapter 99, the first lesson. The poor sleep from the previous night left Harry feeling drained, though he had eventually succumbed to sleep. The bizarre scenes in his dreams kept his mind in a state of alertness. Thus, when Ron called to him, Harry found it difficult to distinguish between dream and reality. Glancing at the time, Harry realized it was quite late. As he and Ron stepped out, they were met with whispers and curious glances from the other students. Even having experienced it once before, Harry still felt a prickling discomfort. He thought to himself that these students were rather idle, lingering to catch a glimpse of him, merely to see what he looked like. He remained perplexed by their interest. Harry and Ron grabbed a quick bite. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that his already restless state would allow him to endure the morning's classes. They devoured their breakfast in haste, and Harry glanced at Severus's usual seat, which was conspicuously empty. Suppressing his sense of disappointment, he and Ron set off, having already risen later than intended. Harry, unable to lead Ron through the secret passage, had to pull him along as they hurriedly made their way to class. Unlike before, Harry was now well acquainted with the layout of Hogwarts, possessing a familiarity with its staircases and corridors that surpassed that of anyone else. This knowledge enabled him to avoid any confrontations with Filch on the first day of school. Ron watched in awe as Harry effortlessly navigated the moving staircases, his mouth agape. He admired his new friend, marveling at Harry's prowess. He was indeed the legendary Harry Potter. Under Harry's guidance, they soon arrived at the door to the Transfiguration classroom. Just as Ron was about to point out the tabby cat on the desk to say something to Harry, Harry swiftly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Harry refrained from any unnecessary actions, merely urging Ron to take a seat promptly, as he wished to avoid Ron incurring any penalties for colliding with the professor before class even commenced. After a brief moment, Harry spotted Hermione entering the classroom, and he immediately waved at her, prompting her to approach their seats. However, Ron appeared less than pleased. Hey, mate, why did you call her over? Observing Ron's slightly disdainful expression, Harry could not help but silently mourn for his friend, thinking, every action you take could become a hindrance in your pursuit of love. May Merlin bless you, my Ron. After this internal lamentation, Harry's face brightened as he exchanged cheerful morning greetings with Hermione. By the time Hermione reached them, Ron had already clamped his mouth shut. Thus, she remained oblivious to his discontent. As the students began to fill the classroom, the tabby cat on the desk leapt gracefully and transformed before the students' very eyes into Professor McGonagall, silencing the room instantly and replacing it with collective gasps of astonishment. Yet, Ron's focus diverged from the others. Merlin, so you knew the tabby cat was Professor McGonagall all along, and that is why you stopped me? Hermione, having overheard Ron's remark, turned her curious gaze toward Harry, who replied, I had no idea. I just found it rather peculiar that a cat appeared in the classroom, so I paid a bit more attention. Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron's admiration for him surged to new heights. It was simply astounding. Hermione, however, was not as easily deceived. She continued to scrutinize Harry with skepticism, but upon seeing the certainty in his expression, she chose to remain silent. Professor McGonagall swiftly quelled the students' gasps and commenced the day's lesson, her gaze stern and commanding. As she scanned the room, students who had previously been whispering straightened in their seats. Satisfied with their response, Professor McGonagall transformed a desk into a pig, which pranced around the classroom before reverting back to its original form. The spectacle captivated the students, after which she emphasized the complexity and dangers of transfiguration, warning all students against causing disturbances, lest they lose their privilege to attend her class. Following a detailed explanation of the methods and techniques of transfiguration, she assigned the day's task, Each student was given a matchstick and instructed to transform it into a silver needle. After listening to the assignment, Harry pretended to concentrate earnestly with his wand in hand, though his thoughts wandered to the free time he could anticipate later that day, pondering when he might venture into the Chamber of Secrets to confront the basilisk. After reflecting, he deemed it still too early to consider, particularly since the school year had just begun and their schedule was quite full. He thought it prudent to feign interest in the fourth-floor corridor, as it was part of Dumbledore's arrangement. To avoid revealing himself, Harry felt compelled to proceed methodically. While lost in his thoughts, Hermione had already transformed her matchstick into a silver needle, earning Gryffindor 5 points from Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing Ron's wand, she shook her head in disappointment, and when her gaze fell upon Harry, her eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that Harry's matchstick had been continuously morphing shapes due to his inattentiveness, and since he was facing away from Professor McGonagall, he remained undetected. Hermione's exclamation soon interrupted Harry's reverie, following her line of sight to his matchstick. Harry watched as it promptly reverted to its original form. Facing Hermione's inquisitive gaze, he explained that he had difficulty controlling the transformation process, which led to the peculiar shapes. But he had yet to achieve the silver needle. Though Hermione remained skeptical of Harry's earnest but dubious explanation, she noted that the matchstick had indeed not transformed into a needle, solidifying her belief in his words. Subsequently, Harry sought Hermione's guidance on her successful technique, prompting her to engage in earnest instruction. During this time, he encouraged Ron to join them. Although Ron was reluctant, his objections were largely ignored. Before long, Harry feigned comprehension, successfully transforming the matchstick into a silver needle. Seeing Harry's accomplishment alleviated Hermione's doubts. Perhaps she had indeed been overthinking the situation. After this incident, Harry resolved to remain vigilant regarding his words and actions, especially in the presence of the professors at Hogwarts. Chapter 100, Professor Quirrell. Before long, the first class concluded, with Hermione being the sole student to succeed. After Professor McGonagall departed, Harry and his friends prepared to head to their next class, History of Magic with Professor Binns. For Harry, who had not rested well the previous night, Binns' monotonous voice proved more soporific than the draft of the living dead. Within 10 minutes, he had drifted into slumber. Ron initially attempted to resist sleep, but Harry's deep rest soon lulled him into a similar state, and the two of them lay quietly at their desks. Silent as the grave, Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron, whose furrowed brows seemed ready to crush a fly, and she cast them a look of exasperation, wishing they would apply themselves. However, with Professor Binns' voice so soothing, she found it challenging to take notes, leaving her little time to concern herself with their drowsiness. The class passed amidst Hermione's frantic note-taking and Harry and Ron's peaceful slumber, allowing Harry to recuperate from his fatigue, while Ron appeared lost in the reverie of a dream. Having lost interest in her companions, Hermione chose to ignore them as Harry, feeling rejuvenated, urged Ron and Hermione to the Great Hall, for he was now ravenous after a hasty breakfast. Ron, in a similar state, sat down without exchanging a word, devouring a chicken leg with greasy abandon, prompting Harry to chuckle at his friend's appearance. Hermione subtly shifted her plate away from Ron, fearing he might scatter food debris onto her own. Observing Hermione's actions, Harry's laughter grew even more hearty. Midway through the meal, Harry keenly sensed an inquisitive gaze directed his way. Casually, he glanced in the direction of the scrutiny, suspecting it to be one of the professors. Due to his poor eyesight, he struggled to discern who it was. Taking advantage of the moment while speaking to Ron, Harry quickly scanned the staff table, discovering that Severus Snape and Quirrell occupied the seats in that direction. Confounded, Harry could not ascertain who was watching him. Just as he pondered further, a sharp pain coursed through his scar, leading him to deduce that the gaze belonged to Quirrell. Resolving to disregard the matter, Harry decided that whatever Quirrell intended, his fate was already sealed. Soon, Harry finished his meal, but as he observed Ron still wrestling with his pie, he remained patiently seated. During this interval, Harry pretended to casually glance at Snape at the staff table. He was cautious not to appear too conspicuous. Snape's perceptiveness was acute, and any slip could jeopardize his plans. Thus, Harry stole glances with great difficulty, yet he found it oddly enjoyable, feeling as though it had been ages since he had truly looked at Snape. Was it merely his imagination, or did Snape seem to be looking back at him? As Harry prepared to look over directly, Ron finished his meal, patted Harry on the shoulder, and together they exited the Great Hall, for Hermione had already departed in frustration at Ron's sluggishness. From the moment Harry entered until he left, a pair of eyes had been closely observing him, as if scrutinizing something of great significance. However, Harry remained utterly oblivious to this gaze, as it was exceedingly discreet. In the afternoon, Professor Flitwick's Charms class commenced. Standing atop a stack of books, he let out a shriek upon reading Harry's name from the attendance list, only to vanish from sight moments later. Harry had grown accustomed to Professor Flitwick's eccentricities, especially since he was the same professor who, every Christmas, tirelessly stuffed prank items into eggs alongside Harry, hardly the epitome of a serious educator. The first day of classes swiftly came to an end, and Ron trudged towards the common room, his steps heavy with fatigue. Merlin's stinky socks, I'm utterly exhausted. I can scarcely fathom how difficult the coming days will be. Harry could only offer a comforting pat on Ron's shoulder, reminding him that this was merely the first day, and the truly arduous lessons lay ahead. Harry was convinced that the forthcoming defense against the dark arts class and Friday's potions lesson would reveal to Ron just how naive he truly was. With a sense of schadenfreude, Harry and Ron made their way to the defense against the dark arts classroom the following day. Harry had preemptively cast a charm to dull his sense of smell, for he wished to avoid another baptism of garlic. Unbeknownst to Hermione and Ron, they entered the classroom unprepared, only to change countenance in an instant, their expressions transforming as they beheld Harry's unrestrained amusement. Soon, Harry found himself at a disadvantage, and he cast a protective charm on both of them, for the odor was indeed overwhelming, a challenge to endure for the duration of the class. While the other students were far less fortunate, Hermione, intrigued by the spell Harry had cast, inquired about it, to which Harry simply replied it was something he had read in a book, quite elementary, promising to teach them after class, which satisfied her curiosity. Discussions among the students revolved around the peculiar scent emanating from Professor Quirrell, who claimed his scarf was a gift from an African prince after he had aided the prince in ridding himself of a zombie infestation. As Seamus Finnegan pressed Quirrell for details on how he had vanquished the zombie, Harry felt a twinge of inexplicable sorrow for Quirrell, who blushed crimson, fumbling over his words. Having been through much, Harry was not so easily deceived by appearances. He recognized that Quirrell might not be as feeble as he seemed. After all, the Albanian forest was not a place one could traverse alone without considerable fortitude. However, the reality was that Quirrell was destined for a grim fate, regardless of circumstances. One must ultimately bear the consequences of their choices. While this notion can sometimes be skewed, as not all decisions are made willingly, it remains an intrinsic truth. Pondering Quirrell's connection to Voldemort, Harry began to contemplate a visit to Hagrid, for without Hagrid's assistance, they would be at a loss regarding how to confront the three-headed dog on the fourth floor. Certain matters, though Harry already knew the answers, required a logical process. For Dumbledore was not easily fooled. The mere thought of Dumbledore led Harry to consider Grindelwald. Perhaps it was time to inform Grindelwald that Howard was not deceased. Given that Harry now spent most of his time at school, some matters would necessitate external assistance, and the Saint was an excellent ally. Chapter 101, The Great Hall. After the defense against the dark arts class concluded, Ron felt a wave of despair wash over him. Harry, I need someone to assure me this isn't real. Are we to face a moving garlic in every defense against the dark arts class for the next few years? Harry chuckled at Ron's plight, internally addressing the matter. Rest assured, they would only need to endure it for a while longer before he would meet Merlin. Nevertheless, he offered a token of consolation to Ron. You should be grateful. Our first-year defense against the dark arts classes are relatively few. Human suffering is often comparative. And upon hearing Harry's words, Ron perked up, realizing that they only had a few classes each week, while the seventh years faced Professor Quirrell's lessons far more frequently. Nearby, Hermione, overhearing their exchange, rolled her eyes and bypassed Ron to ask Harry if he would be heading to the library after lunch. Ron's expression fell at the mention of the library, and he silently signaled to Harry to decline. Receiving Ron's plea for help, Harry cheerfully accepted Hermione's invitation, causing Ron's countenance to sour as he gazed at the delighted Harry, perplexed by anyone's affinity for books and studying. Their playful banter passed swiftly, and as Harry had been spending much of his time with Ron and Hermione, he could only catch glimpses of Severus's condition during mealtimes. But the truth was that Severus was often absent. Before long, Friday arrived, and Harry was filled with anticipation, for he would no longer need to covertly observe Severus. Ron, having been dragged from his warm bed by Harry early that morning, was still yawning. Harry, why are you up so early? Have you caught Hermione's bug? Ron asked. Confusion etched across his face. Perhaps I went to bed too early last night, and with potions class this morning, I thought it prudent to rise early to prepare. Harry explained. Ron, however, was unconvinced. He distinctly remembered Harry being the last to sleep in the dormitory the previous night, and with Harry as their living map, they could hardly be late. Yet, Ron could not discern the mysterious intentions behind Harry's actions. So he chose not to speculate further and dragged his weary legs behind Harry towards the great hall. Due to the early hour, the hall was sparsely populated, though not entirely empty. Harry's gaze fell upon Severus at the staff table, already partaking in his meal, and he could not suppress the urge to observe him. In the next moment, their eyes met, and Harry hastily averted his gaze, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his thoughts, or, worse, his desire to divulge everything. But he must not, Harry admonished himself. Despite the current situation being advantageous for him, armed with foreknowledge of all outcomes, it could even be deemed foolproof. Yet, numerous past experiences warned Harry that not everything unfolds as one might wish. Sometimes, even the most meticulously planned scenarios could unravel unexpectedly. Severus's fate remained a thorn in Harry's heart, and he yearned for Severus to be shielded from danger. Only when Voldemort was vanquished entirely would Harry be able to extricate that thorn completely. Ron, puzzled by Harry's sudden shift from cheerfulness to gloom, quickly placed a pie on Harry's plate. "Eat up. You look positively famished." Harry found himself both amused and exasperated by Ron's concern, and he began to eat breakfast under Ron's expectant gaze, which finally eased Ron's worry as he settled into his own meal. Severus had arrived early due to a restless night spent monitoring a potion that had reached a critical juncture, requiring constant vigilance, as he could not afford to attend to it during the day with classes to teach. Having imbibed an entire bottle of invigorating potion, Severus arrived at the Great Hall early. He needed to prepare the items required for his upcoming class, having forgotten them amidst the busyness of the previous day. Just as he took a few bites of his meal, he noticed Harry and Ron making their way to the Gryffindor table. Initially, he cast a casual glance in their direction, but to his surprise, Harry happened to meet his gaze. However, Harry quickly averted his eyes, lowering his head. Severus narrowed his eyes slightly. He was no stranger to this scrutiny. Lately, whenever he dined in the hall, he felt an almost palpable gaze assessing him. Others might not detect it, but Severus had always possessed a keen awareness. Now, he was certain that the source of that gaze was Harry. Severus exhibited no particular reaction. He merely hastened to finish his breakfast before retreating to the dungeons, for some matters required careful contemplation before arriving at a conclusion. Once Harry saw Severus's retreating figure, he permitted himself to stare at him for quite some time. Ron followed Harry's gaze, but found only emptiness, sensing something peculiar about Harry today, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Soon, Hermione arrived, astonished to find Harry and Ron at the Great Hall so early. In recent days, they had always arrived just in time, hastily consuming their meals before racing to class, perpetually in a race against time. "I must say, you two have truly surprised me today. What conviction could possibly compel you to abandon the warmth of your beds?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. Harry, recalling Severus's earlier departure, smiled and replied, "That's a secret." His enigmatic demeanor today seemed to suggest that something was indeed amiss. Ron, having pulled Hermione aside, began to chatter away in Harry's presence. Harry was left speechless by Ron's antics. "Shouldn't you show some respect for the person involved? After all, I'm not deaf." "Hey, I'm just letting you know. Why are you acting so strangely today?" Ron pressed. "I already said it's a secret, so I won't tell you." While munching on her food, Hermione observed the two's antics. Finding Harry's behavior rather odd, she felt as though Harry possessed an uncanny understanding of her. As even her own father did not know her preferences as well as Harry did, who effortlessly offered her favorite foods. Hermione was certain she had not known Harry previously, attributing this to his perceptiveness. Reflecting on Ron's words in Transfiguration class, she had to concede that perhaps Harry was indeed a naturally astute individual, unbeknownst to Harry, who was blissfully unaware. He had inadvertently dispelled Hermione's doubts about him, while continuing to jest with Ron, who had grown weary of Harry's antics, realizing that regardless of the conversation, he would ultimately be the one at a disadvantage. Harry mused that if he could not handle even Ron, what had he been doing all these years? Chapter 102, Potions Class. Today, we will have Potions Class alongside Slytherin. Ron wrinkled his nose. "I heard that Snape is the head of Slytherin and is quite biased, so we need to be cautious today." "Ron, you should refer to him as Professor Snape," Harry corrected. "And as the head of Slytherin, would he be biased towards Gryffindor?" Hearing Harry's words, Ron was taken aback. "No, you're not the Harry I know. Who are you, and where have you hidden my Harry?" Hermione watched the childish display between the two with exasperation, yet she too sensed something unusual in Harry's reaction. It appeared that Harry held a high regard for this professor. At that moment, owls began to swoop in, delivering letters to the students. Although Harry had grown accustomed to this over the years, it still left him feeling rather disheartened. Fortunately, he had finished his meal early and cast a sympathetic glance at Hermione, who had several owl feathers scattered in her bowl. Harry's apparent schadenfreude was too blatant to miss, prompting Hermione to shoot him a disapproving glare, deeming him childish. Before long, Hermione finished her breakfast, and the trio set off toward the potions classroom. Ron wore a frown. Hermione remained calm, while Harry's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Other students noted the trio's peculiar dynamic, whispering among themselves, "What a strange group." The potions classroom, situated near the Slytherin dungeon, was colder than the other classrooms. This was partly due to Severus's office being located in the dungeon, and partly because certain potion ingredients were sensitive to light. Arriving early, Harry and his friends soon saw Draco enter with his two cronies. Upon spotting Harry, Draco sneered but, true to his nature, made his way toward him. "Good morning, Harry," he began, but Harry quickly interjected, "Morning, Draco. Allow me to introduce my friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger." Knowing that Draco was unlikely to say anything pleasant, Harry took the initiative, adding, "This is also my friend, Draco Malfoy." An awkward silence ensued, as Draco had intended to mock Ron and advise Harry to distance himself. But Harry's introduction compelled him to hold his tongue. Meanwhile, Ron wore a disgusted expression, thinking, Merlin's socks. Is Harry serious? How can he consider a Malfoy a friend? Determined to address this later in their dormitory, Ron resolved to enlighten Harry about Draco's true nature. "All right, now that we're acquainted, let us take our seats quickly before the professor arrives." Harry attempted to ease the tension, feeling helpless in this scenario. At Harry's prompt, Draco slid into the seat beside him, inciting Ron's displeasure. He leaned toward Harry's ear. "Since when did you become friends with him?" "I had no idea." Harry understood Ron's frustration was directed at Draco, but what could he do but soothe him? "Relax, you're my best friend. My relationship with him is merely casual, so just pretend he doesn't exist." Instantly comforted, Ron shot a triumphant glance in Draco's direction, thinking, Harry said I'm his best friend. I knew that Malfoy couldn't surpass me. Meanwhile, Draco leaned closer to Harry, whispering, "I want to sit with you during class. Have that Weasley move aside." Observing Ron's smugness and Draco's eager anticipation, Harry thought it would be easier to face Voldemort directly. Hermione watched the unfolding drama with a cool demeanor. While she did not fully understand the intricacies of male friendships, she respected them nonetheless. Fortunately, at that moment, Severus entered the classroom, rescuing Harry from the awkward situation. Truly, he was my Severus, and Harry felt a swell of gratitude. Severus strode to the front of the classroom, casting a silent yet penetrating glance over all the students. It must be said, his gaze held more authority than that of Professor McGonagall, plunging the room into a profound silence. "Now, we shall begin roll call." Severus wasted no time. When he called Harry's name, he paused momentarily. Just as Harry thought Severus might emphasize his name, Severus continued with the list, leaving Harry astonished. Could it be that Severus intended to overlook him? Before Harry could ponder this further, Severus completed the roll call and surveyed the class. His eyes cold and devoid of warmth. "You have come here to learn the art of potion making." Severus's voice was deep, slow, and clear, yet imbued with an unmistakable sense of authority. Here, there would be no foolish wand-waving. It was the classic opening statement, his velvety tone accompanied by a solemn expression that captivated Harry instantly. Ron, noticing Harry's demeanor, swallowed hard, commenting on Harry's peculiar behavior. "Look, it's happening again. Potter." Severus suddenly called out Harry's name, but as their eyes met, he halted the words that were about to escape his lips. A moment of confusion flickering across his face before swiftly being suppressed. What would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to the wormwood infusion? Ron began to worry for Harry, for he could not comprehend Severus's words at all. "It's the elixir of life, Professor." Gazing into Harry's eyes, Severus fell silent, and the classroom became eerily quiet, as if it were devoid of life. After a moment, Severus seemed to recall something, closing his eyes briefly. "Potter, sit down." Harry was uncertain why Severus had ceased his questioning, yet he sensed that Severus's mood was less than favorable, a feeling of unease creeping in. The potion class continued, with Severus pairing students and assigning the task of brewing a scabious potion. After meticulously demonstrating the brewing process and emphasizing the precautions, he fell silent. At that moment, Ron and Draco exchanged glances, signaling to Harry, causing his head to spin, yet soon he found himself relieved of worry. "Potter, come here, you will work alone." Harry feigned disappointment as he glanced at Ron and Draco before making his way to Severus. Chapter 103, The Shielding Armor. Harry approached the nearest vacant seat beside Severus and began the potion's preparation, finding this level of potion making to pose no challenge for him now. However, under Severus's watchful gaze, he pretended to examine the process thoroughly before commencing, aware that he lacked Severus's innate talent for potions and had never before handled potion ingredients. For a novice student just embarking on potion making, anxiety was to be expected, thus Harry did not exhibit remarkable prowess, yet his performance surpassed his past efforts. At the very least, he could brew independently. Moreover, he mused that in Severus's eyes, he would merely be regarded as Lily's child. If Lily's child performed adequately in potions, would Severus feel a sense of satisfaction? The crux of the matter was that Harry did not wish Severus to perceive him as a complete failure, even as Lily's child. He yearned to carve out a space for himself in Severus's regard. Just as Harry pondered how best to present himself, a commotion arose from Neville Station. The calamity stemmed from his potion, which had burned through the cauldron, causing its contents to spill onto the floor and corrode the shoes of nearby students. The liquid that splattered from the cauldron burned Neville's hand, leading him to topple the cauldron, drenching himself in the remaining potion. His exposed skin began to redden and swell, as he was overwhelmed by pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. That fool! Severus seethed with anger, perplexed as to why, despite his clear instructions and warnings, there always seemed to be such incompetence. It was as if their brains were borrowed and wholly unfamiliar with their own bodies. As the potion on the floor continued to react violently, Harry instinctively cast a shielding charm over Severus. In the next instant, he regretted it. Cursed habit. Now, trouble had arisen. Severus shot Harry an enigmatic glance before turning back to address the mess Neville had created. Did you not remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Did my precautions escape your digestive system, leaving no impression on your brain? After delivering this reprimand, Severus used a cleaning charm to eliminate the potion from the floor. Neville, in too much agony to speak, stood by, sobbing uncontrollably. Severus, unwilling to witness such a sight, instructed Simon to escort Neville to the hospital wing. Once Severus had dealt with the aftermath, he turned his ire toward Harry, a standard shielding charm. Perhaps I should thank Mr. Potter for his concern. Remember to visit my office after class. It will be just you. Although Severus appeared impatient due to the disruption caused by Neville, Harry sensed that there was a hint of goodwill in Severus's tone when he delivered this message. By Merlin's beard, Harry thought, Ron was right. He had indeed caused a stir today. Given the extent of the chaos caused by Neville, the potion class could not continue, but fortunately, the end of class was approaching, and Severus allowed the students to leave early. The other students were understandably delighted, but Harry's mood was far less buoyant. Potter, you stay. As Harry's classmates cast sympathetic glances in his direction, Ron clapped him on the shoulder, saying, Mate, why did you have to provoke him? I told you something was off today. May Merlin bless you. Hermione could only offer an apologetic glance before departing with Ron. Draco, flanked by his two sycophants, approached Harry, casting him a look of helplessness before swiftly exiting the classroom, not bothering to look back. Harry, already feeling anxious, found himself unexpectedly amused by their antics. They were all such dramatic figures. So, Mr. Potter, it seems you need not visit my office after all. Now, can you explain the shielding charm from earlier? Harry's mind raced. Well, Professor, after our charms lesson yesterday, Hermione and I went to the library, where we preemptively studied this spell. However, we had no opportunity to practice it there, and somehow, it came to mind just now, prompting me to use it instinctively. Oh, should I award Gryffindor points for Mr. Potter's eagerness? After all, that shielding charm was executed with remarkable speed. It seems I must inform Professor Flitwick. Perhaps you should be sorted into Ravenclaw. Before Harry could respond, Severus continued, It appears you are reluctant to speak the truth. Regrettably, Mr. Potter, due to your deceptive behavior towards a professor, Gryffindor must forfeit 5 points. Do remember to concoct a better excuse next time. Harry was taken aback by Severus's actions. He had thought he would escape unscathed today, only to find himself penalized for his impulsiveness. Noticing Harry's sudden despondency, a flicker of amusement crossed Severus's eyes before it vanished. You may leave now, Mr. Potter. Additionally, due to your actions, aside from the point deduction, you have earned yourself a 5-inch essay. Be sure to deliver it to my office personally tomorrow. Harry felt the weight of despair settle in. Merlin, someone tell him this was not real. The thought of writing an essay left him near tears. As he walked back to the dormitory, Harry smote his right hand fiercely, chastising himself for his enthusiasm. Now, the spell was his doing, and he was left to write the essay. Harry found himself once again lamenting his own recklessness. Fortunately, Severus remembered nothing of the incident. Otherwise, his actions today would serve as a glaring reminder to Severus of his own issues. Although the outcome was still difficult for Harry to accept, he deemed that writing a reflection was preferable to having Severus discover his true identity. After all, Severus assigning him a reflection subtly indicated that he did not perceive Harry's behavior today as having any other implications. Perhaps in Severus's eyes, Harry's actions were merely a demonstration of his newly acquired spell, an eager quest for approval from others, and nothing more. Harry silently reminded himself to remain vigilant, especially in Severus's presence, for revealing his true self was merely a moment away, given how deeply ingrained his subconscious habits were after all those years. Chapter 104. The Memory Ball. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry was met with an abundance of concern from Ron, who viewed Severus as quite intimidating and feared for Harry's safety. Hey, mate, what happened to you today? That Snape didn't he do anything to you, did he? You look rather dejected. Ron struggled to find the right words to convey Harry's state, lamenting, See, we shouldn't have gotten up so early this morning. Harry, let us sleep in a bit more from now on. Early mornings just don't suit us. Harry chuckled at Ron's words and expression. All right, Ron. I suppose you're right. I'll follow your lead. With no other choice, Harry dutifully remained in the dormitory to complete his reflection. By the time he submitted it to Severus the next day, Harry could glean no information from Severus's demeanor. However, he did not mind. As long as Severus could not recall, his position was secure. That day, a notice was posted in the Gryffindor common room announcing that Gryffindor and Slytherin would share a flying lesson that Thursday. To be honest, Harry felt a sense of nostalgia for the thrill of flying. During breakfast on Thursday morning, Hermione incessantly recounted the flying knowledge she had gleaned from her books. To alleviate Hermione's anxiety, Harry began to share the origins and evolution of Quidditch, along with numerous flying techniques. Students seated near Harry at the Gryffindor table began to listen intently, even catching the attention of Professor Dumbledore, who observed with an expressionless Severus across from him, remarking, "It seems Harry is adapting quite well to Gryffindor." In response, Severus simply set down his knife and fork and departed the Great Hall, prompting Dumbledore to shake his head and sigh, his earlier joy visibly dissipating. Dumbledore now questioned whether his agreement with Howard to keep Severus in the dark was indeed the right course of action. Over the years, Severus had grown increasingly reticent. At times, Dumbledore even suspected that Severus might have regained his memory. To test his hypothesis, Dumbledore had probed Severus several times. Yet each inquiry only reinforced the belief that Howard's presence had vanished from Severus's recollection. Even Dumbledore was at a loss to understand the cause of Severus's growing silence. Even when Dumbledore pressed Severus directly, he received only perfunctory responses, merely citing his busy schedule brewing potions as the reason for his lack of conversation. Yet, Dumbledore discerned that this was not the true cause. Ultimately, he considered Lily. Could it be that Severus, who had seemingly forgotten Howard, still harbored feelings for Lily? Now that she was no longer present, leading him to become increasingly reclusive? Believing he had finally identified the reason, Dumbledore arranged for Severus to escort Harry upon the start of the school year, as he was Lily's child and might provide Severus with some solace. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, more and more students, having finished their meals, began to focus intently on Harry's explanations. Harry suddenly felt as if he had returned to a previous time, as if he were teaching them. Initially, Draco had been boasting at the Slytherin table, but upon noticing Harry's engagement, he ceased his self-aggrandizing and began to attentively listen to Harry's discourse. Hermione, initially anxious, soon became absorbed in Harry's words, gradually forgetting her nerves. Similarly, Neville, who had been prohibited from approaching flying broomsticks by his grandmother, felt the same tension. Just then, an owl delivered to Neville the memory ball sent by his grandmother. As Neville pondered what he had forgotten, Draco abruptly snatched the memory ball from him. Seeing the triumphant grin on Draco's face, Harry rubbed his forehead in exasperation, perplexed by how Lucius had raised Draco, producing a genuine little rogue from an ostensibly refined lineage. "Draco, stop playing around and return the memory ball to Neville. This is not amusing." Hearing Harry's somewhat serious tone, Draco reluctantly handed the memory ball back to Neville, who cast a grateful glance at Harry before hastily exiting the Great Hall with his memory ball. "Harry, I was just a bit curious." "I did give it back to him," Draco replied, not wishing to provoke a conflict with Harry over a mere memory ball. Harry was taken aback by Draco's reaction. He soon realized that their relationship was not the previously tense one, and in Draco's eyes, he was still considered a friend for the time being. With this thought, Harry smiled at Draco. "I merely believe that such antics at the expense of classmates are rather inappropriate, and I trust that an elegant noble would not jest at the expense of others. So, please refrain from such behavior in the future." Upon hearing Harry refer to him as an elegant noble, Draco instinctively straightened his posture, affirming to himself that he was indeed the distinguished Malfoy, and resolved to avoid actions that would tarnish his noble status. Gradually, the students surrounding the Great Hall began to disperse. Hermione observed Harry skillfully pacifying Draco, realizing that her understanding of Harry was still rather superficial. She would need to learn more from him in the future. Meanwhile, Ron remained bewildered. He had expected a confrontation, yet Harry had merely spoken a single sentence. And Draco had left. Had he missed something? Confounded, Ron intended to grab a chicken leg to calm his nerves, but Harry tugged him away from the Great Hall. Reluctantly, Ron watched as the chicken leg drifted further from him until Hermione handed him one, allowing him to leave the Great Hall contentedly. For the first time, Ron felt that Hermione was quite understanding, so he resolved to tease her less in front of Harry from now on. Of course, Hermione was oblivious to Ron's thoughts. Had she known, she would have never offered him the chicken leg, even if it meant feeding it to a dog. The trio strode cheerfully toward the flying lesson venue. Ron quickly finished his chicken leg, and Hermione, unable to overlook his greasy hands, offered him a cleaning charm, which he gratefully accepted. The weather at Hogwarts was delightful that day, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze, every ray of sunlight infused with a joyous spirit. Looking at Ron and Hermione beside him, Harry couldn't help but smile at them, prompting Ron to mirror his grin. Hermione, amused by Ron's silly expression, found herself laughing. And soon laughter enveloped the air around the three, transforming it into a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 105, Seeking the Seeker. Harry and his friends swiftly arrived at the location for their flying lesson, where a multitude of students had already gathered. Beside them lay 20 flying broomsticks, neatly arranged on the ground. As Harry gazed at the school's antiquated broomsticks, he suspected that the institution intended for students to exercise caution during their flying lessons. After all, these rudimentary broomsticks could merely ensure a basic level of flight. Ron chimed in, stating that Fred and George claimed the school's broomsticks ought to be relegated to the trash, as they trembled even at the slightest elevation, raising serious concerns about their quality. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione and Neville turned pale, as the tension and fear that Harry had just managed to alleviate returned in full force. Harry looked at Ron in exasperation, marveling at his uncanny ability to instill anxiety with a single remark. Surely, it couldn't be as dire as they suggested. And how could the school neglect the safety of its students? These broomsticks were merely intended to ensure that we did not grow complacent as we embarked on our flight training and to prevent us from endangering ourselves through excessive speed. Although Harry spoke with little conviction, thankfully, Hermione and Neville believed him. As Hermione's gaze towards Ron began to take on a progressively dangerous edge, Ron, oblivious, continued to chatter away. Suddenly, he was struck by Hermione's elbow, his eyes widening in disbelief at her unexpected aggression. While Harry chuckled at their antics, Madame Hooch arrived. Her striking yellow eyes and short gray hair lent her an air of brisk efficiency. She sternly instructed everyone to stand beside the broomsticks and begin their attempts. After demonstrating how to grasp the broom, she began to patrol the rows of students. Hermione's broom rolled on the ground. Neville's remained obstinately still, while as soon as Harry reached out, his broom eagerly leapt into his palm, eliciting envy from both Hermione and Neville. In stark contrast, Ron's broom not only refused to come to him, but instead sprang away from his side, leaving even Harry momentarily stunned. Draco had long been aware of the commotion and, upon witnessing Ron's broom's defection, burst into loud laughter. Although Harry swiftly silenced him, Ron was still visibly irked. Fortunately, on his second attempt, Ron's broom obediently made its way into his hands, offering him a modicum of comfort. Once the majority of students had secured their broomsticks, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without slipping off. Following her demonstration, she resumed her inspection among the students. When Ron overheard Madame Hooch correcting Draco's form, he couldn't help but cast a derisive smile in Draco's direction. Before Draco could retort, Madame Hooch instructed them to prepare, announcing that they could ascend on her whistle. After a struggle, Neville finally grasped his broom, and without waiting for the whistle, he propelled himself upward. Unfortunately, Harry's memory of Neville's previous injury resurfaced. With a sigh, Harry realized he had underestimated fate's trajectory. After Madame Hooch took Neville away, Harry began searching the grass for the memory ball. However, the situation unfolded in a manner Harry wished to avoid, as Neville's memory ball was not retrieved by Draco, but rather by another Slytherin student, who had no intention of returning it to Harry. When Harry called out to him, the Slytherin student had already mounted his broom and soared into the sky, leaving Harry with no choice but to pursue him. Utilizing his extensive flying skills, Harry successfully caught up to the Slytherin, who then tossed the memory ball toward the ground. Harry had to dive rapidly to intercept the ball, drawing gasps from the students below. Ron and Hermione were beside themselves with worry, and even Draco shot a fierce glare at the Slytherin who had discarded the memory ball. Just as the ball was about to crash to the ground, Harry caught it, pulling it upward with force, and his broom steadied itself in midair, prompting a fervent cheer from the surrounding students. Professor McGonagall soon approached, calling Harry over. As in his memory, she introduced herself to Oliver Wood, and he was remarkably appointed as a seeker. However, at that moment, Harry's thoughts were occupied with a different matter. Since Hagrid had not come to fetch him before the term began, he had been contemplating how to approach Hagrid in order to seamlessly embark on an adventure in the fourth-floor corridor. While flying in midair, an idea struck him for an excuse to seek out Hagrid. At dinner, Harry informed Ron of his new role as a seeker, which elicited the expected astonishment from Ron. However, Harry's subsequent words successfully captured his attention. While flying today, I spotted an intriguing house on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Since we have no classes tomorrow afternoon, let us go explore it. We might discover something fascinating. Ron, being of the adventurous age, was immediately intrigued by Harry's suggestion. Harry then turned to Hermione, asking if she would like to join, but she declined, asserting that she found the library far more appealing. Unbeknownst to Hermione, Ron made a face behind her back, and Harry chose to ignore it, not wanting to jeopardize Ron's chances with a girl over such trivial matters. Thank me later, Ron, Harry silently mused. Just then, the twins entered the Great Hall. rushing to Harry's side with remarkable speed. Being the Quidditch team's beaters, they were already aware of Harry's new seeker status from Wood. They congratulated Harry in a playful duet before thoroughly teasing Ron and departing in satisfaction. Ron glared in the direction of the twins' exit, visibly irked. Harry, next time, just ignore those two. They are insufferable, bullying me at home and continuing here, he grumbled. In an effort to soothe Ron's ire, Harry quickly agreed, fearing that if he hesitated, Ron might transform into a puffed-up pufferfish. Although it was amusing, Harry's dwindling sense of morality prompted him to abandon his malicious amusement. Chapter 106, Hagrid. Just as Ron was about to say something further to Harry, Draco sauntered over with his two henchmen, causing Ron to instantly adopt a defensive posture. However, this time Draco disregarded Ron entirely. Harry, I've already dealt with that fool from our flying lesson. I hope this matter won't tarnish our friendship, Draco stated. Harry smiled at the apprehension flickering in Draco's eyes. He was still just a child. If it were Lucius, he would never approach with such a lack of confidence in seeking reconciliation. I assure you, I have not taken it to heart. Nor is it of any concern to you, so it shall not affect our relationship. Rest assured, Harry replied, easing Draco's worries. He had been genuinely concerned that Harry might be upset over that imbecile. Reflecting on his father's admonitions before the term began, Draco resolved to ensure that nothing could jeopardize his friendship with the chosen one for the benefit of the Malfoy family's future. Having achieved the desired outcome, Draco departed with Goyle and Crabbe, for Ron's countenance had darkened to an alarming degree, and Draco wished to avoid further conflict with Harry over a Weasley. The following day brought another potions class, which unfolded with remarkable ease. Neville had been assigned to work with Seamus by Severus, who made it abundantly clear that should anything resembling the previous incident occur again, he would not show mercy to Seamus. Thus, Seamus was particularly cautious during this lesson. He had no desire to incur Severus's wrath due to Neville's clumsiness, and merely contemplating such a scenario caused his calves to tremble. Meanwhile, Harry toiled alone over his potion. Unlike the previous class, Severus chose to disregard Harry entirely throughout the session, offering neither praise for his correct techniques nor criticism for his mistakes. Severus's indifference was palpable. He did not even spare Harry a glance. Although Harry was well aware of his unpopularity with Severus, this blatant neglect stung deeply, especially when contrasted with Severus's evident favoritism towards Draco. For the entirety of the class, Harry surreptitiously observed Severus from an angle where he believed he wouldn't be noticed. Though both were within the confines of Hogwarts, Harry rarely encountered Severus outside of the Great Hall or Potions class. At times, Harry contemplated the merits of adopting a mindset of complete oblivion. Doing so might allow him to face Severus without the burden of any conflicting emotions. Yet, he found it impossible to erase from his memory everything related to Severus, even if those memories relentlessly reminded him in the dead of night that he and Severus had no future together. Harry had transitioned from an initial breathlessness at the mere thought of Severus to a state of growing numbness. He reassured himself that if he could successfully vanquish Voldemort, only then would he be entitled to ponder a future with Severus. However, the heart is the most challenging of realms to govern. Witnessing Severus's favoritism towards Draco, Harry's mind began to conjure countless scenarios regarding Draco's mysterious disappearance. Perhaps Harry's gaze was too conspicuous, for Severus finally deigned to bestow upon him a fleeting glance, remarking, "Mr. Potter, I feel compelled to remind you that class is nearing its conclusion, and your potion." It was then that Harry realized his potion was nearly reduced to nothing in his cauldron. He hastily set about rectifying the situation and managed to produce a potion that was, if not perfect, at least passable before class ended. Severus, however, displayed no indication of approval or disapproval regarding Harry's work and merely signaled for him to leave. As Harry walked with Hermione and Ron, he felt a weight pressing upon his chest. Today's treatment from Severus had left him feeling miserable. He would have preferred Severus's sharp tongue, reminiscent of past encounters, over the utter disregard he had faced today. This experience made Harry acutely aware that he could not maintain his composure in Severus's presence. Perhaps the use of a mental barrier would be beneficial, as it might help alleviate some of his turmoil, provided he could avoid drawing Severus's attention. At the end of the corridor, Hermione parted ways with Harry and Ron to head to the library, politely declining Ron's anticipated adventure. Harry made no effort to dissuade her. As long as he achieved his goal, it mattered little who accompanied him. Ron trailed behind Harry as they made their way toward the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid resided in a small cabin at its edge. Harry led Ron toward the cabin with a sense of aimlessness. "Harry, there's nothing frightening here, is there?" "I think I hear something calling," Ron remarked, apprehensive as this was his first visit. Harry had not informed him that someone lived ahead. And with Dumbledore having emphasized the dangers of the Forbidden Forest at the start of term, Ron felt a twinge of regret for accompanying Harry. However, as the cabin soon came into view, Ron relaxed, for the presence of habitation suggested safety. It was only then that he became aware of the cold sweat saturating his back. After knocking on the door, strange sounds of struggle emanated from within, followed by deep barks. Ron's anxiety spiked again until he heard Hagrid's voice call out, "Step back, Fong." Hagrid opened the door, revealing his bearded visage, clearly astonished by Harry and Ron's unexpected arrival, as he had intended to invite Harry over in a few days. "Hello, we stumbled upon this little cabin and, out of curiosity, decided to take a look. I hope we haven't disturbed you, sir," Harry said, appearing quite sheepish. Hagrid was instantly charmed by Harry's demeanor. "Oh, of course, Harry, you might not know me yet. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Hello, Hagrid. I'm Harry Potter. And this is my friend Ron Weasley." Hagrid welcomed Harry and Ron inside, while still holding Fong back. After they settled into their seats, Hagrid produced rock cakes, causing Harry's eyelids to flutter, though Ron was oblivious. Upon tasting one, Ron nearly lost a tooth. He glanced at Harry, who had not touched the rock cake, and shot him a reproachful look. However, Ron's appetite was insatiable, and before Harry could intervene, Ron had already launched an assault on the rock cake. So he could hardly blame himself for it. Ron had grown accustomed to Harry's habitual antics and discovered that he could gnaw away at the cake, finding it surprisingly palatable. Soon, he was fully engrossed in devouring the treat. Harry was astonished by Ron's boldness, while Hagrid felt a surge of emotion. Delighted to finally share a favored food with someone, and suggested that Ron could take some home when he left. To this, Harry replied, "As long as you're enjoying it, that's what matters." Chapter 107, The Duel. After filling their teacups with water, Hagrid sat down and began recounting many tales from the past. He shared stories about James and Lily, as well as the complicated history between Harry and Voldemort. Suddenly, Harry inquired, "Hagrid, do you know where my parents are now?" Hagrid was momentarily taken aback by Harry's sudden question, then solemnly replied that they had been killed by Voldemort. However, Harry perceived a lack of sincerity in Hagrid's delivery, as his gaze did not meet Harry's. This led Harry to suspect that his intuition was correct. Lily and James were likely still alive. Perhaps there were reasons that remained unspoken, akin to the necessity of his residing with the Dursleys. Now that Harry had gleaned the answer he sought, he refrained from pressing further. Hagrid, believing Harry accepted his words, continued with his rambling reminiscences, and Harry listened patiently, while Ron attempted to soften his rock cake with water, with little success. Listening to Hagrid's repetitive tales of yore, Harry skillfully steered the conversation in the direction he desired. Hagrid, seemingly with ulterior motives, soon began to divulge some information. He first asked Ron about Charlie, and as Ron shared news about his brother, he inadvertently nudged a small piece of paper on the table, revealing it to Harry. Harry feigned an intrigue towards the contents of the scrap of paper, which had been cut from the Daily Prophet, and thus commenced his performance. He first informed Hagrid that the day Gringotts was burglarized coincidentally marked his birthday, on which he had accompanied Severus to procure supplies for the upcoming school year. And they had indeed visited Gringotts to retrieve items. Consequently, he mused, he might have been present when the incident occurred. Hagrid did not respond directly to Harry. While Ron's attention was peculiarly fixated elsewhere, Merlin's beard. "You went shopping with Snape before school? It's a miracle you made it to Hogwarts intact. You ought to refer to him as Professor Snape. Besides, he isn't as malevolent as you think. He merely has a habit of maintaining a stern expression. Yet he is quite amiable." Upon hearing Harry's remarks, Ron regarded him with incredulity. "I knew something was amiss with you. Did Professor Snape give you some strange potion? How else could you think he is a good person?" Although Ron added a respectful title for Severus in his gaze towards Harry, he found it challenging to speak positively about Severus. Understanding that he could not clarify his thoughts to Ron, Harry decided to drop the subject. Thus, Harry and Ron spent the afternoon enjoying tea with Hagrid. Before departing, Harry requested the fragment of the newspaper, while Hagrid prepared a bag of rock cakes for Ron. He intended to offer some to Harry as well, but Harry politely declined, leaving Hagrid somewhat disheartened. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts remained tranquil. Yet Harry soon received unsettling news from Ron. "A duel? When did you arrange that with Draco? I wasn't aware." Harry was perplexed. When had Ron begun to engage in covert dealings? It appeared that he had clashed with Draco, and the conflict seemed significant. Otherwise it wouldn't have escalated to a duel. Harry recalled that Ron had been by his side consistently. He initially believed that due to his own easing of relations with Draco, the duel might not transpire, only to discover that the roles had merely shifted. Reluctant to let Ron participate, as they had learned a lesson from prior experiences, Harry reconsidered. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to approach the forbidden fourth-floor corridor. He tacitly approved Ron's actions, but Hermione vehemently disagreed. "Have you gone mad?" "Harry, did you hear correctly? Ron, the duel is scheduled for after curfew. Do you wish to be caught by the professors or Filch and have all our house points deducted?" "Fear not. We shall be cautious, Ron replied, entirely focused on teaching Draco a lesson. He believed Draco too arrogant, not only mocking their family, but also lingering around Harry. As Harry's closest friend, Ron felt compelled to reveal Draco's true nature to him. Realizing Ron was resolute in his decision, Hermione reluctantly stated that they should include her in their escapade. At the very least, she could mediate during a crucial moment. Before long, the appointed hour for Ron and Draco's confrontation arrived. Harry, sensing Ron's trepidation, was unable to voice his concerns about Draco's potential absence, fearing instead the arrival of Filch and his cat. As anticipated, shortly after they reached the trophy room on the 3rd floor, they heard Filch's voice. Ron and Hermione were evidently startled by the sudden turn of events, and Harry feigned panic. The trio quietly navigated the corridor, but Harry, noticing their progress was too smooth, inadvertently collided with a nearby portrait frame, alerting Filch immediately. In a flurry of frantic movements, Harry led Ron and Hermione through a series of twists and turns, eventually evading Filch's pursuit. Gasping for breath, they wiped the sweat from their foreheads. My apologies, it was entirely my fault. Harry feigned a look of contrition. This is none of your concern. It's all that Malfoy's fault. He deceived me and undoubtedly informed Filch. That scoundrel. I will settle this score, Ron retorted, still catching his breath. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted as Peeves discovered them. Harry, thinking perfect timing, quickly pulled Ron and Hermione away before they could react. In the ensuing chase with Peeves, they reached the end of the corridor, only to find themselves confronted with a locked door. Harry swiftly used his wand to unlock it, ushering his companions inside before hastily shutting the door. They could hear Filch outside, questioning Peeves about their whereabouts, but after being tricked by Peeves, he eventually departed. Merlin, that was perilously close. We nearly fell into Filch's clutches. Ron exhaled deeply. I warned you that venturing out was ill-advised. Let this be a lesson learned, Hermione admonished Ron. Harry remained quietly beside them, preparing to soothe their nerves, for soon they would encounter yet another fright. Chapter 108, The Three-Headed Dog. Upon entering the room, Harry and his friends did not find what they had anticipated, but rather a corridor, the very forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Now I understand why the headmaster declared this area off-limits, Ron lamented, his expression one of despair. Upon turning, they were met with the sight of an enormous beast, a monstrous dog with 3 heads, all of which were drooling in their direction. Merlin, Hermione gasped, awestruck by the sheer size and grotesqueness of the creature, as if it had crawled straight from the depths of hell. Observing the fright on his friends' faces, Harry felt a pang of sympathy, yet he knew this encounter was inevitable. Once he noticed that Hermione had recognized the peculiar trapdoor beneath the creature's paws. Harry opened the door through which they had just entered. The trio began to sprint down the corridor, with Peeves having already distracted Filch. They needed only to quicken their pace to avoid detection. Soon, they returned to the common room. Ron and Hermione collapsed into armchairs, their heavy breathing filling the otherwise quiet space. Ron's eyes were wide, clearly affected by the overwhelming fright. How could they confine such a creature within the school? He gasped, his breath still uneven. Hermione, having regained her composure, shared her insight. That dog was guarding something. I saw it standing over a trapdoor. Harry had achieved his objective for the day, and noticing the time, insisted that Hermione retire to rest. Let us discuss everything tomorrow. It's late, and we have classes to attend. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione refrained from voicing her impending reproach towards Ron, unaware that he had just averted a quarrel. The 3 friends then returned to their respective dormitories to rest. The following day in the Great Hall, Ron was infuriated upon seeing Draco, who wore a smug expression directed at him. Harry quickly grasped Ron's arm, preventing him from charging at Draco, and reminded him that Professor McGonagall was already observing the scene. Ron sulkily took his seat beside Harry, while a weary Hermione joined them. Ron began recounting the events of the previous night. Then Harry casually recounted his visit to Gringotts with Severus prior to the commencement of the school year, where he witnessed Severus retrieving a certain item. This sparked a discussion among the group. Hermione was decidedly reluctant to engage in such perilous matters and urged Harry to refrain from further mischief with Ron. Ron, however, was visibly displeased, and before Harry could intervene, the two parted ways in discontent. Observing their retreat, Harry pondered for a moment before resuming his meal. He had grown accustomed to their quarrels. Knowing they would ultimately reconcile, perhaps it was merely a phase of their camaraderie. Turning his gaze to the staff table, Harry noticed Severus, who appeared unwell, his complexion pale and accentuated by pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. A wave of concern washed over Harry as he began to anticipate the arrival of his invisibility cloak. Severus's keen awareness often made Harry anxious about being discovered while attempting to observe him. Once he possessed the cloak, coupled with silence, Harry believed he could be discreet enough to venture into the dungeons. Days later, Harry received several packages delivered by owls, and he immediately recognized their contents. He opened a letter from Professor McGonagall, which Ron also glanced at. "Merlin, it's a Firebolt 2000. I've never even touched one, and you already own it." Harry found Ron's reaction amusing, and Ron promptly dragged Harry away from the Great Hall, eager to get a closer look at the broom. In the days that followed, Ron and Hermione remained in a standoff. Initially, Harry attempted to mediate, but upon realizing his efforts were futile, he ceased. Consequently, Hermione was absent from their company. However, as they ascended the staircase, they encountered Hermione en route to the hall. Harry greeted her with a smile, yet Ron's demeanor was less cordial. Hermione, incensed by Ron's expression, huffed and turned away without a moment's pause, muttering to herself about her irritation at feeling compelled to listen to him. Harry observed Ron's frustrated outburst, but chose not to comment, instead guiding Ron away. After a full day of classes, Ron finally beheld the Firebolt 2000 in its entirety. Unable to suppress an exclamation of awe, "Merlin, this broom is simply magnificent. I can hardly fathom how exhilarating it would be to soar through the skies on it." Harry assured Ron that he would have ample time to enjoy it, but for now, he had to attend practice, leaving Ron to bid a reluctant farewell to the broom. As time progressed, Harry felt increasingly pressed for time, with classes and training consuming the majority of his schedule. Initially contemplating a visit to the Chamber of Secrets, he decided it prudent to deal with Quirrell first. He feared unforeseen complications might arise otherwise. On the eve of Halloween, Ron and Hermione's relationship began to thaw under Harry's encouragement, only to be swiftly undermined by Ron's actions during Professor Flitwick's class. Hermione successfully performed the levitation charm, while Ron's feather remained utterly unaffected due to his wand's inadequacy. Recognizing that this incident would exacerbate their discord, Harry prepared to assist Ron. But Hermione preemptively pointed out Ron's pronunciation issues. Ron, however, did not appreciate the intervention and deemed Hermione meddlesome. Throughout the class, Hermione ignored Ron entirely, while he continued to mutter complaints about her to Harry, who despaired at Ron's inability to recognize the volume of his voice in Hermione's vicinity. Harry hastily silenced Ron's grievances. Yet as soon as the bell rang, Hermione strode out of the classroom, leaving Harry resigned. After all, he could hardly follow her into the girls' restroom to offer comfort. Hermione did not reappear for the remainder of the afternoon, and although Harry intended to suggest that Ron seek her out, Ron initially showed some interest before lapsing into silence. Harry felt powerless to intervene, resigning himself to the inevitability of their experiences, with the impending events weighing on his mind. Harry quickly filled his stomach and urged Ron to eat hastily. Though unaware of Harry's urgency, Ron complied and hastened his pace. Chapter 109, The Troll. Before long, Ron finished his meal and was about to inquire why Harry was in such a hurry when Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, his face a mask of terror as he collapsed into a chair beside Dumbledore, announcing the presence of a troll. Harry regarded Quirrell's feeble performance with skepticism before casting a glance at Dumbledore, and then at Severus, who was not far off. As Severus noticed him, Harry promptly averted his gaze. Ron then recalled Hermione, and together they took refuge in a corner, awaiting the departure of the other students. The foul odor soon led them to discover the troll's presence, which was advancing toward the girls' restroom where Hermione was hiding. Ron's anxiety for Hermione surged, and he began to chastise himself internally. Harry and Ron burst into the girls' restroom, only to find Hermione cowering in a corner with the troll looming between them. Ron desperately sought to divert the troll's attention. Although Harry could have easily subdued the troll with a spell, he hesitated, concerned that their actions might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, he was preoccupied with thoughts of Severus, fearing he might be injured again. Consequently, they swiftly defeated the troll. Harry had intended to fabricate an excuse to visit the fourth-floor corridor, but Professor McGonagall and others arrived shortly thereafter. Hermione maintained her rationale for confronting the troll alone, temporarily evading scrutiny. At that moment, Harry's focus was solely on Severus. Upon closer observation, he was relieved to discover that Severus's leg appeared unharmed. Harry surmised that the brevity of their encounter with the troll had spared Severus from injury. Severus soon caught Harry's gaze, glaring at him before dismissively averting his eyes, leaving Harry feeling disheartened by Severus's disdain. Following this incident, Ron and Hermione's relationship improved significantly, leading Harry to conclude that friendships often emerge transformed from the crucible of life and death trials. Despite Harry's teasing, the two paid it no mind. After all, the ordeal had concluded, and Hogwarts returned to its customary tranquility, though none knew when this peace might again be disrupted. Harry's life continued to revolve around classes and training, with the added task of monitoring Severus's movements. His experience informed him that this situation would not simply resolve itself. Quirrell was likely to act again, putting Severus at risk of injury. It was worth noting that the three-headed dog's saliva was toxic, and Harry remembered that Severus had been incapacitated for a considerable time due to it. To prevent a recurrence of such an incident, Harry crafted a new Marauder's map. Having previously possessed a map, he was familiar with its creation process. And now he knew far more than James and his friends did at the time of its original crafting. Consequently, his new map was more comprehensive. Harry marked Severus's movements in distinct colors, ensuring that upon opening the map, he could instantly locate Severus's whereabouts. Harry's understanding of Hogwarts had also expanded well beyond what James and his peers had known. Recently, Harry has developed a new pastime, observing the small footprints of Severus on the map as they traverse back and forth. There is an inexplicable sense of satisfaction that washes over him whenever he gazes upon Severus's name on the map. Although Harry cannot see Severus in person, he is acutely aware of Severus's every movement at all times. From a different perspective, one could argue that Harry is perpetually in the company of Severus. On this particular day, as soon as the curfew commenced, Harry noticed Severus's footprints heading towards the fourth-floor corridor. Without hesitation, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and ventured out. Upon his arrival, he caught a glimpse of Severus just as he was about to enter a door. Harry took a moment to steady his breath before adding a silencing charm, following closely behind Severus into the corridor. Once inside, Harry discerned that the three-headed dog was behaving unusually. The previous encounter with Ron had revealed its typical state. This current situation suggested that Quirrell had attempted to force his way through, inciting the wrath of the beast. Given that the earlier troll incident had not caused any chaos, Quirrell had evidently resumed his endeavors, yet he was nowhere to be found now. It appeared that he could not handle the three-headed dog and had fled, leaving Severus to deal with the ensuing mess. Otherwise, one could only imagine the potential chaos that might ensue. The circumstances were clearly unfavorable for Severus. However, for the sake of the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, he bravely approached the three-headed dog. Harry watched in trepidation, and just as Severus was on the verge of being bitten, Harry quietly intervened. A strengthened stupefy sent the head lunging towards Severus, crashing down, and Severus, fixated on the dog before him, seemed oblivious to Harry's presence and the unfolding anomaly. Harry exhaled in relief. With Harry's assistance, Severus successfully administered a potion into one of the dog's mouths, swiftly inducing slumber upon the creature, thus accomplishing his task. Severus turned to leave, prompting Harry to press himself against the wall, holding his breath. As Severus passed by, he paused momentarily, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss, before pushing the door open and exiting. Once Severus was gone, Harry quickly inhaled a few breaths. Had Severus lingered any longer, he likely would have been discovered. Thank Merlin for his timely departure. Back in the dormitory, Harry gazed at Severus resting in the common room and silently whispered, "Good night, my Severus," before succumbing to slumber, for the following morning would bring Quidditch practice. Under the rigorous training of Wood, Harry felt time slipping away too swiftly. Before he could even register its passage, the Quidditch match had commenced. Harry had earlier advised Hermione to keep a watchful eye on Professor Quirrell in the stands. Over the past few days, Harry's inadvertent mentions of the troll incident's implausibility and Quirrell's various oddities had successfully alerted Hermione and Ron to the fact that Quirrell was not to be trusted. Thus, as the match began, Hermione fixated intently on Quirrell. Ron, initially focused on Quirrell as well, soon lost patience and became wholly absorbed in the game. Chapter 110, The Quidditch Match. Hermione quickly sensed something amiss when Quirrell began muttering incessantly to himself, and shortly thereafter, Harry's broomstick malfunctioned. In an instant, Hermione realized that Quirrell was targeting Harry. Determined not to allow him to succeed, she stealthily approached Quirrell, her wand alight, igniting his robe while the crowd's attention remained fixed on Harry in the air, oblivious to Hermione's stealthy maneuver. Harry, well prepared, found himself in a precarious situation but remained calm enough to observe Hermione's actions. Watching Quirrell's robe catch fire brought a smile to his face. The unexpected blaze took Quirrell by surprise. He had not anticipated anyone would dare to confront him. As the flames approached his scarf, he disregarded extinguishing the fire in a desperate bid to keep his secrets hidden. His panic only served to further agitate the crowd, who now focused on avoiding Quirrell, thus providing Hermione with the perfect opportunity to remain unnoticed. Eventually, Quirrell fled the Quidditch pitch, flames trailing behind him. With the distraction removed, the Golden Snitch's capture became inevitable. The audience erupted in cheers for Harry's remarkable performance, especially from the Gryffindor stands, where their exuberance drowned out all other noise. Wood swooped down on his broom and gave Harry a hearty slap on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, while George and Fred celebrated by flying around the pitch. This time, Harry did not capture the snitch with his mouth, so no one questioned his victory. Harry soon returned to the ground, only to be met with a robust embrace from Ron. "Hey, Harry, you were absolutely phenomenal. That situation was so tense, yet you managed to catch the snitch. You're incredible." Harry quickly extricated himself from Ron's enthusiastic hug. Ron's exuberance was always a bit overwhelming. Just then, Hermione returned, having navigated the throngs of cheering spectators on her way back. Harry, you were right. Quirrell is certainly not a good person. He was the one behind the broomstick malfunction. I saw him muttering something. And once I set his robe on fire, your broom returned to normal. Ron, oblivious to Hermione's earlier actions, was only now catching up to the realization. So it was you who did that big thing. I was so worried about Harry that I completely forgot to keep an eye on Quirrell. Thank goodness for you. Ron's response earned him an elbow to the ribs from Hermione, who retorted, you really can't be relied upon if you forget something so crucial. Ron rubbed his stomach, looking at Harry with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Meanwhile, Hagrid stood nearby, astonished at the trio. Had he heard correctly? Hermione had indeed set Quirrell's robe on fire. However, given their discussion, it seemed Quirrell was not a good man, and Hagrid could only commend Hermione for her boldness. The previous troll incident had deepened the bond among the trio, leading Hermione to accompany Harry and Ron to Hagrid's hut, where she quickly became acquainted with him. Initially, Ron enthusiastically recommended rock cakes to Hermione, assuring her that she would be pleasantly surprised, while Harry observed with a knowing smile. Upon reaching Hagrid's abode, Hermione's curiosity about the rock cakes grew, only to be met with the realization of their true nature when her teeth nearly suffered a dent. Harry, so you knew all along and just wanted to see me make a fool of myself? She asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Harry, eager to appease her, flashed a sheepish grin. Well, I was just curious. Ron loves them. I thought maybe you would too. The trio then followed Hagrid into his hut, where Hermione recounted the entire saga of events, prompting Hagrid to express his condemnation of Quirrell's behavior. As they settled into their seats, Harry skillfully steered the conversation towards the troll incident, subsequently mentioning the fourth-floor corridor, which successfully led Hagrid to divulge more than he intended. Soon, Hagrid divulged everything he knew, and thus, the name of Nicodemus became known to a few. Harry had already exceeded his expectations for the day, and so he swiftly departed Hagrid's hut with Ron and Hermione. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, upon awakening, Harry found the entirety of Hogwarts blanketed in snow. Emerging from his warm cocoon, he felt the biting chill in the air. He then retrieved the Marauder's map, commencing a new day by tracking Severus's whereabouts. With Christmas approaching, all the students eagerly anticipated the holiday. However, the reality was that they had to endure a few more days of classes before they could leave the school. When the list of students remaining at school was compiled, Harry had already signed his name early, as no one awaited him at home. And he was also expecting his invisibility cloak. Draco, upon learning of Harry's decision to stay at school, extended an invitation for him to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor. But Harry declined. Draco was somewhat dissatisfied, yet Harry's few words quickly put the matter to rest. Ron, whose parents were visiting their son Charlie in Romania, also applied to remain at school, while Hermione had to return home, having not seen her parents in quite some time. There was still a potions class scheduled for the day, and once it concluded, they would be free to leave the school. Thus, despite their trepidation towards Severus, the atmosphere in the classroom was notably more lively than usual. Severus's demeanor appeared to be in stark contrast to that of the students. Harry could tell from his tightly furrowed brow that Severus was not in high spirits. Throughout the lesson, Severus deducted more points than he had accumulated over the entire semester. Harry was quite curious about what troubled Severus, but the truth was that Severus would never divulge such information, as he had only addressed Harry once during the first class, after which he completely ignored him despite Harry being right under his nose. As time went on, Harry grew accustomed to this treatment. In fact, during this lesson, he had completed his potion well in advance, yet Severus still failed to cast a glance in his direction. Harry felt a strong urge to explode the cauldron before him, but managed to restrain himself. Chapter 111, Another Christmas. After learning about those matters from Hagrid, Hermione began her research on Nicodemus, but the arrival of Christmas interrupted her plans. Before departing, Hermione urged Harry and Ron to earnestly seek answers during her absence. However, when Hermione observed Ron's distracted agreement, she instantly realized that her expectations were perhaps too lofty, leading to a peculiar expression on her face. Ultimately, she said nothing further and took her leave. After Hermione returned home, Ron completely let loose, dragging Harry into the common room for a delightful feast. And life was positively splendid. Harry, witnessing Ron's exuberance, finally comprehended Hermione's unspoken concerns before her departure. On Christmas Eve, Harry sent out the gifts he had prepared for his friends with Hedwig, leaving only one remaining in his possession, which caused him considerable internal conflict. Ultimately, he ventured to the school's Ollery and dispatched the gift, which contained only a note of well wishes but bore no signature. Watching the owl depart, Harry silently wished, "Merry Christmas, Severus." Ron noticed that Harry had become somewhat morose after his brief outing, prompting him to inquire, "Hey, Harry, You look as though you haven't slept a wink last night. Are you alright? Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing. Oh, Ron, rest assured I'm fine. It's just that I had a restless night filled with nightmares, Harry replied. Ron, who had never been troubled by such matters, found it difficult to comprehend. But he refrained from further disturbing Harry, who soon fell back into slumber. When Harry finally awoke, over an hour had passed. Ron was nestled in an armchair by the fireplace in the common room, and when Harry emerged, Ron joyfully inquired about his rest. Harry felt less fatigued and returned to their dormitory with Ron, who had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to unwrap their Christmas gifts together. At last, Harry received the invisibility cloak he had longed for, and the note was inscribed in Dumbledore's familiar script. Ron was utterly astonished by the cloak, showering it with praise. The pair spent some time experimenting with the cloak, making various parts of their bodies disappear, before Harry stowed it away, knowing that others would soon arrive in the dormitory. Before long, Ron's brothers appeared, first George and Fred, followed by Percy. After some playful antics in the dormitory, they all proceeded to the great hall for dinner. Once the feast commenced, George and Fred began plucking ornaments from the Christmas trees, while Harry, grinning, sat beside Ron and watched him indulge heartily. This marked the first Christmas Harry had spent without Severus in many years. He glanced up at the professor's table, where the faculty appeared to be in high spirits. Save for Severus, who stood out in stark contrast. A wave of melancholy washed over Harry. He could not fathom why, despite all his efforts, Severus remained alone. Harry Potter was still that child without parents, and even though he now knew James and Lily might not be dead, the sorrow lingered. It was an inexplicable sadness, seemingly buried deep within, that would surface uncontrollably upon seeing Severus. In the midst of the jubilant crowd, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, and he inwardly mocked himself for being so sentimental, a trait that seemed to accompany age. Beside him, Ron continued to blissfully nibble on a chicken leg, yet he sensed Harry's inexplicable melancholy. He thought Harry was otherwise splendid, albeit occasionally plagued by emotions he couldn't quite decipher, as was the case now. Ron offered Harry a chicken leg, mumbling a comforting, "With all this delicious food, how can you be unhappy? Here, have this chicken leg and cheer up." Seeing Ron generously part with his prized chicken leg revealed his genuine concern, prompting Harry to quickly regain his composure. Ron, observing Harry's recovery, assumed that Harry's earlier discontent stemmed from his having finished the chicken legs on his plate. "Don't worry, Harry. I'll make sure to save you some chicken legs in the future, so you won't have to feel down every time." Harry was puzzled by Ron's comments, but still expressed his gratitude. Soon after, Ron resumed his cheerful consumption of the chicken leg and pie on his own plate. Unbeknownst to them, Severus's seat at the professor's table had become vacant, and Harry's heart felt hollow, yet he chose not to reveal his feelings, allowing Ron to remain oblivious to his distress. Before long, everyone had their fill. Ron, patting his stomach stuffed with chicken legs, felt a profound satisfaction, and he eagerly pulled Harry toward Fred and George. The group melded together, and soon they ventured outside to engage in a delightful snowball fight. For an entire afternoon, Harry allowed his mind to wander, reveling in the joy of play without a single thought weighing him down. The melting snow soaked through their clothes and shoes, and it was only when the chill became unbearable that they returned to the common room to warm themselves by the fireplace. Unbeknownst to him, amidst the chatter of his companions, Harry nestled into an armchair and drifted off to sleep. Ron was the first to notice Harry's slumber. He quickly gestured to the others and pointed at Harry, prompting them to lower their voices. In that moment, Harry felt as if he had returned to the home that belonged to him and Severus, with Severus reading nearby and occasionally glancing over, gently caressing Harry's face. Though his gaze eventually returned to the book, his hand remained intertwined with Harry's. Ron observed the upturned corners of Harry's mouth, surmising that he must be experiencing a beautiful dream, for such a sweet smile could only stem from blissful thoughts. Chapter 112, The Mirror of Ariste. Harry slept soundly until evening, awakening to find Ron sprawled out beside him, the common room now empty save for the two of them. He felt no inclination to move, content to remain in the armchair, gazing at the ceiling. The dream he had just experienced was too lovely, with Severus portrayed as exquisitely tender, making it difficult for Harry to rouse himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He yearned to see Severus, and he wanted to do so immediately. The overwhelming longing engulfed Harry, and reason was gradually eclipsed by impulse. He cast a spell to send Ron back to their dormitory and donned his invisibility cloak before slipping out, Ron still lost in slumber. Harry chuckled as he watched Ron mumbling in his sleep, likely dreaming of chicken legs. Silently, he ensured his invisibility, casting an additional spell for precaution, confident that even Dumbledore would have difficulty detecting his presence. Thus, he made his way unhindered to Severus's office. However, hesitation gripped him. He was uncertain of the thoughts that might arise upon seeing Severus. Harry had never overestimated his self-control regarding matters involving Severus. Moreover, he could not simply barge in uninvited. Finding an excuse in his mind, he abruptly turned and left, unaware that at that very moment, Severus had just opened his office door. Like a specter, Harry aimlessly drifted through Hogwarts until he noticed an abandoned classroom with the door ajar. Suddenly, he recalled what lay within, the mirror of Ariste. He approached and pushed the door open, revealing the mirror he knew so well, still as magnificent as he remembered. He removed the invisibility cloak and slowly walked up to the mirror. As he gazed into it, he noticed many more people than when he first encountered it. They were all cheering, and none were missing. Spotting the smiles of Lily and James, his heart swelled with the news he had gathered, and he joyfully greeted them. "Hi, Mum and Dad, we will meet again." Then he noticed that at the forefront of the group stood Severus and himself, seemingly receiving the blessings of the crowd. Both adorned with expressions of happiness. Harry's hand instinctively reached out, wishing to caress Severus's face, but the cold, glassy touch of the mirror jolted him back to reality. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Even though he knew everything within was but a fantasy, he was still tempted to lose himself in that beautiful illusion. As he beheld Severus smiling tenderly at him, Harry's own smile blossomed, only to be swiftly eclipsed by profound sorrow. He lamented that he would likely never again see Severus smile at him in such a way. To Severus, he was merely a vessel for memories of Lily, and now, devoid of guilt, he could not even earn Severus's disdain. The thought of becoming strangers, perhaps even less than that, tightened around his heart, causing him to clutch his chest. Gasping for breath as tears fell like raindrops to the ground, Harry tortured himself by staring at the sweetness of the two in the mirror, his gaze growing vacant, and his heart numb. He did not believe there was any hope left for him. The notion that Severus could ever love Lily's child was pure folly. Harry was unaware of how long he stood there, but he knew that no matter the duration, the unchanging reality remained. Severus's life no longer contained Albus Dumbledore, and Harry Potter could never hope to enter his heart. Glancing at the time, he realized he had been standing for over 2 hours, which explained the chill he felt. With one last look at the embracing figures in the mirror, he turned and left. As he retraced his steps, Harry found himself lost in thought, or perhaps devoid of thoughts altogether, returning to the dormitory where Ron still lay in a deep sleep, making no sound. The following day, Ron, feeling Harry's feverish forehead, grew anxious. He had not anticipated Harry's frail constitution. After all, they had merely engaged in a snowball fight. Ron chastised himself for sleeping so soundly, realizing he should have noticed Harry's distress sooner. "Hey Harry, wake up! Can you hear me? How are you feeling? Let's get you to the hospital wing." Yet Harry remained unresponsive, and Ron's anxiety escalated. He rushed to find Fred and George, stirring a flurry of activity as they hurriedly transported Harry to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, upon seeing Harry's flushed cheeks, scolded the group sternly, reminding them of how many had fallen ill after yesterday's escapades. The others could only bow their heads in silence. Even Fred and George too wary to stir. After examining Harry, Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow, initially believing it to be a simple cold. However, the spell's feedback was troubling. It appeared Harry was trapped in a nightmare. This is dire. How can such a young child bear such heavy thoughts? Being ensnared in a nightmare is terrifying. If he does not awaken in time, he may never wake again. Ron, hearing of Harry's grave condition, became frantic, repeatedly asking what could be done. Ultimately, Madame Pomfrey instructed one of them to fetch Severus. The group exchanged uncertain glances, but Ron dashed out without hesitation. When he finally stood before Severus, the cold wind had sapped much of his courage. He gazed at Severus's impassive, somewhat intimidating demeanor, feeling a swell of despair. Yet, recalling Harry's plight, he found his resolve once more. "Professor Snape, I beg you to save Harry. Madame Pomfrey sent me to summon you." Severus's expression remained unchanged. "So, what calamity has befallen our savior now?" he inquired languidly. Ron, observing Severus's indifferent demeanor, felt urgency rise within him. Fearing that time lost could genuinely endanger Harry, he steeled himself and blurted, "I'm sorry, Professor Snape." Ron forcefully tugged at Severus's clothing, dragging him out with a suddenness that left the few people scattered in the corridor utterly astonished. Chapter 113, Nightmares. Severus was taken aback by Ron's actions, but upon realizing the gravity of Harry's condition, he chose not to confront Ron further. The other occupants of the infirmary had already been dismissed by Madame Pomfrey, overwhelmed by the crowd as they clamored for news about Harry. Growing increasingly impatient with the noise, Madame Pomfrey had issued an eviction order. Now, only Fred and George remained outside the infirmary, anxiously awaiting news, while the others had retreated to their dormitories. Before long, Ron's voice echoed from a distance. "Hey, George, Fred. I've brought Professor Snape. Harry will be saved." Fred and George exchanged glances at the corner of Ron's garment, silently giving him a thumbs up. Our little Ron has grown up. Oblivious to their gestures, Ron hastily pulled Severus towards the infirmary, rushing past them and through the door. As soon as he entered, Ron inquired about Harry's condition from Madame Pomfrey, only to find Harry still in slumber, his face no longer flushed, indicating that Madame Pomfrey had already administered a fever-reducing potion. As you can see, the situation remains dire. Ah, Severus, you have arrived. I require your assistance. Severus gazed at Harry, who lay quietly in bed, appearing merely to be asleep. Yet Madame Pomfrey's words suggested otherwise. Harry's stillness was not a result of mere slumber. Poppy, please share the results of your previous examination with me. I suspect he has fallen into a nightmare, possibly exacerbated by fever-induced weakness. And it seems his excessive worries have compounded the issue, leading to his current state. I have already given him a potion, while the fever has subsided. He remains in a deep coma. You must possess a potion that could rouse him. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's assessment, Severus's expression grew complex as he regretfully informed her that he had no ready-made potion available and would need time to brew one. Madame Pomfrey's face clouded with concern. It was known that those trapped in nightmares could gradually lose the ability to discern dreams from reality, and should Harry succumb to this fate, he might never awaken. Severus, how long will it take? I am unaware of when his nightmare began. If it commenced last night, a prolonged delay could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Dumbledore arrived, having learned that Harry had encountered the mirror of Eriste the previous evening. He had intended to clarify matters with Harry in a few days. But upon hearing students discuss Harry's plight in the corridor, he hurried to the infirmary. He arrived just in time to overhear Madame Pomfrey's conversation with Severus. And before he could speak, Severus stated, "It will take at least a day." Madame Pomfrey's expression grew troubled at the mention of time. She feared complications. But Severus had no alternative. The potion to dispel nightmares was not a standard remedy, and crucially, he lacked the necessary ingredients, meaning additional time would be required to procure them. What ingredients do you need? I will find a way, Dumbledore interjected, and Severus listed the required potion components. I will return within the hour, Dumbledore declared before swiftly departing. Inside the infirmary, Ron stood anxiously by Harry's side, bewildered by how someone who had seemed fine just yesterday could now be ensnared in a nightmare. Harry, can you hear me? Ron implored, shaking him once more in desperation. Mr. Weasley, I believe Mr. Potter is currently incapable of answering your questions, and should you persist, I may as well abandon my efforts to brew the potion. Severus's emotionless tone sent a shiver down Ron's spine. Madame Pomfrey, noticing Ron's fear, shook her head. Severus was clearly indicating that Harry could not awaken at present, and that Ron's actions could potentially harm him, yet he refused to articulate it kindly. Mr. Weasley, you may return for now, given Harry's current state. A quieter environment would be most beneficial. Though worried, Ron had no choice but to leave, recognizing that his presence could do more harm than good. Once Ron had departed, Madame Pomfrey turned to Severus and inquired, "Is there truly no other solution aside from the potion you need to brew?" Severus pondered for a moment before replying. The potion is the quickest solution. Alternative methods exist, but they are less effective and far more cumbersome. Hearing this, Madame Pomfrey fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension until Dumbledore's return. Severus, I have gathered the potion ingredients you require. Now, tell me how much longer you will need. Severus considered briefly before stating, at least 10 hours. Yet this time frame was evidently too lengthy, prompting Madame Pomfrey to voice her concern. As I have mentioned, we do not know when his nightmare began. If we delay for another 10 hours, the outcome is uncertain. Her words plunged Severus and Dumbledore into silence. Dumbledore then inquired where such a potion could be procured, to which Severus confidently replied that such potions were seldom available in apothecaries. At a loss, Dumbledore contemplated the situation until Severus finally said, I will find a solution, but I must take him with me. Understanding that Severus had devised a plan, Madame Pomfrey looked to Dumbledore, who, after a moment of thought, agreed. Harry's awakening was of utmost importance. Ultimately, with Dumbledore's assistance, Harry was transported, bed and all, to Severus's office. Severus then dismissed Dumbledore, who had intended to say something further, but turned to leave under Severus's unwavering gaze. As Dumbledore walked away, he mulled over the cause of Harry's nightmare, concluding that it likely stemmed from Harry's emotional turmoil upon seeing his parents in the mirror of Eriste, compounded by his illness. Dumbledore began to question whether it was a mistake to allow Harry to discover the mirror, but this query remained unanswered. Chapter 114, Obsession. After Dumbledore's departure, Severus meticulously assessed Harry's condition before retrieving a vial of potion from his cabinet. He unceremoniously pried Harry's mouth open and administered the potion with an air of impatience. Just like your useless father, always causing trouble. With that, he turned his attention away from Harry and began brewing the potion. The reason Severus had brought Harry here was that the aroma of the potion he was concocting could aid in stabilizing Harry's condition. Severus was keen to avoid any disturbances while preparing the potion, as any mishap on Harry's part would significantly increase his workload. The potion Harry had just consumed was designed to temporarily induce a sensation of pain, thereby aiding him in hastening his awakening. After returning from the abandoned classroom, Harry had retired to bed. In a haze, he sensed the temperature around him rising, as if it were intent on melting him away. In an effort to alleviate his discomfort, he desperately attempted to flee forward. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, no matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the searing heat. Ultimately, fatigue overcame him, and he ceased his frantic efforts. It was then that he realized he had arrived in an utterly unfamiliar place. As Harry scrutinized his surroundings, he confirmed that he had never been here before. Perhaps it was due to his thoughts that the scene around him swiftly morphed into the familiar visage of his original office. This sudden change piqued Harry's curiosity and heightened his vigilance. He had not performed any form of apparition, yet he could not recall how he had come to be in his office. Just as he lingered in confusion, the door to the office swung open, revealing Severus, who entered with a gentle smile upon seeing Harry. This smile bewildered Harry, leaving him rooted to the spot. "Professor, what troubles you? You appear rather unwell. Is something amiss?" Upon hearing Severus address him as Professor, an unsettling feeling intensified within Harry. However, he could not articulate what felt amiss. While he was still lost in contemplation, Severus approached him and kissed him, leaving Harry with no time to ponder further. Once they parted, both slightly breathless, Harry voiced his lingering question. "Severus, how is it that you are here?" The query seemed oddly peculiar to Severus, who replied, "Why should I not be here? Do you wish for me to return to the cellar?" Harry found his own question equally strange, yet he reassured himself that as long as Severus was by his side, everything would be well. Thus, Harry once again found himself enveloped in a sticky state of affection with Severus. Occasionally, he felt a twinge of confusion, but he swiftly dismissed it, attributing it to recent exhaustion. After returning home, Severus headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before leaving, he naturally bestowed a kiss upon Harry and promised to hurry, asking him to wait a moment. Just as Harry was watching Severus, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find Lily and James, who greeted him with cheerful hellos. "Hi, Professor. Long time no see. Have you missed us?" Harry's mind was in disarray. He could scarcely comprehend the situation at hand. As he struggled to recollect, Severus emerged from the kitchen with a tray of food. "Professor, come quickly to eat." Upon noticing the two visitors outside the door, Severus's tone shifted, losing its previous gentleness. "What are you doing here again?" James retorted. "If it weren't for the professor being here, I wouldn't have come even if you begged me." Before James could finish, Severus, growing impatient, interjected, "Then kindly leave at once." "Lily, why do you always forget to keep your mad dog on a leash?" Lily, unable to contain her laughter, wiped away tears from her eyes and remarked, "Can you two not be so childish? If you continue this way, you'll have to argue until you're done before coming back in. Don't disturb my conversation with the professor." Harry stood dumbfounded by their exchange, realizing that such banter seemed routine, yet he had no recollection of it. He remembered that Lily and James had. Well, what had happened? Harry could not grasp it. Quickly, he abandoned the effort. This was not the first time he had experienced such confusion. Harry sensed that his memory had indeed faltered lately, often leading him to feel disoriented. Sometimes, even when he was with Severus, he would have an inexplicable feeling that he might vanish in the next moment. When he shared this with Severus, he merely remarked that Harry loved him too much, leading to a fear of his departure. After some contemplation, Harry conceded that Severus might be right. The rivalry between Severus and James subsided under Lily's gentle intervention, and the group entered the room. Harry inquired whether Lily and James had eaten, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he and Severus began their meal. After finishing, they settled in the living room for casual conversation, primarily between Lily and Harry, with Severus occasionally chiming in, while James, unable to interject, sat nearby, attempting to cast a deadly glare at Severus, who remained utterly unfazed. Soon after, Lily and James took their leave as night began to fall, prompting Severus and Harry to retire for the evening. Just as Harry was on the brink of slumber, he suddenly felt a wave of pain radiating through his body. He sat up abruptly, seeking relief from the discomfort. Severus, noticing his distress, inquired about his condition. Harry, for reasons he could not fathom, urged Severus to rest while he himself made his way to the living room. Harry sat there in a daze, the recent pain having briefly jogged some memories, albeit insufficient to clarify his current predicament. He felt as though he had forgotten something of great significance. Yet, life felt overwhelmingly idyllic with Severus by his side, and the occasional exchanges with Lily and James seemed to eclipse any pressing matters. Nothing could possibly hold greater importance than their companionship. At that moment, Severus emerged from the bedroom to check on Harry. Seeing the concern etched on Severus's face, Harry swiftly dismissed any lingering doubts or worries. Thus, after a fleeting moment of clarity, he succumbed once more to the comforting embrace of the dream he had woven for himself. Chapter 115, Awakening from the Dream. Severus, in the intervals of brewing potions, checked on Harry's condition, his brow furrowed in concern. This was not how it should be. The pain induced by the potion should have elicited some form of response from Harry, yet his state remained unchanged. Utterly foolish, just like your father. To be trapped in a dream. It is truly ridiculous, Severus thought, though he refrained from voicing these words as Dumbledore arrived. Upon entering, Dumbledore assessed Harry's condition, and upon finding no improvement, turned to Severus with concern. Severus, Harry's condition does not appear optimistic. If Lily were to see him like this, it would surely break her heart. Severus understood the underlying implication in Dumbledore's words. Rest assured, he will awaken, if only for Lily. Satisfied by this answer, Dumbledore felt a measure of relief, for Harry's condition was dire, devoid of any reaction to the outside world. He feared that if this continued, Harry might slip into an eternal slumber. To empower Severus in his efforts to save Harry, he felt compelled to invoke the name of Lily as a catalyst. Severus, calculating the time while observing the potion in the cauldron, eventually pointed his wand at it. The potion released a fragrant mist that wafted toward Harry, prompting Severus to observe his reaction. Meanwhile, Harry sat on the sofa with Severus, who was engrossed in a book, while Harry watched him, occasionally catching Severus glancing up to see what he was doing. Their hands remained firmly entwined. Unbeknownst to him, Harry felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. A particular scent wafted through the air, subtly prodding at the recesses of his mind, igniting a sense of agitation and unease within him, as if something momentous were about to transpire, yet he instinctively recoiled from the thought. Severus, observing the struggle etched upon Harry's face, felt a surge of satisfaction. It was a testament to the efficacy of his methods. Once the potion was brewed, he would restore a lucid savior to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, witnessing Harry's reaction, felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, there was a response. The matter was now in Severus's capable hands, as he had other pressing concerns. Upon learning that the potion required considerable time to brew, Dumbledore took his leave, allowing Severus to continue his work. As the potion's aroma intensified, Harry began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, clutching his head tightly, as if it might split apart. Severus, concerned, repeatedly inquired about Harry's condition, but Harry found himself unable to respond. After a brief interval, he finally suppressed the abnormal sensations coursing through his body, a flicker of clarity momentarily illuminating his eyes before it vanished once more. Severus, dismissing his worries, rationalized that Harry was perhaps merely fatigued and would soon recover with rest. Thus, Harry rose and made his way to the bedroom, convinced that adequate repose would restore him to normalcy. Unbeknownst to him, Severus and the surroundings were dissipating at an excruciatingly slow pace behind him. Meanwhile, Severus regarded the completed potion with satisfaction, admiring its hue, a moment of profound accomplishment in his potion brewing endeavors. He decanted the potion into a vial and administered it to Harry in the same manner. After a brief rest, Harry emerged from the bedroom, feeling significantly improved. Just as he was about to seek out Severus, he suddenly perceived the world before him growing hazy, memories flooding back to him in an instant. Despite this, he desperately ran towards Severus. Yet it was too late. He watched helplessly as everything around him began to vanish. First the scenery, followed by the gradual dissolution of Severus, Lily, James, and others. No. In despair, Harry reached out, only to meet the gaze of a pair of unmistakably familiar eyes, devoid of the emotions he once recognized. Ignoring his reservations, driven by a surge of longing, he embraced the figure before him. Severus, initially taken aback by this unexpected display, had been observing Harry's reaction, intrigued by the rarity of such a situation. However, he was not prepared for Harry to open his eyes and immediately clutch him. Mr. Potter, given your current state of confusion, I shall overlook this transgression. However, I must insist that you release me, Severus began, preparing to extricate himself from Harry's grasp, when he suddenly heard a tearful plea. Don't leave me, Severus. Mom, Dad. With Harry's head buried in Severus's embrace, his words were not entirely clear, but Severus caught fragments. Don't, and something akin to Mom and Dad, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he too was a child who had lost his parents. The thought of Lily only deepened the ambiguity of his feelings towards Harry. Following that utterance, Harry regained consciousness, uncertain if Severus had heard him call his name. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Severus, having noticed Harry's tense demeanor, assumed it was due to their physical closeness and spoke. To be frank, Mr. Potter, regardless of the cause of your nightmare. Since you are awake now, you may detach yourself from me." In an instant, Harry released Severus, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, Professor Snape, I didn't mean to." Severus chose to ignore Harry's apology and sent a message to Dumbledore through the fireplace, informing him that Harry had awakened. Dumbledore arrived at Severus's office shortly thereafter. "Harry, you are finally awake. You must thank Severus for his assistance. It was his intervention that allowed you to escape the nightmare." Only then did Harry realize he had been ensnared in a nightmare. The lingering effects made it difficult for him to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, and he found himself wishing he could remain in that blissful existence. Dumbledore, perceiving Harry's thoughts through his expression, regarded him sternly. "There are matters of which you must be wary. Nightmares can be exceedingly perilous. Should you truly become trapped within, the only outcome awaiting you is death." Harry was acutely aware of the seriousness of nightmares, yet the allure of the dream was so intoxicating that he felt a pang of nostalgia. Nevertheless, having regained consciousness, he resolved not to succumb to that temptation. There were still many tasks awaiting his attention. "I understand, Headmaster. I assure you, such a situation will not arise again." While the other two present regarded Harry's promise with skepticism, Dumbledore felt a sense of comfort watching Harry heed his counsel earnestly. Chapter 116. A firm resolution. As Harry responded to Dumbledore, he covertly observed Severus's expression, finding no signs of abnormality. It appeared that Severus had not heard his words, leaving Harry with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Severus, having issued another dismissal, noted the time wasted on the matter and, with an impassive demeanor, addressed them, "Since Mr. Potter has regained consciousness, I trust you can now be at ease. You may depart, and do remember to take the bed with you." Reluctantly, Harry followed Dumbledore, who was accompanied by a floating bed from the infirmary, their peculiar pairing attracting curious glances from students in the corridor. Upon finally returning to the dormitory, Ron, upon discovering Harry, showered him with concern. He had been anxiously waiting, assuming Harry would return shortly, only to see him as night began to fall. Harry reassured Ron that he had recovered, attributing his earlier state to a cold and fever, which had been alleviated by Severus's specially brewed potion. Ron, naturally skeptical that a mere fever could cause such a prolonged fainting spell, ultimately found the reason inconsequential now that Harry stood before him, well and whole. Thus, Ron regaled Harry with animated tales of his exploits that day, particularly the dramatic moment he barged into Severus's office and dragged him to the infirmary. Embellishing the narrative for effect, Harry couldn't help but laugh at Ron's triumphant expression, feeling a wave of gratitude for his friend's efforts, especially considering Severus's formidable reputation among the students. "Thank you, Ron," Harry said earnestly. "Oh, come now. I am your best friend. Besides, given your condition, it was the least I could do." Ron, somewhat flustered by Harry's heartfelt appreciation, nonetheless felt a swell of pride at having earned his friend's gratitude. After Harry changed into fresh clothes, the two friends ventured out together. As dinner time approached, seated in the great hall, Harry's gaze fell upon Severus at the staff table, and memories of the dream rushed back to him. It dawned on him that Severus was an indispensable part of his life. Harry realized he needed to explore the concept of forgetting entirely. Previously, he had feared that his actions might jeopardize Severus's safety, but now he contemplated a more balanced approach. Harry contemplated that once he had deciphered the results of his research, he could commence the implementation of his ideas. With this thought, he found today's dinner exceptionally delectable. Ron, oblivious to Harry's unusual demeanor, had skipped breakfast out of concern for Harry earlier that morning, and now felt as though he could easily consume 10 chicken legs. Harry chuckled at the sight of Ron, whose face was smeared with grease as he devoured his meal, and kindly served him some side dishes. "Ron, you can't just feast on chicken legs. Look at the pie you've taken. It's already gone cold, and you haven't even glanced at it." Hearing Harry's words, Ron merely glanced up momentarily before resuming his voracious consumption of the chicken leg. Fully aware that he couldn't solely indulge in chicken legs, he would eat the other items once he had made a decent dent in the chicken. Soon, students began to depart the great hall in groups, and Harry, with his stomach round and full, urged Ron to take a stroll to aid digestion. Otherwise, Ron would surely end up in the hospital wing suffering from indigestion that night. Later that evening, Harry suddenly recalled the erased mirror in the abandoned classroom and thought it deserved a farewell ceremony. Reflecting on his decision, Harry felt that henceforth, the burdens of the past would no longer trouble him. After Ron had succumbed to slumber, Harry donned the invisibility cloak, this time layering it over a warm sweater gifted by Mrs. Weasley for Christmas. He ambled to the classroom leisurely. Unlike before, Dumbledore awaited him inside. Upon noticing the door creak open and Harry's gradually appearing form as he removed the cloak, Dumbledore greeted him first. "Harry, it's already past curfew. I believe you ought to be in your dormitory rather than here." Harry had not anticipated Dumbledore's presence that night, and the suddenness of the headmaster's voice startled him. "Oh, it's you, Professor. I didn't mean to break the rules. I was just, Understanding that Dumbledore would not be harsh with him, Harry feigned a flustered demeanor, prompting Dumbledore to smile reassuringly, assuring him that he would not disclose this to anyone nor deduct any points. Dumbledore then inquired about what Harry had seen in the mirror. Harry described the visages of Lily and James, expressing his belief that they were indeed his parents. After affirming Harry's words, Dumbledore explained the origins of the erased mirror and the harm it could inflict, stating that he would remove the mirror the following day, urging Harry not to return to that place again. Harry readily agreed, expressing a desire to bid farewell to his parents, to which Dumbledore kindly consented. Harry then turned to Severus and whispered a reluctant goodbye, reminding himself to endure just a little longer, for he would eventually reunite with Severus. He glanced back at Lily and James, offering them a final farewell, firmly believing that one day he would see them again. Having concluded his goodbyes, Harry turned away without a backward glance. Dumbledore observed him with satisfaction. While ephemeral beauty may bring joy, one must ultimately confront reality. Harry had made the right decision, and Dumbledore felt a sense of pride for him. After parting ways with Dumbledore, Harry returned to the dormitory for rest, as he would soon plunge back into books and research. Unbeknownst to Ron, who was still munching away, he would soon be deprived of his playmate. The following morning, Ron, who was dragged to the library by Harry, wore a look of utter discontent. He could not comprehend how, after just one night, Harry had transformed into Hermione. With Hermione away for the Christmas holiday, Harry had returned to his studious self. Why must I rise early during the break? Why am I here? Ron's eyes glazed over, appearing present, yet his spirit seemed to have retreated back to the dormitory for rest. Harry found Ron's despondent expression amusing, momentarily forgetting that Ron was not like him. After acquiring the information he sought, Harry departed the library with Ron, who instantly perked up at the mention of leaving. As the Christmas holiday neared its end, Ron had yet to complete any assignments. Without Harry's reminder, he might have forgotten entirely. Ultimately, he managed to finish his homework on the last day of the break. Slumped in an armchair in the common room, Ron felt despondent while Harry chuckled nearby, and George and Fred engaged in playful banter beside him. Ron felt entirely out of place. "Come on, Ron, perk up. Classes resume tomorrow." Harry delivered the final blow. "Merlin S. Beard. Who has stolen my holiday?" Ron lamented. Meanwhile, Hermione returned to Hogwarts on the express, and when she inquired about their progress on the search for Nicholas Flamel, she was met with two equally bewildered expressions, though Harry's was feigned. Hermione immediately felt deflated, mentally assuring herself that she had anticipated their unreliability, thus refusing to let it irritate her. Eventually, she bestowed upon them both a dismissive eye roll. Upon hearing Ron mention that Harry had been unconscious on the second day of Christmas, Hermione's face filled with concern as she questioned what had transpired. Harry merely replied that it was due to a cold and fever, nothing serious. Hermione regarded the two with skepticism, but Harry had already briefed Ron beforehand, so Hermione remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Furthermore, Harry appeared untroubled, leading her to refrain from further inquiry. With Hermione's return, Ron's days of torment commenced. She would seize every free moment without classes to drag Ron to the library, vowing to uncover the true identity of Nicholas Flamel. Meanwhile, Harry found little time to join them, as Quidditch practice had commenced. Following their previous triumph, Wood's expectations for the team were now more stringent, leaving Harry utterly exhausted after each training session. Initially, Hermione had hoped to include Harry, but upon witnessing his worn-out state, she compassionately decided to spare him. Ron genuinely envied Harry. He would rather be bossed around by Wood on the Quidditch pitch than face the drowsiness induced by the endless array of books alongside Hermione. Thus, the trio embarked on their busy lives, and soon, the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff commenced. Harry showcased his innate talent, and with the assistance of the Firebolt 2000, he caught the golden snitch at lightning speed, leaving the opposing seeker unaware of its presence. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, for Harry had set a new record. The outcome of the match was inconsequential, as all present were witnesses to a miracle. The entire Quidditch match unfolded in less than 5 minutes. As Harry observed Severus, the referee for this match, slowly descending from the air, he rushed forward to give him a grand hug. At that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment, and the arena fell into an eerie silence. "Harry Potter, do you have any idea what you are doing?" Severus's voice, strained and foreboding, sent shivers down the spine. However, Harry seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He flashed Severus a brilliant smile and exclaimed, "Professor, I simply wanted to thank you for your assistance earlier. I just could never find the time, but now seems just perfect." After uttering his words, Harry immediately soared away from the scene of his misdeed, leaving Severus alone in place, seething with rage. as if he might draw his wand at any moment to cast a hex upon Harry to alleviate his fury. The spectators in the stands were engaged in hushed whispers, marveling at Harry's audacity. After all, he was indeed the chosen one, daring even to provoke the Serpent King of Slytherin's lair. Everyone believed that Harry was deliberately challenging Severus, especially considering the brilliance of his recent victory, and with the next match pitting Slytherin against Gryffindor, they perceived his actions as a declaration of war against Slytherin. Upon realizing their assumptions, Harry was taken aback. Who would use an embrace as a means of provocation? He was genuinely curious about the image he projected in their minds. Once Harry reached Ron and Hermione, Ron could hardly contain his admiration, practically giving Harry a thumbs up, which he indeed did. Merlin, Harry, how could you dare to do such a thing? You're simply incredible. Hermione, however, wore a disapproving expression. Harry, your actions will infuriate Professor Snape. If he targets you in potions class afterward, Merlin, I shudder to think whether Gryffindor's points will plummet into the negatives. Harry quickly reassured Hermione, explaining that his gesture was merely a token of gratitude towards Severus, given that he had brewed a potion that revived Harry from his fever-induced stupor. Hermione regarded him with skepticism, and Harry, scratching his head, conceded that his impulse had indeed gotten the better of him. Yet, he felt that embracing Severus was worth the potential loss of points. Harry's audacious act was endlessly reenacted by George and Fred in the common room, encircling him as if he were a rare curiosity on display. Thus, throughout the entire afternoon, Harry found himself the center of attention, ultimately culminating in Draco, accompanied by his two sycophants, seeking him out in the Great Hall to inquire about the courage that had compelled such a bold move. Draco mused that he needed considerable bravery just to meet the gaze of their head of house, and he found Harry's behavior on the pitch utterly terrifying. At the staff table, Dumbledore beamed at Severus, who wore a brooding expression, pondering Harry's bizarre behavior today. He was certain he would find a moment to make Harry regret his actions. Severus, it appears Harry holds you in high regard, just as one would expect from Lily's child. Severus's countenance darkened further upon hearing Dumbledore's words, yet he remained silent until the end of the meal, swiftly consuming his food before departing, his robes billowing behind him, betraying his tumultuous emotions. To this day, Ron still couldn't believe that Harry had actually rushed forward to embrace Severus. His mouth full, he muttered incoherently, only to be silenced by Hermione, who insisted he swallow before speaking. Harry, I still can't believe what you did. I mean, I didn't imagine I was mistaken, right? You truly did that? Yes. It's true. I gave Professor Snape a gratitude hug. You've been going on about it all afternoon. Take a break, Ron. Hermione was already laughing uncontrollably beside them, while Harry could only watch in exasperation at her gleefulness. In Chapter 118, The Dragon Egg, Harry began to regret his ostentatious behavior, for in the days that followed, he found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of many, including several professors. He vowed to himself that he would refrain from such displays in the future, especially in public. With the competition concluded, Harry was reluctantly drawn into Hermione's research group. This time, Draco did not attack Neville, allowing Harry to discreetly offer Ron a chocolate frog, claiming it was leftover from before. Upon unwrapping the card, Ron suddenly patted Harry, exclaiming with excitement, I think I've found him. I know who Nicholas Flamel is. He handed the card to Hermione, who, upon reading the introduction detailing Dumbledore's well-known contributions, noted, it mentions his fruitful collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in the field of alchemy. Without waiting for Harry and Ron to react, Hermione sprang to her feet and dashed towards their dormitory, returning moments later clutching a hefty old tome. How did I not think to look here? Hermione lamented. I borrowed this book from the library weeks ago, intending to read it for leisure, but I never had the time. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, with Ron incredulously stating, leisure? Only Hermione could say that, considering the book's thickness would deter any ordinary Ron. However, Hermione had no time to entertain Ron's astonishment. She shushed him and began flipping through the pages rapidly, soon discovering the information she sought. I've finally found it, she whispered urgently. Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Ron, however, seemed oblivious, prompting Hermione to turn her attention to Harry. In an effort to avoid disappointing Hermione, Harry recited the stone's purpose, only to elicit a look of betrayal from Ron. Harry, when did you secretly study behind my back? Harry burst into laughter at Ron's accusatory gaze. I didn't. I stumbled upon it before and thought it was fascinating, so I jotted it down. Ron accepted Harry's explanation, though Hermione's expression towards Ron was one of exasperation. Thus, the trio deduced that the treasure guarded by the three-headed dog was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Thanks to Harry's earlier guidance, Hermione swiftly pinpointed Quirrell as their target. In the ensuing days, they began to closely monitor Quirrell's movements, noting his furtive excursions towards the Forbidden Forest. Harry suspected Quirrell was attempting to capture a unicorn, and he felt compelled to save that innocent life. Before this, Harry had encountered Hagrid while he was searching for books on dragons, leading the group to Hagrid's hut, where they discovered a dragon egg. Hagrid expressed his intent to hatch and raise it. However, Harry and his friends understood the impossibility of this endeavor. Recognizing that dragons grow rapidly, and that keeping one was illegal, they had no desire to witness Hagrid being apprehended. During their conversation, Hagrid learned that they were aware of what the three-headed dog was guarding, and his brows furrowed in concern over their curiosity, indicating they had already learned too much. Yet, under Hermione's sweet persuasion, Hagrid soon divulged the names of several professors involved in the design of the protective enchantments. Hermione then noticed something. Did they borrow Fluffy from you? Hagrid confirmed that the three-headed dog was indeed Fluffy, but refrained from revealing how to bypass it. Harry, understanding this, decided to redirect the conversation back to the dragon egg. Upon learning that Hagrid had won the dragon egg from a stranger, Harry exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, and they began to skillfully extract more information from Hagrid. Finally, under their guidance, Hagrid vaguely recalled that he had become inebriated and that the stranger had asked him several questions. However, the specifics eluded him. Yet, with Harry's persistent inquiries, Hagrid hazily remembered that it seemed to have something to do with Fluffy. As events unfolded, Hermione had already discerned that the dragon egg was merely a means to draw near Hagrid. The true intention of the other party was to ascertain how to bypass the three-headed dog. It was evident that they had acquired the information they sought. Regardless of the trio's attempts to persuade Hagrid, he remained unwilling to part with the dragon egg. Consequently, they resolved to return another day to convince him. For they could not linger indefinitely. Their vigilance over Quirrell was of paramount importance. Upon their return, Hermione deduced with great certainty that it was Quirrell who had given Hagrid the dragon egg, and even if he were not directly responsible, he was undoubtedly entwined in the affair. Thus, their scrutiny of Quirrell intensified. During this time, Hagrid would occasionally send messages to the trio. One morning, Hedwig delivered a note bearing Hagrid's handwriting, which simply read, "It's hatching soon. My goodness, I can hardly believe I am about to witness the birth of a dragon." Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Unfortunately, his exuberance drew the attention of Draco, who happened to be passing by. Draco approached eagerly, disregarding Ron's disdain, and inquired of Harry. "I didn't mishear you, did I? You just mentioned a dragon." The last word was spoken with uncontainable enthusiasm. One could tell from Draco's name alone how fond he was of dragons. To ensure the smooth progression of events, Harry reluctantly included Draco in their visit to Hagrid's hut to observe the dragon hatch. Draco was beside himself with excitement during their journey, while Ron chose to ignore him, for Draco was wholly captivated by the dragon, rendering Ron invisible to him. After several futile attempts to provoke a reaction from Draco, Ron resigned himself to silence, and Hermione relished the newfound quiet. Before long, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. Draco wrinkled his nose in disdain at the surroundings. Yet the allure of the dragon overshadowed any qualms he might have had, and he remained silent. Hagrid was taken aback upon seeing Draco and regarded the group with suspicion. Harry stepped forward to clarify the situation, and after receiving assurances that Draco would not divulge their secret, Hagrid allowed them entry. Inside, Hagrid was positively brimming with excitement, a sentiment mirrored by Ron and Draco. Upon realizing their shared enthusiasm, both boys immediately averted their gazes from one another. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the dragon egg shattered, revealing a small dragon that wobbled on the table. Surprisingly, it was Draco who exhibited the most fervent excitement, momentarily forgetting all decorum as he jumped up and down in delight. However, when he regained his composure and noticed the curious stares directed at him, his face flushed crimson. Harry chuckled and patted Draco on the shoulder, prompting him to quickly revert to his usual demeanor. As they intently observed the scene, Draco, with Hagrid's permission, reached out to stroke the dragon's head, nearly swooning from exhilaration. Hagrid named the dragon Norbert, but Draco insisted on a more formidable name, which Hagrid dismissed. Thus, Draco became an official member of their trio, frequently visiting Hagrid's hut. Aside from their dragon-watching excursions, Hermione and the others kept a close watch on Quirrell. Harry initially contemplated sharing his Marauder's map, but the thought of Peter made him hesitate, so he resolved to monitor Quirrell during their free time. They had previously noticed Quirrell's frequent visits to the Forbidden Forest, but for safety's sake, they refrained from following him. Harry was calculating the time in his mind. Although it was not yet the hour when the unicorns would be slain, a sense of unease gnawed at him, fearing Quirrell might act prematurely. Thus, after Ron had fallen asleep, Harry donned the invisibility cloak once more and ventured into the Forbidden Forest, relying on his faint memories to guide him to the scene of the incident. At last, he spotted a figure beside a fallen unicorn. Just as Harry feared he had arrived too late, he noticed the unicorn move slightly, and with renewed hope, he brandished his wand and launched an attack at the shadowy figure. Stupefied, Although the figure evaded his spell, Harry's objective had been achieved. He hurried to the unicorn's side, while the shadow seemed undeterred. However, cloaked in invisibility, Harry remained undetectable. As the figure attempted to approach the unicorn again, Harry unleashed a flurry of offensive spells: Reducto, Expelliarmus, Stupefy. The barrage of magic left the figure reeling, and in a desperate bid to escape, they fled the scene. Harry, unmindful of pursuing them, turned his attention to the unicorn's injury, which appeared grave. He removed his cloak and scrutinized the wounded creature. And a solution sprang to mind, one he had read about in a book, the Purification Charm. Unsure of the dark magic that had harmed the unicorn, he recognized that ordinary healing spells would be ineffective. Thus, he focused on cleansing the area around the wound of residual dark magic. Though uncertain of its efficacy, he had little choice but to act, and fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. He layered several healing spells atop one another. While the results were not instantaneous, they yielded some positive effect. At last, the unicorn's wound ceased to ooze fresh blood, and Harry exhaled in relief. The unicorn rose, curiously regarding Harry, as if wishing to remember her savior. At that moment, a group of centaurs approached Harry, one of whom spoke. "Human, you should not be here. Leave this forest at once." After issuing the warning, the centaur noticed the unicorn behind Harry. "Oh, is this not Gladrig from the Hallowed clan? How did you come to be here?" The unicorn communicated something to the centaur in a language inaudible to Harry, who then regarded Harry with a penetrating gaze. "You saved Gladrig, so you must have known that someone would come to hunt unicorns? For reasons undisclosed, we have been monitoring a certain individual's actions. Yet I was unaware he would resort to such actions. Otherwise, I would not have ventured here alone." The centaur, perceiving Harry as merely a child, accepted his explanation, but soon discerned something peculiar about him. "Your soul is enigmatic. You are both yourself and not yourself. You are the most peculiar human I have encountered. Your destiny is obscured to me. Fascinating, indeed. By the way, you may call me Forenza. Hello, I am Harry Potter." Clearly, the centaur recognized Harry's lineage. "Oh, so you are the boy from the Potter family. It makes sense." Before Forenza could continue, a herd of unicorns galloped towards Harry, and the little unicorn joyfully approached one of the adults. Harry surmised that this must be the Gladrig mentioned by Forenza. The young unicorn chattered with the adult, who then moved closer to Harry, lowering its head to gently touch him with its horn. In that instant, Harry felt an ethereal lightness envelop him. The unicorn gestured for Harry to raise his hand, and soon he found himself holding several tufts of unicorn hair and a few vials containing shimmering silver unicorn blood. Confounded, he turned to Forenza, as he was unable to comprehend the unicorn language. "This is a token of gratitude for saving its young," Forenza explained. "Each offspring is invaluable to unicorns, and Gladrig's peril was merely due to its playful nature. The vials of unicorn blood you hold were willingly given, thus devoid of any curse. I believe they are exceedingly precious to humanity." He also conveyed that should you require their assistance in the future, you may seek him at any time. When he touched you earlier, he left his mark upon you, so whenever you wish to find them, you need only return to this place, and they will be aware of your arrival. After Forenza relayed their message, the herd of unicorns departed. Although Harry had saved the young unicorn, they remained unaccustomed to the presence of humans. Forenza glanced at the moon and inquired whether he should escort Harry away. After a moment's contemplation, Harry did not decline, for much time had already elapsed, and he worried that Ron might awaken unexpectedly. If he were to discover Harry's absence, he would surely be displeased. Forenza gestured for Harry to mount his back, and together they swiftly made their way towards Hogwarts Castle. Harry had already donned his invisibility cloak, for it would be unfortunate to be spotted at the entrance. After expressing his gratitude in a whisper near the centaur's ear, Harry slid off and returned to the dormitory. Upon beholding his unexpected treasure, he immediately thought of Severus. Surely he would be delighted to receive such a gift. Thus, Harry contemplated that such a rare offering ought to be employed at the most opportune moment to truly honor its worth. Chapter 120, The Departure. Following the obstruction encountered the previous day, Harry surmised that Quirrell would refrain from venturing into the Forbidden Forest for the time being, as he would wish to keep his secrets hidden. As Harry anticipated, in the subsequent days, Hermione noted that Quirrell seemed to have lost interest in the forest, visiting less frequently. However, Harry understood that Quirrell was merely lying in wait. He would not relinquish the unicorn blood, for his body was likely struggling to accommodate two souls. It is perilous for a single body to harbor an additional spirit, even one in a fragmented state. Quirrell's scarf, reeking of garlic, served to mask the decaying scent emanating from Voldemort, should he fail to replenish his energy in due time. It would not be long before his body succumbed to the strain of hosting two souls, ultimately leading to his demise. Thanks to Harry's intervention, the unicorn herd would likely heighten their vigilance, alleviating his concerns about further unicorn misfortunes. as long as the Philosopher's Stone remained at Hogwarts. Harry was not overly worried about Quirrell disappearing without a trace. With the Marauder's map in hand, Harry felt relatively unconcerned about Quirrell's movements. The worst-case scenario would merely involve Quirrell acting preemptively, thus Harry deemed it unnecessary to devote excessive time to him at present. From Harry's observations, Quirrell displayed no inclination to visit the 4th floor recently, and Hermione corroborated his newfound tranquility. After discussing the matter, they arrived at no definitive conclusion, leaving Harry to take things as they came. Moreover, their immediate priority was no longer whether Quirrell would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. They needed to devise a strategy to persuade Hagrid to send the dragon away, for further delays could lead to dire consequences. The dragon, still small enough to be referred to as a little dragon, wobbled as it walked, yet Harry and his companions found little charm in its presence. While Draco and Hagrid surprisingly found common ground, they gathered around Norbert, their eyes glistening with excitement, as Hagrid proudly boasted about its beauty. Patting its head in front of Harry and the others, Draco nodded vigorously, while Harry and Hermione had long since grown immune to Hagrid's exuberance, and Ron appeared to have been similarly mesmerized. With Draco's unexpected involvement, the good news was that they no longer needed to sneak around to visit Hagrid and the dragon. However, the bad news was that persuading Hagrid had become significantly more challenging due to Draco's influence. In less than a week, Norbert's size had more than tripled. With its exuberance, Hagrid had completely neglected his duties, his full attention consumed by the dragon. Nevertheless, Norbert's antics often left Hagrid in a state of chaos. And when Harry and his friends visited, they found his hut strewn with empty bottles and leftover food remnants meant for the dragon. Hagrid's life had devolved into utter disarray due to the presence of a dragon. This time, Draco refrained from entering the hut, for it had become too filthy to navigate. Even his fondness for Norbert could not compel him to endure such squalor. Upon witnessing Norbert's growth, Hermione recognized the gravity of the situation. She sternly addressed Hagrid. Hagrid, do you comprehend the predicament you will face if this continues? In less than 2 weeks, Norbert will outgrow your house. How will you conceal him then? Hagrid was aware, but he could not bear to part with Norbert, having watched him hatch and grow. Though he understood the necessity of letting go, he remained deeply attached. But he's still so small. I cannot abandon him. Without me, he would not survive. Hagrid sobbed, confiding in them. Suddenly, Ron seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, Charlie, how could I have forgotten? The others looked at him in confusion, prompting him to elaborate. I'm Ron, and my brother is studying dragons in Romania. We can send Norbert to him. Charlie can take care of him, and once he's grown, he can be returned to the wild. No, you cannot do that. Draco interjected from the doorway. Incredulity etched on his face as he could hardly believe they would so easily consider sending Norbert away. I will not permit you to simply give him away. Harry had momentarily forgotten Draco's presence, and now the task of persuading Hagrid had become more complicated. However, Draco's words sparked an idea in Harry's mind. I will go to find my father, Draco proclaimed excitedly, and as the others turned their gazes toward him, he realized his words could be misinterpreted. What I mean is, I can ask my father if I can keep him at any of the Malfoy estates. And with my father's assistance, it would be much easier. The key point is that if Hagrid wishes to see him later, I can take him to the estate to visit Norbert. Hagrid's willingness to reunite with Norbert swayed him towards Draco's proposal, while Harry contemplated Severus, considering the potential value of dragon parts for potion making. As Draco's friend, he could request him to procure some dragon products, and similarly, as Howard's partner to Lucius, he could persuade Lucius to provide dragon blood and scales. In light of this, raising the dragon at a Malfoy estate seemed to serve Harry's interests more substantially. With this in mind, he ceased to hinder Draco's persuasion of Hagrid, for ultimately, he recognized that he would be the one to benefit. I think this is a viable plan. At least we will be able to monitor Norbert's situation, and transporting him ourselves would be far too perilous. If discovered, Hagrid would be imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry articulated the consequences gravely. Initially hesitant, Hermione and Ron ultimately concurred with Draco's suggestion, recognizing that with Lucius's involvement, even if the plan were discovered, it would not implicate Hagrid. All right, I suppose you have convinced me, Harry. You always manage to find some rationale that aligns with my thoughts, Hermione shrugged, as long as we can safely send the dragon away. I have no objections to its destination. Ron, seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, decided to relent. Just as Harry had mentioned, it was improbable for Charlie to come to Hogwarts to fetch Norbert. The risk was indeed too great for just the 4 of them. Thus, the matter was temporarily settled, and the specifics of the plan would depend on the communications between Draco and Lucius. In Chapter 121, titled Writing a Letter, Draco was quite invested in this affair. That very night, he penned a letter to Lucius, elaborating extensively on his fondness for Norbert, and expressed that should Lucius agree to assist in transporting the dragon, He would surely secure the top position in his year by the end of the academic term. When Lucius received Draco's letter, he initially did not give much thought to the dragon. After all, to him, it was merely a dragon, and the Malfoy family was certainly capable of acquiring one, albeit with some effort. His attention was drawn instead to the intimacy evident in Draco's words regarding Harry. Contemplating Harry, Lucius deemed it necessary to personally visit Hogwarts, considering it a means of aiding Harry and his friends in resolving their predicament. Since Voldemort's disappearance, the Malfoy family's circumstances had become somewhat precarious. Even if their foundation remained unscathed, Lucius was not one to accept a lackluster existence for the Malfoy lineage under his stewardship. Furthermore, he was well aware that Voldemort had not truly perished, unlike some Death Eaters who remained faithfully awaiting their master's return. Lucius understood that if Voldemort could be vanquished once, he could be defeated again. The adage of not placing all one's eggs in one basket was a fundamental principle of a businessman. Thus, as long as Draco and Harry maintained a cordial relationship, regardless of which side triumphed in the future, the Malfoy family would not suffer catastrophic consequences. However, striking the right balance in befriending Harry was crucial, especially since Harry was still under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Lucius did not believe that such a shrewd individual as Dumbledore would allow Harry to develop independently without oversight. It must be said that, as a formidable ally of Voldemort, Lucius possessed a keen insight at times. When it came to matters of interest, he perceived nuances more profoundly than most. Dumbledore, of course, was aware of the connections between Draco and Harry, but as long as it did not impede Harry's growth, he would not intervene excessively. After all, fostering a good rapport with Draco could benefit Harry, and it was quite possible that Harry would require the Malfoy family's support in the future. Lucius set out to find Narcissa, believing that at times, his wife understood how to interact with children better than he did. He intended to seek her counsel, which might lead to winning the gratitude of the Savior. Draco's letter had ignited a flurry of thoughts in Lucius's mind, yet he could never have anticipated that the Savior he sought to understand was already his partner. Unbeknownst to him, Harry, of course, was oblivious to Lucius's intricate thoughts. With Norbert's situation seemingly resolved and Quirrell remaining dormant, Harry resumed his studies on the Oblivion spell. He firmly believed that any curse crafted by human hands must surely have a solution, and the Oblivion spell was no exception. It was merely that few had taken the time to investigate it. His current task was to uncover its vulnerabilities. Recently, Hermione had become even more anxious about Quirrell than Harry. Her uncertainty led her to perceive Quirrell's silence as a harbinger of impending turmoil, prompting her to intensify her vigilance. Harry had attempted to reason with Hermione, but she was not swayed by his reassurances. She believed Quirrell's apparent inaction was merely a prelude to an ambush, intending to seize the Philosopher's Stone when their guard was down. Hermione, we cannot afford to be complacent. Although Quirrell seems to have given up, I can't shake the feeling that things will not conclude so simply. We must remain alert and not let our guard down, she insisted, with no means to dissuade her. Harry resigned himself to the notion that nothing would happen at Hogwarts. Thus he refrained from obstructing Hermione's endeavors. However, this left Ron in a difficult position, as Harry's training meant that Ron was primarily accompanying Hermione on her watch. Each time Harry returned to the dormitory, Ron would vent his frustrations. Merlin's beard. How can one person possess so much energy? Doesn't she ever tire? You know, even when watching Quirrell, Hermione has to bring along a tome hefty enough to crush a person. Is she planning to use it to bludgeon Quirrell? Harry found Ron's comments utterly amusing. Laughing heartily, Ron, only you could come up with such a rationale. Hermione is simply too on edge, after all. She hasn't made you study with her. She's just keeping an eye on Quirrell. Just keeping an eye on him? Ron exclaimed incredulously. Harry, you cannot dismiss it so lightly. Do you have any idea how intense Hermione is? The moment she finishes her homework, she goes into hiding. One would think she harbors some other intentions regarding Quirrell. Ron, you must never allow Hermione to hear that. Otherwise, you will find yourself in dire straits, Harry warned, still chuckling as he lay on his bed, propping his head on his arm. Ron, upon hearing Harry's remark, cautiously glanced towards the dormitory door, then turned back with a lack of conviction in his voice. I'm not afraid of her. I'm merely speaking the truth. Harry feigned astonishment at Ron's bravado, gesturing towards the door. Oh dear, Hermione, when did you arrive? Did you hear everything we just said? Startled, Ron spun around, hastily denying, I didn't. Don't. Only to find the doorway empty. He turned back, glaring. Harry Potter, you are truly outrageous. How could you deceive me when you know? Suddenly, Ron fell silent, and Harry kindly interjected to complete his thought. You know I fear Hermione, yet you still tricked me. Now I am upset. Hearing the sarcastic tone in Harry's voice, Ron was nearly furious, but he had learned that he rarely emerged victorious against Harry, so he could only mentally console himself and turn away in silence. Harry recognized Ron's sulking demeanor, yet he considered Ron's predicament. If he too were so indiscreet in Hermione's presence, the repercussions could be dire. Given that Hermione was indeed capable of taking action. Recalling the scene where Hermione had effortlessly sent Ron flying with a disarming spell, Harry could only internally mourn for Ron. As this was a path he had chosen, and all he could do was wish him well. Observing Ron's sullen expression, Harry hurriedly approached to cheer him up. Ultimately, after offering his Nimbus 2000, Ron's face brightened, and he insisted that Harry promise not to use Hermione to frighten him in the future. Harry swore to Merlin, and Ron nodded in satisfaction before turning to bond with the Nimbus 2000. Harry then decided to head to the common room to watch others play chess. In Chapter 122, titled Arrival, Quirrell had remained idle for several days. Harry found himself perplexed by the continued overlap of their names. Could his interference have disrupted Voldemort's plans, prompting him to reconsider his strategy? Unfortunately, Harry had no definite answer to this question, since that unexpected embrace he had given Severus on the Quidditch pitch. Harry's presence in potions class had notably increased, evidenced by remarks such as, "Mr. Potter, your potion-cutting technique is lacking, 10 points from Gryffindor," and "Mr. Potter, it seems my lecture was too dull, resulting in your daydreaming during class. Consequently, I must deduct 5 points to jolt you back to reality. Mr. Potter, I do not recall ever stating that absinthe is treated in such a manner. Due to your own cleverness, Gryffindor loses 10 points." Harry was unaware that the aftermath of this embrace would be so pronounced. It seemed Severus was quite perturbed, although Harry could not fathom the extent of his reaction. It was evident that Severus no longer disregarded his own state. As for the lost points, Harry thought, he would compensate for them in other classes. Thus began a rather amusing cycle for Gryffindor's scores. After potions class, their points would significantly dwindle, only to be restored to their previous state before the next potions lesson commenced. Initially, Professor McGonagall would strive to offset the points deducted by Severus. But upon realizing that her efforts could not keep pace with the myriad reasons Severus concocted to deduct points from Harry, she ultimately surrendered. Hermione had become somewhat desensitized. At first, she worried that Gryffindor might find itself at the bottom of the standings by the end of the term. However, after witnessing Harry's antics, she was utterly speechless. "Why must you provoke Professor Snape? If it weren't for all these lost points, based on your contributions in other classes, we would undoubtedly secure the House Cup by the end of the term." Hermione was baffled, despite Harry's previous actions having already incurred Snape's displeasure. He had recently become inattentive in class, each time providing Severus with ample justification for point deductions. Isn't this merely a means to allow Severus to vent his frustrations? After all, there must be reasons for deductions. Once he has sufficiently expressed his dissatisfaction through point reductions, he should cease to trouble me in other matters. Hermione was left speechless. It was truly bizarre that she found Harry's reasoning somewhat compelling. "By Merlin's beard, am I losing my sanity?" Ron bluntly interjected. "If you didn't constantly provoke Professor Snape, he wouldn't have any need to unleash such fury." At this, Hermione experienced a revelation. She realized Harry had led her into a misconception. Turning to Ron, she acknowledged, "I never expected you to be quite so useful." Upon noticing Hermione's appreciative gaze, Ron puffed his chest out with pride, thinking, "See, I'm not as useless as you claim." Meanwhile, Harry had already turned away, no longer wishing to engage with the pair. He needed to inquire with Draco about when Lucius would send someone to retrieve the dragon, if left to its own devices for much longer. Hagrid's hut would either be crushed or set ablaze by the creature. Draco was quite surprised to see Harry approach him, as Harry rarely ventured to the Slytherin table. After hearing Harry's quiet inquiry, Draco promptly exited the Great Hall, aware that this matter should not be overheard by others. "My father said he would come as soon as possible." Harry observed Draco's expression of pride when mentioning Lucius, feeling a pang of discomfort. Yet he knew this was not the time for self-pity. "You mean your father will come in person?" Harry had not anticipated Lucius would appear, considering it was merely the transportation of a dragon. However, it soon dawned on him why Lucius would be coming, and he couldn't help but reflect, truly, a Malfoy. As he watched Draco, who was still elated about his father's impending arrival, Harry mused that sometimes, not everything is perfect. At that moment, Lucius was at the manor, letting out a powerful sneeze, which drew the concern of Narcissa. Lucius brushed it off, and after confirming with Narcissa how to interact with Harry and the others, he penned a reply to Draco, informing him that he would arrive the following noon, instructing Draco to notify Harry and the others. Upon receiving the specific time, Draco promptly informed Harry, who understood Lucius's purpose and assured Draco that he would arrive on time the next day. Thus, Lucius made his way to Hogwarts. Naturally, Dumbledore would feel compelled to extend a welcome, especially since the Malfoy family was one of the school's board members, and an unexpected visit must have its reasons. However, Lucius asserted that he simply missed his son and did not require Dumbledore's company. Consequently, Dumbledore refrained from further inquiry, subtly reminding Lucius that they were at Hogwarts. to which Lucius promptly responded that he had no ulterior motives. After promising to slightly increase the school's maintenance fees for the following year, Dumbledore called for Draco, who expressed a desire for Lucius to meet his friends. Dumbledore, being quite understanding, readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Lucius, guided by Draco, proceeded gracefully towards Hagrid's hut. He did not believe Dumbledore would permit him to roam freely around Hogwarts, yet Lucius felt no concern, as he was merely a devoted parent seeking to alleviate his children's troubles. As Lucius anticipated, Dumbledore stood in the tower, watching Lucius's progress, slowly lowering the telescope in his hand. Lucius's unique identity warranted a heightened level of caution. Dumbledore had begun to grasp the purpose of Lucius's visit and, considering Harry's recent actions, turned to leave, reassured that if Lucius was merely there to assist, his worries were unwarranted. Meanwhile, Draco, delighted to guide his father, could hardly fathom the myriad thoughts racing through Lucius's mind in such a brief span. Lucius sighed as he observed Draco ahead of him, feeling that perhaps they had overly shielded him. Reflecting on this, Lucius resolved that a holiday excursion to engage Draco in some practical experiences was in order. Unbeknownst to Draco, who was still blissfully unaware of the turmoil awaiting him, his excitement over soon possessing a dragon would lead to a rather trying holiday. Chapter 123, The Meeting. When Draco led Lucius to Hagrid's hut, Harry and the others were already waiting, as they all needed each other's assistance. "Good afternoon, Mr. Malfoy. I am Harry Potter, and these are my friends." Harry introduced Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid to Lucius. The atmosphere was tense for Hermione and the others, as Lucius's imposing presence left them somewhat disoriented. Upon first laying eyes on Harry, Lucius was taken aback. Aside from the scar on his forehead, it was particularly Harry's eyes that struck him. Were it not for Harry's declaration of his identity, Lucius might have doubted who he was, given that his interactions with James and Lily had been minimal. While others often remarked that Harry resembled his father, claiming only his eyes took after Lily, Lucius had no such awareness. "Well then, good afternoon, Mr. Potter and everyone." Lucius regarded Hermione and the others with indifference. His calm demeanor toward them stemmed solely from Harry's influence. Otherwise, he felt they lacked the right to converse with him. Noticing that only Lucius was present, Hermione tugged at Harry's sleeve, prompting him to understand. "Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire how you plan to transport Norbert?" "There is no need for concern, Mr. Potter. I have come primarily to assess the dragon's size. Shortly, a designated individual will arrive to take it away. That puts my mind at ease. Now you may join us to see it," Harry replied, and upon hearing Lucius's assurance, everyone felt relieved, for they had no doubt Lucius would not take matters into his own hands. Lucius remained non-committal. After all, his purpose for visiting today was not primarily the dragon. What he sought was for Harry and his companions to remember that he, Lucius, had aided them in resolving a significant dilemma. He was not without his motives, after all. Harry, of course, understood Lucius's intentions, yet as students, they could scarcely grasp the convoluted thoughts of nobility. Thus, after escorting Lucius to the threshold of Hagrid's hut, Harry fell silent. Naturally, Lucius would not enter. His presence today already demonstrated ample sincerity. However, it appeared that the savior did not grasp everything, and Lucius felt that without explicit communication, his visit might be in vain. Consequently, Lucius exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, who, in turn, followed Lucius away from the spot. Ron, initially anxious about Harry leaving alone, was restrained by Hermione. "Ron, this is Hogwarts. Harry will be safe." Hermione had also sensed that Lucius's visit was not merely casual. Yet she harbored no concerns for Harry's safety, knowing that Dumbledore was present at Hogwarts. Although Ron ceased his insistence after hearing Hermione's words, he continued to watch the two figures intently, as if ready to intervene should the situation take a turn for the worse. Harry caught Ron's vigilant gaze from the corner of his eye, and Lucius noticed as well. "It seems your friend harbors some doubts about me." With Hermione and the others unable to overhear their conversation, Harry decided to drop the pretense of ignorance. "He is merely concerned for my well-being. Now, Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire about the true purpose of your visit?" Lucius raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Harry's forthrightness. "Your manner of speech resembles that of a friend of mine, who is similarly candid, though he possesses the strength to back it up. What of you, Mr. Potter?" Harry, well aware of whom Lucius referred to, responded, "It is evident that Mr. Malfoy seeks something from me. Otherwise, you would not have made the effort to come in person today." Lucius, intrigued, found that the similarities between Harry and Howard were becoming increasingly apparent. Were it not for his knowledge of Harry's true identity, he might have mistaken him for Howard's offspring, as they bore an uncanny resemblance. "Since Mr. Potter has laid his cards on the table, I shall be equally straightforward. I require but one promise from you, regardless of future events. Draco shall always remain a friend to the Savior." Harry understood the implication of Lucius's words, Draco was indeed his friend. But whether he could be deemed a friend of the Savior was uncertain. That assurance suffices. I will guarantee that the Savior shall always be a friend to Draco. Today, I merely wish to clarify your stance. It appears my concerns were somewhat excessive. Lucius then presented Harry with a finely crafted ornament, unmistakably reflecting the Malfoy aesthetic, and indicated that should Harry require assistance in the future, he could channel some magic into it, and Lucius would find a way to respond. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy, as long as Draco remains on the right path, he shall forever be a friend of the Savior, Harry Potter. Harry accepted the ornament, recognizing it as Lucius's gesture of goodwill, and in turn, a guarantee from him. Strictly speaking, Harry was not the ultimate beneficiary of this transport of Norbert on the surface. At least, furthermore, the benefits a dragon could bring to the Malfoy family far outweighed the risks of this endeavor. And the principle of equitable exchange was one that must always be honored. Lucius, desiring a future alliance, understood that a gesture was necessary. With Harry's assurance in mind, Lucius felt that his aims for the day were fulfilled, and at last, his efforts had not been in vain. With this assurance, regardless of which side emerged victorious, the Malfoy family could rest easy for the time being. Upon returning to Hermione and the others, neither Harry nor Lucius's actions drew their attention, leading them to believe that the two had merely shared some private conversation. I have seen the dragon. Someone will come to take it away shortly. If you wish to see it again, please inform Draco in advance. It was a pleasure meeting you all. I have some matters to discuss with Draco, so I shall take my leave. After speaking, Lucius turned to depart, with Draco hurriedly following, eager for more conversation with his father. As they had scarcely exchanged words that day, "Father, when I return home for the holidays, may I visit Norbert? Can I give it a new name?" Draco incessantly voiced his questions, while Lucius looked upon his somewhat naive son with a touch of exasperation, especially after recalling Harry's earlier demeanor. "Draco, you must cultivate a good relationship with Potter, and remember to curb your habit of rambling when you are excited." After conveying to Draco his wife's affection, Lucius exited Hogwarts, intending to have a serious discussion with Narcissa regarding Draco's upbringing. Chapter 124, The Commencement of Action. Only after Norbert was completely dispatched did Harry finally exhale in relief. The operation had gone exceedingly smoothly. Observing the elated Draco beside him, Harry pondered why he had previously resisted a friendship with him. This ordeal had unfolded without necessitating their usual fumbling in the dark. Yet, Harry recognized that such thoughts were fleeting, given Draco's disposition, had he not accumulated years of experience. The outcome might have been all too familiar. The ensuing hours were predominantly devoted to Quirrell. Harry genuinely wished for Quirrell to act swiftly, otherwise, his patience would soon wane. Perhaps Harry's wishes bore fruit, for that day, after completing his training, he casually glanced at Quirrell's position and was astonished to find him in the corridor on the 4th floor. Moments later, Ron burst in, grabbing Harry and urging him to leave. "Hermione sent me to see if you were back. It seems Quirrell is preparing to make a move." Harry quickened his pace, determined not to leave Hermione to face Quirrell alone, which would be perilous. Thankfully, Hermione was aware that she was no match for Quirrell and was merely observing from the shadows. Upon his arrival, Hermione informed him that Quirrell appeared to be merely checking something, holding an instrument in his hand that she could not clearly identify from a distance. But it seemed to be a stringed instrument. After hearing Hermione's description, Harry deduced that Quirrell would likely act soon, having lost his opportunity to acquire unicorn blood, thus necessitating an expedited plan. He recalled that Quirrell had previously made his move after their exams, but it now seemed he would not wait that long. He must have been there to verify the information obtained from Hagrid. Hermione, recalling her research on the three-headed dog, nodded in agreement. "We must keep a close watch on him. He will likely wait until after curfew to act, so I will train late into the evenings. I have an invisibility cloak, so I shall take on the task of monitoring Quirrell at night. I will promptly inform you of any developments." Harry produced a small device resembling a coin, stating, "I stumbled upon this. With a bit of magic, we can communicate through it. We can exchange brief messages on it." After Hermione tested it with her own magic, she discovered that when she infused it with power, the other's devices would warm up, somewhat akin to a two-way mirror, but far more portable. "Splendid. This way, we can promptly notify each other of any developments," Hermione exclaimed with delight. Otherwise, as it was earlier, the back and forth could have delayed numerous matters. "It's settled then. Both of you must refrain from acting on your own," Harry instructed the two, feeling reassured only after they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they returned to their quarters to rest, surmising that Quirrell would not make a second appearance anytime soon. 3 days swiftly passed, and Harry initially believed Quirrell intended to wait until after the exams to strike. Suddenly, he noticed Quirrell's name on the Marauder's map gravitating toward the three-headed dog. Harry hastily roused Ron and conveyed an urgent message to Hermione through magic, then proceeded to the common room entrance to assemble. Hermione was astonished to see Harry. "Aren't you in the dormitory? How do you know what's happening on the 4th floor?" "I have my methods. Now hurry. Otherwise, the Philosopher's Stone will be stolen by Quirrell," Harry urged. Hermione merely asked out of curiosity, but upon hearing Harry's words, she quickly hid beneath Harry's invisibility cloak, and the group made their way toward the 4th floor. Upon arrival, they discovered the door to the corridor already ajar. "He has entered," Harry informed Hermione and Ron. Once inside, they removed the invisibility cloak. As before, they navigated through the various obstacles. With one distinction, during the Wizard's Chess Challenge, Harry had moved slightly, causing Ron to be knocked out, but without injury. In the final challenge, under Hermione's anxious gaze, Harry consumed the potion and traversed the black flames, only to find Quirrell waiting nearby. Harry evaded Quirrell's attack and feigned surprise as he greeted him. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell. I didn't expect you to have such enthusiasm for a late-night obstacle course." Quirrell was taken aback that Harry could dodge his curse, and, more so, that he remained unfazed, even daring to converse so casually. "Aren't you even the slightest bit curious?" Quirrell inquired. "Curious? Why would I be? Hermione and I deduced it was you long ago. I thought you would have realized it after that Quidditch match, yet you are far more obtuse than I anticipated." Quirrell, recalling his embarrassment from that day, growled. "So it was you meddling then. I shall not let you escape today. But I am curious, how did you come to suspect me?" Approaching Quirrell, Harry lowered his voice so only they could hear. "Not just that day. It was also me in the Forbidden Forest that night." Before Quirrell could react, Harry stepped back slightly and continued. "Professor Quirrell, has anyone ever told you that your acting is rather poor? Like that Halloween incident. You fainted yet clung to your scarf on your head. What were you hiding under there? You dare speak to me in that manner?" Quirrell stammered, now visibly agitated, sensing that something had gone awry in their plan. At that moment, Voldemort spoke. "Turn around. Let me engage him face to face." Quirrell, still anxious, replied, "But master, your current state." Voldemort, displeased at being reminded of his frailty, retorted, "Do not make me repeat myself." Quirrell fell silent, then unwound the scarf from his head, revealing Voldemort's grotesque visage attached to the back of his skull. "Wow, how astonishing, Professor Quirrell. I never imagined your tastes were so peculiar." Voldemort was taken aback that Harry displayed no reaction upon seeing him, maintaining his earlier demeanor and even daring to jest. Harry mused that no matter how many times he beheld Voldemort's face, it still induced a sense of visceral discomfort. He could not comprehend how a person could reduce themselves to such a ghastly appearance. Chapter 125, Confrontation. Silence. Though his voice was feeble, Voldemort's fury was palpable. "Harry Potter." Following this was a lengthy diatribe from Voldemort, which Harry found uninteresting. Instead, he contemplated when he might eliminate Quirrell, knowing that while Quirrell was manageable, dealing with Voldemort's main soul would prove challenging. Harry believed that Fiendfire could potentially dispose of both, yet he feared losing control of the flames and inadvertently burning down Hogwarts. Additionally, he was uncertain if Dumbledore was watching from the shadows, which restrained him from acting recklessly. Perhaps it is best to spare him for today. Once I deal with those Horcruxes, the main soul will also be manageable. If worst comes to worst, I can always cast a disarming spell, Harry thought, allowing himself a moment of levity. Once Voldemort finished speaking, Harry remained unfazed, choosing not to approach the mirror of Ariste for the Philosopher's Stone, as he deemed it superfluous. "Now, approach the mirror," Voldemort commanded. Harry disregarded him. "Why should I heed your words? You killed my parents, and today I shall avenge them." Growing increasingly impatient, Harry feigned outrage and charged at Quirrell, uncertain whether the same tactic would yield results. However, he did prepare a contingency plan. To his surprise, as his hand made contact with Quirrell, a searing pain erupted in his forehead, and Quirrell began to wail. Harry quickly pressed his hand firmly against Quirrell's face. "Ah!" Quirrell cried out incessantly, while Harry bore the pain in his forehead, holding Quirrell in place as he writhed. Gradually, Quirrell turned to ash, but in the next moment, Harry succumbed to an assault from the main soul and lost consciousness. When Harry regained awareness, he found himself in the hospital wing, with a smiling Dumbledore standing before him. "Good afternoon, Harry." Harry pretended to be in a state of panic, hurriedly recounting Quirrell's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone and inquiring about its whereabouts. Dumbledore reassured Harry, informing him that the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed and that Quirrell had paid the price for his actions. Seizing the opportunity, Harry asked Dumbledore for news about his parents. But to his disappointment, Dumbledore resorted to his usual evasive responses. Realizing he would gain no further information from Dumbledore, Harry resigned himself to the situation. Dumbledore lingered only briefly, observing that Harry appeared in good condition before bidding him farewell. Harry reciprocated the farewell with a smile. After Dumbledore departed, Harry fell into deep thought, staring at his hands in confusion. Could it be that he still bore the love left to him by Lily? Yet he also felt the tangible presence of the curse. Unable to derive an answer, Harry decided to abandon the inquiry, reasoning that the truth would eventually reveal itself. With Quirrell dealt with, it was time for him to visit the Chamber of Secrets. As he continued to plan his next steps in his mind, Madame Pomfrey entered, and after much persuasion, she finally agreed to allow Ron and Hermione to join him. Hermione and Ron's eyes were still red-rimmed with tears, and Harry quickly comforted them, sharing his confrontation with Quirrell. Hermione was particularly anxious, especially when she heard that Quirrell had concealed another person behind his head. Harry detailed Voldemort's appearance meticulously, and this revelation frightened not only Hermione, but also left Ron trembling in fear. However, Hermione remained apprehensive. Harry, why do I feel as though Dumbledore knew about all of this in advance? Ron and I rushed out, intending to inform Professor McGonagall, only to encounter Dumbledore, who seemed to be waiting there for us. Harry, naturally aware that all of this was orchestrated by Dumbledore for the purpose of confronting Voldemort, refrained from passing judgment on Dumbledore's actions. Well, let's not dwell on that. Whether Dumbledore is aware or not, the matter has concluded. What we ought to focus on now is how we will manage the upcoming exams. Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron wore a grimace. Must you stab me in the heart at such a moment? Hermione and Harry burst into laughter at Ron's expression, only to be subsequently shooed away by Madame Pomfrey, leaving Harry with no other recourse. Staying in the infirmary was exceedingly dull, and with exams looming, Harry used the pretext of studying to return to the dormitory. Ron was elated to see Harry, relieved that he was no longer the sole target of Hermione's scrutiny. Observing Ron's expression, Harry discerned his thoughts and, shaking his head in resignation, informed Ron of a harsh reality. He would be studying with Hermione. Considering Ron had either copied from Hermione or Harry for previous assignments, Ron's spirit plummeted. He felt utterly demoralized. What could be more torturous than this? He could not comprehend why, despite Harry often being by his side and devoting time to training, he alone was left to burn the midnight oil. Harry, relishing Ron's plight, chuckled, while Ron vowed to surpass Harry in this examination, with Hermione promising to serve as his witness. Thus, the hectic exam week passed amidst Ron's suffering, and by the last day, he felt as though he was merely a shell of himself, his spirit having long since drifted away. Hey Ron, cheer up. A long holiday awaits you. Upon hearing this, Ron finally felt a glimmer of comfort. Hermione, however, had grown weary of his demeanor, as Ron had maintained this listless state since the commencement of exams. Due to Harry's delayed recovery, he merely occupied the stands during the final Quidditch match. While others were engrossed in the game, Harry found himself less concerned with the outcome and more fixated on Severus. Fortunately, the crowd's attention was riveted on the match, and as the competition intensified, the excitement among the spectators escalated. Thus Harry's actions went unnoticed by Severus. Hermione, however, observed Harry's unusual behavior and assumed he was unwell. Are you all right, Harry? If you're not feeling well, you should return to the dormitory to rest. Hermione's voice was raised, as the surrounding noise was deafening. Harry smiled in reassurance, indicating he was fine, prompting Hermione to redirect her focus back to the match. Chapter 126, The Basilisk, Part 1. Thus, Harry's first year concluded, marked by events both unforeseen and yet largely aligning with the trajectory of his memories. With examinations finally behind them, students eagerly devised plans for their holidays. And Harry was no exception. He had no intention of remaining at his aunt's house. However, he needed a more compelling excuse. At that moment, Draco approached from a distance, flanked by his two lackeys, and Harry's eyes lit up. His excuse had just arrived. Harry, how is your recovery? Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let me in while you were in the infirmary, and with exams consuming my time, I've brought you plenty of Honeyduck's new treats to share. Draco appeared somewhat regretful for not having visited Harry earlier. Harry reassured him, Madame Pomfrey merely thought my recovery would be disturbed, but I appreciate your concern. Draco beamed at Harry's acknowledgement, for few would disdain a sincere expression of gratitude. Then, Harry lobbed a bombshell that left Draco questioning his hearing. Draco, there is something I need to ask of you. When the holidays begin, could you come over to my aunt's house to hang out? Why not seek out that Weasley instead? While Draco felt a sense of pride in Harry's request, he was more concerned about Ron and Harry's relationship, as he, a Malfoy, felt overshadowed by a Weasley. Oh, this is something only you can accomplish. Moreover, when you come, ensure that the Malfoy family's arrival is suitably grand. With an air of superiority, do you understand what I mean? Draco found Harry's words puzzling. Was he not coming over to play? What impression was he meant to leave on his family? In response to Draco's confusion, Harry briefly recounted his aunt's mistreatment, expressing his desire not to spend the entire holiday there, thus necessitating Draco's assistance. Draco gazed at Harry in disbelief. So, you've endured such misery? How could they dare make the chosen one their house elf? Harry paused, realizing it might not have been as dire as Draco imagined, but evidently, Draco was not inclined to listen. He immediately envisioned Harry as a house elf, and his indignation surged. Draco, it's really not as dreadful as you think. So will you help me? Rest assured, I shall have my father come to collect you. I doubt they would dare oppose him. Draco wore a look of assurance. Then I shall await your arrival at home. Having resolved one matter, Harry felt quite pleased. With only a few days remaining before departure. Considering the forthcoming feast and the awarding of the House Cup, Harry suddenly recalled Dumbledore's impending points allocation, and he could already envision Severus' expression. Perhaps due to the necessity of dealing with Quirrell, Harry noted Dumbledore's absence from the school, providing him with the opportunity to seek the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. After all, had Dumbledore been present, Harry would not have dared to act so recklessly. Consequently, after ensuring everyone in the dormitory was asleep, he quietly slipped out, clad in his invisibility cloak, and made his way to the abandoned girls' lavatory. Upon entering, he found Moaning Myrtle absent, which was quite fortuitous, as her incessant chatter had the potential to alert patrolling professors or Filch. Harry adeptly located the tap adorned with the serpent emblem, and, using Parseltongue, opened the entrance to the passageway. It had been a while since he had last spoken Parseltongue, and he found himself momentarily unaccustomed to it. After casting a few protective spells upon himself, he slid down the pipe, closing his eyes as he began to summon the basilisk. Initially, Harry had contemplated vanquishing the basilisk as he had before, but ultimately he relinquished that notion. Firstly, taking on the basilisk alone would likely create significant commotion, which could attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, Harry recognized the basilisk's value based on his experience with Norbert. Thus, he resolved to assess the situation first. If his expectations were unmet, he could always resort to slaying the basilisk later. With that, Harry uttered the password to the statue, followed by a rustling sound that indicated the basilisk was making its way through the pipes. A wave of anxiety washed over Harry. With his eyes closed, his ears became acutely sensitive, allowing him to distinctly hear the scraping of the basilisk's scales against the ground. Soon, he heard the creature halt and begin to ponder aloud. Strange, there is no sign of my master on you, yet you speak Parseltongue. Are you here seeking my assistance? Harry found it hard to believe, to his ears. The basilisk's voice remarkably resembled that of a young girl, which felt disconcerting given that he and his friends had previously sought to slay the creature. Having never communicated with the basilisk before, he was now relying solely on sound for their interaction. This led Harry to an unsettling notion that they had previously conspired against a little girl and had cruelly ended her life. He quickly dismissed such bizarre thoughts from his mind. Why aren't you speaking? It's been so long since anyone has come to see me. Harry detected an air of grievance in the basilisk's tone. By Merlin's beard, I must be losing my mind, he thought, hastily responding. Could you please close your eyes? I still don't know what you look like. Why should I close my eyes? Why must yours be closed as well? Harry felt as if he were genuinely conversing with a young girl and explained that looking at each other might pose a danger. The basilisk complied and closed its eyes. Although he could still hear, the darkness was unsettling for Harry, who felt a renewed sense of safety as he opened his eyes. When he finally beheld the enormous basilisk, its appearance was less frightening in his mind after hearing its voice. Now able to see the creature in full, Harry felt they could communicate more normally, rather than feeling as though he were speaking with a little girl, which had been a rather odd sensation. Chapter 127, The Basilisk, Part 2. I've closed my eyes now. Tell me what you wish for. As long as you promise to visit me often and bring me my favorite treat, spiders. The mention of spiders immediately reminded Harry of the Acromantulas residing in the Forbidden Forest. I am Harry Potter. You may call me Harry. What is your name? He certainly could not address it merely as the basilisk. A name? I've forgotten. Please give me one, it replied, as if something stirred in its memory. Suddenly, it slithered back into the pipe from which it had arrived, and shortly returned with a piece of parchment held in its mouth, though its eyes were closed. The basilisk's movements appeared unimpeded as it lowered its head to present the parchment to Harry. Upon receiving it, Harry noted the contents resembled a contract. The parchment looked rather old, and he was astonished that the basilisk had been able to find it so precisely. The next moment, the creature answered his unspoken question. It was left for me by my master. I don't know what it is, but he said that with this. I could go outside listening to the basilisk's account and examining the contract closely. Harry marveled at how fond Slytherin must have been of his little pet. The contract was not a master-servant agreement, but rather one of equality. However, Harry could never enter into an equal contract with a basilisk. The idea of establishing a master-servant contract had not previously occurred to him. Yet, he was puzzled as to why Voldemort had not been given this parchment during his visits. Surely others have come to seek you. Why did you not give it to him? I thought about offering it, but he never listened to me, only commanded me. And then he never returned. The basilisk's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Harry felt fortunate for Voldemort's arrogance. Had the basilisk become his subordinate, it would have posed an even greater challenge. The books Harry had read had not been in vain. They contained information on master-servant contracts. Reflecting on their contents, he recalled one that suited his needs perfectly. Historically used by individuals for their pets, it ensured that the pet would not harm its owner. Just that stipulation was enough to pique Harry's interest. I can't comprehend what your master prepared for you, but you wish to go outside, correct? The basilisk, unaware of the veracity of Harry's words, readily affirmed its desire to escape, eager to leave its current existence behind. Harry then initiated a persuasive approach, rationalizing that he was not being dishonest as long as he helped the basilisk achieve its goal. I have a way. If you agree, I can take you outside, and you will have an endless supply of spiders. Upon hearing this, the basilisk eagerly consented, especially at the mention of never-ending spiders, visibly excited. Thus, Harry successfully established the master-servant contract with the basilisk, tucking the parchment away. You may open your eyes now. As soon as Harry spoke, the basilisk opened its lantern-like eyes and gazed curiously at him. Harry inquired whether it could reduce its size, to which the basilisk replied that it could, but it would be tiring and would require sustenance to maintain the smaller form. Harry was astonished that it could indeed shrink. Initially, he had contemplated sneaking the basilisk into the forbidden forest under the cover of night, but now he no longer needed to take such risks. He instructed the basilisk to transform into the size of a hatchling and coiled it around his arm. The icy touch sent a shiver through Harry. Yet the thought of possessing a reusable and portable ally to eliminate Horcruxes filled him with uncontainable joy. Fortunately, the exams were over, allowing Harry to avoid concerns about being late the following day. He hadn't anticipated things would proceed so smoothly. He had expected at least a struggle with the basilisk, yet he had effortlessly transformed it into his pet, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Regardless, the basilisk was now under Harry's care. So he set forth rules. It must not reveal its existence in front of others. He would provide it with food, and it must seek Harry's permission to venture out, ensuring it would not harm anyone with its eyes. The basilisk agreed, eager to escape its confines. It nodded at everything Harry said, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Whatever promises you make must be kept. You cannot merely agree to everything now and dismiss it later. If you do not abide by this, I shall return you. Yes, understood. I can fulfill all you ask. Although Harry harbored doubts about the basilisk's assurances, the contract they had signed alleviated some of his concerns. He then realized it was time to give the basilisk a name. Since you are a girl, I shall call you Slivia. The basilisk showed no objections, its mind now preoccupied with thoughts of delectable spiders. Noticing the time had grown late, Harry informed Slivia that he would take her for a feast the following day before returning to his dormitory, as he needed to rest. Otherwise, he would be confined to his bed all day. The following day, Ron observed Harry, who remained unresponsive despite being called repeatedly, and found it rather peculiar. He reasoned that Harry must be exhausted from the recent examinations, compounded by the fact that his health had yet to fully recover. Having successfully concocted an explanation, Ron proceeded to the common room to engage in games with Fred and the others. By the time Harry awoke, it was nearly lunchtime. Ron, noticing Harry still bleary-eyed, exclaimed, "Harry, you truly can sleep. None of us managed to rouse you even with all the commotion. Perhaps it was the fatigue from recent events. I'll change and then head out." Meanwhile, Harry was preoccupied with thoughts of the basilisk. He lowered the bed curtains and discreetly searched beneath his robes, allowing the serpent, Slivia, to coil around his arm. Hastily, he dressed himself. After freshening up in the lavatory, Harry and Ron set off for the Great Hall, where they encountered Hermione returning from the library. Upon seeing the large tome in her hands, Ron swallowed hard, perplexed by how anyone could rush to the library immediately after examinations. Hermione regarded Harry's disheveled appearance with a disappointed gaze, leaving him to endure her scrutiny all the way to the hall. Chapter 128, The Acromantula. As Harry gazed at the roast on the table, he felt Slivia stirring within his sleeve. Concealing his actions with his robe, he discreetly fed her bits of pork and lamb from his plate. Ron and Fred had played all morning and were genuinely hungry now. Thus, he paid little attention to Harry. When he finally looked over, he noticed Harry's plate was completely bare. Ron's expression shifted as he realized that the impact of the exams on Harry extended beyond mere sleep deprivation. He was astonished to discover just how voracious Harry could be. "Harry, your appetite today is remarkable." Harry merely smiled in return, choosing not to elaborate. Once the trio finished their meal, Harry inquired what they planned to do next. Hermione, of course, intended to visit the library. With the holidays approaching, she needed to ensure she had ample study materials to prevent wasting her break. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron shared a knowing glance with Harry before quickly averting his gaze. "I promised someone I'd teach them Wizard's chess this morning," he added, licking his lips. Harry then informed them he had matters to attend to with Hagrid, secretly relishing the fact that he could part ways without needing to fabricate an excuse. The three friends then diverged at the entrance to the hall, each heading towards their respective destinations. However, Harry had no intention of visiting Hagrid. After leaving the castle, he made his way to the lair of the Acromantula, guided by memory. He had previously agreed with Slivia that the amount of meat consumed would be at his discretion, but it was imperative that Aragog be spared. Harry was not keen on the idea of Slivia wiping out the entire species. After all, with their rapid reproduction rate, he could periodically bring Slivia for a treat. Additionally, their venom had its uses, warranting a sustainable approach. Moreover, his actions were aimed at maintaining the balance of the Forbidden Forest. Unchecked proliferation of the Acromantula could lead to dire consequences once Aragog faced mortality. Harry believed the other creatures of the forest ought to be grateful to Slivia. Upon reaching the location, Harry cast spells to conceal his presence and scent, allowing him to follow behind Slivia while avoiding direct confrontation with the Acromantula. Slivia then transformed back into her original form and commenced a one-sided slaughter. Once she had feasted sufficiently, Harry commanded her to cease, and though she was reluctant, the bond of their master-servant contract compelled her to obey. As the Acromantula scattered in panic, Harry seized the opportunity to have Slivia capture one, extracting some venom before this unfortunate creature too became her meal. Satisfied, Harry departed with Slivia, leaving Aragog in a state of impotent fury, unable to retaliate against the overwhelming dominance of Slivia. Harry made a brief visit to Hagrid's hut, feeling somewhat guilty for his pet having devoured Hagrid's creature, although Hagrid was unaware of the event. Hagrid was elated to see Harry and tearfully expressed that he had been preoccupied with daily patrols and hadn't had time to visit. He inquired about Harry's recovery from his recent ordeal. Harry quickly sought to soothe Hagrid's emotions, sensing that he was on the verge of tears. Hagrid, look. I'm standing right here, perfectly fine. Besides, the antagonist did not acquire the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell has paid the price for his misdeeds. Upon mentioning Quirrell, Hagrid's face filled with rage, as he now understood that Quirrell was likely the one who had given him the dragon egg, attempting to extract from him a method to deal with Fluffy. Reflecting on the matter filled Hagrid with remorse, but Harry reassured him that he need not dwell on it. As Hagrid had also been deceived, Harry did not linger long at Hagrid's, as he still needed to visit the Hogwarts kitchens. After all, Slivia had not yet had her fill. He located the fruit portrait and scratched the pear, which promptly revealed a door. Upon entering, several large eyes immediately fixed upon him, and he awkwardly greeted the house elves inside. Regrettably, Harry instantly regretted his greeting, as it sent the previously orderly house elves into a frenzy. After considerable effort, he managed to calm them down and made his request. My pet has quite an appetite, so I would greatly appreciate it if you could prepare a bit more meat. Upon hearing Harry's request, the house elves sprang into action, and soon enough, various meats were piled high in the kitchen. After estimating the amount, Harry called a halt and requested the house elves to keep the matter confidential. He then used a shrinking charm to transport the food away. Finding an abandoned classroom, Harry cast several spells at the door before feeling secure enough to let Slivia down from his arm. Due to spatial constraints, Slivia did not revert to her true form. After a whirlwind of dining, Slivia's belly began to swell. She consumed every morsel Harry had brought, leaving Harry in awe, though he considered her true form and was not overly surprised. Harry, Slivia is still hungry. Slivia's voice brimmed with discontent. Reluctantly, Harry made another trip to the kitchen, where the house elves were stunned by his return, yet they continued to prepare food for him. Even more meat than before was soon piled before Harry, and after expressing his gratitude, he departed. The house elves resumed their work, astonished that a wizard had thanked them. Performing the same routine, Slivia finally ceased her complaints about hunger. She then voiced her desires to Harry. Harry, will there be more pork chops tomorrow? They seem tastier than spiders as long as you remain by my side and don't wander off. There will be delicious pork chops delivered to you every day indeed. Slivia will behave. Harry patted Slivia's head, striving to acclimatize himself to this new sensation, for she was now his pet. When Harry returned to the dormitory, Ron was still nowhere to be found, so he decided to visit the library. He had made no progress on his research into the Forgotten, and it was the perfect opportunity to look for relevant books. Hermione was pleasantly surprised to see Harry and quietly shared with him the books she had prepared for the holiday. Harry, taken aback by the sheer number, could only marvel at Hermione's unwavering diligence. After perusing the library without success, he ultimately left with Hermione, realizing that he might need to seek assistance from someone during the break. Chapter 129, Departure. The last dinner of the semester was about to commence. Just before the feast began, Dumbledore announced the winner of the House Cup. This time, due to Harry and his friends not losing a significant number of points. Combined with Harry's positive contributions in other classes, Gryffindor did not finish last. Nonetheless, owing to Severus's deliberate targeting, Gryffindor was still docked some points, placing them in second. However, Following Dumbledore's announcement of the additional points awarded to Harry and his friends, Gryffindor regained the top position. The hall's decor transformed from Slytherin's silver and green to Gryffindor's gold and crimson, and the smile on Severus's face faded. Harry felt helpless. After all, he could not influence Dumbledore's decisions. There was no commotion at the Slytherin table. They were all too aware of the reasons behind Gryffindor's rise to second place. And the students quickly regained their composure, as befitting the elegant Slytherins, who should not display such emotions in public. Thus, as the Hogwarts Express chugged to life, signaling the students' imminent departure for home, the academic year came to a close. The students received their results with mixed emotions, but predominantly joy, as they were looking forward to an entire summer vacation. On the train, Hermione assured Harry and Ron that they would keep in touch over the holiday and invited Harry to visit her if he had the time. Harry merely responded that he would see, as he had already planned a multitude of activities for the break, perhaps leaving him with little time to visit Hermione. Hermione, undeterred, overlooked Ron's hopeful gaze. After all, given that Ron's family was well regarded in the wizarding community, she feared he might get lost if he came to find her. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for Ron as he observed the disappointment on his friend's face. Ron, regaining his spirits, then invited Harry and Hermione to spend the holiday at his home. Harry gave the same reply, while Hermione offered Ron a satisfactory response, which finally brightened his mood. Soon, the train arrived at their destination, and the trio had already changed out of their wizarding robes, mindful that they would encounter muggles upon exiting, and their peculiar attire would attract unwanted attention. Harry encountered Mrs. Weasley once more. Seeing the warm-hearted woman, he enveloped her in a heartfelt hug and expressed his gratitude for the sweater she had gifted him, stating that he cherished it dearly. Mrs. Weasley felt a deep compassion for Harry, considering that he had lost his parents and that his previous circumstances had indicated he did not fare well at his aunt's home. After bidding farewell to everyone, Harry embarked on the journey back to his aunt's house, this time without Uncle Vernon's presence to greet him, as Harry had neglected to inform them of his return home. Upon arriving, Harry found Petunia and her family comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The atmosphere shifted slightly upon his entrance, especially when they noticed Hedwig accompanying him. Petunia and Vernon's expressions were decidedly less welcoming than before. After a while, although the mood normalized, Petunia and the others continued to ignore Harry, engrossed in their show, while Dudley cast curious glances at him, only to be obstructed by Vernon's deliberate maneuvering. Harry simply announced his return before retreating to the storage room. There, he observed the thick layer of dust and, with an impassive expression, waved his wand to clean the space. After putting down his luggage, he lay on the bed. Though he had enjoyed chatting with his friends on the train, fatigue washed over him, particularly as he contemplated the tasks ahead, filling him with apprehension. Yet, to stave off the emptiness within, he resolved to retrieve parchment and quill. After much hesitation, he ultimately set down the pen, deciding it best to wait for Draco to arrive before making any plans, lest he miss him in the meantime. Harry knew Draco would come, but he did not expect him so soon. The very next day at noon, Draco stood at the doorstep of the Dursley residence, awaiting Harry's emergence. Harry was called outside by Petunia, and upon stepping out, he beheld the opulent vehicle before him, where a tall and a small Malfoy, sharing strikingly similar features, awaited. Their platinum hair shimmered under the sunlight, and their exquisitely tailored garments rendered the surrounding environment drab in comparison. Moreover, in addition to the Malfoy duo, several attendants accompanied them, exuding an impressive aura. Harry was taken aback that Draco had indeed summoned Lucius. It appeared that his reputation as the savior of the wizarding world held considerable sway, compelling Lucius to willingly partake in their charade. "Harry, I cannot believe you reside in such a place," Draco began with a nobleman's disdain, voicing what he genuinely felt. In his eyes, as the wizarding world's savior, Harry deserved nothing less than the finest. "Draco, where is your courtesy?" Lucius interjected, his words directed at Draco. Yet his gaze was far more menacing than his son's remarks, for in the eyes of wizards, particularly those of Lucius's ilk, muggles were but inferior to house elves. Observing Aunt Petunia's face grow crimson, Harry refrained from responding and turned to inform Petunia that he would be staying at a friend's house for the holiday, ensuring he would no longer be a burden to them. Even though Petunia appeared reluctant, the pressure exerted by Lucius compelled her to acquiesce. Harry then requested Draco to wait a moment as he needed to retrieve his belongings. Draco's curiosity about Harry's living conditions remained piqued, despite his evident disdain. He followed Harry into the house. Although he had heard descriptions of Harry's living situation, witnessing the storage room firsthand ignited a profound anger within Draco. These wretched muggles. How could they treat you this way? Draco, I genuinely appreciate you coming to fetch me today. As for my aunt and uncle, they did raise me, so I bear them no ill will, Harry replied, witnessing Draco's incredulity. However, out of respect for his friend, Draco chose silence. vowing to ensure that Harry experienced the life he truly deserved at Malfoy Manor during the holiday. Harry's belongings required little in the way of packing. In a corner where Draco could not see, Sivy returned to Harry's arms. Initially, Harry had intended to take Sivy out for a grand feast, but it seemed that he would not need to exert himself after all. As Harry and Draco exited, Lucius had already returned to the car, waiting for them. Preferring not to remain idly in the open, seeing Harry with his luggage, the attendants promptly stepped forward to take it, then opened the car door for Draco and Harry. After turning to bid farewell to Petunia and her family, Harry entered the vehicle, marking the successful completion of the first task of his holiday with a sense of joy. Chapter 130, Malfoy Manor. Throughout the journey, Harry listened intently as Draco regaled him with tales of Malfoy Manor, occasionally offering encouragement. Observing his son, Lucius felt an increasing urge to prepare Draco for the responsibilities ahead. As a Malfoy, it was unacceptable to display emotions openly. Perhaps he and Narcissa had been too indulgent towards Draco. Lucius began to harbor concerns about the vast family estate falling into Draco's hands unprepared. Harry, noticing Lucius lost in thought, speculated on what schemes might be brewing in the man's mind, but he dismissed it as irrelevant to himself. He resolved that his stay at Malfoy Manor would last only a day or two at most before he would concoct an excuse to depart. Unbeknownst to Draco, Harry had already begun plotting his escape, oblivious to the arduous holiday that awaited Draco post Harry's departure. Harry, would you care to see Norberta? She's remarkable now, and her size has surpassed that of the manor. Draco exclaimed. Harry, though somewhat curious, asked Norberta. Yes, Norbert. That oaf Hagrid couldn't even discern her gender. Thankfully, I discovered it. Otherwise, how unfair it would have been for her to be called such an unattractive name when she is a girl. Harry gazed at Draco, incredulous that he was so passionately defending a dragon. While he had known of Draco's fondness for dragons, he was now truly grasping the depth of that affection. Harry, do you think my name for her is more appealing than Hagrid's? Draco queried. What could Harry say? Should he confess that even if he were to call the dragon by name, it would evoke no particular sentiment? Well, since the dragon is indeed a female, your name seems far more fitting. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco beamed with triumph, while Harry felt an urge to distance himself from this childish display. Yet, it was clear that Lucius was even less fond of seeing Draco in such a state. Draco, mind your demeanor. A mere admonition transformed Draco's expression into that familiar mischievous one that Harry had come to know. Harry marveled at Draco's ability to shift his demeanor so swiftly, yet he pondered why the Malfoys believed such haughty airs were necessary to assert their status. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Once Harry stepped out of the carriage, he surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that Malfoy Manor was indeed as magnificent as its reputation suggested, a quintessentially opulent estate. In the height of summer, the grounds were adorned with vibrant blooms, and the leisurely strut of white peacocks added to the manor's unique charm. Before Harry could fully absorb the sights, Narcissa emerged to greet them. Good afternoon, Mrs. Malfoy. I am Harry Potter. I apologize for not bringing a gift due to the haste of my arrival. Please accept these flowers as a token of my regret. As Harry spoke, a bouquet materialized in his hands, prompting a gasp from Narcissa. Lucius's gaze upon Harry grew more profound and contemplative. What a delightful young man you are. May I call you Harry? Narcissa inquired gently. Of course, madam, Harry replied, fully aware of his intent. Certain matters could only be navigated under the guise of Harry, especially since Howard could not appear at Hogwarts, and maintaining correspondence with Lucius risked revealing his whereabouts. Thus, he needed to forge a collaborative relationship with Lucius as Harry, ensuring that even upon his return to Hogwarts, he would remain undetected. Draco, however, was oblivious to these intricacies, preoccupied with the prospect of showing Harry Norberta. After Harry had finished conversing with Narcissa, Draco eagerly ushered them inside. Narcissa, observing her son's youthful exuberance, felt a pang of concern, recalling Lucius's recent conversation with her. While she felt a twinge of reluctance, Lucius was correct. Draco needed to mature. Unfortunately, Draco had effectively closed off any retreat. Inside, the manor reflected Harry's expectations. The furnishings appeared exquisitely crafted from the finest woods. Even the mirror frames glimmered with gold. The plush carpets underfoot spoke of immeasurable value. In Harry's memory, Malfoy Manor had long since lost such splendor. Following Voldemort's rise and the Death Eater's reign, it had become a shadow of its former self, starkly contrasting with the grandeur he now beheld. As lunchtime approached, Harry indulged in a sumptuous meal at Malfoy Manor, after which Draco could hardly contain his excitement to introduce Harry to Norberta. Harry observed the gleam in Draco's eyes, recognizing the depth of his affection for the dragon. Given that the two estates were not in close proximity, they utilized a portkey. Initially anxious about Sevilla, Harry's worries dissipated upon arriving at Norberta's estate. where he quickly reached into his sleeve to check on her, only to hear her exuberant voice. Wow, Sevilla is flying. Again, Harry felt relief wash over him. His earlier concerns had been unfounded. Sevilla, you must remain silent from now on. If you behave and don't let anyone discover you, I promise you'll be rewarded with plenty of meat upon our return. Sevilla readily complied, and before Harry could offer further instructions, Draco returned. Having summoned the caretaker to bring Norberta out. Harry, look, isn't Norberta far more beautiful than before? Draco exclaimed. Harry raised his gaze to behold the magnificent creature before him. While he could not discern the beauty Draco spoke of, he readily offered praise. Recognizing that flattering words would only serve to delight Draco further, Draco began to admire Norberta's beauty from every angle, while Harry focused on the potential potion ingredients that could be derived from her. Though their intentions differed, the shared glimmer in their eyes reflected their mutual fondness for Norberta. This continued until Norberta required sustenance, at which point Harry inquired if anyone at the manor had collected any of her shed scales. Knowing Draco's affection for the dragon, Harry understood that obtaining anything from Norberta on the spot was unlikely, but he trusted that Lucius would assist him with dragon blood and the like. By the time they returned to Malfoy Manor, dusk was settling in. Draco was positively buoyant, while Harry remained preoccupied with the matter of Sevilla's food. At that moment, Narcissa called for Draco, and Harry surmised that Lucius had business with him. Sure enough, Lucius soon appeared in the drawing room. Mr. Potter, I believe it is necessary for us to sit down and have a serious discussion, Lucius stated. Of course, Mr. Malfoy, Harry replied. After receiving Harry's affirmation, Lucius led him to a space that exuded an air of safety, perhaps a secret parlor within the Malfoy estate. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, our conversation here will remain confidential, Lucius assured as he noticed Harry surveying the surroundings. Harry settled into a chair across from Lucius, signaling that he was ready for the discussion to commence. Although they had engaged in brief conversations before, there were nuances that warranted deeper exploration, and the timing could not be more opportune. What kind of assurance does Mr. Malfoy seek from me today? Despite knowing that Harry was known for his forthrightness, Lucius was still unaccustomed to the Gryffindor's directness. After all, those he typically interacted with often spoke in convoluted phrases. Have I mentioned that you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine? This is the second time you have said so, and it piques my curiosity regarding the identity of this friend of yours. Interestingly, he once taught at Hogwarts, specializing in defense against the dark arts. He possesses considerable skill and charisma, and I believe that should you meet, you would find much common ground. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate that day. Harry, however, was acutely aware that such a meeting was impossible. At the moment, I require Mr. Malfoy's assistance. Lucius gestured for Harry to proceed, prompting Harry to allow Sevilla to descend from his arm. My little pet requires sustenance, and I trust Mr. Malfoy can accommodate my request. Lucius was taken aback to discover that Harry's pet was a snake, even among Slytherins. It was rare to see one keep a serpent as a pet, save for one notable exception. Moreover, the snake's eyes were covered, adding an intriguing twist. The cloth over Sevilla's eyes had been magically affixed by Harry himself, for he could not guarantee that Sevilla would remember his instructions at all times. Harry resolutely refused to allow anyone to suffer due to his negligence. Just as Lucius was about to speak, the ensuing scene almost compelled him to abandon all noble decorum and cry out, Harry, is Sevilla's meat pie ready? Sevilla's tone was brimming with anticipation. Sevilla, deliciousness requires patience. For now, could you enlarge yourself just a tad to facilitate your meal? Harry acknowledged that his primary reason for bringing Sevilla forth was to solicit Lucius's assistance with the food matter. As for everything else, that was left to Lucius's interpretation. Lucius found himself momentarily stunned by Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, for in the wizarding world, such a skill held significant implications. He was quite certain that the Potter family could not possibly have Slytherin blood, which left him to wonder if the Harry before him was an impersonation by the Dark Lord. Lucius was alarmed by his own conjecture. What exactly are you? Mr. Malfoy need not panic. I am indeed Harry Potter. Parseltongue is merely a trivial skill I acquired by chance. Sevilla is a pet I adopted not long ago, but her appetite is quite voracious, which is why I must seek Mr. Malfoy's help. Although Lucius was not entirely convinced by Harry's explanation, seeing Harry's demeanor somewhat assuaged his concerns. After all, if the individual before him were truly the Dark Lord, he likely would not be sitting here conversing with him in such a manner. Nevertheless, Lucius struggled to comprehend the implications of Harry's words. After all, how much could a mere snake consume? Harry discerned Lucius's confusion and promptly addressed it. Sevilla, you may expand a little, just as you did when eating the meat pie in class. Upon hearing Harry's words, Sevilla quickly transformed into a large python, spurred by the mention of the meat pie, which immediately put Lucius on high alert. Mr. Malfoy need not feel anxious. I merely wish to illustrate why I mentioned Sevilla's considerable appetite. Currently, Her size is less than 1/10 of her true form. Upon hearing Harry's explanation, Lucius feigned enlightenment, yet he had already begun to reassess the potential for collaboration with Harry. After all, previously it had been merely about Harry's reputation, but now an individual with the capability of Parseltongue was on an entirely different level. Mr. Potter, you are indeed unencumbered by trifles. I shall instruct the house elves to prepare an ample supply of food for Sivia. For now, please allow her to return to her original size, as this is rather overwhelming for me. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Harry extended his hand towards Sivia, and in an instant, she transformed back into a small snake, coiling around Harry's arm. Lucius observed the silent understanding between Harry and Sivia with a profound gaze, pondering his thoughts. Mr. Malfoy, we may now commence our discussions regarding our partnership. As I previously mentioned, as long as Draco does not align himself against me, he shall always remain my friend. This remains applicable. Lucius felt his concerns ease slightly upon hearing Harry's words, yet he spoke with increased caution. Mr. Potter, I merely hope that one day, should the Malfoy family encounter difficulties, you will extend your hand to Draco as the savior, provided it is within your means. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy, as long as Draco is my friend, I shall not turn a blind eye to his affairs. In exchange, when I require Mr. Malfoy's assistance in the future, I hope you will endeavor to aid me within your capabilities. After Harry articulated his request, Lucius's previous apprehensions dissipated. As long as Harry continued to need the Malfoy family's support, their collaborative relationship would endure. He had little faith in a relationship devoid of mutual benefit. Thus, Harry and Lucius achieved their respective objectives. Harry believed that even if Voldemort were to return, Lucius would provide him with unexpected rewards. The most delighted of all was Sivia, for the quality of the meat pies supplied by the Malfoy family far surpassed that of Hogwarts. Furthermore, the house elf beside her, though appearing on the verge of fainting, would promptly replenish the same quantity of meat pie immediately after Sivia finished. Before long, Sivia predictably overindulged, and for the next few days, she remained coiled around Harry's arm, quietly digesting her excess meat pie, alleviating Harry's worries about her sustenance for the time being. Chapter 132, The Invitation in Recent Days. Draco had been as merry as a mouse in a grain bin, excessively elated. Each morning upon awakening, he sought out Harry, and together they would use the portkey to visit Norberta, allowing Harry the opportunity to let Sivia frolic. However, Draco's joy was short-lived, for he soon received distressing news. Harry was leaving Malfoy Manor. Draco was quite displeased. He had anticipated spending the entire holiday with Harry, only to learn that Harry was departing after just 2 days. Harry, I thought you would stay for the whole holiday, yet now you are leaving after just 2 days. Is it because I have kept you occupied with visits to Norberta? Harry recognized the reluctance in Draco's expression stemmed from his fear of losing a playmate. But he had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to squander time. After all, there were only a few days of holiday, and he had much to accomplish. I apologize, Draco. The reason I asked you to come and fetch me from my aunt's house was due to other commitments. Not because of you. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will accompany you to see Norberta again. Very well, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not press you to stay. I will write to you, and you must remember to respond. Harry acquiesced to Draco's request, and with a heavy heart, he boarded the luxurious carriage exclusive to the Malfoys, for he could not simply apparate away from there. Upon seeing Harry depart, Draco's spirits plummeted. Yet, before he could compose himself, Lucius informed him that starting the next day, Draco would accompany Lucius to familiarize himself with the family's various enterprises and learn how to manage them. Throughout the entire holiday, Draco was so overwhelmed with tasks that he scarcely found a moment to correspond with Harry. Each day commenced with Lucius meticulously outlining his study regimen, leading him to toil tirelessly like an automaton, often subjected to scoldings from Lucius for failing to keep pace. The abrupt turn of events plunged Draco into a daily torment. He could not fathom why, upon Harry's departure from his life, everything had irrevocably changed. As he gazed at the materials provided by Lucius, contemplating the imminent social engagements he was to endure, a pall of despair enveloped him. Harry, now absent, remained oblivious to Draco's misfortunes. Harry instructed the driver to take him near the entrance of Diagon Alley, subsequently dismissing him. After finding a secluded corner, he consumed an aging potion to disguise himself and made his way to the Leaky Cauldron, where he promptly reserved a long-term room, paying a portion of the deposit, thus securing a temporary refuge. Following this, Harry penned a letter to Grindelwald, explaining that he had been recuperating due to health issues and was now out of danger. Expressing a desire to arrange a meeting, requesting Grindelwald to respond with a specific time and location for their encounter. After reviewing the letter to ensure its accuracy, just as he was about to entrust it to Hedwig, he hesitated. He set the letter down and immediately purchased another owl at the Owl Emporium, designating it to deliver correspondence intended for Howard. Hedwig, displeased by the addition of a new owl, required considerable coaxing from Harry before she relented. The new owl was named Coon. Harry affixed Grindelwald's letter to Coon's leg and opened the window to let it fly away. He then proceeded to the apothecary to procure specialized ingredients for another aging potion, necessitating the purchase of potion materials and a cauldron. Although Harry could not recall where he had first encountered this method, the procedure and effects were vividly etched in his memory. This particular aging potion promised a longer-lasting effect than those currently available on the market, though one ingredient was rather rare, which accounted for its lack of widespread knowledge. Harry required the potion to maintain his current appearance for an extended duration. However, the precise length of time it would provide remained to be tested, as the efficacy of potions often depended on the quality of the ingredients and the brewing technique. The shopkeeper informed Harry that one of the rare ingredients he needed was in limited supply due to high demand and would not meet his requested quantity. Asking if he could return the following day, Harry pondered for a moment and agreed. After settling the bill and confirming the time with the shopkeeper, he was about to leave when a familiar figure halted him in his tracks. Severus, maintaining his usual impassive demeanor, strode purposefully towards the apothecary. Harry stood transfixed behind the glass door, and just as Severus was about to see him, a shop assistant, laden with a towering stack of boxes, inadvertently pushed Harry aside. When Harry glanced back, Severus had vanished from sight, leaving him to ponder the bittersweet irony of their near encounter. Despite being so close, would fate conspire to keep them apart? Harry understood that even if he stood before Severus, he would remain unrecognized. Yet, like any hopeful soul, he clung to a flicker of optimism, which was cruelly snuffed out by the shop assistant's intervention. Harry felt little disappointment. Some matters required proactive planning. He returned to the pub, requesting sustenance to be delivered to his room before retreating. After hastily addressing his hunger, Coon pecked at the window, prompting Harry to quickly let him in. He provided both Coon and Hedwig with ample owl treats before opening the letter. Grindelwald expressed astonishment at Harry's continued existence, recalling the last time he had seen him in poor condition, followed by a mysterious disappearance. Thus, he was genuinely surprised by Harry's sudden reappearance. Harry discerned Grindelwald's underlying skepticism. After all, a person presumed dead resurfacing would arouse suspicion, especially from someone of Grindelwald's caliber. In his letter, Grindelwald indicated he would be available for a meeting 2 days hence at noon. Upon checking the location, Harry recognized it as the same place he had arranged to meet Lucius, indicating it still lay within the domain of the saints, albeit with a change of personnel. Reflecting on his conversation with Lucius, Harry felt reassured by his own caution. Subsequently, Harry composed another letter to Lucius, informing him of their meeting in 3 days at the previously agreed location and requesting him to bring a notebook. He stated that if he could arrive punctually, there was no need for a reply. Chapter 133, Brewing Potions. Coon flew out the window once more, and Harry reclined on his bed, resting while awaiting Coon's return. Suddenly, he recalled Sivia, who had been lethargic since overindulging at Malfoy Manor days prior. Harry had grown accustomed to the sensation of Sivia coiling around his arm, and for a moment, he completely forgot about her. Rolling up his sleeve, he found Sivia still nestled comfortably on his arm, motionless. One might mistake it for a serpentine bracelet. "Sivia, how are you?" Harry inquired, gently prodding her. "Harry, I am feeling much better. In a few more days, I shall be fully recovered," Sivia replied, her voice still drowsy. Upon hearing her response, Harry lowered his sleeve, allowing her to continue her slumber. Coon returned promptly. Though Harry had stated no response was necessary, Lucius had included a brief note, inquiring after Harry's well-being and assuring him he would indeed keep their appointment. Bringing the requested materials. After perusing the letter, Harry completed all the tasks he had set for himself and departed the leaky cauldron, masking his presence as he made his way to Spinner's End, standing vigil near Severus' doorstep. Harry stood there, solitary, until the moon emerged, at which point he departed, having remained long enough for his legs to stiffen without catching a glimpse of Severus. Ultimately, he returned to Diagon Alley. The following day, Harry arrived punctually at the apothecary to retrieve his reserved potion ingredients before returning to his room to commence brewing. Once the final ingredient was processed and added to the cauldron, he began to monitor the potion's state, cautious of overextending the brewing time. After a while, observing that the potion had attained the color described in his texts, Harry quickly poured the liquid into pre-prepared potion bottles. If all went according to plan, he would not need to prepare another batch for the remainder of the holiday. The aging potion he had previously consumed had long since lost its effect, allowing Harry to test the duration of his newly concocted special potion. With this thought in mind, he took a bottle and downed its contents. Standing before the mirror, he examined his changes closely and noted that the effects were comparable to those of ordinary aging potions. The only discernible difference lay in the duration of efficacy. With this realization, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing there was little left to worry about. Harry gazed at the still slumbering Sylvia, realizing that he could no longer indulge her insatiable appetite without consequence. Otherwise, when he required her assistance, she might be rendered incapable. Sylvia remained blissfully unaware that her recent gluttony had resulted in a future limitation on her meat supply. For the past few days, Harry had not reverted to his original form. It appeared that the specially crafted aging potion maintained its effects longer than he had anticipated, which greatly pleased him. For no one relished the unpleasant sensations of the potion's taste or the sharp pain accompanying its transformation. Before stepping outside, Harry ensured that his appearance was satisfactory. Taking with him a vial of the bespoke aging potion for unforeseen circumstances, he then made his way to the shop run by the Saints, arriving just in time for the scheduled meeting with Grindelwald. Upon his arrival, the proprietor informed him that Grindelwald had yet to arrive and suggested that Harry wait. Observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Harry deduced that Grindelwald had likely given prior instructions, prompting him to follow the shopkeeper to the innermost private room, where he awaited Grindelwald's arrival in silence. Not long after Harry settled in, Grindelwald appeared. The moment he laid eyes on Harry, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. After all, more than a decade had passed, yet Harry appeared virtually unchanged, even looking more youthful than before. "Gellert, it's been a long time," Harry waved nonchalantly at Grindelwald. The moment Grindelwald saw Harry's relaxed gesture, any lingering doubts vanished. Not many could exhibit such ease in his presence. "I must say, Allison, you never fail to astonish me," Grindelwald remarked as he took a seat beside Harry. "It seems Merlin has not only spared you, but also bestowed upon you an extraordinary constitution." Harry understood that Grindelwald was referring to his appearance, but he had no explanation. The aging potion was not a panacea. Thus, he attributed it to the after-effects of a failed experiment. Grindelwald, upon hearing this, merely clicked his tongue in Harry's direction. "I must admit, Merlin has been rather generous to you. Such after-effects might be the lifelong desire of others. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Regarding our previous conversation about Dumbledore, there is a task that requires your assistance." At the mention of Dumbledore, Grindelwald straightened in his seat. Harry had warned him of potential dangers surrounding Dumbledore. But over the years, he had not perceived any threats, and with Harry's disappearance, he had assumed that Dumbledore's peril had passed. So, Albus is still in danger? This was Grindelwald's foremost concern. "Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, Dumbledore shall encounter no difficulties." Harry's words alleviated some of Grindelwald's concerns, for he believed that Harry's knowledge extended beyond mere matters concerning Dumbledore. Grindelwald then inquired about what he wanted the Saints to do. Harry specified that he required them to venture to the Muggle village of Little Hangleton, where a cemetery lay, to locate a grave belonging to one Tom Riddle, and to replace the remains therein with those of another. Furthermore, they were to keep watch over the property known as the Gaunt House in Great Hangleton, ensuring that no one could enter without his explicit permission. Listening to the detailed arrangements, Grindelwald's mind began to race. It appeared that after Harry had undergone certain experiences, some form of restraint had been lifted, otherwise he would not have shared such specifics with him. "I am curious. What lies within the Gaunt House that invokes such trepidation in you?" Facing Grindelwald's inquiry, Harry hesitated, uncertain if he could divulge the truth. "It is the Resurrection Stone, but it bears a malevolent curse, as you might surmise." Once Grindelwald grasped Harry's meaning, he quickly comprehended the implications. The Resurrection Stone held a particular allure for Dumbledore, thereby providing a basis for why Dumbledore might be at risk. Chapter 134, Assistance. Grindelwald regarded Harry with keen interest. "Since you have emerged from danger, what do you intend to do about that potions professor from Hogwarts? I seem to recall you administering him a Obliviate. I wonder if he still remembers you." Harry could not help but roll his eyes at Grindelwald's gleeful probing, noting how he had grown increasingly juvenile with age. "Thus, I require your people's assistance. I have perused every available record, and they all indicate that the effects of Obliviate are irreversible. Hence, I need them to help me discover a means to undo its effects. You have certainly become more resourceful than I, but I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes. I have never heard of anyone recovering their memories after being subjected to Obliviate." Harry, however, had encountered a record suggesting that if the subject of Obliviate were a Muggle, the spell could potentially be undone, whereas for a wizard, recovery would be exceedingly difficult. He relayed this information to Grindelwald and inquired if he had ever encountered such claims. After a moment of contemplation, Grindelwald affirmed that he had heard something along those lines, but had not paid much attention. "I suppose it might be due to Muggles lacking magical affinity, thus the cost of lifting the curse would be minimal. Conversely, a wizard's inherent magic could conflict with the spell, making recovery arduous." Harry pondered Grindelwald's reasoning, recalling Gilderoy Lockhart as a living example. He had merely been a victim of a rebounding curse, unlike Severus, who had cast the spell himself. I recall that recovery might involve some painful memories or external torment. However, the results are not particularly pronounced. I suspect you would hesitate to subject your friend to such suffering. Upon hearing Grindelwald's suggestion, Harry fell silent. He could not allow Severus to endure pain due to his own failings. If all else failed, he could always pursue Severus anew under the guise of Howard, though challenging. It would be a more advantageous position than as Harry. Having covered most matters, Grindelwald informed Harry that the shop remained unchanged from before, handing him a key to the door, stating that for trivial matters, he could contact the shopkeeper directly, while significant discussions should still take place at the manor. After they reached an agreement, the two parted ways. As Harry ambled along the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, he reflected on Grindelwald's words with a sense of confusion. If Severus could not regain his memories, what would he do? In his current identity, it seemed unlikely that Severus would ever be with him. The following day, Harry returned to the shop. The proprietor expressed surprise upon seeing him, presuming he had further business, especially since he had received notice that Harry could now issue commands directly. Upon learning that Harry was merely there to meet a friend, the shopkeeper lost interest. Having not rested well the previous night, Harry felt somewhat drowsy. Upon entering the private room, he found Lucius already present, unable to suppress a yawn. It seems Professor Howard is in need of a stimulant potion. In response to Lucius's teasing, Harry merely lounged in his chair, smiling lazily before inquiring if Lucius had brought the item he sought. As that was the primary purpose of his visit, Lucius produced a delicately adorned box, and upon receiving it, Harry opened it briefly, instantly recognizing the authenticity of its contents. As the soul's essence within the diary was unmistakably potent, and Harry certainly did not believe Lucius would attempt to deceive him with a counterfeit. With a decisive clap, Harry closed the lid and retrieved a stack of parchment from his enchanted bag. Lucius, upon seeing the parchment, felt a surge of anticipation. For the last batch had proven immensely profitable. Even though he was somewhat prepared, the contents of the parchment still astonished him. "Are you certain you wish to give me this information directly?" Lucius inquired with uncertainty, as the records contained within had long been lost to time, comprising knowledge that had faded into obscurity. "This is the reward I promised you," Harry replied resolutely, but within Lucius's heart, tumultuous waves of curiosity began to rise, prompting him to ponder Harry's true identity. After all, the items Harry produced were invariably of great value. To Lucius, the parchment represented not only a significant sum of galleons, but also a stepping stone to collaborations with other families. Such immense potential for profit caused Lucius to hesitate, for he understood that lopsided transactions often bore substantial risks. In truth, Harry possessed many such documents, rendering the transaction a no-cost endeavor for him, as he had acquired them from others. However, Lucius was unaware of this, and thus the materials felt almost too hot to handle in his grasp. "You truly are generous. It seems this diary holds great importance for you." Lucius felt compelled to ascertain whether the diary was indeed worth such an extravagant exchange, especially since he had perused it just the day prior, concluding it to be nothing more than an ordinary journal. "That is of no concern to you. Sometimes, knowing too much can bring about undesirable consequences." Harry firmly cautioned Lucius against further curiosity. Understanding the clear implication of Harry's words, Lucius wisely chose to remain silent, recognizing that further inquiry would yield no benefit for himself. "In addition, I have a few more requests," Harry continued, prompting Lucius to sit up straighter. This statement reassured Lucius, as it indicated that the exchange was not solely for the diary. Harry, feeling a pang of guilt towards Noberta, had to set aside his feelings for the sake of his plan before articulating his next demand. "I have heard that your family has recently acquired a dragon. I trust that you can easily procure dragon blood and scales. Simply have someone deliver them to the shopkeeper." Lucius paused, momentarily taken aback, for the existence of a dragon within his estate was not common knowledge. Intrigued by Harry's sources of information, he found Harry's identity increasingly enigmatic. After all, a fallen noble would not possess such influence. However, Lucius recognized that probing further would jeopardize their budding alliance, and so he assured Harry that it would be no issue, promising to arrange for the materials to be delivered shortly. Chapter 135, Testing the Waters. Having resolved another matter, Harry felt elated, as these materials were his means of drawing closer to Severus. Recalling the unicorn hair and blood nestled within his bag, confidence surged within him. He could not believe Severus would be disinterested in such offerings. Yet, this was not the time for such musings. Harry turned to Lucius to articulate further requests, as his objective today was to address as many issues as possible, given the constraints on his time. "I require your assistance in procuring a house elf to manage some of my mundane affairs, as it is quite challenging for me to juggle so many responsibilities alone." Lucius would certainly not refuse this, for a mere house elf was of little consequence. As for why Harry sought one from him and lacked one of his own, Lucius felt that some matters did not necessitate thorough investigation. Harry then inquired about the names of all the house elves in Lucius's household, expressing a particular fondness for the name Dobby. Lucius had no objections to this. Lucius proposed that Dobby could be tasked with delivering the dragon blood and other items to the shopkeeper in a few days, and from that point forward, Dobby would be Harry's. In one final matter, Harry hesitated, and Lucius sensed a flicker of intrigue, for anything that rendered Harry reticent piqued his curiosity. Please do go on. It would be my privilege to assist you. After organizing his thoughts, Harry spoke. I need you to test Severus, to ascertain whether he retains any memories of me. Lucius was perplexed by Harry's request, for the only individuals aware of Harry's total erasure from Severus's mind were Professor McGonagall and Grindelwald. Thus, Lucius was left in the dark. I do not quite grasp your meaning, Professor Howard. Since Harry's disappearance, Severus had not mentioned him to Lucius, who had long assumed it was because Severus could not bear to acknowledge Harry's death. Lucius had refrained from probing into Severus's wounds, believing that as long as Severus remained silent, he too would not pry. Harry then revealed to Lucius the details of his oblivion charm cast upon Severus, prompting a look of sympathy to fill Lucius's gaze. Now that Harry was safe, the irreversible nature of the charm undoubtedly weighed heavily upon him. Because I am uncertain of the extent of Severus's amnesia, I need you to probe him. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall not relent. If he has completely forgotten me, I will resort to other means to reclaim his memory. I can only wish you luck. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you imagine. As they conversed, Lucius suddenly recalled a matter from before Harry's troubles began. Severus had entrusted him with certain items for safekeeping, instructing him to return them at their next meeting. At the time, Lucius found this peculiar, particularly since Severus had insisted that if Lucius returned the items but Severus offered them back, Lucius should take them and continue the cycle until Severus reclaimed them. Is there a chance that Severus anticipated your intentions and prepared accordingly? If he returns the items to me, it would indicate that he still remembers. If not, it would signify that he has lost that memory. Lucius felt a strong conviction that his speculation was likely accurate, for Severus would not act without cause. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Harry's initial thought was that Dumbledore had disclosed his intentions to Severus. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, trusting that Dumbledore had promised not to reveal anything to Severus. Now, all Harry could do was hope that Lucius's hypothesis was correct. If so, he would have the opportunity to reconnect with Severus as Howard, while gradually revealing his true identity in due course. The pressing concern was to determine whether Severus still remembered Howard. If he did, Harry needed to ascertain the nature of their relationship and Severus's memories. After hearing Harry's words, Lucius agreed to write to Severus upon his return, informing him that he had spotted Harry in Diagon Alley, keen to observe Severus's reaction. After the two had conferred on the finer details, Lucius inquired if Harry had any further matters to discuss, considering that the issues Harry had raised seemed trivial in comparison to the value of the parchment. Harry reassured him that there were no additional concerns, and as for the information he had provided, he would not retract it as it had been agreed upon as compensation. Thus Lucius could rest assured. Lucius was naturally pleased to hear this, for it represented an exceedingly advantageous transaction for him. The benefits far outweighed his contributions. However, in pursuit of a long-lasting collaboration with Harry, Lucius, after a thorough discussion, decided that he would retain 20 of the profits from the information provided by Harry. Given the gold that was offered so readily, Harry had no grounds to refuse. Thus, both Harry and Lucius were satisfied with their collaboration, each feeling they had gained a significant advantage, and they departed with considerable haste, as if fearing the other might suddenly reconsider. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry began to anticipate Lucius's response. After all, it would be unwise for him to approach Severus without prior notice, should Severus have forgotten him entirely. It would complicate matters considerably. At that moment, Harry's thoughts were consumed by Severus, when suddenly, Sevilla aroused him from his reverie. Harry, Sevilla is hungry and desires meat pies. Many meat pies. In recent days, Sevilla had been unusually quiet, and Harry had momentarily set aside her needs. Upon hearing Sevilla's request, he chuckled and affectionately patted her head. Very well, I shall venture out shortly to procure you an abundance of meat pies, you little glutton. Sevilla, being a snake and not a cat, expressed her dissatisfaction with Harry's comparison, prompting him to erupt into laughter. After adjusting his robes, he took Sevilla out in search of food. Naturally, Harry could not allow Sevilla to be seen in Diagon Alley, so after acquiring a sufficient quantity of food, he shrank the items and stored them in a space bag. He then disapparated with Sevilla to a desolate location, where Sevilla leisurely roamed for some time after her meal. Chapter 136. Awaiting a response upon returning to Malfoy Manor. The first order of business for Lucius was to meticulously examine the parchment Harry had provided. After contemplating the potential benefits these documents could bring to the Malfoy family, he tucked the parchment away in a hidden compartment of his desk. Just as Lucius was preparing to pen a letter to Severus, Narcissa approached him, reminding him that several noble families were scheduled to visit shortly, and she urged him to prepare in advance. After reflecting for a moment, Lucius recalled the arrangement, which had been set weeks prior, and was nearly forgotten amidst his preoccupation with Harry's matters, given how compelling the contents of Harry's offering had been. Lucius rose and bestowed a lingering kiss upon Narcissa, assuring her that he would be ready. She smiled gently and departed to instruct the house elves to prepare refreshments for their guests. Lucius glanced at the pristine parchment on his desk, considering that it would not hurt to delay his correspondence with Severus until after receiving the guests. He retrieved Harry's parchment once more, knowing that today's visitors were prominent figures within the wizarding aristocracy. Though not quite on par with the Malfoys, they were nonetheless significant and deserving of respect. Thus, Lucius resolved to present Harry's documents during the meeting to secure the greatest advantage for the Malfoy family. Before long, the noble families began to arrive at Malfoy Manor, accompanied by their heirs, as the opportunity to collaborate with the Malfoys was rare, allowing the children to gain invaluable experience. Noticing this, Lucius summoned Draco to join them, and the family of three stood together at the entrance of the estate to welcome their esteemed guests. After exchanging pleasantries, they ushered the visitors into the manor. Meanwhile, Harry, having allowed Sevilla some time to play, decided it was time to return, for he was still awaiting Lucius's reply. Unbeknownst to him, guests had arrived at the Malfoy residence, and a response would not be forthcoming immediately. Shortly thereafter, an owl fluttered into Harry's room, delivering a letter. As Harry had not shut the window, the creature landed effortlessly before him, and he felt a surge of excitement, believing it to be Lucius's response. However, upon eagerly unfolding the letter, he discovered it was from Ron, which left him somewhat disappointed. He turned to examine the owl, realizing it was indeed not the Malfoy family owl. He had simply been too anxious to notice. This time, it seemed that due to Harry's alteration of events, Dobby had not intercepted his correspondence. Although it was not the reply Harry had been anticipating, he still felt a sense of joy as he opened the letter to read it carefully. Ron's message revisited a topic they had discussed previously at school, extending another invitation for Harry to visit the burrow. He also informed Harry that Hermione had agreed to accompany him, and he would be at the entrance of Diagon Alley in 3 days to collect her. Inquiring if Harry would be available, Harry pondered for a moment, feeling uncertain, as he had yet to receive Lucius's response, and he was entirely in the dark regarding Severus's situation. Thus, he replied to Ron, indicating that he would likely be able to provide a definite answer by the following day. After allowing the owl to finish the treat he had brought, Harry sent his response back with it, only to find himself engulfed in various speculations. The agony of uncertainty was particularly tormenting, as it fostered an overwhelming sense of apprehension. "Harry, what troubles you?" "I sense your fear." Sevilla had shifted from Harry's arm to position herself directly before him. Though her view was obstructed, her perception remained keen, and she was no ordinary snake. "Sevilla, I am merely awaiting an answer, one that may alter my plans. I dread the possibility that the answer aligns with my hopes. Yet I simultaneously fear it may be the most disastrous outcome." Sevilla, bewildered by Harry's convoluted emotions, found herself at a loss. After all, she was still just a snake, having lived a few years longer than others, yet human emotions were far too intricate for her comprehension. Despite her lack of understanding, Sevilla resolved to remain by Harry's side as they awaited the outcome. Harry gently stroked Sevilla's cool scales, attempting to clear his mind. The fear of receiving the answer he so desired stemmed from the possibility that if Severus remembered him, it would imply that he had endured years of anguish due to loss, having believed Harry to have returned to Merlin's embrace. Merely contemplating this prospect made Harry's heart ache. His initial intent to erase all memories had been to spare Severus the pain of loss after his departure. If Severus indeed recalled, how cruel that would be for him. Conversely, the dread of a negative response arose from the notion that if Severus did not remember him, then all that had transpired would be rendered an empty void for Severus. Given Harry's current identity, no amount of effort would yield the desired results. After all, in Severus's eyes, he was not merely Lily's son, but also James's. Harry mused that it was unlikely anyone would come to cherish the son of their first love and rival, especially when that rival was someone so deeply despised. Harry gazed into the mirror, contemplating the visage that bore a striking resemblance to James. If Severus had indeed completely forgotten Howard, then in Severus's eyes, he would forever be perceived merely as the savior, Harry Potter, who bore the likeness of James, save for the eyes that echoed Lily's. Harry found himself at a loss, for his observations suggested that the most plausible conclusion was that Severus had indeed forgotten him. In such a scenario, what identity should he assume in his pursuit of Severus? At present, Harry was torn. On one hand, He yearned for Severus to remember him, yet on the other, he wished for him to remain oblivious. This internal conflict enveloped him, ensnaring him in a loop of contemplation. Time slipped away, and as Lucius's response remained elusive, Harry's turmoil deepened. Suddenly, a cool sensation interrupted his thoughts. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Sevilla, gently brushing her tail against his face. "Harry, are you all right? Sevilla is quite concerned for you." "There's no need to worry, Sevilla. I'm fine. I was merely lost in thought." The interruption from Sevilla inexplicably alleviated the inner turmoil that had plagued him. Perhaps his heart had already whispered the answer he sought. "Sevilla, regardless of whether he remembers me or not, I must strive to win him over. I cannot bear to lose him." Though Sevilla was unaware of the specifics of Harry's predicament, she earnestly replied, "Harry will surely succeed. You still have Sevilla by your side." Chapter 137, The Notification. Following a series of negotiations, Lucius finally solidified a collaboration among several parties. After bidding farewell to all the guests, an entire afternoon had elapsed, and Lucius hurried back to his study, for Harry had entrusted him with an unfinished task. Next, Lucius pondered how to inform Severus of his discovery regarding Harry's whereabouts. After all, it had been many years since Severus had mentioned Harry in Lucius's presence, leaving him uncertain as to whether Severus even remembered him. After a moment of reflection, Lucius began to write. He commenced with the customary pleasantries, alluding to their joint venture in the potion shop, before transitioning to the crux of the matter. In his letter, Lucius conveyed that while inspecting the shop's operations, he had encountered Harry on the street, and inquired whether Severus was aware of the latter's return. Lucius refrained from directly asking Severus if he remembered Harry, for a man as astute as Severus would surely detect the underlying anomaly. Given the nature of Severus and Harry's relationship, it would be peculiar for an outsider to pose such a question. Thus, Lucius adopted a slightly gossipy tone, querying whether Severus and Harry had parted ways, which might explain Harry's departure from Hogwarts. Now that Harry had returned, he wondered how Severus intended to proceed. Would there be a rekindling of their old romance? Lucius's hope was that if Severus still remembered Harry, it would lead to a joyous reunion, fulfilling his mission. Conversely, if Severus had forgotten, he would undoubtedly write back with inquiries about Harry, at which point Lucius could enlighten him on their circumstances. As for subsequent events, they would be beyond Lucius's purview. As Harry had tasked him solely with gauging Severus's recollection of Harry, his role would conclude there, leaving Harry to decide the next course of action. Once Lucius completed the letter, he reviewed it meticulously before dispatching it with his family owl to Severus. Watching the owl vanish into the distance, Lucius began to mentally assess the likelihood of Severus's memory of Harry, ultimately deciding to abandon the endeavor. The owl flew swiftly, reaching Severus's residence in no time. Had Harry been present, he would have noticed that the destination was none other than the very abode where he and Severus had shared so many years together. At that moment, Severus had just finished brewing a potion, admiring its perfect sheen when he heard it tapping at the window. Turning his head, he beheld the Malfoy family's signature owl. I don't recall any new orders recently. I wonder what trivial matter Lucius wishes to bother me with this time. Severus gazed at the owl outside, reluctant to engage, for aside from rare instances of genuine importance, the contents of its correspondence typically revolved around complaints regarding his unpalatable glory potion or Lucius's incessant bragging about his son. Ultimately, Severus relented, opening the window to allow the owl entry. After all, Lucius occasionally had pressing matters to discuss. He took the letter and sent the owl away, knowing that food would not be forthcoming, as he never provided sustenance for owls. The owl cast a forlorn glance at Severus before departing, resigned to the fact that it would never receive any nourishment, save for an occasional drop of water, depending on Severus's mood. After closing the window, Severus leisurely made his way to the sitting room and began to open Lucius's letter. He swiftly skimmed through the customary pleasantries, well aware that the aristocratic habit of lengthy introductions often obscured the essential message. Severus had previously informed Lucius that he preferred concise correspondence, devoid of insincere niceties. However, Lucius remained steadfast in his adherence to what he deemed fundamental etiquette. Thus, Severus would hastily glance at the opening lines before diving into the main text. Just as Severus braced himself for another round of mundane complaints, Lucius's next sentence caused him to spring from the sofa in disbelief, staring incredulously at the concluding remarks. Time seemed to stretch as he remained in a peculiar state of daze. After what felt like an eternity, Severus finally moved, shifting to a position beside the lamp and meticulously reading Lucius's letter, focusing intently, even more so than he would on potion recipes. Eventually, Severus confirmed that he had not misread. Lucius had indeed mentioned seeing Harry in Diagon Alley. Upon finishing the letter, he instinctively covered his face with his hands. All these years, Severus had assumed he would never hear of Harry again, especially given the dire circumstances surrounding Harry's departure, and despite his relentless efforts. He had been unable to uncover any news about him, without pausing to inform Lucius of his intent to visit. Severus swiftly rose and retrieved the key Lucius had once given him from the cabinet in his study. Only members of the Malfoy family could directly apparate to Malfoy Manor. After securing the key, Severus donned his outer robe and activated the key, his mind solely focused on verifying the truth of Lucius's letter. Lucius, meanwhile, awaited a response in the sitting room when he sensed someone arriving at Malfoy Manor. Realizing who it must be, he thought to himself that only one person would come at such a late hour. It seemed his task would culminate successfully, and a sense of delight filled him. Lucius, is the information in your letter true? Severus could scarcely adhere to any semblance of decorum, but fortunately, Lucius was unconcerned. Severus, I knew you would come. Are you seeking a reunion with Professor Howard after so many years? Observing Severus's eager demeanor, Lucius discerned that he indeed remembered Harry. And he couldn't resist teasing him in a slightly gossipy tone, relishing the rare opportunity to witness Severus in such a flustered state. Spare me the pleasantries. The question at hand is whether or not you have seen him. Severus now solely yearned to ascertain Harry's whereabouts. Of course, I have also retained his address. So you may thank me later, Severus. Observing Severus's countenance, Lucius ceased to be circumspect, for he harbored a fear that a moment's inattention might provoke Severus's ire. And the one to be distressed would then be Lucius himself. As soon as Lucius handed Severus the note bearing Harry's current address, Severus vanished like a gust of wind before Lucius's eyes. Lucius gazed at the spot where Severus had just been. He too was tempted to follow and see for himself. Chapter 138, A Reunion. Upon departing from Malfoy Manor, Severus returned home. He had initially intended to apparate directly to Diagon Alley. But upon catching a glimpse of a figure in the window's reflection, he hesitated, pondering whether he ought to present himself to Harry in a more polished manner. With that thought, Severus dashed into his bedroom and flung open the wardrobe, where an array of black robes greeted his eyes. He recalled Harry's past jests regarding his attire. Yet time was of the essence, and he could not afford to prepare anything else. Severus mentally berated himself for not having assembled a more respectable wardrobe. But he swiftly donned a clean outfit, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. At that moment, Severus felt a pang of uncertainty. He feared the address in his grasp might be a cruel jest from Lucius, leading to yet another disappointment. As he had endured countless instances of hope followed by despair over the years. Clutching the parchment tightly, Severus exhaled deeply, reassuring himself. It will be fine, Severus. Perhaps this time it is genuine. The worst outcome would be returning home alone. I must at least see for myself. Having steeled himself mentally, Severus finally resolved to apparate to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. As impulsive as he had been at Malfoy Manor, he now felt a profound sense of trepidation. Severus was uncertain whether he awaited a long-desired reunion or yet another empty hope. After all, over the years, he had heard of Harry's whereabouts more than once. And despite traveling great distances, it had never been Harry. Though Lucius's confirmation had sparked a flicker of hope within him, Severus remained incredulous. After all, he had heard such solemn assurances countless times before. Standing before the door of the Leaky Cauldron, he resembled a statue, immobile as seconds ticked by. Eventually, his resolve solidified, and he stepped forward, following the room number inscribed on the note. Severus found himself standing outside Harry's door, his hand repeatedly raised and lowered. Yet he could not bring himself to knock. He was bewildered. In the past, regardless of how outrageous the news, he would have rushed forward without hesitation. Yet now, he was paralyzed by indecision. Inside, Harry was conversing with Sevilla to alleviate his own inner turmoil, when Sevilla suddenly informed him that a figure had been standing at the door for quite some time, seemingly uncertain of their intent. Initially, Harry assumed it was another guest seeking their room, but soon he sensed something amiss. A wildly improbable thought sprang to mind, and Harry's heart began to race. He quickly approached the mirror to ensure he had no visible flaws, then concealed Sevilla within his suitcase before hastily opening the door. Just as Severus had resolved to knock, the door swung open, and their eyes locked in an instant that seemed to suspend time itself. With Severus's hand still poised to knock, for the first time in years, the figure of Harry emerged in Severus's gaze, and he could hardly dare to blink, fearing that Harry might vanish from his sight like so many times before. In contrast, Harry felt somewhat steadier. Technically, he had seen Severus before. Yet his heart raced with excitement as he realized he could once again interact with Severus as a lover. Severus, I have returned. Harry had expected to deliver this proclamation with ease, but it caught in his throat, emerging as a stammered whisper, his reddened eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Harry's words triggered something within Severus, who abruptly enveloped Harry in a fierce embrace, his grip so powerful it felt as though he might merge Harry into his very being. Harry sensed the slight tremor in Severus, and a warmth coursed through his neck. When Harry realized it was Severus's tears, the warmth intensified to a searing heat. The two remained locked in that embrace for an eternity, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by in the corridor. Harry, not wishing to stand there like a spectacle, gently patted Severus's back. "Severus, may we step inside? This is hardly a fitting location." Though reluctant to release his hold, Harry's words compelled Severus to comply, albeit slowly. Despite repeatedly assuring himself that the person before him was not a figment of his imagination, unease lingered in his heart. Harry guided Severus into the room, promptly shutting the door to shield them from prying eyes. In the next moment, Harry found himself once again enveloped in Severus's arms, the pressure still astonishingly strong. "Severus, are you attempting to suffocate me?" Harry had regained some composure, realizing that, compared to Severus, he was merely re-encountering him under a new guise. "Professor, is it truly you? This is not an illusion. You won't leave me again, will you?" Severus's voice was thick with emotion, yet Harry understood him clearly, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. "It is real, Severus. I have returned, and this time I will not depart." Harry's declaration eased some of Severus's anxieties, though he still felt somewhat dazed. The warmth of Harry's presence instilled a sense of reality. Severus released Harry, scrutinizing him intently, not overlooking a single detail. Harry stood still, allowing Severus to study him. Neither could recall who initiated it, but soon they were entwined, Severus kissing Harry with fervor, as though this were the only means to truly affirm Harry's existence. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, breathless, and Severus suddenly found himself smiling at Harry. Resting his forehead against Harry's, Severus tenderly spoke. "In the quiet depths of every night over these years, I often felt you should be by my side. I have envisioned our reunion countless times, and at last, I can hold you again. I have missed you dearly." Harry's heart ached at Severus's words, perplexed as to why his memory-erasing spell had failed. He was certain his incantation had succeeded, suggesting the issue lay with Severus. "I have missed you as well, but I have a question that requires clarification. I distinctly recall casting Obliviate on you. How is it that you still remember me?" Severus gazed at Harry with eyes aglow with joy. Upon hearing Harry's query, he embraced him and began to recount everything that had transpired after Harry's departure. Chapter 139, Memories, Part 1. Since Dumbledore had informed Severus that his memory confusion stemmed from an unidentified attack, Severus had held this belief for an extended period, until Lucius's letter introduced a completely unfamiliar individual. Severus gazed at the letter, where Lucius jested about whether he had found himself in yet another quarrel with his professor. However, the professor Lucius referred to eluded any recollection in Severus's mind, which left him in a state of perplexity. After all, during this time, Severus had consistently felt an absence in his surroundings, and his own dungeon, which was supposed to be his office, exuded an air of strangeness. He possessed scant memories of living within it. Initially, he intended to meet Lucius in person to seek clarity, as Severus sensed that the professors at Hogwarts were concealing something from him, and he doubted Dumbledore would divulge the truth. However, before he could arrange a meeting, an unexpected event occurred. The Dark Lord was vanquished by Lily's child, and Lily's family vanished without a trace. When Severus arrived at Lily's home, he found it desolate, with only the remnants of a fierce battle to remind him that a violent confrontation had taken place there. Severus felt he ought to be grieving, for in his memories, Lily was someone he cherished. Yet, instinctively, he rejected this notion, as he seemed to lack the former flutter of emotion associated with her. Upon returning to Hogwarts, devoid of any information, Severus sought out Dumbledore, reasoning that since Lily and that insufferable Potter were both members of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore might possess some insight. Yet, Dumbledore revealed nothing regarding Lily's whereabouts, only stating that her child had been placed in a safe location, while remaining silent about Lily and her family. Dumbledore's hesitance made it clear to Severus that Lily's fate was likely dire. Strangely, his reaction mirrored that of someone receiving news of an ordinary friend's departure, leaving Severus puzzled as to why he did not feel more sorrowful. Lucius, who could have provided clarity, had been preoccupied with his own troubles since the Dark Lord's disappearance, desperately attempting to absolve himself. As a friend, Severus could only do his utmost to safeguard their joint enterprise. Ultimately, after incurring significant costs, Lucius managed to evade judgment. In his letter to Severus, he vehemently criticized the greed of the ministry officials, yet he was powerless to change his predicament, being a true Death Eater. A year passed before Severus and Lucius met again, as the ministry's efficiency was only guaranteed when confiscating illicit goods. At other times, one could only hope for a miracle. "It is utterly dreadful. You cannot fathom how those ministry officials, like leeches, seek to drain me dry, fearing they might fall behind," Lucius lamented, forgetting who had once nurtured them into their current state of affluence. Within Malfoy Manor, Lucius recounted the ministry's covetousness towards the Malfoy family. Although this did not destabilize their foundation, significant concessions were made to preserve Lucius's freedom and spare him from Azkaban. You should be grateful to Merlin. It is their avarice that allows you to stand here conversing with me. Otherwise, I would now be visiting you in Azkaban. Severus remained unmoved by Lucius's words. After all, Lucius had committed numerous acts alongside the Dark Lord, so this ordeal was not entirely unjust. Most Death Eaters of Lucius's ilk had been imprisoned in Azkaban, making Lucius's continued freedom remarkable. Severus, you remain as acerbic as ever. I wonder if you are equally sharp-tongued before that professor, Lucius remarked. Recalling a letter Severus had sent him, which led him to believe there was discord between Severus and Harry, prompting Lucius to refrain from mentioning the topic again. Fortunately, you did not accept the Dark Lord's offer. Otherwise, the situation would be even more convoluted. Lucius had repeatedly expressed his admiration for Severus's wisdom since Voldemort's downfall. And then he seemed to recall something, instructing Severus to wait in the parlor while he retreated to his study. Shortly thereafter, Lucius emerged with a box in hand. This is what you entrusted to me for safekeeping. I know not its contents, but you instructed me to return it to you upon our next meeting. Severus felt no recollection of this item, yet given that Lucius claimed it was temporarily entrusted to him, it likely pertained to his recent anomalies. With this thought, Severus promptly accepted the box. The remainder of their time together was spent discussing future collaborations, and Severus departed without once inquiring about Harry. Consequently, Lucius resolved never to broach the topic of Harry in Severus's presence again. Severus did not lack the desire to inquire. Rather, he was at a loss for how to approach the subject. Presently, he had no recollection of Harry, and even if he asked, it would likely prove futile. Especially after Lucius had produced the box, which instilled in him a strong premonition that the answers lay within. Upon returning to Spinner's End, Severus opened the box without delay. Inside, he discovered several vials of potion, a stack of parchment at the bottom, and, astonishingly, a glass vial containing a silvery substance, which piqued his curiosity, for he had no knowledge of its contents. Severus first examined the parchment, recognizing his own handwriting. He settled into a nearby chair and began to read meticulously. The contents revealed an explanation he had penned for himself regarding the memories he had lost and the means to restore them, albeit with the forewarning that the process would be excruciating, necessitating mental preparation. After reading, Severus's expression grew complex. It turned out that the professor was his beloved, and he had lost everything pertaining to their bond, with the professor himself having erased his memories. This, it seemed, was the unexplained attack Dumbledore had mentioned. The parchment indicated that due to the professor's deteriorating health, he had become frail and, not wishing for Severus to endure the anguish of losing him, had employed the Obliviate charm. As Severus absorbed this information, despite his memory being lost, he could not suppress the deep-seated pain within him. He could scarcely fathom the solitude the professor must have faced in waiting for death after Dumbledore had taken him away. Chapter 140, Memories, Part 2. Severus took a moment to steady the tumult of emotions swirling within him before continuing to scrutinize the parchment's contents. After absorbing the essence of his lost memories, he then focused intently on the methods outlined for recovering his memories. Upon discovering the address inscribed on the parchment, Severus immediately set out for the location. Realizing it was the home he had shared with the professor, he explored the various rooms, finding them deserted and seemingly long abandoned. As he surveyed the dust-laden rooms, Severus's thoughts drifted, but he soon cast a cleaning charm to restore the house to order. Finally, he slowly entered one of the bedrooms. The bedroom had been transformed into a sanctuary for potion brewing. Severus, adhering to the instructions inscribed on the parchment, opened the innermost cabinet, from which a meditation basin slowly emerged. The silvery substance contained within the glass vial was a fragment of Severus's own memories. With deliberate care, he extracted the vial from its box, uncorked it, and the shimmering memories flowed into the meditation basin. Subsequently, Severus bowed his head, fully immersing himself within the basin's depths. Upon entering, Severus beheld Albus Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, facing an individual whose identity eluded him. Severus surmised that this figure was the professor he had long forgotten. Remaining still, he listened intently to their conversation. Realizing that this memory pertained to the time Harry had sought out Dumbledore to inform him of his intention to cast Obliviate on Severus, and to request Dumbledore's assistance in caring for Severus during his absence. Severus's curiosity piqued. How was it that he was aware of this event? Soon after, the dialogue concluded, and as Harry departed, Severus observed himself stepping out from a hidden alcove beside Fawkes the Phoenix. It became clear that Severus had been in the headmaster's office prior to Harry's arrival, summoned by Dumbledore to assist the Order of the Phoenix with potion making. Before Harry entered, Severus had retreated into the alcove at Dumbledore's behest. It was then that Severus overheard Harry's plan to erase his memories. Dumbledore's tone was tinged with comfort. aware that anyone confronted with such news would inevitably feel sorrow, especially considering Harry was Severus's beloved. Headmaster, I implore you not to disclose my knowledge of this matter to him. As long as he remains silent, I shall choose to remain oblivious, Severus implored. Dumbledore gazed at Severus, the sorrow in his eyes nearly spilling over, yet he felt powerless to assist them, offering only temporary solace to Severus's tumultuous emotions. In the next moment, both figures vanished from Severus's view, and the scene shifted to depict the domestic life of Harry and Severus. Severus quietly observed the tender tableau, which continued to shift until only he remained. Now, Severus was seen brewing potions. As he scrutinized a particular recipe, he discovered it was a potion designed to stimulate the brain, a concoction that had been strictly prohibited due to its severe detrimental effects. This potion had been previously utilized at St. Mungo's to aid those afflicted by obliviate or other memory loss. But the agonizing process had ultimately led to a patient's demise due to unbearable pain, resulting in the potion's ban. Severus was acutely aware of the potion's side effects. However, he harbored doubts as to whether it could aid in restoring his memories, especially since obliviate was deemed unsolvable for wizards. Subsequently, he noticed a cufflink and a brooch he had previously seen, crafted by Harry to protect him from harm. Upon recognizing these artifacts, Severus finally understood why he remained cognizant of certain anomalies despite having been struck by obliviate. As long as he carried these items, they could mitigate some of the spell's effects. Nevertheless, obliviate was unlike other offensive spells, and thus Severus still found himself bereft of all memories concerning Harry, retaining only fragments of subconscious habits. Time elapsed, and Severus emerged from the meditation basin, his thoughts ensnared by the potion in the box, contemplating his approach to memory restoration. Although he had glimpsed remnants of his past, without fully recovering his memories, those experiences felt akin to listening to another's tale. Therefore, external stimuli were still requisite. Knowing that consuming the potion would induce excruciating pain, Severus resolved to secure himself to the bed to prevent injury from thrashing. Aware that the potion could only be taken twice a month, he was uncertain when he might fully regain his memories, compelled to attempt the process repeatedly. Soon, Severus prepared for his inaugural trial. Uncertain of the pain's magnitude, he conjured ropes with his wand to bind himself firmly to the bed, then poured the potion into his mouth before casting his wand aside. In moments, an intense agony enveloped him, as the potion primarily affected his mind. It felt as though his head were being hammered with a chisel, the torment persisting for 5 agonizing minutes, leaving Severus pale and breathless. Once he regained a semblance of strength, Severus closed his eyes to reflect. The potion indeed bore fruit. As he began to perceive Harry's silhouette in the recesses of his mind, he believed that if he persevered, he would ultimately recall everything. Thus, Severus embarked on a gradual journey of recollection, and after 3 months, his memories were entirely restored. However, due to the potion's stimulating effects, he suffered from debilitating headaches triggered by even the slightest emotional fluctuations, necessitating over 2 years of potion therapy for recovery. Though Severus had reclaimed his memories, he found no trace of Harry in the room, and with no one aware of Harry's whereabouts, he remained resolute in his belief that Harry was still alive. Thus, throughout the years, he tirelessly searched for Harry. Despite countless fruitless endeavors and perilous encounters, Severus never wavered, ultimately reuniting with Harry. Chapter 141, Realization. Severus refrained from divulging the entirety of his experiences to Harry, merely stating that he had anticipated Harry's plan and prepared accordingly, thus leading to the restoration of his memories. He withheld any mention of the pain and suffering inflicted by the potion. Yet, even if Severus remained silent, Harry could not be oblivious to the agony of memory restoration. After all, Grindelwald had previously articulated that external stimuli were necessary for regaining memories. Such suffering could not possibly resemble mere tickling. With a heart full of compassion, Harry gazed at Severus, pondering the extent of the physical and psychological torment Severus had endured during his absence over the past decade. As he contemplated his true identity, a wave of headache washed over him. Now that they had finally met, the dilemma of how to reveal his origins loomed large. "I am sorry, Severus," Harry said, his eyes laden with guilt. However, his apology was swiftly silenced by Severus's kiss. "Professor, you need never apologize to me. I am grateful to have recalled you. Otherwise, my soul would remain incomplete without you." After their kiss, Severus gently addressed Harry, and as he regarded Harry's unchanged visage illuminated by the light, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through his gaze, ultimately replaced by tenderness. Regardless of the circumstances, his professor had returned to his side, and nothing else mattered. Harry remained oblivious to the fact that his disguise was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, as he lamented Severus's years of solitude. However, he soon recalled a particular incident. "I had previously visited, but the couple that exited the room was a middle-aged pair, which led me to mistakenly believe you had forgotten about me. Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus reflected on the matter. Since Harry had mentioned a middle-aged couple, he quickly remembered the events of that day. He explained to Harry that they were a couple who had come to discuss a collaboration with him. Originally, the three of them were supposed to leave together. But when the lady returned to fetch her bag, she accidentally knocked over a potion she had left on the table. Consequently, he was delayed while cleaning up the potion from the floor, and by the time he stepped outside, the couple had already departed. After listening to Severus, Harry could only express that life is indeed unpredictable, but thankfully, they had not missed their chance. Severus gazed into Harry's eyes, clutching his hand and idly toying with it. So, Professor, you returned a year ago. If it hadn't been for Lucius informing me of your whereabouts, were you intending to avoid seeing me for a lifetime? Hearing the almost accusatory tone in Severus's voice made Harry feel a pang of guilt, for he had indeed once thought along those lines. Although he certainly couldn't let Severus know. Moreover, it was he who had prompted Lucius to disclose his location, rendering his previous thoughts irrelevant. How could that be, Severus? I have always been attentive to your affairs. I merely thought you had forgotten me, which is why I was striving to discover a way to lift the veil of oblivion. At this juncture, Harry suddenly remembered that since Severus had retained memories of him, he could abandon his futile efforts concerning Grindelwald. He merely needed to speak to the shopkeeper the day Lucius handed Dobby over to him. In a short while, it will be your birthday, Professor. Coincidentally, your birthday falls on the same day as that of the Savior, Potter. Still lost in his thoughts, Harry experienced a moment of rigidity upon hearing Severus's words. He was unsure if Severus had remembered by chance or if there was another reason behind it. So he could only laugh and remark on the coincidence, all the while stealing glances at Severus's reaction. Severus, seemingly mentioning it casually, then proceeded to discuss how they might celebrate the birthday, gradually easing Harry's tension. Yet, Harry remained unaware of the understanding hidden deep within Severus's eyes, particularly when Severus turned to see Hedwig in the room. Professor, why are there two owls here, one of which bears a striking resemblance to Potter's? Ah, that one. Well, a friend asked me to look after it for a few days. My owl is the other one. Besides, owls of that breed do tend to look quite similar. Severus replied. Harry failed to notice that Severus had not specified which owl bore the resemblance to Potter's, but at that moment, he was solely focused on diverting the conversation away from the owls, oblivious to the unintentional gaps in his own words. You make a fair point, Professor. I've only seen Potter's owl a handful of times, so I might be mistaken, he added. Deep within Severus's gaze lay a glimmer of amusement. After all these years, his professor remained so naive, unable to conceal anything in his presence. Severus understood that Harry's unwavering trust in him was the reason he had inadvertently revealed his hand so quickly, while Harry remained blissfully unaware. Hearing Severus's words, Harry exhaled in relief, grateful to have dodged a bullet. In a few days, he could ask Ron to help care for Hedwig for a while, thus avoiding any slip-ups. If Severus inquired again, he could simply say that the friend had returned. Severus had no intention of exposing Harry just yet. After all, Harry's elaborate concealment surely stemmed from his own concerns. As long as Harry remained by his side, Severus believed there would eventually be an opportunity to uncover the truth. He was in no rush. Speaking of which, Professor, you bear quite a resemblance to Potter. Both of you share the same eye color and wear glasses. It's all rather coincidental. Though he had no plans to confront Harry, he found amusement in teasing him, especially since Harry had always enjoyed doing so in the past. Oh, well, you did say it was coincidental. Besides, during our time at school, didn't some classmates mention that I resembled James? After all, Potter is the child of James and Lily, although I have yet to meet Potter. The final statement, which almost revealed too much, nearly made Severus laugh out loud. But he restrained himself. He wasn't ready for Harry to discover that he had already unraveled his identity. Otherwise, the game would lose its charm. A sudden thought sparked interest in Severus's eyes. What you say makes sense, but, Severus, I have prepared many gifts for you. Don't you wish to know what they are? Harry's heart raced with Severus's words, and he quickly interrupted, realizing he could not let the conversation continue down that path, or he would risk revealing too much. Suddenly, he recalled the items in his space pouch and awkwardly shifted the topic. Noticing Harry's diversion, Severus feigned curiosity, following Harry's lead to redirect the focus. After all, one must know when to stop. If he teased too far, Harry might confess on the spot, which would ruin the fun. Moreover, Severus was curious to see just how long Harry would manage to keep his secret. Chapter 142. Packing up in an effort to distract Severus. Harry swiftly retrieved the unicorn blood and hair from his space pouch, immediately capturing Severus's attention with the silvery gleam of the vial. Observing Severus's reaction, Harry knew his objective had been achieved, and he placed the items in Severus's hands. Professor, where did you acquire this unicorn blood? Are you hurt? Upon hearing Severus's instinctive concern, Harry's eyes sparkled with delight. He cupped Severus's face and planted a firm kiss on his lips, reassuring him that he was unharmed and urging him to examine the color of the blood closely. The unicorn's blood was extraordinary. Only willingly given blood possessed a silvery hue, free from curses, making it exceedingly rare and precious. It could prolong life, and even a single drop that fell to the ground would be fiercely sought after. Now, Harry had presented Severus with an entire vial. This is a reward for saving the unicorn's life, so you can use it without any worries. I made sure to keep it for you right away. Aren't you pleased? Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus immediately inferred the origin of the unicorn blood. A wave of anger and fear surged within him as he realized whose life Harry had rescued the unicorn from. Severus set down the items and turned to embrace Harry tightly. Professor, please refrain from engaging in any more dangerous endeavors. I cannot bear the thought of losing you again. At that moment, Severus was consumed by dread, unable to fathom the consequences had Harry been unable to overcome the adversary. Severus had no intention of allowing Harry to vanish from his life again, and he silently vowed that henceforth he would not permit Harry to undertake any perilous activities alone at school. Unbeknownst to Harry, his freedom at school was slipping away as he sought to console Severus's emotions, fully aware that it was his own actions that had left Severus feeling insecure. As Harry observed the visibly anxious Severus, he couldn't help but kiss him, for there was no method more effective than this. Soon, Severus turned the tables and took control of the situation, causing the air in the room to grow increasingly heated. The subsequent events unfolded naturally for the two, flowing seamlessly as if it were a matter of course. They had an entire night to slowly express their longing for one another, and only when the moon hung high in the sky, enveloping the world in silence, did Severus finally ease his movements, granting Harry a moment to catch his breath. Time slipped away, second by second, and as the night deepened, Severus contentedly fell asleep while holding Harry, leaving behind a disheveled bed and scattered garments that bore witness to their fervent encounter. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Harry, he remained oblivious to his transformation, for nearly 3 days had passed since he consumed the aging potion, and its effects had now waned, allowing him to revert to his original form. Morning light filtered through the curtain's gap, striking Harry's eyes precisely, rousing him from slumber. As he opened his weary eyes and instinctively raised a hand to shield himself from the brightness, he was struck by the realization that his hand had diminished in size. His first instinct was to glance over at Severus, and upon seeing him still deeply asleep, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Hastily, he descended from the bed to search for his space bag, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Quickly, he steadied himself against the edge of the bed to avoid waking Severus, should Severus discover his current state, explaining it would be an insurmountable challenge. Harry soon spotted the space bag at the foot of the bed. After retrieving it, he extracted a vial of aging potion and drank it in one swift motion before disposing of the empty bottle. In no time, he reverted to his appearance as Howard, draping a robe over his body to conceal the myriad of marks it bore. He approached the mirror, scrutinizing his disguise with fervent concentration, hoping that when Severus awoke, he would notice nothing amiss. Just as Harry was engrossed in ensuring his facade remained intact, he lifted his gaze and, to his astonishment, found Severus awake, watching him with keen interest from the bed. A jolt of panic surged through Harry, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. He had no inkling of how long Severus had been awake or what he had witnessed, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "When did you wake up? You could have said something. You startled me." At Harry's complaint, Severus rose and approached him, wrapping his arms around Harry from behind. His chin rested on Harry's shoulder, and the gentle warmth of his breath caressed Harry's ear, sending a delightful shiver coursing through him. Severus, noticing Harry's reaction, chuckled softly, his deep, magnetic voice intensifying Harry's predicament. In a bid to conceal his discomfort, Harry instinctively tightened his grip on the robe, as if that would shield him from Severus's discerning gaze. "Professor, you truly are timid," Harry jested. "But is your attire this revealing first thing in the morning a subtle hint?" Severus leaned in closer, but in the next instant, Harry forcefully shoved him away and quickly burrowed under the covers, leaving only his head exposed while casting a reproachful look at Severus. "Severus, could you refrain from behaving like an animal first thing in the morning? Starting today, for 3 days. Oh no, a week. Please maintain a safe distance from me, otherwise I won't hesitate to let you experience the power of the petrification spell." Observing Harry's exaggerated bravado, Severus couldn't contain his amusement, marveling at how even threatening others seemed to lack conviction in Harry's hands. Originally, Severus intended only to tease Harry, not to provoke a genuine confrontation. Thus, feigning fear of Harry's threat, he slowly donned his clothes and began to assist Harry in packing, for they had a home to return to. Residing here was merely a temporary arrangement. Upon seeing Severus's actions, Harry relaxed his grip on the blanket and swiftly dressed, feeling as though he had never put on clothes so quickly before. Indeed, human potential often emerges under pressure. I had already packed this beforehand. It won't accommodate anything else, Harry declared. I'll stow the remaining items in the space bag, so there's no need for extra hassle. Just as Severus reached for the suitcase, Harry hurriedly intervened. If Severus were to suddenly open it, he risked provoking an attack from Sylvie. Not to mention the fact that Harry's Hogwarts uniform lay inside, which must not be discovered. Chapter 143, Homecoming. Harry deftly set the suitcase aside, swiftly using his wand to gather the remaining belongings. Once an owl perched on each of their shoulders, he grasped Severus's hand, leading him out of the room. Severus felt quite pleased by Harry's proactive gesture, assuming Harry was concerned about revealing the identity-compromising items concealed within the suitcase, and thus willingly handed it over to him. For Severus, as long as Harry returned to his side, everything else could be deliberated later. At last, he was ready to take his professor home. As Harry led Severus out of the room, some patrons in the bar were discreetly observing them. After all, any student who had graduated from Hogwarts in recent years held vivid memories of Severus. The once feared potions master, now appearing so docile, evoked a sense of disbelief among them. Oh, Merlin, how could they ever use the word docile in reference to Professor Snape? Yet the current scene compelled them to question whether they had mistaken him for someone else. Whispers began to circulate among them until a piercing gaze fell upon their table. The moment they locked eyes with its owner, they collectively swallowed hard, and the atmosphere in the leaky cauldron descended into an eerie silence. Harry, still waiting for the owner to settle the bill, having already paid a deposit, grew increasingly impatient as the owner, slightly intoxicated, made slow progress. Just then, Harry noticed the sudden quietude enveloping the bar. Curious, he looked up to find Severus glaring fiercely at a few tables of patrons, some of whom appeared on the verge of tears. Harry quickly squeezed Severus's hand, signaling him to temper his intensity. Severus, feeling unjustly provoked, grumbled under his breath. After all, they had initiated the gossip. Yet Harry was always the one to intervene when such matters arose. Little did Severus realize that if Harry hadn't stopped him, those caught in his deadly gaze would have certainly left in tears. Seeing Severus remain unfazed, Harry could only mourn for the patrons and then turn to urge the owner to expedite his actions. Finally, as someone began to sweat profusely, Harry swiftly led Severus out of the leaky cauldron. The moment they stepped outside, the bar buzzed back to life, and Harry chuckled at Severus's disgruntled expression. However, he quickly subdued his laughter under Severus's threatening glare. Am I truly that terrifying? Severus queried, perplexed. My dear Severus, how could you be fearsome? It's merely that they do not understand you. Besides, your gentleness is more than enough for me. Upon hearing Harry's words, Severus's expression softened immeasurably. He said nothing but leaned down to bestow a sweet kiss upon Harry. Let us return home, Severus declared, and with that, he and Harry vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers at the bar gasping in astonishment. After all, that was Severus Snape. Suddenly, Harry's identity became shrouded in mystery in their eyes. Some individuals attempted to inquire about Harry's name from the bar owner, but all were swiftly dismissed, for Harry had generously tipped him, and though he said little, he felt compelled to protect his guest's privacy. As Harry, having disapparated to his doorstep, gazed upon the familiar courtyard, his eyes suddenly grew warm with emotion. This was the home he shared with Severus, and he had finally returned. Welcome home, Harry silently repeated in his heart. Welcome back, my professor. Severus's gentle smile caused tears to cascade down Harry's cheeks in an instant. All right, enough of standing here foolishly. Don't you wish to see what changes have occurred in our home? Severus gently wiped away Harry's tears and led him into the house they had been apart from for over a decade. Harry surveyed the unchanged layout and arrangement of the rooms, each corner so familiar that he felt as if he had never truly left. After exploring every nook and cranny of the house, Severus remained quietly by his side, allowing Harry to reacquaint himself with their dwelling. Observing that everything was as it had been before his departure, Harry realized that, regardless of the reasons, he had left Severus alone to guard this home for a full decade. Turning, he embraced Severus tightly. Unable to fathom the emotions Severus must have endured in this space during their long separation, his heart ached at the thought. Severus, I am so sorry. I will never leave you again. We shall not be parted any longer. Harry's voice trembled, and the tears, which had previously ceased, now flowed freely down his face. Despite his desire not to cry, the thought of Severus's solitary years overwhelmed him. Severus noted the concern in Harry's eyes. In truth, he did not consider his life to have been excessively painful, though many attempts to find Harry had ended in failure. The joy and happiness Harry brought him were not diminished by time, and now that Harry had returned to him, that was sufficient. When did my professor become so sentimental? If your former students were to learn of this, your reputation in their eyes would be forever altered. Severus's teasing drew a laugh from Harry. For their previous parting had been unavoidable, but such circumstances would not arise again. This thought brought Harry some solace. I care not for their opinions. I only value yours. Harry's words were as candid and fervent as ever, and Severus gazed at him with warmth. How could such a Harry not occupy a special place in his heart? I shall take that as your confession to me, Severus remarked, causing Harry's cheeks to flush crimson. This response had been instinctive, and he had not anticipated Severus would say such a thing, though there was nothing incorrect in his assertion. Afterward, Harry placed his belongings in the cupboard, tidied up a bit, and discovered the kitchen to be rather bare. Severus explained that he rarely cooked for himself, and when questioned about whether he had neglected to eat regularly over the years, Severus's demeanor shifted to one of guilt. Ultimately, under the weight of Harry's imploring gaze, Severus relented, and they set out together for an enjoyable shopping excursion, for he was quite willing to partake in any activity alongside Harry. Chapter 144, An Unexpected Encounter. Upon leaving, Harry initially intended to purchase some household necessities and additional ingredients to minimize the need for frequent shopping trips. However, Severus stated he needed to stop by the apothecary first, as he had a potion order to collect from a prior arrangement with Lucius. Harry suggested Severus go ahead, assuring him he could manage the shopping alone, but Severus was unwilling to let Harry out of his sight. Thus, Harry reluctantly accompanied Severus to Diagon Alley. While Severus awaited the shopkeeper to retrieve his order, Harry suddenly remembered he needed to respond to Ron's letter and realized he was running low on parchment. He decided to stop by Flourish and Blots for some supplies. Severus indicated that he was nearly finished, hinting that Harry should not venture to the bookstore alone. Consequently, Harry remained patiently in place, understanding Severus's unease after his prolonged absence from his life. Even though Harry had returned, Severus would still feel anxious without him in sight. So Harry endeavored to reassure Severus that he would not vanish again. Once the shopkeeper handed the parchment order to Severus, they exited and made their way to Flourish and Blots. Severus instinctively grasped Harry's hand tightly, a gesture that caught the attention of the apothecary's staff, who exchanged wide-eyed glances. The holiday season meant fewer people were in Diagon Alley, and the bookstore was no exception. However, just as they approached the entrance, Harry heard a familiar voice emanating from within. Hey, George, Fred. Mum only asked us to buy a feast of magical feasts. You don't need to keep picking up all these odd books. Mum only gave me enough galleons for one book. And if we don't find what she wants today, we'll be in trouble. Ron's frustrated voice reached Harry's ears. Hey, Ron, it's not us, it's you. Mum asked us to accompany you. You're the one who needs to buy books. We're merely here to browse, George and Fred chimed in, teasing Ron. Recognizing their voices, Harry abruptly halted and told Severus that parchment wasn't an urgent necessity today, as he had enough for the time being. Severus, having overheard Ron's irritated tone, raised an eyebrow at Harry's words and suggested that since they were at the door, it would be prudent to purchase something, as it was a simple task. Reluctantly, Harry followed Severus inside, who pretended not to notice Harry shrink back into the shadows, fearful of being discovered. Severus's presence was always commanding, and as they entered, the twins immediately spotted him. Ron, however, was facing away from the entrance and remained oblivious to Severus's presence as he continued to grumble to George. This is the 5th time I've had to return these prank books for you. You need to stop, Ron muttered, attempting to place one of George's misappropriated books back on the shelf. As he turned, he unwittingly stepped on Severus's foot. Mr. Weasley, I believe there is ample space for you to maneuver. It is rather unfortunate to encounter you in this manner rather than at Hogwarts. I extend my gratitude to the holidays for preserving some points for Gryffindor. Severus's voice, laced with a hint of intimidation, made Ron feel as though he were faced with a giant spider, and from behind Severus, Harry silently prayed for Ron's well-being. Unfortunately, it was in vain, as Ron was already trembling in disbelief at having stepped on Severus's foot. Professor Snape, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to, Ron stammered, on the verge of tears, lamenting his decision to accompany the others on this shopping trip. As George and Fred had already concealed themselves behind a nearby bookshelf upon seeing Severus enter, they did not approach Ron, confident that Severus would not genuinely inflict harm upon him. After all, they were reluctant to confront Severus themselves. Harry observed Severus's demeanor, which suggested that this matter would not conclude easily, and upon hearing Ron's trembling voice, he sighed inwardly. Reluctantly, he stepped out from behind Severus, genuinely fearing that Ron might be frightened to tears by Severus today. Severus, I believe he didn't mean any harm. We still have other items to purchase. So could we please refrain from wasting time? Well, since you have asked, I shall let him be for today, Severus replied, his tone markedly different from when he spoke to Ron. Ron, noticing Harry's intervention, widened his eyes in astonishment. especially after witnessing the gentle way Severus responded to Harry and the sight of their clasped hands, causing him to gasp audibly. Harry, how come? No, wait, Harry isn't this tall. You can't be Harry. Ron's expression resembled that of someone forced to consume a giant eight-eyed spider. Harry, feigning an apologetic demeanor, introduced himself. Greetings, I am Allison Howard, formerly a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, but I have been away for quite some time, so you likely do not recognize me. Upon hearing Harry's introduction, Ron realized that the person speaking on his behalf was not Harry. He resolved to inform Harry about this, as it was possible that this former professor of defense against the dark arts had some familial connection to him. With Harry's intervention, Severus ceased to emanate an intimidating aura, allowing Ron's burgeoning curiosity to triumph over his fear, leading him to incessantly inquire, as it is only natural to be intrigued upon encountering someone so strikingly similar to a close friend, particularly in such a context. Hello, I am Ron Weasley. I just feel that you bear an uncanny resemblance to one of my friends. Are you not related to him in any way? I doubt there is anyone in the wizarding world who does not know him. He is the one. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. I do not know your friend, I am afraid, Mr. Weasley. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. It was a pleasure to meet you today, and I look forward to our paths crossing again. Harry, nearly overwhelmed by Ron's exuberance, hastily interrupted him. After speaking, Harry avoided looking at Ron and requested the shopkeeper to pack 2 stacks of parchment, settling the payment before swiftly departing with Severus from Flourish and Blots. Chapter 145, Shock. As Harry exited, he reflected on how he had managed to navigate the situation in front of Severus. If Ron were to further pique Severus's curiosity, he would surely be exposed, as he had yet to devise a suitable explanation for Severus. The crux of the matter was that Harry's current identity was exceedingly awkward, particularly as he had come to realize that his situation was now the exact opposite of before. Previously, he had been unable to articulate future events, while now he struggled to explain past occurrences. Thus, Harry found himself contemplating how he would respond if Severus were to discover his true identity. Surely, he could not confess that inexplicable memories of Howard had emerged in his mind, leading him to deceive Severus? The mere thought of such a scenario was suffocating. Meanwhile, Ron remained in a state of shock within Flourish and Blots, still processing Harry's abrupt departure, which had interrupted his curiosity. Merlin's beard, George Weasley, did you see that? I must not have been mistaken. That professor was indeed holding Severus's hand when they left, and Severus's demeanor was exceptionally gentle. Ron swallowed hard, for the resemblance between Howard and Harry was striking, leading him to perceive it as though Harry had departed hand in hand with Severus, who was surprisingly compliant and tender towards Harry. George and Fred, having observed the scene, recognized the similarity but, lacking the intimate familiarity with Harry that Ron possessed, merely noted that the two bore a resemblance without the emotional connection Ron felt. After all, in the wizarding world, such familial ties were commonplace, especially among pureblood families. By Merlin, I must write to Harry about this. I wonder how he would react to the notion of someone so alike him holding hands with Severus. George and Fred, having expressed their agreement with Ron, resumed their previous activities of flipping through books. Ron, eager to procure the books required by Mrs. Weasley, quickly departed the shop, wishing to avoid a scolding from his mother. Observing this, George and Fred ceased their mischief and accompanied Ron home, as their primary task for the day was to keep him company, which was now at an end. Why did the professor leave in such haste? I was curious to hear what Mr. Weasley had to say. Severus feigned ignorance. I was merely feeling a bit hungry and wished to procure supplies for dinner promptly, Harry replied, attempting to maintain composure despite his anxiety. Since the professor is hungry, let us resolve our lunch in Diagon Alley today and then purchase the necessary items. Severus concurred, choosing not to revisit the subject of Ron. Harry was uncertain whether Severus had discerned his true identity. After careful observation, he felt somewhat reassured, as Severus's demeanor did not suggest that he suspected Harry's secret. After securing their meal and necessary provisions, Harry and Severus finally returned home. Harry felt a profound weariness, primarily of a mental nature, and after methodically organizing their purchases, he retreated to his bedroom for rest. Severus, meanwhile, began preparing the potions required for their orders, as time was of the essence. Once in his room, Harry penned a letter to Ron, informing him that he would visit the Weasley household the day after Hermione's arrival and requested Ron to provide him with the address. After sending the letter with Hedwig, Harry quickly succumbed to sleep, undisturbed even by the sound of Hedwig's return. When he finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Gazing at the twilight outside his window, Harry reclined on his bed, feeling lethargic and reluctant to move. However, he soon rose, intent on checking on Slivia. Upon opening his suitcase, he discovered Slivia coiled quietly within, her posture unchanged. Harry often mused that caring for a basilisk was far easier than tending to an owl. Hedwig, am I dismissed then? as long as she was well fed. Slivia could go several days without sustenance, remaining still and communicative, and crucially, she could assist him in vanquishing Horcruxes. Harry reflected that he had perhaps overlooked an extraordinary companion in the past. He nestled Slivia deep within his wardrobe and crafted a small nest for her using transfiguration, disguising it as his outer robe to prevent detection for the time being. After receiving confirmation that Slivia was not hungry, he ventured out, planning to take her out to feed in a few days while also disposing of the diary. Harry felt that he might indeed be overstepping, as the destruction of Voldemort's Horcruxes had become a mere side task, yet who could argue against the veracity of this sentiment? After reading Ron's reply, in which Ron expressed his eagerness to wait for him and mentioned a matter that would undoubtedly astonish Harry, he felt a surge of anticipation. Without needing to say a word, Harry was already aware of the matter at hand. It appeared that this journey to the Dursleys not only required the care of Hedwig, but also necessitated a reminder to Ron not to speak out of turn in Severus's presence. After perusing the letter, Harry opened his bedroom door and stepped outside, only to find Severus had already emerged from the potions classroom and was busily engaged in the kitchen. Leaning against the adjacent wall, Harry admired Severus's fluid and graceful movements. One could only commend him. Indeed, he was a master of potions, even slicing vegetables with the precision befitting potion ingredients, never missing a beat. Awake, are we? It seems my professor has had quite the taxing day. Shopping is indeed a laborious task, Severus quipped, his hands continuing their deft work. Perhaps you didn't sleep well last night? Harry remarked casually, only to immediately realize the inappropriateness of his comment, as both were acutely aware of the events that transpired the previous evening. Is the professor blaming me for not allowing you to rest properly? Severus's tone was laden with implications that sent shivers down Harry's spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject, fearing the conversation might lead to complications. What are you preparing to cook? I don't believe I've seen you in the kitchen before. Severus, noticing Harry's evasion, could only lick his lips in disappointment, realizing his intentions had been uncovered. I stumbled upon a recipe in a book and thought I might give it a try today. It should align with your tastes. Then I shall savor it thoroughly. Harry replied, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes as he spoke to Severus. Such scenes had been absent from this house for far too long, ever since Harry's disappearance. The space had succumbed to a profound silence. Yet, starting today, the house was once again imbued with vitality, warm and unpretentious. The following morning, Harry informed Severus of his intention to visit Diagon Alley to retrieve a gift he had prepared for him, insisting Severus stay at home and await his return. This was primarily because Harry needed to discuss a matter concerning a certain memory charm with the shopkeeper and arrange for Dobby's placement. Thus it was imperative that Severus did not accompany him. Moreover, he was not entirely dishonest, as Dobby was indeed bringing along dragon blood and other items, which Harry hoped would please Severus. Initially reluctant to allow Harry to venture out alone, Severus eventually relented after Harry negotiated various terms, which included, but were not limited to, a daily quota of affectionate kisses and a minimum duration for each. Harry found Severus's unwillingness both amusing and exasperating. He had acquiesced to so many of Severus's demands that it felt as though Severus had somehow come out on the losing end. Severus insisted that he was merely asserting his rightful entitlements, and thus it was not a matter of Harry conceding. Harry, observing Severus's steadfast demeanor, stepped forward and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him. Just as Severus sought to deepen the kiss, Harry withdrew. This is your morning kiss. I must prepare to leave shortly and aim to return before lunch. Should I exceed that time, do not be vexed, I assure you. You will be pleased with today's gift. Severus paid little heed to Harry's reassurances, while he had consented to Harry's solo excursion. He had made no promises about not shadowing him for protection. As for Harry's stipulations, Severus regarded them as merely a recognition of his rights. Poor Harry remained blissfully unaware of Severus's internal musings, fervently assuring him of his prompt return, anxious not to incite displeasure. Go on. I have my own matters to attend to. Return swiftly. After this, Severus retreated to his room, leading Harry to assume he was off to brew potions. Consequently, he gathered up Sevilla and his journal before departing. Unbeknownst to Harry, at the very moment he left, Severus vanished from sight. Upon reaching Diagon Alley, Harry hastened to the St. Mungo's contact point, where he found Dobby waiting at the entrance. Dobby, still clad in an old pillowcase, looked anxious, having been transferred from Lucius to an unknown future master. Dobby, Harry called softly as he approached. Yes, sir, it is Dobby. Is Sir Dobby's new master? Harry was delighted to see Dobby again, his demeanor gentle, while Dobby appeared somewhat apprehensive. Harry then inquired if Dobby would like to work in his home, promising to pay him. If Dobby preferred, he could also return to freedom. Since Dobby had been transferred to Harry by Lucius, the ownership now rested with Harry, and should Dobby wish to leave, Harry could provide him with an article of clothing to grant him his freedom. Upon hearing Harry's words, tears welled up in Dobby's unusually large eyes, for he had never encountered a wizard like Harry who spoke to him so kindly, offering him the chance of liberty. More than any promised remuneration, Dobby yearned for his freedom. Harry then presented Dobby with a small garment he had prepared, and upon seeing it, Dobby instantly recognized it as a gift from Harry, causing tears to flow uncontrollably once more. Enough, Dobby, do not weep further. Consider what you wish to do next. After all, finding work as a house elf is no simple task. After hearing Harry's words, Dobby bashfully asked if Harry would still be willing to employ him. Harry was momentarily taken aback by Dobby's approach. He had not anticipated such a request, and it was evident that Dobby's cleverness was indeed commendable. Harry readily agreed, and Dobby's joy was palpable. He then retrieved the dragon blood and scales that Lucius had prepared for Harry, though the sheer volume of the packages exceeded Harry's expectations. Observing the numerous large vials of dragon blood and the freshly harvested scales, Harry suspected that Draco was unaware of how his father had treated his beloved Nobby. Otherwise, he would surely be heartbroken. Knowing that these items were obtained through a modest exchange of parchment, Harry felt justified in reducing the packages and stowing them in his space bag. He could already envision the delight on Severus's face upon his return with such treasures. Subsequently, Harry instructed the shopkeeper to inform the others that further research on the memory charm was no longer necessary. He asked Dobby to wait for him in the shop as he had a few matters to attend to before bringing him home, to which Dobby readily consented. Though Severus had followed Harry, he was unaware of Harry's destination for apparition and thus begrudgingly returned home, as he still had potions on his order list that required completion. Harry's destination was the secluded spot where he had previously fed Sevilla, ensuring he would not be disturbed during his activities. "Hey, Sevilla, wake up. It's time to get to work." Sevilla stirred groggily at Harry's call. Harry produced the box containing his journal, designed to shield against all dark magic, and capable of altering its size at will. After some experimentation, Harry decided to temporarily store any Horcruxes he could not yet manage within this box. As Sevilla observed Harry donning a pair of dragonhide gloves and retrieving a notebook, Harry instructed it to bite down on the page. Sevilla felt puzzled. It seemed Harry had never mentioned that parchment was on its diet. "Harry, Sevilla does not like to eat paper." "I understand, Sylvia, just take a bite. As long as you pierce it, that will suffice." Upon hearing Harry's words, Sylvia, though perplexed, complied without hesitation. The moment her teeth sank in, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the surroundings, yet apart from Harry and Sylvia, none bore witness to that anguished cry. As Sylvia released her grip, Harry cast several purification charms upon the diary, then meticulously examined the now silent artifact for a considerable time, ultimately confirming that this Horcrux had been utterly obliterated. The process unfolded so smoothly that Harry found it hard to believe. The first Horcrux had been vanquished, marking an undoubtedly auspicious beginning. Chapter 147, Work. After dealing with the Horcrux, Harry returned to Diagon Alley, accompanied by Dobby, and managed to arrive home just before lunch. Observing the vacant living room, Harry surmised that Severus was still occupied with potion brewing, so he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare their meal. However, Harry's actions prompted Dobby to repeatedly bump his head against the wall, leading Harry to realize he had brought home a house elf. Delegating the meal preparation to Dobby, Harry relished a moment of leisure, returning to the bedroom to place Sylvia back in her cozy nook before heading to Severus's potions lab to ascertain how much longer Severus would require. Just as he reached for the doorknob, Severus opened the door from the inside, colliding directly with Harry. The professor's unexpected warmth upon returning home left Harry a tad flabbergasted. Rolling his eyes at Severus, Harry produced the dragon blood and scales, which indeed thrilled Severus, just as Harry had anticipated. For such an abundance of dragon blood would suffice for an extended period. Severus stowed the package in the potions lab and, drawing Harry close, bestowed upon him a profoundly passionate kiss. "This is your return gift for the present you bestowed upon me. Shouldn't a return gift be something to bring me joy? What sort of return gift is this? Having received my kiss, are you not elated?" At Severus's words, Harry rolled his eyes again, but Severus, seemingly unfazed, took Harry's hand and led him to the living room, having grown hungry after a morning of labor. Upon entering, Severus noticed an unfamiliar creature in their home. Although he had seen Harry conversing with Dobby earlier, he had not comprehended the specifics and was unaware that Dobby had followed Harry home. "Provide me with an explanation." Severus was not fond of the idea of having anyone besides himself and Harry in their abode. Consequently, Harry explained that Dobby was a house elf he had specifically requested from Lucius to assist them with various mundane tasks. However, he did not anticipate Severus's vehement opposition. "Send him back. This household does not require such superfluous beings." Harry detected Severus's aversion toward Dobby's presence, yet could not conceive of an alternative arrangement for the elf. Thus, he proposed that Dobby remain temporarily until the start of term, when Severus could take him to Hogwarts, allowing Dobby to work there. Severus remained obstinate, suggesting instead that Dobby assist in the potions shop and choose for himself whether to remain there or accompany him to Hogwarts. With no other recourse, Harry glanced at Dobby, who had overheard Severus's proposal. Initially, Dobby feared he would be dismissed, but upon hearing Severus's plan, he expressed his willingness to try working at the potions shop for a time and reconsider his options come term time. After hearing Dobby's decision, Harry acquiesced, recognizing that once the term commenced, both he and Severus would leave, leaving Dobby alone. Thus, Severus's suggestion proved quite fitting. Then after we finish our meal, you shall take Dobby to the potions shop and remember to pay him. After all, Dobby is now a free elf. Dobby, touched by Harry's concern, gazed at him in disbelief, while Severus regarded Dobby with evident displeasure, finding the elf exceedingly bothersome. Without further ado, Severus took Dobby and departed after lunch. Watching Severus's swift movements, Harry couldn't help but mentally critique his urgency. In less than 10 minutes, Severus returned, while Harry had yet to finish washing the dishes. I must commend your speed and decisiveness. Now, pray tell, why not allow Dobby to stay? This is our home, and I do not desire the presence of outsiders, even if they are house elves. Taken aback by Severus's explanation, Harry found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had underestimated Severus's territorial instincts. You are akin to a puppy marking its territory, Harry remarked. As long as you are within my claimed domain, the rest is inconsequential, Severus replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Harry's comment. With no counter-argument, Harry relinquished the discussion, though he was compelled to devise an excuse for their impending visit to Grimmauld Place, lest Severus insist on accompanying them. What, Professor, are you reluctant to part with that house elf? Noting Harry's silence, Severus advanced and embraced him, his tone dangerously playful. Severus, I find you increasingly juvenile. I never suggested such a thing. Severus refrained from responding to Harry's accusation, aware that only Harry could witness this side of him. He resolved to eliminate any obstacles that hindered their shared existence, even if it meant being perceived as immature. Severus pulled Harry down onto the sofa, reclining with his head resting on Harry's lap. Though the continuous use of apparition was not exhausting in itself, being in Harry's presence rendered it distinctly different. Harry made no attempt to resist. Instead, he settled down, allowing his fingers to glide slowly over Severus's features, occasionally leaning down to exchange gentle kisses. Before long, Severus firmly grasped the back of Harry's head, refusing to let him pull away. As the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate, an unexpected interruption occurred. The Malfoy family's owl landed gracefully on the coffee table, tilting its head curiously at the entwined pair. The timing of the owl's arrival was nothing short of impeccable. Harry hastily pushed Severus away, while Severus glared menacingly at the inquisitive owl, internally cursing Lucius. He resolved to add a peculiar ingredient to the next batch of the Elixir of Glory, as too much potion was detrimental, and he would subtly intervene on Lucius's behalf. The letter delivered by the owl contained no pressing matters, primarily consisting of Lucius inquiring about Severus and Harry. Little did Lucius know that the increasingly unpalatable nature of his elixir stemmed from his own prying. Severus scrawled a terse note on the parchment, stating, "None of your business," and promptly dismissed the owl, neglecting even to offer it a drink. Meanwhile, Harry collapsed in laughter onto the nearby sofa. Chapter 148, Grimmauld Place. In recent days, Severus has been diligently brewing potions for Lucius's order, and thus Harry has been keeping him company in the potions room. While brewing potions is an activity that Severus cherishes, it has transformed into a laborious task. However, with the presence of someone he holds dear beside him, the work becomes a delightful diversion. As the time approached for a break, Harry signaled to Severus, who glanced in his direction. It must be noted that since Harry's involvement in his life, Severus has adopted increasingly regular habits, and his overall demeanor has improved significantly. Severus, how much longer will it take for you to complete this batch of potions? Have you spent your holidays cooped up in here all these years? Harry inquired. Severus chose not to respond, as Harry's words bore an undeniable truth, admitting it would inadvertently reveal the drudgery that had characterized his life over the years. Yet, it was not solely confined to this room. He often ventured out whenever he received news of Harry, promptly hurrying to the location. Though not in pursuit of leisure, he did not spend every moment in the potions room, which was a truthful statement on Severus's part. Observing Severus's demeanor, Harry refrained from further comment. Knowing that he would always be by Severus's side moving forward, he was determined to help Severus rectify the bad habits he had accumulated. Since you've mentioned it, I shall let you off for today. Come, let us have dinner, and afterward, you should rest for a while. You've been at it since this morning, Harry advised. The current state of their lives resembled that of a typical family. Each day commenced with them waking in each other's embrace, followed by a flurry of activities. Their shared companionship imbued each task with joy. They took turns preparing meals. Regardless of the presentation, the other would savor the dish with appreciation, often accompanied by a kiss. Although Harry would deliberately plant a greasy kiss, Severus remained unfazed. After their meal, they would stroll hand in hand, enjoying the scenery and pausing to admire the beauty around them. Severus's countenance, once perpetually stern and furrowed, now radiated a tranquil aura. Even if he did not exude the same carefree spirit as Harry, everything felt blissful, and if given the choice, Severus wished to continue living this way with Harry, only to be teased by Harry for wanting to retire at such a young age. Standing in the sunlight, smiling at Harry, he silently vowed that once he cleared all obstacles, everyone, would live the life they desired. With at least 2 more days required to complete his potions, Severus could only urge Harry to return promptly when Harry announced he had to step out. Harry, however, made no guarantees. "I shall ask Dobby to keep an eye on you today, so do remember to eat on time. Otherwise, you'll be sleeping in the potions room tonight," he warned. Severus had no intention of contradicting Harry on this matter. After all, Harry had already communicated with Dobby the day before. Soon enough, Dobby arrived at Harry's home, assuring Harry that he would take good care of Severus. Harry, accompanied by Hedwig, first ventured to a secluded alley near Diagon Alley. After consuming a de-aging potion and tidying himself up, he proceeded to the leaky cauldron to utilize the flue network, as he could not simply apparate to the burrow. Upon emerging from the fireplace at the burrow, the first to notice him was Mrs. Weasley, who embraced him warmly and instructed Ron to take Harry out to play while she prepared dessert. "Hey, Harry, you won't believe what I saw a few days ago. It's the shocking thing I wrote to you about," Ron exclaimed, ready to launch into a lengthy discourse, but was interrupted by Hermione's arrival. "Ron, could you let Harry catch his breath first? This is the 6th time you've brought it up, and George and Fred have explained it to you numerous times." "Hey, Harry, don't mind him. He has gone a bit mad," Hermione interjected, expressing her discontent with Ron before turning to greet Harry, advising him to ignore Ron's enthusiasm. Regardless of how astonishing the news was, after hearing it so many times, anyone would find Ron's excitement somewhat exaggerated. At least that was Hermione's view. "Ron, let me reiterate, there are only so many wizards, so it's plausible that this person might be a distant relative of Harry's. Moreover, he has stated that he was a professor at Hogwarts, so it is entirely reasonable for him to know Professor Snape. Lastly, that professor is not Harry. He is not Harry." Hermione's tone on this last point mirrored Mrs. Weasley's admonishment to Ron, and Harry felt as though he could shrink into the hole dug by the gnomes outside the burrow. Harry was uncertain about how Hermione would react if she later discovered that her vehement assertions against Ron were unfounded. Standing aside, he found himself swallowing hard, contemplating how to gradually guide his friends to accept such truths upon his return. Meanwhile, Ron gazed at Hermione with a dazed expression. "Hermione, you sound like my mom." "Ron, you're asking for trouble." Harry could hardly bear to watch, knowing Ron's comments were often devoid of thought. Turning, he spotted Ginny peeking at them from the side. Harry felt no lingering affection for Ginny. He believed she would find someone more suitable than himself, and thus he resolved to maintain distance, ensuring she did not hold on to false hope. Just then, Mrs. Weasley called everyone to taste her freshly baked desserts, inspired by a recipe from the book Ron had brought home. Unsure of how they would turn out, she was eager for feedback. Naturally, Mrs. Weasley's culinary skills did not disappoint, and Harry, thinking Severus might enjoy them, inquired if he could take a portion home. Mrs. Weasley promptly agreed, her delight evident. After all, it was heartwarming to know that someone appreciated her treats. George and Fred then initiated their game of Guess Who I Am, where only they knew the answers, making the game all the more entertaining. Laughter and joy filled the burrow, and soon Arthur returned home from work to join the merriment. "Harry, welcome to the burrow," everyone chorused in unison. Chapter 149, Assurance. In the end, Harry was compelled to recount his unexpected encounter once more, and Ron, observing Harry's unperturbed demeanor, began to blame Hermione, believing that had she not divulged all the details beforehand, Harry would have reacted more dramatically. Harry, watching Ron's continued excitement, tentatively asked, "Ron, what would you do if that Professor Howard truly was me?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hermione already explained it, so that professor cannot possibly be you. Rest assured, I won't mention it again," Ron asserted firmly, determined to prevent such a dreadful notion from becoming a reality. "Well done, Harry, I must say. You know how to handle Ron," Hermione remarked. "I truly do not want to hear about that shocking incident from Ron's lips again." Hermione believed that Harry, like herself, simply wished to prevent Ron from continuing his discourse, for there truly was little of substance to discuss on such matters. What more could Harry possibly say? He could only fervently hope that the day they uncovered the truth would not drive them to madness. Subsequently, Harry informed Ron that he would be temporarily boarding Hedwig at their home for the remainder of the holiday, as Aunt Petunia forbade him from keeping an owl. Although this was not entirely true, the Dursleys had indeed found Hedwig's daily flights around the house quite bothersome. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances filled with sympathy for Harry, promptly offering him words of comfort to alleviate his distress. Harry reassured them that he was fine and quite content this holiday, urging them not to worry. Hermione suspected that Harry was merely putting on a brave face to ease their concerns, which only deepened her compassion for him. Observing Hermione's gaze, Harry inwardly sighed. No wonder Ron remarked that she resembled his mother. Meanwhile, Ron could hardly contain his excitement, eager to show Harry around their home. Harry, recalling the enchantment he felt upon first arriving at the burrow, willingly complied. Just as they were nearing the end of their tour, Hermione posed a rather pressing question. Harry, have you completed your homework? The moment Harry heard her words, a headache began to brew. He was too apprehensive to openly work on his assignments at home, resorting instead to sneaking in bits of writing during Severus's busy moments. Thus far, he had accomplished little. Hermione, upon observing Harry's expression, realized he was likely as forgetful as Ron regarding their schoolwork, and thus admonished him that even during the holiday, one must not become lax and unreliable like Ron. Ron immediately protested, claiming he merely intended to write later, wondering why no one believed him. Harry, sensing Ron's indignation, assured him of his faith in him. Hermione then remarked that one should not be so disingenuous, for a liar's nose would grow longer, prompting Harry to quickly retract his statement, which only fueled Ron's ire. Insisting Harry could not treat him so. Time, as it often does, flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, the sun was nearly gone. Harry informed Ron that he ought to return home, lest he face reprimand for being late. Although Ron was reluctant to part ways, the time to say goodbye had arrived. After bidding farewell to the Weasley couple, Arthur inquired if Harry required a ride home. Harry declined, stating he would take the night bus from Diagon Alley, assuring them not to worry, and then turned to enter the fireplace. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Harry quickly consumed an aging potion to disguise himself before using apparition to return home, as the hour was late, and he felt anxious about Severus's whereabouts. Once home, Harry immediately inquired of Dobby about Severus's activities that day. Upon learning that Severus had only emerged for lunch and dinner, spending the remainder of his time in the potions classroom, Harry expressed his gratitude to Dobby. Dobby, overwhelmed with joy and emotion, departed, allowing Harry to make his way to the potions room. Upon entering, he discovered Severus deeply engrossed in potion making and took a seat quietly, awaiting Severus's completion. It seemed my professor has finally deemed it appropriate to return home. Once Severus finished preparing all his potions, he voiced his dissatisfaction, having anticipated Harry's return much earlier, only to be met with the setting sun. Severus, I assure you, today is merely a unique circumstance. I promise there will be no repeat of this before you return to Hogwarts, so please do not be angry. Hearing Harry's promise, Severus's demeanor softened somewhat. Due to Lucius's influence, Severus was aware that Voldemort had not perished but had merely vanished temporarily, which made him uneasy about Harry being out alone for so long. Now that the immediate threat had receded, Harry shifted the conversation towards Severus. Dobby mentioned you spent the entire day in the potions room aside from mealtimes? At this, Severus felt a twinge of guilt, yet he would not allow Harry to catch him off guard. Had someone not returned so late, I would not have been confined to the potions room to pass the time. Thus, the blame now rested on Harry. Sensing the conversation could spiral, Harry hastily changed the subject. How is your order progressing? Noticing Harry's attempt to divert the topic, Severus's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. It shall be completed by tomorrow morning. Thereafter, I shall not be so occupied. Harry nodded, relieved, as he genuinely worried about Severus's health if he continued to spend so much time in the potions room. In the ensuing moments, Severus refrained from returning to the potions room. With Harry back, certain agreements needed to be addressed. Otherwise, some hard-earned privileges might not materialize once the holiday concluded. Unbeknownst to Harry, another sleepless night awaited him, as he conversed with Severus about ensuring that future orders would have more extended deadlines communicated to Lucius. Severus assured him he would send a letter along with the potions tomorrow, which put Harry at ease. Then Harry suggested they take a stroll while it was still light. As Severus had not ventured outside all day, Severus, naturally, did not decline. By the time they meandered back home, the moon had made its ascent in the sky. The hour grew late, prompting them to wash up upon returning. Just as Harry was about to speak to Severus, Severus swiftly pulled Harry into the bedroom and closed the door, causing the moon, which had just peeked through the clouds, to retreat once more. Chapter 150, The Notification. Before long, Harry's birthday arrived, and the gifts from Hermione and Ron were delivered to his home that very day. Coincidentally, Severus was out shopping. Instructing Harry to await his return, their timings aligning perfectly to avoid overlap. Upon Severus's return, the two owls had already departed. After organizing his purchases, Severus commenced preparing a birthday meal for Harry. After years of waiting, Severus could finally celebrate Harry's birthday once more. Harry intended to assist, but Severus declined, having meticulously arranged everything in advance to ensure Harry enjoyed a joyful birthday. As he watched Severus busily moving about the kitchen, Harry felt a warmth welling in his eyes, quickly turning his head to conceal it from Severus. All along, it appeared that Harry was striving to alter Severus's fate. Yet no one could deny that Severus was equally Harry's salvation. When Severus completed his culinary preparations, he was greeted by a tearful Harry. Severus promptly set down the dish he was holding and hurried over to Harry's side. Harry confided in Severus that perhaps nostalgia had overwhelmed him. Upon reflection, they had been apart for over a decade, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Severus hurriedly reassured Harry, stating that they would never part again, to which Harry nodded earnestly in agreement. After they finished the meal that Severus had so lovingly prepared, he presented Harry with a dark green box. Upon gazing at the box, Harry felt a sense of familiarity, and upon opening it, he understood why. Inside lay the very ring Severus had gifted him the previous Christmas. Due to certain reservations, he had not worn it, but had placed it in a drawer instead. Is this the original? Harry's heart brimmed with conflicting emotions. While tidying up the cupboard, I stumbled upon some items and unexpectedly gathered them together, not anticipating that they would one day see the light again. Hearing Severus's words, Harry glanced up at him, but Severus fell silent, merely fixated on Harry. Finally, Harry picked up one of the items and gestured for Severus to extend his hand. In an instant, Severus raised his hand with such swiftness that Harry could scarcely believe he was ready to have him place the ring upon it. Ultimately, Severus adorned Harry with the ring that rightfully belonged to him. Harry gazed at the ring resting on his finger, perfectly fitting, before Severus clasped his hand. Following his birthday, the remaining days of the holiday passed as Harry had promised. Apart from occasionally taking Sevilla out for food, he largely refrained from venturing outside. During this time, Grindelwald wrote to inform Harry that the Saints had replaced Tom Riddle's remains, and that the Gaunt residence was under constant surveillance. He inquired when Harry would retrieve the resurrection stone from Gaunt's home. Harry felt assured about the Saints' competence, thus he replied to Grindelwald, indicating that there was no rush to obtain the stone. In the ensuing days, Harry devoted himself to spending time with Severus, for upon the return to school, he would once again assume the identity of Harry Potter. At times, Harry longed to directly reveal his true identity to Severus, alleviating the anxiety that plagued him. Yet each time the words hovered on his lips, he failed to utter them. He found himself at a loss for how to convey such information to Severus. The complexities surrounding time travel and altering fate rendered him incapable of formulating a suitable explanation. After all, such an absurdity could not be brushed aside with mere phrases. Ultimately, Harry reassured himself that school would commence soon, and he would contemplate how to divulge his identity to Severus during the next holiday. There was no need for urgency at that moment. Severus, perceptive to Harry's inner turmoil, understood that for him, the return of Harry was paramount. The truth, at times, held little significance. The critical reason behind Severus's understanding was his recollection of the time he had compelled Harry to consume Veritaserum, resulting in Harry's unconsciousness. It was then that he realized a certain enchantment must be preventing Harry from revealing the truth. Severus suspected that the current situation mirrored that past, for otherwise, Harry would not be so conflicted about expressing his identity. After all, had he not discerned Harry's identity, he could scarcely fathom the existence of such an extraordinary circumstance. The thought that Harry remained unaware of his discovery of his identity rendered Severus's return to school all the more intriguing. He did not shy away from acknowledging his own morbid curiosity, leading him to eagerly anticipate the forthcoming term. Unbeknownst to Harry, who was clandestinely completing his homework, Severus's occasional absence from his side allowed Harry the time he needed to focus on his studies. The holiday always seemed to pass much more swiftly than usual, and as the start of term approached, Harry faced a dilemma. He needed to return to the Dursleys to await the arrival of his school letter, lest Dumbledore become suspicious. Familiar with the annual schedule for owl deliveries, Harry took advantage of a moment when Severus was engrossed in potion-making to sneak back to the Dursleys. Casting an invisibility charm upon himself, he entered the cupboard just as Dudley opened the door. After a brief wait, Harry received the Hogwarts acceptance letter. Sighing with relief upon seeing the address on the envelope, he realized that if Dumbledore uncovered his current whereabouts, it would jeopardize his ability to conceal his identity. After securing the letter, Harry departed from the Dursleys without alerting anyone. Upon exiting the potion room, Severus, noticing Harry's absence, suddenly recalled something that made him smile subtly. Then, as though unaware of Harry's departure, he returned to his potion making. When Harry arrived home, he discovered Severus still occupied in the potion room, hastily concealing the acceptance letter. He was then interrupted by an owl delivering a letter from Hermione, inquiring when Harry would be purchasing his textbooks, suggesting they could go together. After glancing at the book list, Harry's mind was flooded with thoughts of Gilderoy Lockhart's gleaming smile. Remembering the previous year's experience in Diagon Alley, he felt a pang of dread. However, he could not ask Hermione for assistance, given the daunting length of this term's book list. Reluctantly, he replied to Hermione, citing certain reasons that rendered his schedule uncertain, thus expressing regret at not being able to accompany her to procure the books. After feeding the owl a few treats, it departed contentedly. Chapter 151. Back to school. As Harry contemplated when he might purchase the books, Severus emerged from the potion room, and, noticing Harry's pensive demeanor, quietly deduced his thoughts. What is the professor contemplating? Harry's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Severus's voice, and he quickly assured Severus that he was not thinking of anything in particular before inquiring about the progress of today's potion making. Nearly finished. From today onward, I will not have any more orders. In a few days, Hogwarts will commence, and the headmaster has informed me that I must arrive early, as there seem to be quite a few new students to escort. Would you care to accompany me, Professor? Severus feigned ignorance, aware of the answer. I shall not be going. That is your duty. Furthermore, I am no longer a professor at Hogwarts, Harry replied with conviction. Very well. But do remember to write to me. Otherwise, perhaps you should accompany me to Hogwarts. Harry was taken aback by Severus's suggestion. Hogwarts currently lacks a deficiency of professors. I think it best to remain at home. Severus would never genuinely insist on Harry accompanying him to Hogwarts, so he feigned disappointment. Seeing Severus relent, Harry let out a subtle sigh of relief. Now, Harry no longer needed to concoct excuses to venture out for book purchases. Once Severus departed for Hogwarts in a few days, Harry would be free to act as he pleased. Yet, as he gazed at Severus, a twinge of reluctance tugged at his heart. The thought of returning to school, where he would only witness indifference and disdain on Severus's face, filled him with a sense of discomfort, knowing that this was merely Severus's demeanor towards Harry Potter. Regardless, the commencement of the school term approached swiftly. On this particular day, Harry suddenly thought of Dobby and asked Severus if he had inquired about Dobby's preferences regarding employment, to which Severus confirmed he had. Dobby expressed a desire to remain at the potion shop. Harry had no objections, as Dobby's choice indicated that he found fulfillment in that role. As Severus prepared to leave for school, he repeatedly reminded Harry to remember to write to him and to think of him. Professor, what shall I do? I do not wish to attend school. I have already begun to miss you before we've even parted. Severus embraced Harry, resting his chin on Harry's shoulder, his tone laced with reluctance. Harry felt equally reluctant, but with Severus's departure, he risked revealing his secret, prompting him to gently push Severus out the door. Watching Severus vanish from view, Harry exhaled deeply. Next, he would need to acquire Lockhart's books. Recalling the events of the previous book signing, Harry silently rejoiced, hoping that today would not entail being treated as a mere mascot for display. As the commencement of the school year approached, Diagon Alley was teeming with parents escorting their children to procure books. Harry, observing the densely packed throng ahead, was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, which swiftly materialized into reality. To his utter astonishment, despite his meticulous efforts to dodge the temporal markers of his memory, he inadvertently stumbled upon Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event. Gazing at the flamboyantly attired Lockhart in front of him, Harry felt an uncomfortable twinge in his arm. Just as he contemplated waiting for Lockhart to depart before venturing in to buy his books, he heard Ron's voice calling out his name with fervor. Merlin, spare me. Harry thought, overwhelmed with despair. Naturally, Lockhart heard Ron's exclamation and promptly emerged from behind his table, exclaiming, "Oh, is it Harry Potter?" In a swift reaction, Harry cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. As Ron finally squeezed through the crowd to Harry's side, he was bewildered to find Harry had seemingly vanished. While Ron was still in a state of confusion, Harry seized Ron's arm and led him away from the masses. After a fruitless search, Lockhart resigned himself to the fact that he could no longer find Harry, as the line of eager fans awaiting his autograph was simply too long. Ron, startled by Harry's sudden maneuver, exclaimed, "Hey, it's me, Ron. Keep your voice down. Otherwise, Lockhart will discover my presence." Harry whispered urgently. Ron soon recognized Harry's presence, his astonishment evident, for he had not noticed Harry at all until this moment. Yet now he had seemingly materialized beside him. Before long, Harry and Ron had navigated to the periphery of the crowd, Harry's nerves beginning to relax, while Ron's curiosity regarding Harry's abrupt appearance peaked. Nonchalantly lifting the disillusionment charm, Harry explained that the throng had simply been too overwhelming for Ron to perceive him. Upon hearing Harry's rationale, Ron concurred that the sheer number of people had likely caused him to overlook Harry's presence. Harry then inquired why Ron had only just arrived to procure his books, to which Ron replied that due to various family matters, his mother had only managed to spare time today. Just as Harry was about to converse further with Ron, his name was called out loudly once more, this time by Hagrid. Despairing, Harry closed his eyes, for Hagrid's intentions were all too clear. He was once again ensnared by Lockhart. Harry had to endure the familiar ordeal of being paraded around like a mascot, numbly watching as photographers clicked away with fervor, the camera seemingly on the verge of combustion. Lockhart continued to deliver his long-winded monologue, and Harry yearned to block it all out. Ultimately, he emerged from the throng with a complete set of Lockhart's works, his expression devoid of emotion as he rejoined Ron, casting a resentful glance at Hagrid, who appeared utterly delighted. With a resigned sigh, Harry acknowledged that some encounters could not be evaded. He handed the books to Ron, declaring that he would procure another set for himself, this one serving as a back-to-school gift for Ron, who, of course, accepted graciously. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley arrived with the other children, accompanied by Hermione and her parents. Upon seeing Ron clutching a stack of books, Mrs. Weasley expressed her surprise, given that they had not yet entered Flourish and Blots. After learning that the books were a gift from Harry, she extended her heartfelt gratitude. Hermione joyfully greeted Harry, unaware of the earlier events, as she and her parents had just been purchasing cauldrons for Ginny. Upon discovering that the books in Ron's possession had been personally bestowed by Lockhart, Hermione's eyes gleamed with envy, as if she wished to snatch the stack from Ron. Harry suddenly recalled Hermione's previous infatuation with Lockhart before his true nature was revealed and felt compelled to enlighten her about Lockhart's genuine character. Reflecting on Hermione's various reactions, he realized he had quite a task ahead of him. Chapter 152, The Ring. With the Hogwarts Express chugging to life, a new semester commenced, marking the bittersweet end of a delightful holiday for the students, save for Draco. This time, unencumbered by Dobby's interferences, Harry and Ron boarded the train with ease, a smoothness that felt almost surreal. After the train had been in motion for a while, Draco, accompanied by his two sycophants, sought out Harry. "Harry, how was your holiday? Ever since you left the manor, my father has deprived me of my break. Can you believe it? I only saw Noberta on the 2 days you were there. Not even on the last day of the holiday did I catch a glimpse of her." Listening to Draco's litany of grievances, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder he and T received a single letter from Draco throughout the holiday. Lucius had evidently begun to discipline his little platinum heir. Yet, observing Draco's incessant prattling, Harry wondered if this holiday's training had indeed borne fruit. Harry soon noticed that after casting a glance at Ron, Draco merely scoffed and turned his attention elsewhere, indicating that the training might have had some effect. Draco then inquired when Harry would next visit the manor, suggesting they could play with Noberta. In response to Draco's invitation, Harry remarked that it was highly unlikely he would have time to visit Noberta during future holidays. Draco's demeanor instantly changed, his spirits deflating as he recalled Lucius's words. Meanwhile, Ron, having overheard Draco's comments, stared intently at Harry, as he was oblivious to Harry's visit to Malfoy Manor over the break. Once Draco departed, Harry noticed Ron's scrutiny and clarified that he had visited the manor only to see Noberta. Ron, upon hearing this, fell silent, recognizing that Noberta had been agreed upon by their mutual consent to reside at Malfoy Manor, making Harry's visit understandable. Hermione, observing Ron's sudden reticence, was perplexed. She could not fathom how a boy could be so immature. It was merely a visit to a classmate's home, even if it was Draco's. Ron's reaction seemed disproportionately intense. Time flew by swiftly in the company of friends, and before long, the train came to a halt, this time no longer being first years. Harry and his companions were not required to follow Hagrid along the muddy, winding path. After the train came to a complete stop, they walked a short distance, greeted by the sight of carriages drawn by Thestrals, visible only to Harry, while Hermione and Ron debated what might be pulling the carriages. Each carriage could accommodate 3 passengers, and Harry recalled his first ride, feeling utterly disheveled at the time due to the effects of the Dementors, rendering him incapable of observing his surroundings. The carriage sped onward, approaching the majestic gates of Hogwarts. It glided through the stone columns until it finally came to a shaky stop before the castle. Gazing at the Thestrals ahead, Harry marveled at the wonders of the wizarding world, even though he had seen them numerous times before. This time, they did not have to await Professor McGonagall's guidance, and simply followed the throng into the great hall. As they passed the staff table, Harry caught a glimpse of Severus out of the corner of his eye. He had not seen him for nearly 3 days. Severus, of course, was acutely aware of Harry's movements, and upon noticing Harry's furtive glance, the corners of his mouth curled upward, which was fortuitously observed by Dumbledore, who then jovially inquired what had brought such joy to Severus. Severus, after casting a glance at Harry seated at the Gryffindor table, leisurely responded, his mind wandering to delightful matters such as the new term and the prospect of once more deducting points. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore promptly lost his curiosity. Professor McGonagall, seated nearby, naturally overheard their exchange. She regarded Severus and Dumbledore with an expression that conveyed her bewilderment. On one hand, she found it perplexing why Dumbledore would seek such trivial amusement, and on the other, she struggled to comprehend Severus's obsession with point deductions, particularly regarding Gryffindor. This thought left her with a sense of impending headache. Meanwhile, observant students had already noticed the peculiarities surrounding Severus. At the Slytherin table, whispers circulated regarding the ring that had suddenly adorned their head of house's hand, considering that he was rarely seen with a smile. How could anyone possibly entertain the notion of being involved with him? Soon, the murmurs from Slytherin reached the ears of students from other houses. And thus the ring on Severus's finger became the talk of the entire school. Harry and his friends inevitably caught wind of this, prompting Ron to quietly inform Harry and Hermione that the ring must have been gifted to Severus by that professor who bore a striking resemblance to Harry. Observing Ron's smug demeanor, as if he alone held the truth, Harry had yet to speak, but Hermione had already rolled her eyes and said, "Ron, not again. Please, just be quiet." At Ron's immediate cessation of his chatter, Harry gazed appreciatively at Hermione, while she regarded the two boys with an air of confusion. The students' discussions did not escape the professor's notice. Soon, all the faculty at the staff table, save for Lockhart, turned their attention to Severus, all too aware of Howard's existence. Could it be that Severus had found a new romantic interest? Severus accepted the scrutiny of their gazes with an expression of calm, casually rotating the ring on his finger in an attempt to allow everyone a clearer view of its design. Beside him, Dumbledore, under the disapproving gaze of Professor McGonagall, began to inquire further. "Severus, it appears you had quite an enjoyable holiday. Do you have any delightful news to share with us?" In response to Dumbledore's curiosity, Severus's lips moved slightly. "I believe that is my private matter. Should the headmaster feel Gryffindor's points are excessive, I would not mind your asking a few more questions." Upon hearing this statement, McGonagall began to worry whether Gryffindor would languish at the bottom of the standings this term, while Dumbledore, under McGonagall's disapproving gaze, turned his attention to the students, avoiding eye contact. The Gryffindor students remained blissfully unaware of their precarious point situation, eagerly speculating about the origins of Severus's ring. George and Fred even initiated a no-prize betting pool, joined by students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, with a few curious little snakes mixed in. Chapter 153, The Catastrophe in Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. The topic of the ring on Severus's hand persisted in conversation until the conclusion of dinner. And had it been anyone else at the center of the event, the curiosity might not have been so fervent. Yet, it was indeed Severus who wore the ring. In the following days, students largely divided into factions. Most believed it merely a decorative piece devoid of special significance. Some posited it must be an alchemical ring with unique properties, while a small minority steadfastly maintained that Severus must indeed have a partner. George and Fred, having surmised the ring's origin, remained silent as they observed others deep in contemplation, while Ron, under Hermione's stern prohibition, had withdrawn from the discussion, leaving no conclusions in sight. Ultimately, it was a Hufflepuff girl who approached Severus for confirmation, her determination to uncover the truth undeterred by the prospect of point deductions. "Professor Snape, is that ring on your hand a gift from your beloved?" The students nearby held their breath, fearful that even the slightest noise might draw Severus's attention to them. Severus, upon hearing the girl's inquiry, rotated the ring once more before responding with a stoic expression, "I do not believe I am obliged to satisfy your curiosity." With that curt reply, Severus exited the classroom, yet the response itself spoke volumes. "Oh, Merlin's knickers. The professor did not deny my words, did he? Therefore, my hypothesis must be correct. The ring was indeed a gift from Professor Snape's beloved." With Severus's departure, the girl excitedly shook her friend's shoulder, her voice rising to a near shout, echoing throughout the classroom. Within a mere afternoon, the entire school was abuzz with the revelation that Severus's ring was a gift from his partner, elevating curiosity about Severus's significant other to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Harry listened with a complex expression as students animatedly debated the identity of Professor Snape's other half, wondering what sort of expressions would grace their faces when the truth was ultimately revealed. Ron, feeling somewhat stifled, was acutely aware that he had actually met the individual that everyone speculated to be Severus's partner, yet due to Hermione's suppression, he could only cling to Harry to alleviate the torment of knowing the truth but being unable to speak it. Their first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, where a flamboyant Lockhart introduced himself, showcasing his accolades, and Harry quickly noted the sparkle in Hermione's eyes as she gazed at Lockhart. He groaned inwardly, realizing he would need to devise a plan to mitigate the impending disaster. Lockhart distributed quizzes to the class, and as Harry observed Hermione fervently scribbling her answers, he silently prayed she would not burst into tears upon discovering Lockhart's true nature, especially after he lavished praise on her for answering every question correctly. This only heightened Harry's concern. Subsequently, Lockhart produced a large cage shrouded in black cloth from behind the podium. Despite Lockhart's dramatic warnings, Harry recognized it contained a Cornish pixie when he unveiled the contents. The students erupted into laughter. The pixies, approximately 8 inches tall, possessed ashen blue skin, pointed faces, and shrill voices. Just as Ron and Harry were lamenting their noise, Lockhart opened the cage, unleashing chaos in the classroom. The pixies darted forth, 2 of them heading straight for Neville, who was fortunate enough to be intercepted by Harry's swift spell, preventing a calamity where they would grab him by the ears. Some pixies escaped through the windows, leaving only shards of glass behind as evidence of their passage. Hermione managed to subdue a few with the freezing charm, but the rest of the students were in disarray. Lockhart, having failed to cast an effective spell, was rendered helpless as the pixies flung his wand out the window. Harry, witnessing the pandemonium, resignedly cast a spell to conjure ropes that ensnared a group of pixies, prompting Hermione to follow suit. Hermione, is this your idol? I doubt he even knows what he's doing. He can't even cast a single correct spell, Ron grumbled. Having endured enough of Hermione's incessant reading of Lockhart's books during her leisure time, he merely sought to provide us with some practical opportunities. You have read his books, and he has accomplished so many admirable feats. Yet, Hermione steadfastly maintained her perspective. Before long, the house elves in the classroom were bound together through the collaborative efforts of Harry and Hermione, while other students assisted in securing these house elves within a cage. Thus, a farcical scene came to a close, with Gilderoy Lockhart having long since vanished from sight. Hermione, look at this empty podium. Do wake up. Ron desperately wished to whisper directly into her ear. Hermione, grappling with her internal conflict, perceived Lockhart's writings as excessively beguiling, concluding that this was merely an oversight. Moreover, the mere fact that Lockhart had achieved the position of professor indicated his prowess as a wizard, and she placed her faith in Dumbledore's judgment. Observing Hermione's obstinacy, Ron could only cast a pleading glance towards Harry, who responded with an expression of helplessness and an open-handed gesture, prompting Ron to relent. Although the defense against the dark arts class was rife with humor, the combination of Lockhart's audacity and the halo effect stemming from his publications rendered students like Hermione, who were already enamored with him, oblivious to his true nature. However, due to Lockhart's conduct in class, some students, already unaccustomed to his flamboyant style, began to discern his superficial essence, and a few even questioned the veracity of Lockhart's works in private. Nevertheless, since all the tales Lockhart penned were based on reality, no discrepancies could be readily identified, akin to the difficulty of distinguishing truth within a tapestry of lies. Consequently, the student body divided into 2 factions. One, represented by Ron, deemed Lockhart a buffoon incapable of casting even the simplest spells, while the other, represented by Hermione, believed that a person capable of authoring such works could not possibly be a fool. Chapter 154, Detention. Hogwarts had become a veritable hive of activity in recent days, spurred on by fervent discussions surrounding the ring in Severus's possession and the spectacle of Lockhart's antics, with students debating whether Lockhart was indeed a charlatan. However, due to the overwhelming fervor surrounding Severus, few students aside from his admirers paid much attention to Lockhart. After all, for the majority, Lockhart resembled merely an actor, and they were content to observe the commotion. Yet, the differential treatment from their peers left Lockhart, who thrived on attention, thoroughly discontent. He suspected Severus of orchestrating topics to overshadow his own brilliance, and began to devise strategies to redirect the students' focus onto himself. With Sybil absent from the fray, Colin Creevey, Harry's overly enthusiastic admirer, commenced a relentless pursuit of Harry during their free time, driving Harry to the brink of insanity, as he had nearly forgotten Colin's incessant presence. After being inadvertently spotted by Colin, Harry resorted to taking detours, though it appeared futile, for Colin seemed to have memorized Harry's schedule, always lurking outside the classroom during Harry's lessons. In addition to Colin, Lockhart took to tormenting Harry during class. Following the failure of his practical demonstration in the first lesson, Lockhart abandoned the idea of showcasing his thoughts through spells and instead opted to stage dramatic reenactments of the scenes depicted in his books. Harry found himself cast as Lockhart's target, compelled to portray the various creatures from Lockhart's tales. While Ron expressed sympathy for Harry's predicament, he felt powerless to intervene. Had the target not been so glaringly obvious, Harry might have wished for Sybil to petrify Lockhart. Furthermore, Potions class left Harry bewildered, as he could not fathom Severus's intentions. Previously, Severus had merely deducted points, but now it seemed he had altered his strategy, shifting from point deductions to detentions. Thus, Harry became the first student of the term to receive detention, the reason being that he had rubbed his nose due to an itch, which Severus deemed disrespectful to a professor, ordering Harry to report to his office for the next 3 days. This absurd rationale left Harry questioning his own hearing. And after receiving repeated confirmation from Ron and Hermione post-class, he surmised that this semester might indeed be catastrophic, as misfortune seemed to plague him from the outset. In the afternoon, he also had Quidditch practice, and after that, he would need to devise a strategy to evade Colin's relentless pursuit. Finally, after a hard-fought battle to reach the Great Hall and finish his meal, the time for detention had arrived. To be candid, Harry felt utterly exhausted. Between playing monsters in Lockhart's class, being punished in potions, and dodging Colin, he yearned for the solace of his dormitory for a proper night's rest. Alas, he still faced detention, Merlin, who could come to his aid. Ultimately, Harry departed the Great Hall under Ron's sympathetic gaze. Upon reaching the door to the dungeon, just as he was about to knock, the door swung open on its own, revealing Severus seated at his desk, grading assignments. "Good evening, Professor Snape. What am I to do today?" Harry inquired, his heart racing, as the absurdity of the reason for his detention left him unsettled. Was this perhaps a new method devised by Severus to torment James's son? "Sit down. Once I finish grading these assignments, I will inform you," Severus replied. Harry found himself doubting his ears, having braced himself for a trial, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Suspecting a trap, he nonetheless took a seat at a chair not far from Severus, who was now scrutinizing him in silence. However, Harry was perplexed by the sudden appearance of a set of desks and chairs in Severus's office. Had they been prepared specifically for him? He felt a sense of confusion, but, given his current status, could not voice his inquiries, opting instead to remain adaptable. As Harry gazed at the clearly first-year assignments before him, a headache began to form. Anyone who had attended Hogwarts knew that the work produced by first-year students was often disjointed and barely coherent, with only a handful of exceptions. At that moment, Harry became convinced that Severus had contrived this scenario solely to torment him, for it was far more painful than dealing with potion ingredients. Harry felt as though he had been thrust back into days surrounded by incomprehensible essays. Inwardly lamenting, he thought, "Merlin, what have I done to deserve this? I cannot endure such a life for even a day longer." He reluctantly began to leaf through the assignments, only to find that he could not comprehend a single word. Severus, observing Harry's reaction, noticed the expression of apparent anguish etched upon his face, though he could not quite understand it. After all, he had merely intended to prevent Harry from wandering into danger, fabricating a flimsy excuse to keep him confined. The task of grading assignments was a solution Severus devised after careful consideration, believing that Harry, having spent years as a professor, would find it a familiar task. However, as Harry was only in his second year, Severus had prepared first-year assignments for him to grade. Severus felt that handling potion ingredients was too taxing, and given that the first-year class had only a handful of students, with fewer than 20 assignments in total, he believed Harry could manage it with ease. The crux of the matter was that when grading, Severus could ascertain the quality of the assignments with merely a glance at the names. Yet he failed to remember that Harry lacked his familiarity with these students, necessitating that Harry read each paper word for word. Soon, Severus came to realize the source of the predicament. It was merely a moment of oversight on his part. He gazed at Harry, who had donned the mask of anguish, and coughed lightly, stifling a chuckle. "Mr. Potter, it seems you have encountered a conundrum?" In truth, Harry was already teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet Severus's words roused him slightly. It's just that I find some of their writings a bit incomprehensible," Harry confessed to Severus, feeling utterly drained both physically and mentally, lacking the energy to decipher the sprawling assignments before him. Upon hearing this, Severus rose and approached Harry from behind, leaning down as if to envelop him entirely in his embrace. "What do you find perplexing?" The suddenness of Severus's action jolted Harry awake. The proximity felt unsettling, and Severus's breath brushed against Harry's ear, causing him to swallow hard, sensing something amiss with Severus. Chapter 155, Extended Detention. That is to say. Severus intended only to tease Harry, amused by his flustered state. After all, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts regarding the youthful Harry. However, witnessing Harry's rapid descent into incoherence left him somewhat regretful. In the next moment, he resumed his upright posture, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "What's this, Mr. Potter? Struggling to articulate your thoughts?" Severus's words made Harry feel he had perhaps overreacted. After all, it was his own doing that had prompted Severus's visit. "I apologize, Professor. I merely lost my train of thought." Severus decided that today's jesting should come to an end. Prolonging it further might lead to an undesirable conclusion. Thus, he feigned irritation. "Since you seem so disinclined to listen to me, I regret to inform you that your detention will be extended from 3 days to 5. This concludes our session for today. Mr. Potter, do remember to report to my office punctually tomorrow. Upon hearing Severus's words, Harry's mind became a whirlwind. How could he have perceived Severus as anything but normal today? The professor's behavior was decidedly calculated, ensnaring him in a trap and eagerly awaiting his blunders. Harry felt that Severus had deliberately clouded his thoughts, waiting for him to slip up, and now, having unwittingly added 2 more days to his detention, he trudged out of the dungeon, returning to the dormitory to sigh heavily. Ron, having awaited Harry's return, noted something felt amiss. Harry, weren't you supposed to be in detention? Did Professor Snape punish you? You seem a bit off. After hearing Ron's inquiry, Harry recounted the events of detention, and Ron, after listening intently, declared emphatically that it was indeed Severus's scheme. Previously, Harry had worried whether Severus had uncovered his true identity, but after Ron's analysis, he too concluded that it was a deliberate plot by Severus to torment him for a few more days. Harry, you must exercise caution during detention. Ensure that nothing like today occurs again, or else you might find your detention extended indefinitely. It must be noted that Ron possessed a certain prophetic talent, for in the ensuing days of detention, Harry invariably found himself provoking Severus, leading to his detention duration escalating from 5 days to 7, and ultimately culminating in a full 10 days. Harry was on the brink of despair. He no longer worried that Severus would discover his true identity. Given Severus's current demeanor, it was a relief that he did not regard Harry as an enemy. Upon learning that Harry had managed to extend his detention to 10 days through his own actions, Ron and Hermione gasped in unison. Harry, how on earth did you manage to provoke Professor Snape? He didn't act like this last semester. You must have offended him in some way. I've never heard of anyone having a detention longer than yours. Reflecting on all interactions with Severus since the beginning of term, Harry found himself at a loss. I can't think of anything. Hermione, observing Harry's furrowed brow, sought to console him, assuring him that Severus would not truly harm him, as long as Harry remained careful not to provoke him further. While Hermione's reasoning was sound, it was no match for Severus's calculated intentions. In recent days, Harry scarcely had a moment to spare. He had initially considered retrieving the crown from the 8th floor, but under Colin's relentless insistence, he now refrained from leaving the dormitory unless absolutely necessary. Even the delightful little meat pies from the house elves were procured during Colin's class hours. Harry's energy for nocturnal escapades had dwindled, as each encounter with Severus left him utterly exhausted. In many ways, Severus had thwarted Harry's solitary ventures into adventure. Before long, the Quidditch match arrived, featuring Slytherin against Gryffindor. With no interference from Dobby this time, the game progressed smoothly, and despite the rain that began to fall, Harry maintained his steady performance, swiftly capturing the golden snitch. Wood, observing the snitch's frantic struggles in Harry's grasp, marveled at Harry's prowess as a seeker, while the Gryffindor stands erupted in cheers. Yet, Harry's immediate gaze sought Severus, whose visibly displeased countenance set alarm bells ringing in Harry's mind. Surely, he hadn't provoked Severus by winning the match. Suddenly, their eyes met, and in a heartbeat, Harry averted his gaze. Severus, witnessing Harry's swift retreat, shook his head internally. Did he truly believe that feigning ignorance would reduce his detention days? A fanciful notion indeed. Severus mused over how this match result would serve as an excellent pretext to impose additional days of detention on Harry. In regard to Severus's detainment of Harry, Dumbledore had indeed approached Severus, but Severus's reasoning was compelling. One could not grant leniency simply because Harry was the chosen one. Until Harry recognized his missteps, Severus would remain resolute. Unbeknownst to Harry, he was entirely unaware of his transgressions, which rendered him bewildered during Dumbledore's conversation with him. Observing Harry's expression, Dumbledore discerned that it was not feigned, leaving him at an impasse. Following the match's conclusion, the Gryffindor common room erupted in jubilant celebration, while the very protagonist of the day prepared to face his detention. Almost all of Gryffindor had heard of Harry's plight, yet they were powerless to assist him. George and Fred flanked Harry, harmonizing in lamentation over his misfortune. Poor Harry, you found trouble once more. Poor Harry, little do you know, that golden snitch has earned you a few more days of detention. Poor Harry, may Merlin bless you. Hearing their words only deepened Harry's gloom. Enough already. Don't add to Harry's burdens, Hermione interjected, unable to watch any longer, as she felt Harry was on the verge of retreating into himself due to the weight of his detentions. Oh dear Hermione, you are voicing your grievances on behalf of Harry, but alas, this cannot alter the dismal fate that awaits him. George and Fred chimed in unison. Observing this, Harry hastily exited the common room. He felt as if the sky were collapsing upon him if he continued to listen to George and Fred. Chapter 156, The Cold and Fever. Throughout his journey, Harry's mind was consumed by George's words. The golden snitch he had caught had earned him several days of detention. The mere thought that Severus might truly extend his punishment due to this reason left Harry feeling utterly despondent. Severus, of course, remained oblivious to Harry's internal struggle. He awaited Harry's arrival, for this was his only opportunity at school to spend time alone with Harry and perhaps elicit a smile from him. Standing hesitantly at the threshold of Severus's office, Harry was reluctant to knock. However, Severus would not permit Harry to linger idly at the door, so he strode over and opened it. "Mr. Potter, are you planning to stand at the door until your detention concludes?" Upon finishing his statement, Severus grasped Harry's arm and pulled him inside. The force was unexpected, causing Harry to collide directly into Severus's embrace. This moment felt oddly familiar to Harry, though he failed to notice the slight smirk that crept upon Severus's lips. Harry quickly stepped back, exclaiming, "Professor, I apologize, it was unintentional." He uttered these words without pause, fearing that Severus might impose additional days of detention upon him. Fortunately, the calamity he imagined did not transpire. Severus merely cast a glance at Harry before turning to enter his office. Harry promptly followed in Severus's wake, inquiring what tasks he needed to undertake. Recently, Harry had spent his detentions assisting Severus in organizing materials. Though Harry believed these documents hardly warranted such effort, it seemed to him a fruitless endeavor. This belief solidified Harry's conviction that Severus's intention behind his detention was purely to torment him rather than for any other reason. Upon hearing Harry's question, Severus leisurely seated himself behind his desk and lifted his gaze to Harry. The scrutiny made Harry somewhat uneasy, prompting him to repeat his inquiry. "It appears Mr. Potter enjoys working for me. If that is the case..." Severus paused deliberately, observing Harry's wide-eyed anxiety, which brought him a sense of satisfaction as he saw his own reflection in Harry's expression. "Today, Mr. Potter, you shall assist me in brewing some potions." After declaring this, Severus took a deep breath, and Harry exhaled in relief, internally lamenting Severus's peculiar sense of humor. Harry found it perplexing that Severus seemed to be growing increasingly juvenile. "Very well, Professor, what potions do you require me to brew?" Due to the recent changes in weather, a plethora of students had fallen ill, and Madame Pomfrey had approached Severus for assistance in concocting some medicinal brews. Severus would not let such an opportunity slip away. Thus Harry followed him into the potions chamber, a space specially partitioned within his office. Typically a solitary environment for Severus, the potions chamber felt rather cramped with Harry's presence. Harry soon realized that the limited space often resulted in unintentional physical contact while brewing potions. Initially, he attempted to avoid this, only to discover it was futile. "Mr. Potter, please concentrate on brewing the potions and refrain from any further distractions, or you shall face the consequences." Severus's deep voice resonated from behind Harry, causing him to cease any superfluous movements. The result of this was that Harry felt enveloped by Severus's distinct and intoxicating aroma of mixed potions. Despite his familiarity with the scent, it always struck him as overwhelmingly invasive. Suddenly, Harry sensed a tightness in his chest. Perhaps the numerous lit cauldrons had consumed the scant oxygen in the room, he mused. These potions, simple enough to brew with eyes closed, hardly required Severus's full attention. Thus, after arranging the potions in the cauldrons, he discreetly observed Harry's condition from the corner of his eye. In no time, Harry's face flushed a bright red. Noticing this, Severus felt a sense of alarm regarding Harry's well-being, prompting him to swiftly turn around and grasp Harry, checking his forehead. As suspected, Harry's skin was alarmingly hot. "Blasted!" Severus cursed under his breath, chastising himself for not having detected Harry's distress sooner, especially after he had been drenched in rain during the Quidditch match. After assessing the state of the cauldrons and calculating the time required, Severus scooped Harry into his arms and exited the chamber. By now, Harry was somewhat disoriented, having forgotten he was at Hogwarts. Upon vaguely seeing Severus's face, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Severus's neck. Severus raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Harry would remember this moment upon regaining consciousness, and if so, what kind of shock it might bring him. Severus laid Harry upon the bed in his private quarters, and then turned to fetch some fever-reducing potion from the cabinet, carefully administering it to Harry. After tucking him in, Severus returned to the potions chamber. By the time Severus had brewed the required quantity of potions for Madame Pomfrey, Harry still had not awakened, leaving Severus no choice but to sit by Harry's side. He mused to himself that perhaps he was among the first in the wizarding world to experience such a situation. His professor had nurtured him through his formative years, and now it was his turn to wait for his professor to grow. "When will you finally confide in me?" Severus softly inquired, caressing Harry's face, though he knew he would receive no answer. As curfew approached, Harry remained blissfully asleep. Severus harbored a desire for Harry to spend the night in his bed, a small form that appeared to fit snugly within his embrace, yet ultimately, reason prevailed. Severus increasingly anticipated that Harry would soon reveal his true feelings, especially since being alone in the dungeon felt quite chilly. Leaning down, he He pressed a gentle kiss to Harry's forehead before retrieving 2 vials of potion from the cabinet, placing one on the bedside table and the other beneath Harry's nose. Before long, Harry stirred awake, and to his embarrassment, he discovered he was lying in Severus's bed. It seems Mr. Potter has recovered. After you take the potion on the table, you may return. By the way, you had a fever, so today's detention does not count, Severus stated, leaving Harry in a state of frustration, yet he could do little more than reply, "Understood, Professor." Chapter 157, Leave of Absence. After consuming the potion that Severus had prepared for him, Harry returned to the Gryffindor Tower feeling rather dejected. Unbeknownst to him, Severus trailed behind him until he saw Harry enter the common room, at which point he departed. "Harry, why are you so late returning? You haven't been caught by George, have you? Did Professor Snape extend your detention?" Ron inquired, nearly asleep from waiting. "Not at all. I simply fell ill during detention. And the professor said today's detention does not count." Harry spoke wearily, for walking all the way back from the dungeons to Gryffindor Tower was quite exhausting. And he was still not feeling well. Had he developed a fever? How was he faring now? Was he feeling any better? Or did he need to visit the hospital wing? It couldn't be too serious, could it? Upon hearing Harry's words, Ron practically sprang up from his bed. Primarily due to the haunting memories of Harry's feverish nightmares from before, he certainly did not wish to witness his friend lying unconscious in bed again. "It's not that severe, and Professor Snape has already administered some potions, so I'm no longer feverish, just a bit tired. A good night's sleep should suffice. Then you should rest up quickly. I won't disturb you any longer. Good night, Harry." Ron immediately shut his mouth upon hearing Harry's response. And Harry found Ron's reaction amusing. "All right, I'll wash up and head to bed. Good night, Ron." After exchanging good nights, the dormitory fell into silence. After a quick wash in the bathroom, Harry climbed into bed and promptly drifted into slumber. Severus descended from Gryffindor Tower. Regretting that Harry had not recalled the moment he had voluntarily embraced him, Severus grew increasingly eager to pierce through Harry's facade. He wondered what expression Harry would wear when the truth was unveiled. Upon waking from his slumber, Harry felt no lingering discomfort. Naturally, Ron was elated to see his lively friend. Professor Snape truly is a master of potions. His concoction worked wonders. When I had a fever at home, my mother bought potions from the apothecary, and I had to endure 3 days of that foul taste. Harry recalled the peculiar scene from yesterday when he awoke on Severus's bed, a strange sensation filling his heart, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. Ultimately, under Ron's urging, Harry abandoned his contemplation of the matter. With another defense against the dark arts class on the horizon, Harry's mood was utterly dismal. After all, in his other classes, he merely needed to sit and listen, whereas in defense against the dark arts, he was compelled to embarrass himself repeatedly before his peers. Ron, noticing Harry's frown, suddenly had a bright idea. "Hey, Harry, why don't you pretend to have a cold, and I'll ask the professor for a leave on your behalf." "Great idea, Ron. You are truly my savior." Harry decided against going to the Great Hall. After embracing Ron, he returned to the dormitory. If he were to be discovered appearing unscathed in the Great Hall, he would have no choice but to attend the class, merely skipping breakfast. Hermione found it quite odd to see Ron alone, as they typically arrived together. "Good morning, Ron. Where's Harry? Why didn't he come with you?" "Harry had a bit of a fever last night, and since we have defense against the dark arts today, I let him rest in the dormitory. I'll ask for a leave for him later." Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione immediately understood that Harry simply wished to avoid the class, but considering Harry's past experiences in this particular lesson, she refrained from commenting further. Meanwhile, Severus noticed Harry's absence when Ron and Hermione entered the Great Hall. Was he unwell again? But that shouldn't be the case. Severus was filled with questions. Given that the potion he had given Harry was specially crafted, both in taste and efficacy, it should have prevented any recurrence of his ailment. However, he could not directly inquire with Hermione and the others, so he hastily finished his breakfast, suppressing his thoughts. Severus did not leave immediately. Instead, he waited until Ron and Hermione had finished their meals and were preparing to depart, then swiftly followed them outside the Great Hall. Just as Ron and Hermione reached the entrance, they heard Severus's voice behind them. "Mr. Weasley, where's Potter?" Ron, momentarily taken aback by Severus's question, was confused. Primarily because they had no potions class today. He thought Harry might have gotten into trouble with Severus again during their curfew the previous night, so he quickly responded. "Professor Snape, Harry isn't feeling well today, so he's resting in the dormitory." Severus's concern immediately surged upon hearing Ron's words. He noticed something amiss in Ron's demeanor, as he appeared quite guilty. "What class do you have next?" Defense against the dark arts, Professor Snape." Although Ron did not comprehend the implication behind Severus's question, he answered honestly. Upon hearing Ron's response, Severus understood. This was not an instance of Harry being unwell, but rather a simple desire to skip class, especially given Gilderoy Lockhart's notorious reputation. Professor Snape, is there anything else? We're going to be late for class. Although fear gripped his heart, Ron anxiously queried, glancing down the empty corridor. No. Just remind Potter to report to my office on time. With that, Severus turned and departed, while Ron and Hermione hurried to their classroom. By the time they finally reached the classroom, they had barely caught their breath before the bell rang. Phew, we made it. Hermione, what do you think Professor Snape wanted from us just now? It was quite strange. Perhaps he was worried about Harry. You mentioned he had a fever last night. And Professor Snape must know, so he was merely checking on him. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief at Hermione's words. Are you mad? That is Professor Snape. How could he possibly care about Harry? Yet Hermione was resolute in her judgment, having observed closely from the side. She had seen concern in Severus's eyes. Had she not been attentive, she might have missed it. You said he is a professor, so isn't it normal for him to care about his students? What is so surprising about that? But he is Snape. Ron, regardless of who it is, any professor has a duty to protect their students. You cannot harbor prejudice against Professor Snape. Now, be quiet. Professor Lockhart is looking at us. Chapter 158. A distressed Ron as Lockhart entered the classroom. He searched for Harry's figure, but found none. Instead, he spotted Ron and Hermione whispering to each other. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, do you happen to know where Mr. Potter has gone? Lockhart flashed his dazzlingly white smile, yet Ron couldn't help but shudder at the sight of him. It was utterly terrifying. He mentally grumbled, wondering how someone could be more insufferable than Filch. Professor, Harry had a fever last night, so he is resting in the dormitory today. He asked me to request a leave for him. Ron replied wearily, wishing to avoid Lockhart's gaze. If given the choice, he would have preferred not to attend class, especially since Hermione had been dragging him into discussions about Lockhart's works during their free time, and he was on the verge of being sick of it. Nevertheless, Ron firmly believed that Lockhart was a fraud. Otherwise, why had he ceased any practical teaching since that disastrous first lesson? Ron's instincts were often eerily accurate. Oh, I see. In that case, let him rest properly. After hearing Ron's explanation, Lockhart's smile continued to send shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Ron sensed an ominous premonition in Lockhart's gaze fixed upon him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lockhart declared, since Mr. Potter is absent, it falls upon Mr. Weasley to portray the werewolf in today's lesson. I trust that as his close friend, you will embody my story flawlessly. Ron was at a loss for words, gripped by the fear that uttering a sound would unleash a torrent of curses. His face contorted in distress, he reluctantly began to shuffle toward the podium. For the entirety of the class, Ron was like a marionette, manipulated at Lockhart's whim, and by the end of the lesson, he appeared utterly vacant and exhausted. I proclaim that Lockhart is the most detestable person I have ever encountered, without exception. Furthermore, he is nothing but a fool. Hermione, please refrain from mentioning his drivel in the future. I never want to hear his name again. Ron nearly roared the last sentence, and Hermione, taken aback by his unusual demeanor, chose not to argue, chiefly out of fear that Ron might lunge at her, for his current state seemed decidedly unhinged. Ron felt as though he were being driven to madness by Lockhart. He was a student, not a martyr, and wondered why he had to endure such torment. He could now fully empathize with Harry, who had already endured countless lessons of this nature. Harry, you are truly unfortunate, he lamented. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ron hurled himself onto Harry, who was blissfully asleep and nearly retaliated with his wand, startled by the sudden onslaught. Ron, what's the matter? I thought you had just one class this morning. Harry questioned, bewildered by Ron's disheveled appearance and the pitiful look in his eyes, as if he were on the brink of tears. Harry, the mere thought of facing Lockhart for 6 more years makes me want to die. It is unbearably torturous. Ron exclaimed. This prompted Harry to recall that he had already escorted Sivio away, leaving him curious about what fate awaited Lockhart. Deep down, Harry was convinced that Lockhart would not sail through the semester unscathed. Even in the absence of any mishaps, he believed that unforeseen circumstances would ensure Lockhart's departure. Otherwise, as Ron had articulated, he would suffer to the point of wishing for death. What on earth happened? Harry still did not grasp the full extent of the situation. You wouldn't believe it. We ran into Professor Snape right after leaving the Great Hall, and he inquired about your absence. He then instructed me to remind you about the detention, Ron recounted hurriedly. As Harry absorbed Ron's narrative, confusion swirled within him. Why would Professor Snape ask about his whereabouts? Did he have some matter to discuss? Harry found this puzzling since Snape had never sought him out at such times before. Hermione suggested he was concerned for you. But I think she's mistaken. Professor Snape might have devised yet another method of tormenting you, merely wanting to ensure we remind you not to be late for detention. Initially, Harry's instinct was to believe that Snape was indeed concerned, but Ron's words jolted him back to reality. After all, in Snape's eyes, he was James's son, and even if Snape inquired about him, it was likely out of fear that he might neglect his detention. Otherwise, how could one explain the saying, those who associate with the vermilion become red, those who associate with the ink become black? As long as Ron is by Harry's side, it is virtually impossible for Harry to realize that his identity has been entirely exposed. Following this, Ron animatedly recounted the torment he had endured at Lockhart's hands throughout the lesson. Ron, you finally understand the agony I experience in defense against the dark arts class. Harry expressed sincerely. Harry, you have it far too hard. By the way, aren't you hungry? Hurry and get ready. We should head to the Great Hall for dinner. I wonder if there will be chicken legs today. Harry watched Ron expertly shift the topic and, with a resigned sigh, changed his clothes after rummaging through his bedside pocket, where Sivia expertly coiled around his arm. Once Harry was ready, Ron tugged him out the door, aware that if they delayed any longer, the chicken legs would be devoured by others. Since Ron was in a hurry, they arrived at the Great Hall with ample time to spare. Just then, Draco approached Harry alone, without his usual entourage trailing behind. Hi, Harry. I heard you were ill. How are you feeling now? Harry was surprised by Draco's apparent concern. I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Draco. After scrutinizing Harry's complexion, Draco appeared satisfied and returned to the Slytherin table, while those seated nearby had grown accustomed to their interactions. Harry, how are you? Hermione's voice chimed in. Nothing much, really. I just didn't want to attend Lockhart's class, so I had Ron help me take a day off. Hermione had already surmised the situation, and upon hearing Harry's words, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, especially since Ron had previously mentioned Harry's nightmares. Chapter 159, Finding the Diadem. After dinner, with a free afternoon ahead, Harry decided to pay a visit to the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor. Acquiring the Ravenclaw diadem sooner rather than later would bring him peace of mind, as he feared someone else might claim it. Colin had recently ceased his relentless surveillance of Harry, and although the reason eluded him, Harry was undeniably grateful, as no one wished to be followed like a shadow. Ron had borrowed Harry's Firebolt 2000 to hang out with George and Fred, while Harry feigned fatigue and opted to stay behind. Ron found this odd, given that Harry had already rested the entire morning, but ultimately said nothing more, simply cautioning Harry to inform him if he felt unwell. Once most of the students had dispersed, Harry prepared to set off. As there were still other students in the corridor, he donned his invisibility cloak to avoid drawing attention. Perhaps due to the rare free time, most students were out enjoying themselves, allowing Harry to navigate the halls with ease until he arrived at the tapestry concealing the Room of Requirement. After ensuring no one was nearby, Harry began to pace back and forth, mentally repeating his desire for a room to conceal items. In no time, a door materialized before him. He quickly pushed it open, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him as he began his search for the diadem. The room was cluttered with numerous items, and although he remembered the general location, it still took him some time to locate it. As Harry beheld the diadem so close at hand, anxiety gripped him. The memory of being expelled from the Room of Requirement lingered vividly in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he donned his dragonhide gloves. Given that the diadem had been fashioned into a Horcrux, Harry knew he had to be fully prepared to ensure the plan unfolded smoothly. He certainly did not wish to create unnecessary complications due to a minor oversight. When he finally touched the diadem, he held his breath, fearing yet another unexpected incident. Fortunately, he successfully retrieved the diadem and placed it into the box that had previously held his diary. Only then did Harry allow himself to relax. Now that the crown has been secured, the timing of its destruction is merely a matter of circumstance. Harry intends to postpone this decision until after leaving Hogwarts, as the commotion caused by the obliteration of a Horcrux could indeed be rather substantial, and he is keen to avoid detection by Dumbledore. That evening, Harry once again found himself in detention with Severus, perhaps influenced by Ron's earlier comments. Harry felt an unsettling perception that every glance Severus cast in his direction was a calculated attempt to provoke him, leaving Harry in a state of restless apprehension as he covertly scrutinized Severus throughout the night. Mr. Potter, your gaze seems rather fixated upon my visage. Might there be something amiss upon my face? Severus had long since discerned Harry's furtive demeanor. Although the exact cause of Harry's peculiar scrutiny eluded him, he saw no reason not to seize the opportunity to tease Harry a little. Oh, my apologies, Professor Snape. I was merely lost in thought. The instant Harry uttered these words, he regretted them, for their familiarity foretold that Severus would seize upon this moment to extend his detention. Then, to Harry's mounting anxiety, he observed Severus rising and approaching him, leaving him uncertain of Severus's intentions. As Severus's eyes fixated intently upon Harry's face, Harry felt increasingly flustered. Professor Snape. Shoo, do not speak, Severus whispered softly, extending his hand toward Harry, a gesture that appeared as though he intended to caress Harry's face, startling Harry in the process. Got you. Just as Harry's mind was thrown into disarray by Severus's movement, Severus's hand shot past Harry's head and halted beside his ear before retracting swiftly. It was then that Harry discerned a winged insect clutched in Severus's grasp, though he could not identify it, as it had already been captured. Harry's attention remained fixated on Severus's hand, oblivious to the satisfaction etched upon Severus's face at having successfully played a prank. Soon, the detention period concluded, and Harry hastily vacated Severus's office. For reasons unknown, during the remaining time, Harry found himself surrounded by an assortment of peculiar living potion ingredients, prompting Severus to linger nearby. The mingling sense of potions proving to be quite distracting to Harry. Gilderoy Lockhart had recently been troubled. His initial intent in coming to Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor was to bask in the adoration of his students. However, he soon discovered that his notoriety paled in comparison to that of Severus's ring, thanks to Harry's preemptive resolution of the matter. Despite the school year having commenced some time ago, no chaotic incidents had arisen, leading Harry to suspect that something significant was bound to occur at any moment. However, not long thereafter, Hogwarts began to buzz once more, with the source of this excitement being none other than Lockhart. Perhaps due to the excessive adulation he received, Lockhart had forgotten his true capabilities. In a bid to redeem himself from the embarrassment of his previous lessons and redirect the students' attention back to him, Lockhart finally devised a plan after considerable effort. Thus, on an otherwise unremarkable afternoon, notices were posted in the common rooms of all 4 houses, announcing that, to enhance students' practical skills and self-defense abilities, Lockhart had proposed to Dumbledore the establishment of a dueling club. The notice also conveyed the time of the initial gathering, scheduled for the following evening at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall. Students congregated around the announcement, animatedly discussing it, just as Ron emerged from the dormitory alongside Harry. "Hey, Harry, let us go see what they're up to," Ron said, tugging at Harry's arm and guiding him towards the crowd. Upon seeing the words dueling club, unwelcome memories resurfaced in Harry's mind. He could not comprehend why Lockhart would initiate such a club now, especially in the absence of any basilisk attacks. Perhaps no one within Hogwarts could truly fathom Lockhart's motivations for organizing a dueling club. "Harry, what do you suppose this nincompoop is up to now? What can he teach us? To flee in the face of danger, or perhaps how to impersonate the monsters from his books to make our opponents laugh themselves to death?" Unable to stifle his laughter at Ron's scathing remarks, Harry realized he had never before acknowledged just how merciless Ron could be with his words.